Chapter 352, Crane Crystal Pellet. Chapter 352, Crane Crystal Pellet. Translated by Barrybuns. Edited by Tian, Leozi, Exercio, Nitsuriako, and DeAndrear. The efficiency of the three of them was extremely fast. Needless to say about Ling Su's pointed sea spears, one move and he could brandish out a rain of spears. Crane's steel sword was also very fast, as the sword would follow the body. Every sword had minimal movement, like the crane's beak catching and feeding. It was as fast as lightning. Compared to the two of them, Tang Tian was not inferior at all. His moves were extremely fast, and his changing of moves was also strangely fast, but comparing the releasing of his moves to theirs, he did not have too much dominance. But he still rushed to the front. Normally, there would be a time delay between catching and attacking. Experts would usually try to shorten that time delay as much as possible, and the experts who could react quickly would not allow their opponents to realize the time delay. But Tang Tian did not even have the time gap. He did not need to stop at all, even a trace of it. His movements and attacks were extremely fluid, completing all his desired movements in one breath. His movements were concise, without any flashy movements, along with some unconventional movements. He could somehow predict and understand the balls ahead of time, and all of his movements were consecutively done to hit multiple targets, cutting down a lot of time. Adding that Tang Tian was not slow in attacking, his efficiency was naturally surprising. Crane was shocked. He had merged his enlightenment on the wind into his heavenly crane sword principle, causing it to become extremely fast, where same-level opponents would not be able to be his match. Crane's sword techniques had attained another level, and gradually became stronger. Out of the few, he was the most low-key, because he was quiet and did not enjoy fighting, while Tang Tian and Ling Su, who enjoyed being in the limelight and enjoyed fighting, he was always in the shadows. But only 3 people were able to leave injuries on Yi Zhaogo. One was Tang Tian, another was Bing, and the third was Crane. Ling Su was competitive in nature, and always wanted to win. He used all his strength to fight, and did not think about conserving strength. Crane could see clearly Tang Tian's style of offense, and it immediately attracted him. It was an extremely weird style, for it was the first time Crane was seeing it. Tang Tian at times left a few light balls behind, but would use a weird movement after that, pulling all of them in and destroying them like pulling a net of fishes. He could not see if it was intentional or accidental. That was why Tang Tian's offensive style looked to be special, and if his pace just staggered a bit, Tang Tian would look like a drunk. His route of advancement was completely at random, sometimes swaying to the left, sometimes to the right, sometimes idling at the center, sometimes rolling backwards then crawling in front. It was completely unreadable. Crane thought for a while, then understood that it was intuition. If he was being intentional, then it was extremely graceful. As though he was playing chess, which pays attention to intelligence, but with Tang Tian's IQ. Alright, seems like this beast-like intuition is suitable for this lunatic young man. But, that was truly a fearsome intuition. Crane's heart was constantly surprised. He was calm in nature, and was always doubtful regarding intuition. But for intuition to be so strong, he felt afraid of it. It was a type of capricious mule-headedness type of strong. Tang Tian did not notice Crane secretly analyzing him, as he was too immersed in the excitement. His frightening intuition allowed his body to instinctively release the movements and react quickly, and the feeling was extremely wonderful. He felt that he had all the power in his body, and was extremely soft, extremely obedient. It was almost to the degree that he could execute any high-difficulty movements. His movements were smoothly increasing, and gradually he began to comprehend his movements even further. The excited state intuition and extreme calm state intuition were completely different from each other. The excited state intuition was more onto the control of his own body, while the extreme calm state intuition focused more on the clarity of the surroundings. Tang Tian was immersed in the wonderful states. After an unknown period of time, the road in front of them suddenly opened up into a wide clearing. Tang Tian immediately got out from the wonderful state, as he turned back to look, and saw behind him a straight passageway. He had already went through the entire passage, and no more light balls could be seen, as all of them had been turned into a blue mist. Tang Tian was still reminiscing the feeling from just now. A light ball suddenly exploded, and Ling Su came out from the middle of the blue light. Tang Tian quickly reacted, bent his back backwards and laughed out loud. Ha 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 ha. Little Su, I won again. On the bronze mountain goat, Yaya stood by the side, hands on its waist, puffing out its chest. It had a glorious look on its face. It turned its face to look at the sluggish bronze squirrel. Yaya jumped to its side, grabbed onto its tail and shook it with all its might, rallying and screaming for Tang Tian. The pitiful squirrel was pulled around by Yaya like a little boat in a storm on the open sea. Its face was full of shock, unaware of what was going on. When Ling Su rushed out of the blue light and saw Tang Tian, his face was immediately unhappy. And adding on Tang Tian's pleased shouts, his face became as black as a pot. Crane also finished, and smiled. Seems like I am third place. Tian strutted around for a while, then thinking about what Crane said, he immediately asked, Little Crane, didn't you say something about a surprise? Little Crane. Crane's smile froze on his face, and forced out a laugh. Aha, that's right, that's right. Although Ling Su still had a black face, but his eyes had a glint to it, he was extremely curious to Crane's surprise, as Crane was not someone who bragged. Crane took out a silver red crown crane lantern. It was a small cup lantern that resembled a red crown crane, and was extremely realistic. The eyes of the red crown crane suddenly lit up, the scarlet light made it look like it came alive. Treasure! Tang, Tian and Ling Su's eyes were open wide, both of them not blinking. Suddenly the blue lights all surged towards the red crown crane lantern, and flew into the mouth. The blue light was continually sucked up by the red crown crane lantern's mouth, but compared to the entire passageway of blue light, it was just a little. Tang Tian's face was shocked. It can suck in the energy. Ling Su, who was angry from the personal assault earlier, sneered and snorted, Idiot, such a simple thing, who can't tell? Then what is the person who lost to an idiot called? Tang Tian laughed, not even worth being an idiot. Ling Su was enraged, he leaped up and pointed his steel spear to Tang Tian. Come then, let us men fight it out instead of talking. Crane cut in with a sentence, Hey, you guys can keep fighting, there will be enough time for it, but the red crown crane lantern needs a bit more time. In the end the battle did not happen. To be chided by Crane, Tang Tian felt that fighting would be too silly. Alright, little Su cannot see this point. People with bad brains really leave the rest helpless, this godlike young man will give in to him. Tang Tian had eyes filled with sympathy, allowing Ling Su to walk away in anger. Tang Tian went to Crane's side, and asked, Hey Crane, what's this? I never seen you take this out before. Crane explained, It is called the Red Crown Crane Lantern, and is a silver-ranked treasure from Heavenly Crane Constellation. My father used it when he was young, so the sect leader kept it for me. Its utility is very simple, and it can absorb energy, so if there is sufficient energy, it can condense the energy into a crane crystal pellet. But I have never seen it before. I heard that in the past, the Heavenly Crane Constellation could condense a crane crystal pellet every 5 years, but now that it had declined for too long, the energy is too thin. Can the crane crystal pellet be eaten? Tang Tian was already drooling. Yes. Crane could not help but show a smile, but its biggest effect is that it is able to help you train your true power. Train true power. Ling Su and Tang Tian both gasped at the same time. To the two of them, the most difficult thing to improve was their true power. Tang Tian was currently using the training clothes made by imitating the ancient energy room by Sai Lei, but the progress of training true power made the two of them unhappy. The consumption of star rocks of the training clothes was extremely terrifying, and if not for Tang Tian, who was considered a small tyrant now, he would not be able to use the training clothes. On Heaven's Road, treasures that could be used to train true power were in the hands of the big powers. Yes. Crane smiled, but don't harbor too much hope, it has been with me for so many years, but I have never seen it produce out a crane crystal pellet. The sect had records that wrote that, and my mother had said that it truly did condense before, so I just brought it with me. How is it compared to the training clothes? Tang Tian immediately asked. I heard that it can be immediately consumed. Crane was unsure. I have never used it before, so I cannot say for certain. It is because I see that the energy is so dense here, so if I didn't use it, it would be a pity. Lucky for us that we found the Seasons Field waterway, if not, this lantern would forever be left to collect dust. A place with such dense energy was truly a rare natural resource. Why was the northern sky constellation stronger than the southern sky constellations? Why was the polar domain constellation stronger than the northern sky constellations? Why were strong martial experts willing to go to a higher ranked constellation? Why were the 12 ecliptic palaces the axis of Heaven's Road? Everything all boiled down to the simplest reason, that was energy. Energy was the source of true power, and true power was the foundation and core of true power. The energy in the northern sky constellations were much denser than southern sky constellations, and the speed of training was even higher while training in dense and rich energy constellations, so martial artists can become even stronger. But the strong martial artists who were ambitious were all willing to go to even higher ranked constellations to seek for even faster progress. With the attention of the crane crystal pellet, Ling Su and Tang Tian were finally living in harmony, both of them drooling over the red-crowned crane lantern. After watching for a while, the three of them got bored, and they started sitting down to meditate. Time slowly crawled. When Tang Tian opened his eyes, Crane and Ling Su were nervously watching the lantern. Tang Tian immediately turned to look and was surprised, as the blue light in the passageway had become extremely thin. Compared to the previously dense blue mist, the current mist was extremely thin, and he could see further into the passageway. The red crown crane lantern also seemed to have changed. The pure white body had its eyes dyed blood red. Suddenly a loud and clear crane cry sounded out in their minds. The three of them shuddered. The red crown crane suddenly opened its beak and spat out 3 soybean-sized crystal beads. The luster on the red crown crane's body quickly dimmed down, and the eyes quickly became silver again, like when Crane took it out. Their gazes were completely attracted to the crane crystal pellets. The crane crystal pellets released a palpitating energy undulation. It was not strong, but caused their hearts to beat hard. 1 pellet per person. Crane did not bullshit and took 1 pellet. Ling Su and Tang Tian also took 1 each. The 3 of them looked at each other and threw the crane crystal pellet into their mouths at the same time. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 353, Energy Burst. Chapter 353, Energy Burst. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian, Leozi, Exercio, Nitsuriako, and D'Andrear. Upon consuming the crane crystal pellet, Tang Tian's body shuddered uncontrollably. As though a bomb exploded in his body, a surprising energy surged up with a bang and dispersed out all over his body. Like a surging torrent, it engulfed every corner of Tang Tian's meridians. Tang Tian's meridians were immediately stuffed full, making him feel as though his meridians were cracking open. His body seemingly wanted to explode. The energy accumulated in the crane crystal pellet was too much. It frantically advanced in the meridians, rushing straight to his dantian. Overhead of Tang Tian's dantian was black and blue separated clearly. The blue was the ice blue heart, while the black was the void dark flames. The 2 different types of energy split Tang Tian's dantian into 2 different colored regions. When the energy rushed into his dantian, the 2 energies inside could instinctively sense the danger, and at the same time both lights erupted. Bang! As though his mind was struck by a heavy punch, Tang Tian's mind went blank, and the world seemed to come to a stop. The 3 forms of energy clashed, causing all the chi and blood in his mind to suddenly lose control for a short period of time. When he regained consciousness, the surging energy flood had already suppressed the 2 energies in his body. The ice blue heart was being suppressed into a blue ball of light, while the void dark flames were like an enraged lion, not yielding a step. The void dark flames had strong destructive abilities, and the energy that was flowing like water was burned into smoke. Tang Tian's dantian was filled with the blue dense smoke, which was very pretty, but causing his pain to amplify. The mist was a volume of energy, and was condensed by a previously extremely large amount, so it felt like Tang Tian's body was being blown up like a balloon. He resisted the pain and anguish of his meridians, struggling with all his life trying to urge the spiraling energy in his body. The spiraling energy had extreme difficulty advancing. The energy erupted from the crane crystal pellet was extremely congealed, causing the spiraling energy to be unable to absorb. But Tang Tian knew, if he did not do it, he would definitely die. Other than the spiraling energy, he had no other ideas. What allowed Tang Tian to be able to let out a breath was that the spiraling energy had a use, as its style of advancing was working. It was slow, but it was persevering and advancing for sure. As the spiraling energy moved, the spinning increased, the pain also increased, to the point that Tang Tian's mind was drawing a blank. But his willpower was strong. Although the situation was critical and the pain was unbearable, he did not think of giving up, and the only thought that surfaced in his mind was to let the spiraling energy move forward. After an unknown period of time, the spiraling energy suddenly relaxed. Tang Tian, who was muddle-headed, suddenly regained his senses. The spiraling energy had already reached his dantian and entered the scope of the void dark flames. The intensity of the void dark flames was much weaker than before, and the entire dantian was wrapped around by the blue energy chi mist. What made Tang Tian jump in shock was that there were actually cracks on his dantian walls. If the dantian walls were smashed, that meant his dantian would be destroyed. Damn it! Tang Tian suddenly felt extremely angry, and began to consider how to counterattack. Who knew that under the pressure of the energy, he would feel extremely uncomfortable? At that moment, the surging energy was his enemy. Enemies must be killed without mercy. Tang Tian suddenly saw the spiraling energy flying around the void dark flames, and immediately felt something different. He withstood the pain, and calmed himself down. After a while he realized that the spiraling energy was unable to swallow the dense energy burst out from the crane crystal pellet, but the energy that was being broken down by the void dark flames could be absorbed. Knowing that, Tang Tian's eyes lit up. He consciously controlled the spiraling energy to cruise around the void dark flames quickly. The speed of the spiraling energy was increased, and the energy consumption rate also increased. In just a few breaths of time, the spiraling energy had obvious changes. Before saying anything, the thick and solid spiraling energy divided into 2, as though it was following a set pattern. As time passed, the number of spiraling energies in his body had increased to over 10, and were like a group of white fish eating in the water. The spiraling energy was very different from before. They were even more bright and more agile, the true power threads had become even more finely compacted, and had increased to twice or more of their original size. With the increase in quantity and quality of the spiraling energy, the absorption rate for the energy greatly increased. The energy mist around the void dark flames was instantly swept, finally bringing relief from the terrifying explosion of energy. But he had used the void dark flames for a very long time, and it was currently very dim. The energy began to rise, causing Tian to be taken aback. He then tried to use the spiraling energy to absorb the liquid state energy, but realized that it could not. No, I cannot let the void dark flames become even dimmer. Tian suddenly realized the most important thing for the fight that he had learned was to rely on the void dark flames to last. I need more void dark flames. But, where do I get more void dark flames? A few foreign sword techniques appeared in Tian's head, and inside one was a technique to summon the void dark flames. At that point, Tian could not be bothered with the history of the sword technique, his life was more important. Briefly skimming through it once, Tian could not help but scold vulgarities. Following the sword technique writings, if Tian wanted to summon the void dark flames, he first needed to summon the Saint Sword Ocean Prison. And the method to summon the Saint Sword was extremely complicated, and without a long time of practice, it was simply unattainable. Sweeping through the sword techniques, Tian's scalp was numb. It was truly too complicated. Briefly looking, from the sensing of the Saint Sword Ocean Prison, then retrieving it out of the void, the true power had to go through 17 different variations. Tian had never even heard of such complicated martial techniques, needless to say never seen one before, but he wanted to scold out, who created such martial techniques? Wasn't it meant to just make things difficult for people? Furthermore, the 17 different variations were not even the first step. The first step was that he had to feel for the Saint Sword Ocean Prison. On how to feel and sense it, it was not written. Damn you, can it be even more preposterous? But Tian did not have the time to scold, as it was his only way of living. No matter how preposterous it was, how complicated it was, he still had to harden his head and try. Godlike young man can do anything. Tian kept on repeating that sentence in his mind, trying to self-hypnotize. The first step, to feel for the sword. How do I feel it? Tian was flustered and thought for half a day. He focused on the void dark flames, and did not hesitate to immerse his mind into them. His thoughts were simple: if there was anything that could have a connection with the Saint Sword Ocean Prison, then it would be the void dark flames themselves. At this time, he could not care less, he'd rather try and test before considering anything. His mind flew into the void dark flames. Tian only felt his surroundings becoming darker as he entered the endless void space. The pain and suffering he was enduring from disappeared. Inside the void, there was no light, no sound. Tian gazed around, and could not see anything. He bit his lips, then using all of his throat power, he shouted out loudly, "Ocean Prison! Ocean Prison! Come on out! Ocean Prison!" Tian could only pray that the Saint Sword Ocean Prison would listen to people. In any case you are a Saint Sword, you must at least be smarter than Safe and Sound Saber. Safe and Sound Saber can listen to me, so little brother Ocean Prison, big brother Ocean Prison, uncle Ocean Prison, granddaddy Ocean Prison. It's out. Tian was ecstatic, he truly was a genius. A vague figure gradually took form inside the void not far from Tian. Tian could only make out that it was an outline of a person, his facial features blurred. And the feeling of the familiar space suddenly overturned completely. The person's distance seemed to be extremely close, but also extremely far. It was the first time Tian was experiencing the strange feeling. Tian exhaled, and rubbed his face. Ocean Prison. You're Tian? The other person's voice sounded extremely old. So it's a granddaddy Ocean Prison. Tian was surprised, he focused and immediately nodded his head. That's right. Hi Granddaddy Ocean Prison. Granddaddy Ocean Prison? The figure was startled, then reacted, and laughed out loud. Interesting. His tone suddenly changed, and asked, Tian, are you afraid of death? Of course. Tian's heart was anxious, and wanted to just shout, Granddaddy Ocean Prison, come with me. But it seemed like Ocean Prison was not stupid, so he patiently explained, Granddaddy Ocean Prison, we humans and you swords. Whatever weapons, are different. As long as we are careless, we will die. Why are you afraid of dying? The person asked. Why? Tian was startled, if we die, we will have nothing. No families, no friends, no dreams. A bad life is better than a good death, ya. Tang Tian immediately reacted, his face changing expression. Not good, the old man cannot think well, and wants to commit suicide. If not, why would he ask that? You better not. This godlike young man finally has a chance that needs someone else's help to survive. If you let go, how can you live up to this golden opportunity sent by the heavens? If not, save me first, then you can go find a place for yourself to. Tang Tian swallowed his saliva, and with an earnest and persuasive face, Granddaddy Ocean Prison, the proverbs are good, a bad life is better than a good death. That is the world's most correct saying, every dead person is somewhere regretting gravely. There's nothing in this void. No time, no light, no sound, living is the same as dying. He replied indifferently. CEI. Tang Tian sucked in cold air, the old man's attitude was very determined. Tang Tian felt slightly speechless, he did not know how to advise, so he racked his brain juice. Granddaddy Ocean Prison, this place truly is lonely and boring, but why has Granddaddy Ocean Prison been living here for so long, and only today you cannot understand? The old man was silent. Tang Tian muttered, I think that Granddaddy Ocean Prison has something that you cannot leave behind. There are some things that even you are not willing to give up even in here. That is the meaning of life. There will be some things that you wish to do, regardless if you're young or old, but you will never forget it, and will linger in your heart that surfaces occasionally. Only by living can you fulfill that wish, and I feel that is the reason why Granddaddy is still living. You have something left hanging in your heart, and even after bearing all the suffering, you are still willing to live on for that wish. The old man was quiet for a very long time. Suddenly, he chuckled. Gradually, it became a big laugh, ha 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 ha. The laugh was filled with an astonishing power, as though it could tear apart the void. The laugh suddenly stopped, and his voice erupted, Kid, Ocean Prison is here, take it. A black long sword without a sword guard silently floated in the air. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 354, The Change from the Spiraling Energy. Chapter 354, The Change from the Spiraling Energy. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian, XRCO, and DeAndre. Saint Sword Ocean Prison. Silently floating in the void space, so calm as though it had never been used before. It was completely pitch black like ink. The sword blade was as wide as a palm, with a length of 2.5 m, so straight that it did not have the slightest curvature, a sword hilt over the length of 30 centimeters, enough for a full-grown man to dual wield. The most special thing was, it did not have a sword guard, making it look extremely vicious. It was the first time Tang Tian was seriously inspecting the Saint Sword Ocean Prison. What a vicious sword, Tang Tian's heart became cold. It was as if the thing in front of him was not a sword, but a nameless fierce beast quietly hibernating, and could erupt any time, devouring any man. If Bell did not investigate, Wu Wanghai would be an unknown name to Tang Tian. Even now, Tang Tian did not know much about him. The biggest impression of him would be that he was a powerful and fierce man. It was not the time for him to feel sad or think about it. Tang Tian ignored everything else, focusing on what was right in front of him. Take that sword. That was the only thought in Tang Tian's head. He suddenly realized he was already in front of the Saint Sword Ocean Prison. Without caring about that surprise, Tang Tian became joyous, and without hesitating he grabbed on the sword hilt. Bang! The void around him suddenly gushed back behind him. Tang Tian suddenly realized he was back inside the passageway, where the image of Crane and Ling Su appeared beside him. Both of them were seated still, their situation also not very good. Was that all a dream? Tang Tian was not sure. He suddenly felt something in his hands, and lowered his head to look. It was the sword hilt. Ocean Prison's hilt. But that was all. The entire sword blade was gone. Tang Tian was startled. He immediately took it up to inspect it, but realized that it could not be moved at all, as though there was a layer of atmosphere above it. Don't tell me. I have to draw the sword? Tang Tian was confused. Suddenly he felt a burst of pain from within his body immediately curled, the void dark lanes in his body were becoming so weak it was almost extinguished. Not good. Tang Tian's face changed, his situation was getting critical. He tightly held onto the sword hilt, and used force to pull it outwards. The sword hilt did not move an inch. Damn it! Tang Tian's eyes became wide open, he roared. Using all the strength in his body, he held onto the sword hilt and struggled to pull it out again. Tang Tian's eyes were red, all the muscles on his body were tensed, the energy in his body seemed to have felt the ocean prison sword, the surging energy rumbling as it gushed towards the sword hilt. The sword hilt trembled slightly, like a slumbering fierce beast being awakened. Tang Tian could feel the hilt relaxing. He summoned the remaining strength in him and fiercely pulled out. Zzz. It was like the sound of cold water pouring on hot iron. Ocean Prison's blade was slowly pulled out from the void by Tang Tian, the dense flames blazing around the blade, burning the air. Tang Tian's body trembled incessantly like a fried bean. The energy in his body flowed to his arm, and rushed into the hilt. The void dark flames inside Ocean Prison far exceeded the amount in Tang Tian's body. The high concentration of energy did not even touch the hilt, but was transformed into the mist. Tang Tian's hand suddenly inflated like a balloon. The pincushion pain caused him to almost let go of the hilt, but he knew that he could not let go at that moment, for if he did, he would be a goner. The energy was too pure, to the point it made him unable to breathe. If he lost control, his dantian would collapse, and then his body would combust spontaneously, and not even a trace would be left of him. Tang Tian's eyes were flaming, clenching down on his teeth. His expression was sinister, gripping onto the sword hilt with all his life. The spiraling energy in his body was like sharks that smelled blood, flowing quickly within the meridians towards the energy. But the meridians in Tang Tian's body were currently filled with the pure energy, so there was friction and the force pushed the spiraling energy while it advanced, causing the speed to be very slow. Persevere. Tang Tian clenched his teeth tightly. The spiraling energy advanced slowly but surely, and when it reached Tang Tian's wrists, the resistance immediately relaxed, and they cruised around in the energy mist happily, frantically absorbing all of the mist state energy. Tang Tian slowly pulled Ocean Prison out of the void. The pitch-black blade released an extremely dangerous chi. If Tang Tian opened his eyes to look, he would be surprised to realize that the thin energy in the passageway seemed to be stopped in motion. The void dark flames rapidly rose. The energy in Tang Tian's body started to wreak havoc like boiling water, causing Tang Tian to perspire like a boiled lobster, flushing red and drenched in perspiration, so red as though his blood would burst out of his skin at any moment. The number of spiraling energies in Tang Tian finally reached 18. They were like a school of silver fish, glistening and shining, while swimming agilely. The 2.5M sword blade cut through the air, causing a scary ZZ sound to appear, as it was slowly pulled. When the sword tip left the void, the thin energy in the passageway, like withered grass, loudly combusted. The silent black flames engulfed the entire passageway. In the next moment, the thin blue mist was gone, and not a single bit of energy was left. Both of Tang Tian's hands unconsciously gripped onto Ocean Prison, and he released a mind-shattering scream. The black void dark flames slowly and determinedly surged into Tang Tian's meridians from his hand, like blazing hot oil. Wherever it went, the pain would cause Tang Tian's mind to go blank. The energy that was originally wreaking havoc suddenly became no match for it. Tang Tian's enlarged meridians could not retract in time, and were occupied by the void dark flames this time. The speed of the void dark flames was astonishing, tempering Tang Tian's meridians. Tang Tian's meridians became sparkling and pure, seemingly becoming thinner, but much tougher and durable than before. More importantly, it was much more thick and solid compared to previously. The spiraling energy was like a school of fish being pushed back by the void dark flames, and once again retreated. They had increased to 24 from 18, and it was rather spectacular. The spiraling energy was no longer silver, but black, as they were also absorbing the large amounts of void dark flames. The energy of the crane crystal pellet was already beginning to be exhausted. But at the moment the number of spiraling energies had grown into 36. 36 rays of spiraling energy converged together. The momentum was different, spinning at extremely fast revolutions, bringing forth a trace of black flames. Tang Tian had already begun to recover the control of his own body. Only after finally controlling everything did he exhale. Although there were remnants of energy, but the harm it could do to Tang Tian's body was already at a minimum. The void dark flames held the definite dominance. Seeing the spiraling energy had become jet black, he knew that the spiraling energy had absorbed the void dark flames. Tang Tian's mind suddenly thought of something. The spiraling energy could absorb void dark flames, and the Ocean Prison did not have any reaction to it. Tang Tian tried to control the spiraling energy to the void dark flames. The spiraling energy entered the void dark flames, like some sort of viscous tar in the void dark flames. It formed a small vortex. He did not lose control of the spiraling energy. This discovery made Tang Tian extremely happy, but the observation after that surprised him. Not only was the spiraling energy not repelling the void dark flames, but it was actually continuing its absorption of the void dark flames. The high-speed revolving spiraling energy formed a small vortex around it, allowing the efficiency of absorption to be extremely high. Everything happened in Tang Tian's body. So the jet-black spiraling energy, that looked to be slowly becoming transparent, seemed like it was expelling the void dark flames out of his body. But Tang Tian could feel that the transparent spiraling energy was accumulating a surging power, making him happy and surprised. Without waiting for him to react, the other spiraling energies also seemed to be beckoned in, and all of them converged and rushed into the void dark flames. The void dark flames seemed to be endless, but there were now 35 more vortexes. The first spiraling energy exhaled a ray that shot out from the void dark flames. It was like a powerful arrow, directly shooting into the remnants of the energy. Bang! The remnants of the pure energy crumbled, forming mist. The mist did not even have time to scatter, and immediately disappeared, completely absorbed by the spiraling energy. The new spiraling energy appeared in front of Tang Tian. The transparent spiraling energy was still made up of minute true power threads, but every single one of the threads were sparkling and pure, and coiled in an extremely complicated manner. Looking closely, one would realize that all the fine transparent true power threads were actually flowing slowly. Tang Tian suddenly thought of the pure energy. He calmed himself down and carefully inspected, before realizing the true power threads were actually liquid form, and were even more congealed and viscous than the highly compressed energy, and on its surrounding was a layer of transparent membrane, which was Tang Tian's martial spirit. Just that, after being tempered by the void dark flames, the silver martial spirit had become even more fine and transparent. After closer inspection, the new spiraling energy was half as slender as before, but was surprisingly more active, its speed as fast as lightning, and upon a thought, it could instantly complete half a revolution. This speed made Tang Tian tongue-tied, but also extremely happy. The faster the speed and revolution of his true power, the faster he could release techniques, the faster he could change his moves, the increase in his fighting strength. He was now extremely anticipative of his new spiraling energy, not knowing its might. Tang Tian suddenly thought of a question, and was immediately suspicious. He had tempered the void dark flames with his martial spirit, and had consumed a lot of energy, and achieved a transparent fine thread. And the void dark flames could also temper his martial spirit, and the silver martial spirit became transparent. So weird. Tang Tian thought of an even more brazen idea. If he used the void dark flames to temper with his own martial spirit silver flame, would it make his martial spirit become stronger? When that thought surfaced, Tang Tian was somewhat eager to test it out. To other people, it might be dangerous, and had to go through a lot of thinking and planning. But to Tang Tian, he did not like to hesitate. So. One after another of the new spiraling energies flew out of the void dark flames, like transparent arrowfishes flying out of the water. They once again returned to Tang Tian's meridians. Just as Tang Tian was going to test out his thought, a strange scene occurred. The 36 rays of spiraling energy suddenly all shuttled back and forth in his meridians, like a school of transparent fishes flashing up and down. Tang Tian was startled. He did not control the spiraling energy. What happened after that made him shocked. The crane crystal pellet's energy was already absorbed by the spiraling energy, and Tang Tian's Dantian original form finally surfaced. The remaining void dark flames were very few, and the ice blue heart was compressed into a blue bead. Pang! The spiraling energy above his Dantian split into two, a group pouncing onto the remnants of the dim void dark flames at his Dantian, the other group pouncing to the ice blue heart bead. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 355, Ultimate 7th Level. Chapter 355, Ultimate 7th Level. Translated by Barrybuns. Edited by Tian, XRCO, and D'Andrear. Pa. The void dark flames and ice blue heart on his Dantian crumbled at the same time and disappeared. Tang Tian's mind was shocked. The void dark flames and ice blue heart in his Dantian originated from his blood meridians, and he had a close connection to them. Only to see the 36 rays of spiraling energy suddenly rushing to his Dantian without him controlling them. The Dantian was like a lake, and the 36 rays of spiraling energy were swimming inside the Dantian. Tang Tian did not understand, but he had a question, and that was the ascension of level. Only by forming a new layer of Dantian could he step into the next domain. The 8th level. How could he form the 8th level of Dantian? Tang Tian calmed himself down and started to think. His mental cultivation techniques were too chaotic, because the energy in his body was too complicated. But as of now, all the energy in his body was swept away, and what was remaining were the 36 rays of spiraling energy. He initially thought, after absorbing all the energy, he could increase his level. But he did not think that it would actually produce 36 rays of spiraling energy, surprising him. But Tang Tian could feel the benefits. Not only were the 36 rays of spiraling energy interlinked with his mind, but it was also extremely congealed, far more than his current true power. Maybe I can do something about the spiraling energy. As though it had sensed Tang Tian's thoughts, the spiraling energy in the Dantian started to swim faster and faster. Gradually, a whirlpool was formed in the Dantian. It created a powerful suction that increased the speed of which the void dark flames were being pushed in the meridians. Tang Tian's expression immediately warped. Tang Tian's meridians were completely tempered by the void dark flames' infiltration, quickly becoming transparent. The meridians that were originally recovering back to their actual size were once again pulled wider. The hick pipe-like walls, thin and transparent, were Tang Tian's current meridians. After one full day, the void dark flames finally reached the Dantian. The surging fire pillar rushed into the Dantian. Tang Tian's body froze, his mind went into a blank, and he lost consciousness. The true power in the Dantian was instantly vaporized, devoured cleanly by the flying spiraling energy. The void dark flames seemed to be endless, continuously surging into the Dantian. In the blink of an eye, the Dantian was full. Tang Tian's Dantian walls were slowly being burnt and transformed by the void dark flames. While the void dark flames continued to surge in, the more the void dark flames came, the wider the Dantian walls were being pushed. Tang Tian's Dantian was like a slowly inflating balloon, becoming bigger and bigger. The Dantian became bigger and bigger as its walls became thinner and thinner. Tang Tian regained consciousness and upon witnessing what was happening, became extremely shocked. If this continues, my Dantian will be forced to burst. He had just fended off an evil wolf, but now a fierce tiger had come. Tang Tian simply wanted to cry, but he had no tears. What do I do? What do I do? Tang Tian clenched his teeth, and could only go in and go deeper. The 36 rays of spiraling energy struggled downwards, entering the 6th level Dantian pool, and began to lead the void dark flames in. Upon entering Tang Tian's 6th level Dantian pool, the situation became somewhat better. But the 6th level Dantian pool was much smaller than the 7th level, and quickly became full. After being stuffed, the 6th level Dantian pool also began to expand. Hey! Granddaddy Ocean Prison, that's enough, that's enough. Tang Tian's tone was polite and trying to curry favor, as though he had no choice but to bow and bend his knee. Tang Tian was crying in his mind. He did not wish to submit to it, but damn it, even the chance to submit was not given. There was no reaction from Ocean Prison, which was still in his hands. The 6th level Dantian pool was also expanded to its maximum, and being helpless, Tang Tian could only continue going downwards. Tang Tian finally understood what a thirsty bird quenching its thirst was. At this time, no one could correct him with the proper saying, quenching thirst by drinking poison. Tian, it's a play with Chinese words yet again. It is extremely difficult to translate to English. For the minute difference is like center and center. Human lives rose and fell very quickly. Tang Tian was grieving. His own road was like a black string wrapped around a black bead. Tang Tian suddenly realized the distance between the adjacent Dantian pools was much smaller. The lower-level Dantian pools that held the void dark flames were much more than what Tang Tian expected. Their width of expansion was much bigger than the 7th-level Dantian pool. This strange scene attracted Tang Tian's attention. Could it be that the lower-level Dantian pools actually have huge potential? In the past, regardless of whatever mental cultivation techniques, they all had a clear characteristic that every ascension of realm, the space of the Dantian pool would increase by over 10 folds, and that showed the distinct difference in gap between each level of martial artists. But the result in front of him caused Tang Tian to realize that everything that he knew in the past might possibly be wrong. Or maybe, he was a special case? Tang Tian already forgot about the danger. His mind was beginning to have many thoughts surface. Very quickly, he felt that it was no exception, although the void dark flames were strange, but it could truly test the potential of every Dantian pool. That was right, Tang Tian figured that the biggest part of support was the potential of the Dantian pool. Every time the Dantian pool expands to close to its maximum, the spiraling energy would sense danger, and automatically dive down to the lower-level Dantian pool. It was the first time Tang Tian witnessed such a scene. His pitiful knowledge could not explain the scene that was happening before him. But no matter how stupid he was, he could understand that he had reached a crucial juncture, that life and death was on the line. He racked his brain juice, and began to slowly think. The biggest problem was the void dark flames. Where did it come from? It came from Ocean Prison, that's right. Tang Tian's eyes lit up. He thought he found the root of the problem. Saint Sword Ocean Prison. He once again went to take a glance at the unfamiliar sword techniques. He found the things that suddenly appeared in his mind were extremely complicated, and at the start he rejected it and tried to resist, and after Ocean Prison had saved his life, it once again pushed Tang Tian to the edge of the cliff. This asshole. After summoning Ocean Prison, what do I do? Tang Tian was focused, trying to find the answer from the unfamiliar sword technique. Tang Tian struggled to find it and ignored the progress of the void dark flames. It had already reached his first-level Dantian pool, and was pushing it to its boundary. Ocean Prison suddenly trembled in Tang Tian's hands. Tang Tian trembled along with Ocean Prison. Dong, Tang Tian, who was being pushed to his maximum, finally lost consciousness. But strangely, Tang Tian's body did not explode. After being quiet for a long while, Tang Tian slowly opened his eyes. His scary-looking pupils had a gray color, and his mouth exposed a sneer. He caressed the sword blade of Ocean Prison and muttered lightly, "Thank you." But the voice was extremely bone-chilling. Ocean Prison buzzed in his hands, apparently joyful. An idiot also has his merits, his fortitude is strong. The cold voice was like a sword edge cutting through the air, cold and threatening. The tyrannical void dark flames in Tang Tian's body became extremely docile. He noticed the situation in his body, and was taken aback. Each of his dantian pools were broadened to their maximum, any more and his life would have exploded there and then. That required extreme bravery and fortitude. What he had invested reaped an astonishing value, his harvest was plentiful. But Tang Tian's cold heart thumped once, as though he was half a step late, and was played by the idiot. He realized he had to clear up the mess, which was something he loathed. The void dark flames in his body were gradually extracted out by Ocean Prison, and what was left in Tang Tian's body were all the expanded dantian pools. The original dantian pools were gone, and what replaced them were sparkling and transparent delicate dantian pool walls. The new dantian walls that had been tempered by the void dark flames were crystallized true power. It was impossible at the 7th level with normal means to allow Tang Tian's true power to crystallize. The 7th level was originally at the point where the true power would liquefy. To have the crystal dantian walls, the capacity was enlarged, the lesser expanded ones were bigger by 5 to 6 times, while the more expanded ones were bigger by around 10 times. Tang Tian's strength had suddenly soared, no one in the 7th level of true power could compare with him. All of his dantians currently could hold true power much stronger than normal 8th level dantian martial artists. Is this the ultimate 7th level? Tang Tian was slightly surprised. It could also be considered fool's luck. He glanced at Crane and Ling Su who were trembling beside him. Without any intention to help them, he took up Ocean Prison and his gaze looked into the depths of the waterway. His body moved, and like an arrow, he shot deeper in. If Crane and Ling Su were awake, they would definitely be overwhelmed with shock. Tang Tian's display of speed was 3 times faster than what his was before. And he was not even using wind concealment steps. Tang Tian shot forward without the intention to stop at all. Suddenly, a black figure pounced on him like lightning. Tang Tian did not stop, he flicked his wrist and the long Ocean Prison sword released a sword beam. The black figure did not even have the time to wail out, and was split in half. The black figure was a star spirit beast, and was one of the 8th level. The smell of blood immediately pervaded the air, and one after another star spirit beasts appeared from within the shadows. The purity of the energy inside was high, and after being sealed for so long without any disturbance, it was easy for star spirit beasts to reside and reproduce in there. Without even blinking, Tang Tian rushed deeper in without slowing his speed. The star spirit beasts were enraged as they were awakened. Tang Tian showed his scorn, and immediately stabbed into the nest. Countless figures all pounced towards Tang Tian. Tang Tian's speed was still at its maximum, the extremely straight Saint Sword Ocean Prison pointed in front of him, like a cavalryman holding his lance straight. Pushing forth with power beneath his feet, his figure instantly disappeared. Almost simultaneously, he rushed into the crowd of star spirit beasts, his figure leaning about 30 degrees off the ground. Extremely sharp sword aura shot out from the 2 sides of Ocean Prison. The following scene was shocking. Everywhere Tang Tian passed, the star spirit beasts would be perfectly sliced at the waist by a formless blade, not one star spirit beast could block it nor escape it. The earth-shaking roars of the star spirit beasts abruptly stopped, the black figures that covered the entire place were all wiped out. Tang Tian's expression was normal, without a single bit of fluctuation, as though what he was doing was a simple job. Over 100 star spirit beasts did not delay Tang Tian's movements at all. Fresh blood spurted out all over the passage, dyeing the entire place with red and the stench of blood filled the air, but Tang Tian's body did not even have one drop of blood. Without looking at the corpses, he disappeared further into the passage. XRCO, that's not like TT. He would have normally picked up all their nuclei before leaving XD. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 356, Angelina. Chapter 356, Angelina. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian, XRCO, and DeAndre. Tang Tian leisurely strolled around the hall after killing countless star spirit beasts and destroying many traps without a single drop of blood on his body. Facing the sunlight, Tang Tian squinted his eyes, his eyebrows frowned. He did not like the sunlight. Glancing at the stars in the sky, Tang Tian judged his current position. Andromeda constellation. He considered that he had plenty of time to move this time, and could do many things. If not, he would not be able to endure his low rate of efficiency which could piss anyone off. But he did not plan to change anything. When he reached Southern Cross constellation, that would be the time to fight, and regardless whether it was him or the other him, he was still not strong enough. Although the other him was somewhat idiotic, he had to admit that his rate of growth was much stronger than his. He was always calm, living in hibernation and waiting, and to him, it was no different to fighting. He made the right judgment for himself, preferring to live in darkness. The other him charged around violently, while he hid in the darkness, and when the opponent exposed a weakness, giving him the fatal strike chance, that was where he was best at. The plan was the most suitable for the both of them to bring out their individual qualities, so from the start, he had never sought to seek control of the body. But he did not want to waste the chance he had obtained after much difficulty, to come out and take a breath of fresh air. Currently, the power of void dark flames was too strong for Tang Tian, and he had suffered an intense attack this time. If it was in his normal state, he would faint for around 15 days, but to him currently, it was a rare chance that came by. 15 days of time, I better plan and use it well. Tang Tian opened his left palm, and wiped his entire face. The void dark flames transformed into a black flaming mask that stuck onto his face. Tang Tian's body released a surging black flame, transforming into a cape that covered his entire body. The black flames were like ordinary flames, without a trace of chi from the void dark flames. The Saint Sword Ocean prison in his right hand burst out in flames, and it quickly retracted, becoming a black-colored slender rapier. Ocean prison was too obvious. Without a sword guard, it would be too impressionable. A rapier without a sword guard looked like a sharp and thin iron bar, which would look to be more ordinary. Suddenly, he heard movement. Tang Tian's figure disappeared. Tang Tian quietly stood on top of a tree branch, like an owl hiding in the night, the dense leaves covering his body. There were many people fighting, but no one felt that 20 m away from them, there was a person hiding. Angelina sat by the shore, propping her chin on her hands, her gold hair flowing down and landing on her beautiful shoulders. She had a high nose bridge, her blue eyes were as attractive as the ocean. Her dress dropped at her waist, accentuating her voluptuous chest to the extreme. Her heart was sunk. Her guards were falling one by one, the situation for her was getting worse by the minute. The enemy had already surrounded her, and she had nowhere to run. Your Highness, please stop the pointless struggling, this will not change your situation. Outside of the circle, a handsome young man said leisurely, his face had a thin smile, which was actually very attractive. But in Angelina's eyes, it was despicable. But she knew that being angry was useless, her eyes had fear and panic, pitifully speaking, George, we grew up together, are you truly going to hurt me? George was somewhat sad, Angelina, this is Master's order. Surrender and I won't hurt you. Angelina was distressed, George, I do not wish to marry Zhou Ning from Honorable Marshal Group. If I go back, they will definitely force me to marry him. Zhou Ning is Zhou Shan's dog, I definitely will not marry him. George's heart was extremely unhappy, he knew that Zhou Ning was infamous, and he said gently, Angelina, stop it. I will help you, with all of my capabilities, to prevent it from happening. But under Master's order, we cannot go against it. There is no more time, George. Angelina's tears started to fall, the Honorable Marshal Group's people will arrive by tomorrow. If I am still at the palace tomorrow, they will definitely marry me off to Zhou Ning. The Master will not stop it, I am only the third in the successor line, but... George, no wonder you can never be promoted. A voice suddenly came out from behind George, whoosh, a group of people came out, surrounding all of them. A big fierce-looking person slowly walked out, his face full of ridicule, truly soft-hearted. Alright, you can get lost now, I'll handle it from here. Angelina stopped crying, her eyes already exposing despair. George and her grew up together, so she knew his personality, he was actually kind, if she kept pleading, he might actually let her go. But Bafu was a true stone-hearted and cold-blooded murderer. Pleading would only make him delighted and excited. The guards that came out like a tide were Bafu's elite subordinates, all of them were strong, and George's men were not their opponents. George's face turned green, Bafu scolded him for being soft-hearted, making him speechless. Bafu held high authority in Andromeda constellation, he was the Master's chief imperial guard, and his strength was unfathomable. If he were to show a bit of hesitation, Bafu would not hesitate to kill him, even though he was the second-seat successor to the Fengyi family. His eyes twitched, and he said hatefully, let's go. George's guards were all relieved, they all knew of Bafu's infamous name, it was a name in Andromeda constellation that could definitely stop a baby from crying. George's troops left in a hurry. Bafu smiled as he looked at Angelina, his eyes had a burning passion. He licked his lips, Angelina, you're finally in my hands. I have waited for this day for too long. Angelina's face changed, she felt as if her heart was being clenched tightly, and started feeling breathless. She did not know her face was as white as paper, and said, you dare. Bafu. I'm getting married to Zhou Ning, and he will not tolerate it if you dare to humiliate me, It was as if Bafu heard a big joke, and started to laugh crazily, stopping after a long while, then suddenly said, Brother Zhou, can I play with her for 2 days? A evil-looking reserved man came up beside Bafu, and chuckled, since Brother Ba likes her, it can be considered her good luck. Women are made to play with, and it'll only be interesting if everyone enjoys them. I still have a few other fresh girls, and will send them to Brother Ba's residence, all of them come from some backgrounds all the famous sects. I would want Brother Ba to evaluate them. Angelina's hands and legs started to turn ice cold, as though she just came out from the freezer. She stared blankly at the evil-looking man, her body on the verge of collapse. Angelina, served General Ba well. Zhou Ning chuckled evilly. Bafu was extremely pleased, and walked towards Angelina with a sinister smile. Angelina was beyond despair, but she knew, any begging or crying would only make the enemy more happy. She puffed up her chest, her snow-white fingers making her fringe proper, naturally touching her face in the process, and she began to speak. Bafu, you are collaborating with Honorable Martial Group. One day, you will die a tragic end. She looked at the two men, her eyes brimming with disdain. And you, Zhou Ning, you're only fit to be a dog. Somehow, her fingers had a blue gleaming needle, making contact with her skin. Bafu's eyes contracted, and he stopped walking. This woman is truly scheming. She was lost and in despair just a second ago, and suddenly she was prepared to end her life. What dogs love to do, is to hunt. Zhou Ning smiled sinisterly, and said proudly, Miss Angelina, if you think that you can do such things in front of me, you are too inexperienced. Angelina's heart jumped, and suddenly she realized she could not move her body, as though it was not listening to her. General Ba, please enjoy. Zhou Ning laughed evilly. Bafu laughed out loud, losing something then regaining it, was the most ecstatic feeling. That despaired look made him extremely aroused to the point that his bones shuddered. He strode forward, extended his hand, wanting to grab Angelina's voluptuous breasts. Angelina's heart had died. Suddenly, a cold long slender piece of metal on her neck quietly pierced forth. All the hair on Angelina's body stood from the extreme cold intent. As though Bafu's hand was bitten by a snake, suddenly feeling the pain, he groaned, retreating backwards, he roared, Who is it? Suddenly, an unforeseen event caused everyone to quiver. A slender rapier at Angelina's neck suddenly extended out. Everyone then realized that a person was suddenly standing behind Angelina. He was holding a black slender rapier, while slowly walked out from behind Angelina. The black flame mask covered his entire face, his gray eyes were cold without a trace of emotions, the flowing black flame cape completely covering every inch of his body. Tian, imagine Kurosaki Ichigo's final Getsuga form. The black rapier in his hands caused everyone's eyes to contract. A rapier without a sword guard looked like a straight metal bar, making the slender rapier lose all of its gracefulness, and left with its dangerous and fierce aura. Every single person was a martial artist who had been through over 100 battles, and had profound understanding of all sorts of weapons. The rapier was originally a weapon that stressed fully on offense and ignoring defense, while the sword guard was its only and most minimal form of defense. Without it, it meant that the swordmaster was seeking for extreme offense, and completely ignoring any form of defense. What kind of swordmaster would dare to use such an extremely dangerous rapier? Who would blindly pursue offense, and neglect his own life? Even for suicide warriors, they had to have absolute confidence in their offensive capabilities. Regardless of what person he was, it made Zhou Ning have a bad feeling. Tang Tian's rapier quietly remained by his side, his body was as straight as a spear, the black flames skirting around his body, it was as though his entire body was shrouded by darkness. The entire scene became silent. Tian obviously after reading the entire chapter, we have come to realize how Tang Tian has two personalities, or two different persons, that we are unsure yet. But whenever I write him, it would state the other personality other than the current Tang Tian who is in charge of the body and continuing the journey. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 357, Making His Move. Chapter 357, Making His Move. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian, Leozi, Exercio, Nitsuriako, and D'Andrear. Tang Tian stood there as though he did not hear anything. Tian, previously Bafu asked who was it? LOL. A person who was the third in place in succession, interesting. That was why Tang Tian decided to make his move. Almost every constellation master would appoint a few successors. Fighting openly and maneuvering discreetly was common, but to every constellation, ensuring the continuance of the inheritance of the constellation was forever the most important. Because the selected few successors were usually young people, how their future turned out, even the brilliant masters could not guarantee that their vision was not biased. They would select a few, and pick the best candidate out of the few. That was how many constellations worked. The fights between the candidates were happily observed by the masters. If they liked one of them, they naturally would not care about the rest, but at the same time, if under their care, the candidate could not fight with the rest, then they would have to drop the candidate. Other than needing to receive the approval from the powerful and authoritative families in the constellation, they still are required to receive the approval from the Saint Treasures. Only by receiving the Saint Treasures' approval could the inheritance of the constellation be passed down. Out of the two conditions, the real important one was the latter one. Third place was already a rather high position, which meant, if anything happened to the first two, or if their growth in the future was not as expected, the power could possibly be given to the golden-haired lady in front of Tang Tian. Usually, these sort of people held high positions in their own constellation. Third place meant that her power and talent was rather outstanding, where only two other people were better than her. For strong constellations such like the constellations of the 12 ecliptic palaces, the top 10 successors would usually be protected. For smaller constellations, the first 5 successors would be viewed as important and deemed to be protected. The world was full of accidents, and the 5 successors were just to safeguard that the inheritance could be passed on, but the difference between each position of successor insinuated extreme difference in individual strength. The constellation master's strength, to any constellation, is the most important. If the new master's strength dropped, the constellation's strength would drop as well. That was something none of the constellation masters would want to see. Third position successor, to be married to Qiu Shan's subordinate? Unless he personally witnessed it, Tang Tian would never believe it. Qiu Shan was the third ranker in the youth generation of Honorable Martial Group. His potential was huge, but in Honorable Martial Group, Qiu Shan was hardly an important character. In all reality, his position was the same as Angelina, one of the candidates for successorship. If a successor was able to sweep the position in one move, then he naturally held the power of heaven and earth. But there was only one throne, and the remaining successors naturally would have no other choice but to bleakly accept their end. The position of successor was highly revered and protected, but did not always hold power and authority. Because of family reasons, Qiu Shan was raised to be independent. The difference between him and the true high-ranking elders of Honorable Martial Group, and it was a huge disparity. Their connections, experience and strength were incomparable. In peaceful times, for the new young brilliant generation to want to hold true power, they too needed to endure step by step. Andromeda constellation was a constellation of the northern sky. Comparing in heaven's road, it was just a desolate feudal state in the wilderness. No matter how small a feudal state, it was still a feudal state. Honorable Martial Group's military force could naturally crush Andromeda constellation, but it would not do so. No matter how small the state was, they would rope them in. Such reckless humiliation would not do any good to Honorable Martial Group, and would only anger the small feudal states. If the situation was normal, then there would be no problems. But it was obvious, everything that was happening in front of them was definitely not normal. Although all these people were listening to the master of Andromeda constellation, but Tang Tian did not believe it at all. A constellation master had honor and a bottom line. Unless it reached the point of threatening the life of the constellation, he would definitely not use his successors as bargaining chips for deals. The unusual scene actually divulged a lot of information. Either Andromeda was already on the edge of a desperate situation, if not, all these people were not listening to the master's order at all. Regardless of which it was, there was definitely foul play involved. Wasn't Honorable Group currently at a stalemate with Leo constellation? Why would they have leftover people coming here to mess around? In that few moments, Tang Tian already sorted out from all the information he had gathered, and saw the faintly discernible vortex. The only problem was whether the Andromeda constellation was worth it for him to make a move? There was not a bit of disturbance in his mind, he was extremely calm. After planning and weighing the pros and cons, he then realized something special about Andromeda constellation. Andromeda constellation was one of Northern Sky's 19 continents' powerful traditional constellations. The Saint Treasure of Andromeda constellation only recognized females, so all the masters were females. Andromeda constellation's Saint Treasure was called the Fairy Hoop, and its power was not considered the strongest compared to the other Saint Treasures. But because its succession was extremely stable, and all the generation of masters were all relatively steady, accumulating from generation to the next, it became one of the strongest constellations in Northern Sky. Andromeda constellation's law and order was the best in Northern Sky, and the citizens all lived extremely stable lives, and every generation's master were all supported greatly by her people. Andromeda constellation was not the strongest in Northern Sky, but was the most abundant and plentiful constellation, for every generation of operations and accumulations allowed them to possess extremely profound connections in Northern Sky. And Andromeda constellation had never attacked other constellations in all of history, and in every generation, the master of Andromeda constellation was the model for being the neutral faction, and received the most public praise in Northern Sky's 19 continents. So in Northern Sky, there existed small constellations that followed Andromeda constellation. That was an opportunity. Without any hesitation, Tang Tian realized that and immediately took action. But the sword that cut Bafu's palm caught him by surprise. What caused people to be taken aback was that Tang Tian did not take the chance to strike, but stood quietly in front of Angelina. Angelina was completely terrified, the sword was like a snake, and made her lose all her courage. As the third in line to succeed Andromeda constellation, she was not a spoiled girl who was always kept in safety. She was someone with battle experience, and had killed many enemies. Even when facing the fierce Bafu, she did not cower back at all. But she had never seen a sword technique that was filled with such dark chi. It should not be able to exist under the light, and should have cut the enemy's throats from the darkness, quietly. She was not a weakling, and worked hard to control the fear in her heart, and not let it spread. Calm down. Calm down. Angelina, you can do it. She continued to console herself in her mind, and finally her chi calmed down. The fear in her mind creeping away. She gathered her courage, and meticulously sized up the man in front of her. Knight. That was the only phrase Angelina could think of, looking at the man in front of her who was completely covered in black flames. He was tall, but not bulky, and was well proportioned, standing straight as a spear. This made Angelina feel strange. In her impression, all the swordsmen who walked in the dark liked to constantly bend their back, and always in a state of being cautious. They did their best to prevent people from finding out about them, but the person in front of her was not. He stood there straight up with his sword, not saying a word, not trying to hide himself. Behind him, Angelina could clearly feel calmness that was naturally leaking out of him. Was it absolute self-confidence? Her heart was filled with some hope, but she intelligently kept quiet. She did not know him, so she kept quiet, the less words the better. By speaking out in anger to the opponent might turn things for the worse instead. Can I ask who are you? Zhou Ning's expression was calm, but his eyes looked treacherous. Xiao Shan's ambitious heart is too big. The hoarse voice came out from the black flame cape. His voice was extremely cold. Zhou Ning could feel the danger. His body was slightly bent, squinting his eyes and staring at Tang Tian. He said coldly, "Who are you?" The opponent's words had subtle meaning, pointing out to certain things, but Zhou Ning was a cautious person, and was extremely careful. "I'll kill you." Bafu's fierce voice, he could no longer tolerate it. His right palm was bleeding profusely. Tang Tian's sword had pierced deep into his hand. What made him even more scared was, a thread of gentle and soft true power had entered his palm. And no matter how he tried to urge his true power, he was unable to push the swift true power out of his body. That was because of the strange true power was doing something to him, and causing the blood to keep flowing. "Bafu, master is disappointed in you." Suddenly, a cold voice came out from behind the black flames. "Master." Bafu's body froze, his eyes full of shock. "Don't tell me. General Ba. Don't get tricked." Zhou Ning anxiously shouted. Behind the black flame's mask, the calm face exposed a small arc. Bafu's expression had given Tang Tian the answers he needed. The reason he had stayed in his spot for so long was to find out more information from the opponent. And he got it. "Kill him." Bafu suddenly realized, and ordered fiercely. The surrounding guards seemed to be awakened from a dream, and all roared in unison as they all pounced onto Tang Tian. Then, the unthinkable happened. The rapier swordsman and Angelina, who were surrounded, had disappeared. "Don't think of escaping." Zhou Ning's roar resonated out. Only after Tang Tian disappeared did he realize it. A ray of silver light, like a silver snake rushing out of its cave, shot out. Ding! The thin rapier accurately pierced his silver whip. A wave of strange true power entered Zhou Ning's body through the silver whip, causing his face to change. He released a strange sound, released his grip on the whip, and his entire person retreated backwards. Bang! Bowoti's whip, a Bowoti's constellation star weapon, was actually turned into dust by the opponent's blade. All the martial artists around who witnessed were shocked. All of them who were initially planning to give chase all retreated. Bafu, who was rushing to Zhou Ning, had his legs stuck to the ground. He looked up, his face beyond appalled. He had seen Zhou Ning's Bowoti's whip for the past few days. Bowoti's constellation was just a northern sky grade weapon, but the Bowoti's whip was a rarely seen star weapon. Zhou Ning had spent countless amounts of time to become extremely adept with it, and using Honorable Martial Group's secret techniques to continuously temper it. After a long and drawn-out period, it had finally began to have a golden luster. With another 2 or 3 years of time, it could completely truly transform into a gold-rank star treasure. Such a powerful star treasure, to actually become dust by a sword. To what extent was the might of the sword? No one dared to move, as they stared at the person carrying Angelina, as though he was leisurely walking, disappearing from their vision. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 358, Entering the City. Chapter 358, Entering the City. Translated by Buns. Edited by Tian, XRCO, and DeAndre. Angelina's gaze was stuck on Tang Tian. Since the start, she did not know anything about him. Who was he? Where was he from? Why did he save her? She did not know anything. His face was covered in the black flame mask, his entire body was also covered, so she couldn't make anything out. He also did not seem to have any intention of dropping the mask. But from his posture, Angelina could infer that he was someone who had received good education. Even if he was seated on the ground or on the floor, he was like a neat rock, seated extremely straight. Unlike the martial artists for hire, they would sit without discipline. Since saving her, he had not spoken to her one sentence. Angelina gathered her courage. Hello, who are you? Why did you save me? Tang Tian ignored her. He was thinking on what role he could act sufficiently in the 15 days. To him, time was everything. He did not wish to spoil his plans, despite him having a low IQ, since he just charges into everything violently, even able to charge through the heavens. 15 days of time was just right. When he left, he had carefully checked. Ling Su and Crane's situation also required roughly 15 days. To him, that was extremely crucial. He wanted to water down his 15 days, reducing any influence to him, and especially his companions. He was much more clearer than him on the value of companions, and that was one of the most important reasons why he stayed in hibernation. On this point, he was much more outstanding than him. Was the order for you to marry Zhou Ning personally given by Asda? Tian, just to note, it is not that I am purposely giving them English names to make things easier. The Chinese writings were meant to be written for the English names. Like how Georgian Chinese is literally Georgia in Chinese, and how Angelina sounds like Adelina, there are no such Chinese names. The cold and hoarse voice suddenly ringing out surprised Angelina, who replied, yes. Asda was the master of Andromeda constellation, and had been for many years. Did she order you face to face? Angelina was smart. Upon hearing that question, she immediately understood, and after thinking for a while she replied, no, master is reclusive and seldom comes out, so we hardly see her. This order was given through Clan Elder Hammer and Lady Ali. Tian, might be the trend of Andromeda constellation to have English-like names. Clan Elder Hammer and Lady Ali? Clan Elder Hammer is the head clan elder, Lady Ali is the master's younger sister, both of them are the most trusted to master. Only they can freely enter and leave the fairy palace. Angelina's face was pale, but the order must definitely be from master, because it was given using the star power. Every constellation master wielded a saint treasure, and could at any time use the power of the constellation to record images and messages. Because only the master of the constellation who wields the power is able to do that, so usually all orders sent by the master will be using that. A constellation master can be impersonated, but the power of a saint treasure could not be replicated. But Tang Tian's words actually reminded Angelina. Angelina had carefully recalled and realized many suspicious points. For example, this matter, the master would not be so careless. Don't tell me. A scary thought surfaced into her mind. Why me? Her face became even whiter, and her voice trembled. Why you? Tang Tian asked her back. His tone was ice cold, without a trace of warmth, no sympathy, no care. Like a sharp ice pick, it pierced into Angelina's heart. Angelina's mouth trembled, in her beautiful eyes, fear crept out. Father, their target, is father. Who is he? Tang Tian asked. Angelina, who was instantly terrified, was like a drowning victim trying to grab onto the only thing that could save her life. My father is Ta Dun. He is the captain of the Plateau Army, which is the only army of Andromeda constellation. Please, save my father. Who can you trust? The cold voice that was like a knife actually made Angelina calm down. She was a smart girl who had lived in the court, so she was influenced by all sorts of plots and schemes. Upon calming down, her mind started working very quickly. The most important thing for her to do now is to send a message to her father. If the enemy is truly plotting, then the people close to her would also definitely be spied on. Suddenly, Angelina remembered something, and said excitedly, Wang Lin Commerce. Father had said before, if I were to be in any danger, I should go look for Wang Lin Commerce. The headquarters is at Fairy City, West River Street. Fairy City was Andromeda Constellation's core city, and was the hub of Andromeda Constellation, where the Fairy Palace was located at. When the two of them went nearer to the city, they realized Fairy City was heavily guarded, with every entrance being protected by guards who were having strict checks. There were lines at every entrance, and all sorts of cursing that never stopped until Bafu appeared, and all the noise disappeared. Bafu's hand was wrapped in bandages, his face was pale green, his fierce gaze sweeping across, and everyone kept quiet out of fear. Suddenly, Tian noticed a carriage. On the carriage was a young lady with hair that drooped over her shoulders, her dress as white as snow, standing straight with a cold demeanor, looking very beautiful. By her side, a young man with a congealed temperament, with a smile on his face. The reason why Tian noticed the carriage was because among the long queue of people, only the carriage was unobstructed and could advance forward. Tian hit Angelina without hesitation, causing her to faint, then carrying her, he quietly swept across. Obviously, the big carriage was of some status, and to them, it was the ultimate protection. Although Andromeda is a small constellation, the scenery of Fairy City is not too bad. Xiaoshan was refined and courteous, accompanying the beautiful lady. His speed of speech was just right, filled with an intimidating force, but did not cause people to dislike. Andromeda constellation is the most stable constellation in northern sky, and therefore the business and trade have always been flourishing. 90% of all commerce businesses in northern sky have their headquarters situated over here in Fairy City. These rich businessmen all live rich and extravagant lives, and all of their manners are extremely beautiful. Fairy City is northern sky's most beautiful and flourishing city. It was as if he was introducing his own home, gently speaking with warmth and intimacy. Mingyu gazed at the heavily guarded city gates, and was slightly surprised, but something happened? Xiaoshan smiled unexpectedly. Don't bother with it, leave it to them to handle it. Mingyu turned and looked at Xiaoshan. Xiaoshan looked to be languid and confident, then suddenly smiling, like a fierce tiger lazily baring its teeth. He was brimming with a power that made people believe in him all along, as though nothing could hinder him. Strength, that was the most obvious feeling from him. After accompanying him for the past few days, Mingyu was somewhat familiar with Xiaoshan. No matter how proud she was, she had to admit that Xiaoshan was the most outstanding man she had ever met. That's true. Mingyu suddenly showed a smile. Her smile blossomed a flirtatious expression which was beautiful, causing Xiaoshan to become absent-minded for the moment. But he quickly regained his senses, and did not even hide it, but praised loudly, Miss Mingyu's smile is the most beautiful work of art I have ever seen in this world. Mingyu did not reply him, her gaze was in the distance, somewhat lost in thought. Xiaoshan did not mind, and generously admired her beautiful face. Although he was previously attracted to Mingyu's beautiful features, but he did not lose his thoughts, and had begun to think. Mingyu was experienced, whether if it was her own capabilities, or her unfathomable background, it was a large assistance. If he could obtain Mingyu, the value of it was much higher compared to 10 of Andromeda constellation. He had heard previously that she had some sort of relation with the Yi family, but from the looks of it, she obviously was not satisfied by Yi Xiaogu, and to him, it was an opportunity. He had decided that for the next few days, he would spend it all with Mingyu. Xiaoshan was full of self-confidence, regardless of looks, family background, power, he was top-notch in every aspect, and in the entire Heavens Road, the number of people who were stronger than him was but a few. Bafu saw Xiaoshan, and immediately saw the chance to flatter and exploit the chance. How's your injury? Is it serious? I have some medication here, take it and use it. Xiaoshan did not act arrogantly in front of Bafu. With a face of concern, he threw the medication to him. Bafu was grateful, and immediately replied, It's nothing. Master, don't worry. Master, please enter the city. Mingyu saw the interaction, nodded in her heart. Xiaoshan was born a noble, but was not arrogant and overbearing, and that was rare and remarkable. Xiaoshan smiled, did not disturb Bafu from inspecting, and entered the city. Our place of residence has been prepared at Bright Moon Garden. Xiaoshan smiled, that is a place of residence for a commerce president, and decorated quite well, the name is also extremely fitting, I hope Miss Mingyu will like it. Tian, Bright Moon Garden is Mingyu Garden, exactly same name as her. Mr. Xiaoshan is too nice to me. Mingyu's leaned forward as an expression of gratitude, her tone indifferent. Mingyu is not learned enough, and likes a quiet and natural setting. I hope Mr. Xiaoshan can help me find a secluded mountain. Xiaoshan muttered, my thoughts were inconsiderate. If you are looking for a secluded place, there is a mountain at the west, called Mountain Nyosho. It has nice scenery and less human traffic, it is a rather apt place. I have to impose on Mr. Xiaoshan. Mingyu thanked. Xiaoshan waved his hands, Miss Mingyu, don't mention it. Mountain Nyosho was not far, and they reached rather quickly, landing on the mountain top. Mingyu could see the entire fairy city, the scenery was beautiful and the air was fresh, her face exposing an extremely satisfied smile. Thank you, Mr. Xiaoshan, you can leave the carriage there. Miss Mingyu, please be careful. Xiao Shan advised, then suddenly laughed. But from what I see, with Miss Mingyu's strength, to even get your attention, I think only a person at the Saint Domain can do it. Mingyu bowed to Xiao Shan. Mingyu is extremely grateful to Brother Qiu's care. The word Brother Qiu made Xiao Shan burst with joy. He did his best to hold in the joy. Sister Ming doesn't have to be so polite with me. I will be going off. I won't disturb your peace already. Finished, he called everyone to leave and specifically sent the order down to the guards at the foot of the mountain to prevent tourists from going up. Xiao Shan's eyes were filled with adoration. Mingyu looked at him, but his direct speech and actions made her admire him even more. Yang Xianzhong was much inferior compared to Xiao Shan. She was curious for Xiao Shan to already be so outstanding, but he was ranked third out of the young generation in Honorable Martial Group. So how outstanding were the first and second? Honorable Martial Group was much more remarkable than she thought. But Mingyu's eyes suddenly turned cold and opened her mouth. The friend beneath the carriage, please come out. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 359, West River Street. Chapter 359, West River Street. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian, XRCO, and D'Andre R. Mingyu waited for a long time, but there were no movements on the carriage. Her face changed, flicking her wrist suddenly. The sword light was as white as snow, and the carriage split in two, but the bottom of the carriage was empty. Mingyu's gaze was stuck for a long time, then suddenly she let out a laugh. I have met a powerful opponent. To be able to sneak under the carriage right under Xiao Shan's nose, he must definitely be strong and brave. I never expected Andromeda Constellation to have crouching tiger hidden dragons, she thought. She was suddenly excited for the journey this time to Andromeda Constellation. About 700 m away from Mingyu, in the dense tree leaves, Tang Tian, who was covered completely in fire, was like an apparition that stood there silently, quietly looking at Mingyu releasing her sword. He was extremely cautious of the mysterious lady. She was actually able to sense that he was nearby, and either she was stronger than Xiao Shan, or her sword technique was special. If not for him being extremely nimble and prudent, he would have been cut in half by her. And that sword was something. If it was any normal day, he would be extremely curious about such a strong and special woman, and might even want to spar. But he only had 15 days of time, and he could not waste it on a stranger, even though she was strong and beautiful. Tang Tian carried Angelina, who was still asleep, and quietly left. When Angelina woke up, she realized she was in an alley. She fluttered her eyes open, looking around in the unfamiliar place. She wondered whether she was in a dream and if everything that had happened was just a nightmare. That would be good. She exhaled a breath, when suddenly, a black figure emerged from the corner of her eyes, and she froze. It was not a dream. For Angelina to be ranked third in the line of successorship of Andromeda Constellation, she did not rely on her beauty. She took a deep breath, and her expression became normal. The man did not give her any warning and struck her, causing her to faint. That explosive attitude exposed some information. At least she knew that he was not someone her father had sent to save her. Don't let him lose his patience, don't let him think that I am a burden. Angelina looked around, her eyes lit up and said, this is an alley in the lower streets, we need to go that way, but... She looked at Tang Tian, seeing that he did not oppose it, she gathered her courage and walked towards the exit of the alley. After walking a few steps, she could not help but turn her head to look back, and seeing that Tang Tian was following behind, she heaved a sigh of relief. After relaxing, her brain could work faster. The strength of the mysterious swordsman was unfathomable, and she could not understand how, under such strict security, he managed to slip into the city. She noticed that there were a few clothes left out under the sun to dry. Her eyes lit up, her current dressing was too eye-catching, and she needed to be in disguise. I'll go and change. Angelina told Tang Tian quietly, and quietly went behind a wall. Tang Tian's eyes swept a trace of admiration. He did not have any positive feelings for a pretty face. A brainless pretty face was useless to his plans. His time was limited, with only 15 days, and no matter how much he did in the 15 days, he would not be able to complete his plans. He did not believe Xiao Shan was an idiot. The remaining parts of the plan could only be completed by Angelina herself. A pure pretty face in such a situation would inevitably be broken. A plan that was bound to fail would not even need to be executed. Till now, Angelina's performance was satisfactory. Angelina made sure her movements were quiet. She took down the clothes that were hung up. After looking around, she ran to a corner to change. No one could see her here. After all, she was a girl that was reaching 20 years of age, and to think of hiding from Tang Tian's sight, it was instinctive. The corner was dark, the residents staying in the area did not seem to be at home, and there was no noise. Her hands reached for her back, as the hooks for the dress were behind. The long and thin ribbon was tied in a complicated knot, going around through the hook. For the long skirt to look even more fluffy, beneath it was a pliable and tough framework, making its weight heavy. The dress was tightened well to ensure that it stayed on the body and did not drop. Usually, she had servants who would help her dress up and undress, so after trying to unfasten the back and touching around for half a day, she did not realize that her ribbon was in a tangled mess. The ribbon was made from a material from the multicolored silkworm, and was extremely tough and durable that could not be cut by a normal blade. She was flustered. Suddenly, a shadow overlooked her. The black figure appeared in front of her. Needless to say, Angelina knew that he was not happy about her wasting time. Her face was red as she tried to explain. I cannot loosen the ribbon behind. Turn. Tang Tian's voice was not in the least bit warm. Angelina's face became red, she let out a sound, but did not say a word and turned. Was he going to help me tie my dress? This is so humiliating. But she bit her lips, and forced herself not to make a sound. See. An unexpected sound came out from behind her back. She only felt her back feeling a chill and the heavy dress dropped on the floor. She froze. The cold air caused her skin to produce goosebumps. After losing the protection from the dress, her body was exposed to the air, and with the cold air all around her body, in that moment, her mind drew a blank. She had never exposed her bare body to a male before. Tang Tian expressionlessly took up the rapier. On Angelina's back, from top down, he cut into two. Release the hook? He had never learnt these sorts of things before. The completely exposed back showed that her figure was exceptionally good. Her skin was exquisite and smooth with a blush that spread among the snow-white body. Angelina tightly hugged her chest, not knowing what to do. Your butt is nice. Tang Tian commented indifferently, then turned to leave. He quietly stood by the wall. As it turned out, he was perfectly in place with the shadows, completely hidden but able to see the entire alley. He knew much more than him, and at this time he envied his naivety and carefree life. The ability to be able to not have anything linger in the heart was a state that could compare to the strongest unique martial techniques. You will come to understand it later. Tang Tian quietly thought. Angelina came out. She had changed into commoner's clothes. Tang Tian frowned. The rough clothing on her hardly covered up her beauty. Especially her smooth and delicate skin, under the rough materials, it added an enticing beauty. Tang Tian's wrist flicked. The rapier was like a poisonous snake that spat out, and instantly struck the floor in front of Angelina. Chi. An extremely miniature explosion sound came out, and in front of Angelina, without any warning, exploded out and causing a cloud of dust, catching Angelina off guard and covering her. Cough, cough, cough. The dust dispersed, and Angelina had completely changed into a grey person, filthy all over, who could tell that she was an outstanding beauty. Angelina did not realize what he was trying to do, but after that she instantly knew, and understood Tang Tian's actions. Just that, could you be more gentle? Angelina tightly bit her lips, but did not make a sound. She knew she was not on the grounds to negotiate. Just that, Tang Tian's actions crushed the little bit of sentimental feelings that rose in her heart. Face the reality, Angelina. Night fell in Fairy City. Although the city had patrolling martial artists, the security was much more relaxed than the city gates. But in the end it was still the most flourishing city, where countless traders, commerce and important people gathered. Bafu had the people's support, and no one dared to do anything reckless. Even though he was the famous #1 martial artist of the constellation, he was still clear that there were more than 5 people in Fairy City who were able to defeat him. All these strong martial artists were hidden in the deepest courtyards of the big families, and without the threat of their lives, they would not appear. They represented the various families of Andromeda Constellation, who Constellation Master Asda was worried about, and who Qiu Shan was also equally worried about. To be guilty of a public outrage, Master Qiu Shan would be the first to kill him to resolve the anger. West River street lights were glorious in the night. All the floors of the high-rise buildings were decorated extravagantly, with flora and carvings of phoenixes and dragons. The number of shops were endless, the lights on the streets were like stars. Human traffic moving to and fro, bustling with activities, the place was extremely rowdy. Even Tang Tian, who witnessed the scene, could not help but be slightly interested. He did not think that for a desolate constellation like Andromeda Constellation, they would have such a flourishing place. And, the affluence of Fairy City was out of his expectation. He was not the crazy young lad who was oblivious to everything. With the flourishing streets before him, he saw astonishing amounts of money flowing. Regardless of anything, money was still the most important. Seems like I have to be more serious. Tang Tian looked pensive. His pupils that were ice-cold were just like the stars. Wanglin Commerce was at the east of West River Street. The entrance was covered up with ancient wood and with the green walls, it looked extremely plain and simple, totally different from the previously multicolored and golden courtyards. Above the gate hung a wooden plate, with the name Wang Lin Commerce. They definitely would not miss it. Angelina walked to the front door and looked at Tang Tian. Seeing that he did not have any intention to speak, she clenched her teeth and knocked on the door. "Who is it?" An old voice came out from inside. Creak, the wooden door opened, showing a wrinkled old face. Angelina swore that she had never met him before, but she was unable to retreat anymore. "My father had asked me to come here for help." The old man inspected, and after recognizing Angelina, his face showed happiness and surprise, and said softly, "Quickly come in." Angelina immediately entered. The old man quickly closed the door, and when he turned, he noticed a man completely covered in black flames, and his face changed. He actually did not notice him at all. His face quickly recovered the calm look, his heart filled with many suspicions, but he could not cover his joy. "Miss Angelina, it's good that you're all right. After Master heard the news, I had wanted to find you, but you were already out of the city. This Mister saved me." Angelina noticed the old man's suspicions, and quickly made salutations. "My father had told me before, if I were to meet with danger, I can come to your noble commerce and seek help." "That's right." Another deep and resounding voice sounded out. A tall and sturdy man appeared on the steps. He squinted his eyes, looking straight at Tang Tian. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 360, Cooperation. Chapter 360, Cooperation. Translated by Barrybuns. Edited by Tian, XRCO, and DeAndre. Uncle Noel. Angelina shouted out in a pleasant surprise. Noel smiled at her. "My little princess, you don't have to worry anymore. Master has already received the news. I didn't expect that I was still one step too late. Luckily you're all right, if not I would have been chopped up by them." Seeing that Angelina was safe and sound, Noel heaved a sigh of relief. Under the master's orders, he made haste under the night, and didn't expect himself to still be one step too late, and became extremely anxious. If something were to have happened to Angelina, he truly would be unable to redeem himself even if he died. Her taut heart was finally able to relax. Noel was her father's #1 fierce general. He was powerful, and was not inferior to Bafu. The reason why Noel was not famous was because he had always been in the army, and never displayed his strength to the public. Noel's gaze landed back on Tang Tian, and said, "My friend, please show your real face to us." Tang Tian seemed to be completely unaware. Noel grinned, his gaze instantly became fierce. "My friend, it seems that you are not giving face, then don't blame Noel for being rash." Angelina became anxious. She was about to open her mouth, but decided to keep mum. She was extremely curious about the mysterious and powerful swordsman, and after everything that had happened throughout the journey surfaced in her mind, she chose to keep quiet. Noel took a big stride and rushed towards Tang Tian, opening his 5 fingers like a palm leaf fan. He grabbed at Tang Tian. A gloomy low whistling sound enveloped Tang Tian. Noel's claw was plain and simple, but it gave off a feeling of being unable to escape. Tang Tian's body suddenly bent back like Bao, his right hand at his chest, was holding the slender rapier, the sword tip aimed at the front. The light in Noel's eyes exploded out. The opponent was just executing his sword move, but he could feel an extremely sharp cold sword intent, piercing towards his forehead. "Good skills," he praised. His expression was solemn, not changing the stance on his right palm, but his body shifted, like an angry tiger pouncing on his food. The most spectacular thing was, the afterimage he had conjured was a fierce tiger ready to pounce. Roar! The silent bellow poured into Tang Tian's ears, causing his eardrums to vibrate. Tang Tian's state of mind did not undulate at all. His pupils turned cold, the sword in his hands did not even move, but the sword tip seemed to have disappeared, and was left with only half of the blade. See! The unprecedented spit sound came out. The top half of the sword blade of the rapier was vibrating at an astonishing frequency. At the same time it disappeared, it spat out like a poisonous snake. The dangerous and cold chi drilled into their hearts. The rapier effortlessly pierced into the palm, accurately striking the tiger's forehead. Noel's body slugged, his palm had a sharp pain. The cold sword intent had pierced into his palm. His face changed, the hairs on his body standing. Without thinking, his left hand formed a fist, straight towards Tang Tian. When he changed to the fist, the tiger form changed. The right palm that was the tiger condensed all of its power into his left fist. The spirit tiger roared out again. Noel's left fist was wrapped with the apparition of a tiger head. With its angry gaze, the tiger opened its mouth, intending to devour Tang Tian whole. Its faintly discernible body was formed around Noel's body. The hazy tiger body moved smoothly, full of explosive power. The slender rapier in Tang Tian's hand disappeared again. Shio! The shrill sound of cutting through the air changed its soft and reserved demeanor. Tang Tian was using the rapier like a whip. His elbow dropped, suddenly pulling out from a slanted angle. The curved rapier accurately struck the tiger's head. Bang! The tiger's head immediately crumbled. Noel groaned, his tall and sturdy body flashed suddenly. An extremely dark power flowed into his meridians through the rapier. The true power was as thin as a hair, but was extremely dark and dangerous. Upon entering his meridians, it was actually going against the flow of his energy. Noel wanted to force the strange true power out of his meridians, but realized he was unable to use any true power in his body at all. The fine true power was extremely sinister. Through any gaps, it would continue to drill deeper. He was already regretting his moves, and wished to increase the distance to call for a stop. But Tian did not seem to have the intention to stop. Even with the black flame mask, Noel could still feel the ice-cold stare from beneath was filled with danger and offense. Noel felt that he had actually sought trouble from nowhere, actually finding trouble with such a person. He had no choice but to adopt a defensive stance. The fierce tiger changed once again, in a guarding manner. Chi chi chi. The sound of his palm being pierced was very concentrated. This damn swordsman, he is so fast, faster than I thought. Noel only felt that his arms were being put into a hornet's nest. The rocks and bricks beneath him were all collapsing. Suddenly, the torrential attacks disappeared. Noel heaved a sigh of relief. The opponent did not want to take his life. He wanted to speak, but suddenly the true power that had drilled into his body suddenly moved, causing his face to become pale. His mouth immediately tasted the sweet taste of blood, and he spurted out a mouth of blood. Uncle Noel. Angelina was shocked. She shot forward, and held onto the swaying Noel. She turned and screamed in anger, "Why are you so cruel with your actions?" Her voice abruptly stopped. The cold shard sword edge was against her throat, causing her entire body to freeze. "I can save you, or I can kill you." The cold and hoarse voice was like a bucket of ice water, pouring from head to toe, causing Angelina to be fully awake. She bit tightly on her lips, not saying a word. Noel knew he messed up. He inhaled deeply, and said, "My friend, I have no malice towards you. If you had, you would already be dead." That was the cold reply to him. Noel's body shivered, but the sword edge that was extremely pliable swept past him. He felt his body becoming light, all the evil poison true power sweeping away from his body. Noel heaved a sigh of relief, and could not help but praise, "My friend, you have good skills." He had been in the army for so long, and was direct and outspoken. His praise for Tang Tian was heartfelt. In the army, only the captain could have him sincerely convinced to concede. Normal armies did not have slender rapier martial artists, but on the contrary the fairy palace had a few. The court swordsmen were the ones who used the slender rapiers. They were the swordsmen who walked and guarded the court. The amount of decorations on their rapiers was far more than its usage capability. Noel used to look down on these court swordsmen, because he thought they were people who had handsome exteriors but were hollow inside, and were a group of sissies. And the famous court swordsmen were all beaten up by him before. It was not the rapiers that were weak, it was the sissies that were useless. Noel looked at Tang Tian, a face of admiration, and did not even care about his injuries. In the time that he had been in the army, getting injured was as common as having meals. He was used to it. All the minor injuries were non-existent to him. The rapier in Tang Tian's hands disappeared. "My friend, we need to get right to the point." Noel was roughed up, although he did not know anything about who Tang Tian was till now. But without question, the mysterious and strong swordsman who saved Angelina was definitely not by chance. "My target is Qiu Shan." Tang Tian found a good reason for himself. Noel was not someone who easily believed anything, but he did not stupidly question further. "Then we have the same common enemy. I have just reached Fairy City, and am still having difficulty understanding the situation. My friend, what suggestions do you have?" Tang Tian did not mind Noel's guard against him. He did not speak nonsense, and to him, time was most crucial. He did not have any time for the meaningless probings. "I need to get a few questions sorted. What I done?" Tang Tian immediately shot the question. Noel's face congealed. "That's right, we have previously discussed that. Before coming here, the army had an armed rebellion, but Master managed to resolve everything, and destroyed all the rebels. Till now, the reason for the uproar is unknown, and the news we have right now is that the people involved are the second in line of successorship, Kylie, and her family, and a great clan elder, as well as Chief Imperial Guard Bafu." Angelina hatefully said, "If not for the involvement of Honorable Marshal Group, they would not dare do anything." But it is obviously Honorable Marshal Group who have given them their confidence. She was getting clearer and clearer on the situation, and had personally experienced it. She could dare confirm Noel's words were completely correct. "I have 2 questions. The hoarse and cold voice suddenly rang out. "Speak." Noel said generously. The man was mysterious. Maybe he had gathered some other information. "Firstly, what's Qiu Shan's goal?" Noel and Angelina were startled by Tang Tian's words. Angelina was the first to suddenly realize, that's right, she actually ignored Honorable Marshal Group. Qiu Shan's involvement was definitely for a reason. With Qiu Shan's position, an ordinary benefit would definitely not be able to make him move. So what did the Great Clan Elder and Kylie actually offer? Or did they sell out Andromeda Constellation? Qiu Shan is one of the successor to Honorable Marshal Group. To him currently, the most important thing is to be able to raise his own position in the competition. And right now there is friction between Honorable Marshal Group and Leo Constellation, and a war is about to break out. If that is the case, Qiu Shan will need some contributions. Angelina talked to herself. She had somehow grasped the faintly discernible line, and continued to figure it out. Regular and small contributions are useless to Qiu Shan. So what made him come to Andromeda Constellation at this time? It must definitely be a big scheme. And the first thing he does is to go against father. Wait, I know. Angelina's eyes shone brightly, her beautiful face was glowing with intellect and light, along with the excitement. Father is the captain of Plateau Army, and it is garrisoned at the Orion Starry Door, which goes to Orion Constellation. Orion Constellation is Lion King Lei Yang's firm ally, and is situated behind Leo Constellation. Master had once saved Brother Jinjin's life. Brother Jinjin is Orion Constellation's first-in-line successor, and is the current Constellation Master's son, who is deeply loved. Honorable Marshal Group is definitely planning to use that. I never thought that such secret information would have been caught on by the Honorable Marshal Group. Yes, Kylie knows too, that's how. First, they will have to secretly control Andromeda Constellation, then slowly infiltrate Orion Constellation, with a needle secretly at the back of Leo Constellation that will deliver a fatal strike at the crucial moment. Angelina kept talking, fear creeping into her eyes. Noel's face changed, fear also in his eyes. He had stayed in the army for a long time, and was much more clear and understood more deeply about wars than Angelina. He knew, for something so deep and thoroughly plotted out, it could change the situation currently. If Qiu Shan really does it. Noel shivered, but not due to cold. He immediately said, we must inform Master immediately. Tang Tian was surprised. Angelina's quick thinking surprised him. Regarding the matter, he had roughly guessed about 80 to 90%, other than the fine details in which he did not know. But to quickly think that far, seems like Angelina was not just a pretty face. If Angelina knew what Tang Tian was thinking, she would definitely be ashamed to death. Second question, is Asda dead or alive? Tang Tian threw out his second question. Noel, who was just about to run out to deliver the message, stopped in his tracks. Angelina gasped, and stared blankly at Tang Tian. The faces of the other two were overwhelmed with shock. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 361, Creating a Diversion. Chapter 361, Creating a Diversion. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian, XRCO, and DeAndre. There were no traces of fighting, and the carriage was split into two. It should be created from a sword, and there were some dim remnants of true power on the bottom. Your subordinate is unable to find out what it was. Listening to the report, Qiu Shan could not help but smile. Miss Mingyu's sword technique is a unique inheritance. You not being able to find out what it was is normal. Do not lose heart. You've worked hard the past few days. Go to Old Hu to receive 500,000 star coins, and go relax. Fairy City is full of beauties. Rouge Valley is a definite must go. Go. The subordinate felt the burden lighten from his heart. Secretly touched, he did not say much, responded and then immediately retreated. When the subordinate left the room, Qiu Shan's gaze turned cold. For Mingyu to cut the carriage in half, she must have felt that there was someone hiding below. Seems like he unknowingly had lost a few points in front of Mingyu. Qiu Shan laughed in self-ridicule. But the cold gaze in his eyes did not thaw. For the opponent to slip into his carriage to enter the city, he immediately thought of the mysterious person who saved Angelina. Even Mingyu did not force the opponent out. He truly was powerful. He thought it would be extremely easy to obtain Andromeda Constellation, and did not expect it to become so interesting. Below his cold eyes, his mouth turned into an arc. He laughed, but not in the least bit friendly. Master, Miss Mingyu is waiting for you at the big hall. I'll go there now. Instantly, the cold intent on his face disappeared, and became his usual bright and self-confident face. He pushed the door open and walked out. In the big hall, a pure white figure stood there like a snow sculpture. She was admiring the drawings on the wall, with her black hair drooping over her shoulders. The scene looked like a picture itself. Hearing Qiu Shan's footsteps, Mingyu said without turning her head, although Andromeda Constellation is not a big constellation, but its history is considerably long, one after another generations of people operating Andromeda Constellation to this extent, it can be considered remarkable. That's right. Xiaoshan took large steps and continued on with the topic. In the northern sky 19 constellations, Andromeda constellation has the longest history. They even have movements recorded in ancient times. Their current inheritance and legacy is extremely deep and profound. They are reputed to be evergreen, but they have never had the sovereignty of business. Such a pity. Brother Chiu has great ambitions and high aims. Mingyu turned her head and said quietly, females prefer peace and quiet. Also, what's so bad about peace and quiet? Leave the fighting and campaigning to men. Xiaoshan laughed. There are few men like Brother Chiu. Mingyu changed the topic, but I met an interesting individual yesterday. Brother Chiu, you have to be careful. Xiaoshan laughed. Thank you Sister Ming for the concern. For a person to be seen as interesting by Sister Ming is anything but ordinary. I hope that I will have a chance to meet him. The Fairy Lake's best appreciation period is only 24 days, and lucky for us, we have managed to rush here for it. If we missed it, it would be a pity. I have already arranged a lake banquet for Sister Ming, to feast and enjoy the scenery of the lake. What a pleasant occasion. Mingyu nodded her head and gave thanks. Brother Chiu has worked hard. I will go according with all of Brother Chiu's arrangements. Angelina pushed open the door. The room was very dark, so she turned on the lights. In the dark corner, a figure sat cross-legged quietly. She looked at Tang. Tian. Xiaoshan has arranged a banquet feast at Fairy Lake tonight. He will have a few experts with him on the boat. If we wish to enter Fairy Palace, this is our best chance. Let's go. Tang Tian's reply was simple and cold. It was already evening when they left the room. The evening setting sun shone. It was not hot, but had a twilight feel. The second day was slowly crawling past. Time truly was insufficient. Tang Tian suddenly stopped, and quietly gazed at the bright red sky and the setting sun. Angelina also stopped, and looked in slight surprise at Tang Tian. Her thoughts and emotions for Tang Tian were extremely complicated. He was mysterious and strong, extremely cold and stone-hearted. Female charms were useless on him, and he was extremely intelligent. His words were rare like gold, but as long as he opened his mouth, it would usually do damage. Until now, Noelle and her actions were completely according to his rhythm, excluding the sneaking into the fairy palace. He seemed to live in the darkness, and was always hiding in the dark. This was someone who instilled fear in people, and if there was a chance, Angelina wished that she would never meet him in the battlefield. Whoever it was, to have such an enemy, they would never eat or sleep in peace. Angelina thought that he would never be moved by anything. But upon seeing him so fixated on the setting sun, as though he was somewhat in sorrow, Angelina thought her eyesight was dimmed. He was still as uncommunicative. Tang Tian only regained himself when the sun had totally disappeared behind the horizon. Darkness has come. He once again started walking. Their mission this time was extremely important to Angelina and her family. Whether or not Constellation Master Asda was dead or alive impacted their following actions. If Asda was still alive, then she would most probably be captured, and saving her would save everything. If she was dead, then things would truly be difficult. Xiaoshan occupied the dominant ground. His cards were too good to play. With the second in succession, Kylie, and the chief palace guard Bafu, Angelina suspected that the great clan elder was also in cahoots with Xiaoshan. As long as the first in line for succession, Atlantis, was in trouble, then they would be most likely succeed. Angelina suspected that Atlantis was already plotted on, for she had not appeared for 2 weeks already. So their current most pressing matter was to see if their master was safe or not. They had gathered the elites whom they could trust to help. All of them were powerful in their own aspects, their bodies all leaking with swift and fierce auras. We will sneak in from the east entrance. We have already investigated that place recently and it is the most appropriate place to break in. Noelle laughed. Of course, there definitely would be traps there. A diversion? A cold voice came out from beneath the black flame mask. Noelle gave him a thumbs up. Speaking to clever people is truly easy. Angelina will bring you by another route. We will do our best to attract all the attention. I am not bringing a burden, give me the map. Angelina's face became red from anger. She was called a burden in front of many people, making her feel like exploding. If not for Tang Tian being cold-blooded and he was too strong in her mind, she would have rebutted and scolded him. Noelle laughed out loud, and a few people also chuckled. Noelle waved his hand. Partner, don't be like that. Other than Angelina, no one else can go in. The power of the same treasure envelopes the entire fairy palace. Our little princess is one of the successors. Only with her can you enter undetected, and quietly slip past. Tang Tian did not say anything. Noelle's expression became solemn. Xiaoshan's banquet will start at 9 at night, and that is the time we will move out. You must all watch the time closely. Tang Tian disappeared, and in the moment appeared beside Angelina. Without her rejecting, he carried her up and disappeared. Noel turned and faced the rest. Let's cut the bullshit, we brothers will meet after death. All of them looked at each other and laughed. Outside the fairy palace, two people were hiding in the shadows on the roof. It was a blind spot no security could see into. Tang Tian carried Angelina and quietly went around the fairy palace and finally found the spot to hide. It was a 16-floor restaurant, the lights were glorious with a lot of hubbub, and it was extremely rowdy. There was a short distance between it and Fairy Palace, but it was an extremely good location to observe the palace. Tang Tian and Angelina hid below one of the restaurant's roofs, where the lights were extremely bright above, causing the bottom of the roof to become even darker. The space inside was extremely narrow, and Tang Tian had no choice but to hug Angelina, to be completely hidden inside the shadows. Angelina did not ever imagine such a situation. Being hugged tightly by Tang Tian made her extremely panicked. She had managed to suppress the thoughts from the last time where Tang Tian had seen her everything, but this time where she was being hugged tightly, the warm body temperature caused her mind to go blank. It was a perfect spot for one person, but now there were two. Tang Tian had no choice but to wrap Angelina up closely to his body. The red flush was already up Angelina's neck. After being blank for a long time, Angelina finally found the willpower to regain her calmness. This cold-blooded man still has some temperature to him. Her mind started to race, making Angelina confused, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. After calming down, Angelina's quick thinking and sharp observation power realized he was very young. She felt herself being tied to a woodblock. Angelina did not know if he was trying to take advantage of her, adding the previous time, it was already the second. She courageously asked, "Hey, why are we here?" "Wait." The reply was cold. Wait for what? Angelina did not understand, but she knew his intellect and experience was far above hers. Tang Tian ignored her. "Hey!" Angelina shouted out unhappily. After knowing Tang Tian was not old, she realized her courage had gotten bigger. Tang Tian was like a log, not moving an inch. Time crept past, and the restaurant became more and more crowded, but Tang Tian just stayed there like a monk, not moving an inch. Angelina could not help but feel admiration. After such a long time, he could still maintain the same posture while carrying another person. He truly was powerful. But when it got close to 9 p.m., Angelina saw that Tang Tian did not have any intention to move, and could not resist to urge him, "We have to move soon." "But wait," the cold voice replied. Angelina was anxious now. "Uncle Noel and them are moving out now, what are we still waiting for? This is chance given to us in exchange for Uncle Noel and their lives." "Wait." Tang Tian coldly spat out just one word, and did not have any intention to explain. "No. We cannot let Uncle Noel sacrifice himself for nothing." Angelina's voice was filled with disappointment. She wanted to get down from Tang Tian's body, but she realized she could not move at all. "Let me down." Angelina started tearing. Tang Tian ignored her. In the darkness, his eyes were like snake eyes, cold and emotionless, bright and waiting for the chance to strike. It was exactly 9 p.m. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 362, Xiao Shan's Methods. Chapter 362, Xiao Shan's Methods. Translated by Barry Buns. Edited by Tian, XRCO, and DeAndre R. Mingyu stood at the boat's bow, the night wind brushing past her, causing her to squint her eyes. It was extremely comfortable. Seeing that she was enjoying it, Xiao Shan stood by the side quietly, gazing at the distance. Fairy Lake was wide. During the late autumn, the blue light algae gorgeously blossomed, but only for a short-lived life of 25 days. As far as the eyes can see, the entire lake surface was covered in stars of blue lights, scattering in every corner of Fairy Lake. It was spectacular. If gazed upon from the sky, Fairy Lake was like the night sky, full of stars. The tour boat glided quietly. The blue lights floated along the ripples of the water, causing the ripples to look blue, like scissors cutting the lake surface. At the boat's bow, Mingyu gazed at the spot where the lake surface and the distant sky connected, and an emotional feeling soared in her heart. Beautiful. Mingyu muttered lightly as the night wind swept past. Xiao Shan had long heard of the beauty of the 24 days of Fairy Lake, but it was the first time he was experiencing it firsthand, and was equally stunned. He gradually exhaled, then recovered his senses and spoke gently, "This is just the beginning. In the next 24 days, the blue light algae will germinate, mature and fall. The mature blue light algae would occupy the entire lake surface, making the entire lake a bright blue. After a few days, the blue light algae would have matured fully, and the blue light will slowly disappear. And at that time, it would separate and explode, releasing an astronomical amount of seeds. The seeds are as fine as dust, releasing a dense blue light, and will be sprayed over 10 m high into the sky, and at that time the scene above Fairy Lake will be spectacular. Qiu spoke frankly, clearly spending some time. I've troubled brother Qiu. Mingyu nodded to thank him. Qiu happily said, if I had not met Sister Ming, I'm afraid I would miss the scenery and the beauty, so I should be the one thanking Sister Ming. Mingyu laughed, turned and walked towards the boat to greet everyone. I have made everyone wait. Everyone on board hurriedly respond, it was worth it, it was worth it. Although no one knew where Mingyu came from, the way Qiu tried to curry her favor, naturally could not be hidden from everyone else. In their eyes, Qiu identity was already extremely noble. Why would he have to stoop down to curry favor with young lady Mingyu? That meant that her identity was someone they could not look down. Just then, the great clan elder laughed, everyone enter the banquet, don't let the food turn cold. The tour boat was extremely wide, and was prepared for the banquet. Hearing that, everyone went in. Qiu was the noble guest representing the honorable martial group, and was naturally not neglected. While the great clan elder's identity in Fairy City was revered, him receiving the guests was an old etiquette, which no one found strange. In the past few days, everyone had heard some news that Qiu was repeatedly going into the palace for business negotiations with the master, and both were apparently arguing quite a bit. There were all kinds of gossip in the city recently, and no one could separate the truths from the lies. For example, the rumors of the master marrying Angelina off to Qiu right-hand man Zhou Ning made people confused, but also made people feel that it was a baseless rumor. And there were sayings that the master did not like honorable martial group that were spreading far and wide. No one would find it weird that Qiu was sent as an ambassador to Andromeda constellation. The curtains had been raised for the conflict between honorable martial group and Leo constellation, and Leo constellation's army had already begun to dispatch troops. The situation might explode at any moment. Once the conflict between two definite overlords broke out, it meant that the entire Heaven's Road would be in war. In such a war, no constellation could escape. And for honorable martial group to try to reach out to make more allies was normal. Not only Andromeda constellation, honorable martial group had sent out ambassadors to other constellations. On the other hand, Leo constellation was a constellation birthed from wars. Honorable martial group's methods were more experienced. To the tyrants of Andromeda constellation, being unable to avoid the war meant that they needed to choose a side. Honorable martial group was the current #1 power, and had dominated Heaven's Road for a long time, and was being favored more than Leo constellation. Of course, there were many people who did not agree to it, and thought that to choose a side before the war started was not a sensible idea. The master had never declared their position, and that was one of the reasons why the rumors were spreading like wildfire. Qiu stood up with a wine cup and said, I have benefited a lot coming here to Andromeda constellation. Andromeda constellation is the most important constellation in northern sky, and I have always thought that with Andromeda constellation's position and power, not only in the northern sky continents but Heaven's Road as well, to have even bigger tasks and purpose. Our honorable martial group has always been seeking peace and expansion in Heaven's Road, and for that, we have chosen Andromeda constellation as one of our potential allies. Her Majesty Asda may have her worries, and that I understand. We still have a long time, and I believe that we all will have the chance to work together. Since the start, I am indebted to everyone's hospitality, so by using the great clan elder's light, I offer everyone a cup. The families who were excited to join the honorable martial group all had a look of dismay, their faces full of suspicion. Did the master change her mind? While the centrist factions were all overjoyed. Taking in the view of everyone's expression, Qiu face did not fluctuate. I will first drink in respects to all of you. He raised his wine cup and bottoms up. All of the rest started standing, and raised their wine cups and all bottoms up. Regardless of the decision, Qiu identity could not be ignored. Mingyu lightly pursed her lips, her eyes showing a look of thought. When everyone sat down again, the great clan elder explained, Please do not blame us Mr. Qiu, our master has seen everything wrongly. Angelina, that silly girl, I wonder where she heard the news from, and thought that master wanted to marry her to Mr. Zhou, and created a misunderstanding, thus letting Mr. Qiu witness a joke. Qiu laughed out loud, Angelina is innocent and cannot be blamed, no harm, as long as General Tadun does not have any misunderstanding, then that would be good. Hearing that, everyone's thoughts was clarified. The master must definitely have rejected the honorable martial group. The use of General Tadun's name was greatly utilized there. Thinking about it, although General Tadun was not as authoritative as the great clan elder in Andromeda constellation, but in terms of the one who held true power, how would he let his daughter suffer? The great clan elder laughed, such a beautiful scenery, speaking about all this is just spoiling the fun, let us talk about the wind and the moon. We can only talk about the wind and the moon. Everyone started to make a ruckus, all standing up to toast to Qiu. He did not reject, and accepted all the cups. Mingyu who was seated at the side, calmly looked at Qiu. His face did not have the least bit of being defeated, his eyes shining like a hunter. The banquet was bustling with activities. Suddenly, a guard rushed into the room panicking. Everyone's movements all stopped at the same time. The bustling banquet suddenly became dead silent. "What's the matter?" the great clan elder asked. The guard looked at his surroundings and appeared hesitant. Great clan elder frowned. "Speak." The guard could only thicken his skin. "Someone has barged into the palace." Everyone went into an uproar. The great clan elder raged. "Such audacity! Are they tired of living? How dare they barge into the palace? Ba Fu! Are your men useless?" Ba Fu immediately ran over. "Great clan elder, all the guards are in post. This subordinate will rush to check, but..." Someone from the crowd said coldly, "General Ba Fu, don't you have the fairy mirror? Open it and take a look to see who is it." Some people, upon seeing that Master had thwarted their plans, are attempting to take advantage of the situation and plan to do harm to Andromeda constellation. Zhou Ning, who was beside Qiu Shan, roared out, "Who was it that spoke nonsense?" The person had no fear, stepping out of the ranks and continued to speak. "No need to fear ghosts knocking if you have not done any shameless things. Great clan elder, there are so many people here today, why not let everyone see who dares to be so audacious to barge into my fairy palace?" The one who stood out was the fourth clan elder. He was a just person, not fearing of authority, and prestige was very impactful. "That's right. Fourth clan elder is right." Many people all started to look at Qiu Shan in anger. Zhou Ning was angry, but Qiu Shan stopped him. He stood up and spoke, "The innocent will be innocent, the guilty will be charged. Great clan elder, please clear my name." The great clan elder was shocked, clenched his teeth and spoke, "Ba Fu, open the fairy mirror." Hearing that, Ba Fu did not dilly-dally and instantly took out a small mirror. It was Andromeda constellation's silver star treasure, and was able to communicate with the inside of the palace, able to observe majority of the places inside. The mirror shot out a ray of light, and a scene of intense battle appeared in front of everyone. The guards and raiders were mixed up, the fights were intense. Many bodies were splattered all over the floor. There were the enemies and the guards that had fallen. God! It's Noel! Plateau Army's Noel! Has Ta Dun gone mad? Everyone was stunned, their faces exposing expressions of disbelief. They had never thought that the palace enemies would actually be General Ta Dun's men, but... The great clan elder's face changed. "Not good. Ta Dun wants to rebel. Everyone, go into the palace to support the master." No one cared anymore about Qiu Shan. All of them soared out, and in the blink of an eye, only 3 people were left on the boat. Qiu Shan leisurely drank from his wine cup. Mingyu clapped her hands and praised Brother Qiu's method of flipping the table. "Respect." Qiu Shan's mouth drew an arc. He raised the hand with the wine cup towards Mingyu. "Sister Ming, please." Upon saying that, he bottoms up. He then stood up. "I have some matters, and desire to leave. Would Sister Ming care to join me?" Mingyu unexpectedly shook her head. "I want to admire the 24 days of the fairy lake, and will not leave so soon." Qiu Shan's face showed regret. "Then we can only say our goodbyes here. With your sword in hand, Sister Mei can go anywhere. This brother has trifle matters to attend to. I will take my leave now." But although his tone was somewhat regretful, but his expression was not hesitant. After saying goodbye, he flew off with Zhou Ning. Mingyu's eyes shone a look of respect. What a powerful person. The fairy palace was created through the histories of masters of Andromeda constellation, and was not extravagant. But because Andromeda did not have any history of war, all the masters in every generation had slowly extended the building, and the current scale was astonishing, forming a complex palace structure. In the shadows outside the palace, Angelina was shocked to see the whistling of incoming people, and the person leading them was obviously the great clan elder. Only 20 minutes had passed since 9 p.m. How is that possible? In such a short time, unless the enemy had prepared beforehand. Asda is dead. Tang Tian's voice was still as cold, but made Angelina feel as though it was her last life-saving straw. Her face was already void of blood. "We have been duped. What do we do now?" "Snatch the saint treasure." Tang Tian coldly dropped those words, then carried Angelina, shot forward like an arrow, towards the deeper lofty palace. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 363, Servant. Chapter 363, Servant. Translated by Barrybuns. Edited by Tian, XRCO, and DeAndre. Angelina's face was pale. She had lost her spirit. It was an ambush. Qiu Shan had long set the ambush to wait for them, and the swordsman actually saw it, but did not tell her. Although she knew that he did not have any obligation, but her heart was ice cold. She knew she was too naive. Her face was pale white, but the stubbornness and strength in her eyes slowly congealed. From today onward, Angelina will no longer be a little girl. She bit her lips and shakily reflected on a few matters. If the trap was Qiu Shan, that definitely meant that he was pushing the charges to father. She then thought about what the mysterious man had said. Asda is dead. That's right, Master most likely had suffered an evil scheme, and since it came to this, Qiu Shan would definitely push the death of Master to father. She no longer believed in luck. The cruelty of the matter far exceeded what she thought. She had just realized, she used to believe that she was a master in tactics, but that was truly a joke. Her father and his plateau army would be labeled as traitors. She then started to think, why the swordsman did not tell her. Was he also hoping that her father was hailed as a traitor? Then who did he represent? Regardless of his intellect or schemes, it was extremely scary. Who are you under? Angelina's voice was cold. Tang Tian did not plan to speak, he just quietly looked at her. His heart was like ice, void of emotions. This was one part of the plan he had thought of. If Angelina had a way to retreat, then why would she cooperate with him? Only at a desperate corner will she truly be awake. What do I need to give? Angelina said coldly. A flash of admiration swept past Tang Tian's eyes behind the mask. To personally witness the transformation of a little girl, he felt that his vision was good. But this transformation was not enough. The cold slender rapier sword edge touched Angelina's throat, the sword blade slowly touching her flawless chin. What do you even have? The cold reply contained a trace of ridicule, shooting straight into Angelina's heart, breaking it. Angelina's face became white. In that moment, she knew she was being peeled cleanly. All the pride and self-respect had crumbled, despairing to the point that she wanted to collapse. But she did not, for she knew, regardless if it was her or her father, at the current situation, they were already at the edge of the cliff. If they were slightly careless, they would die horribly with no hope of reprieve. She compelled herself to be determined. You have spent so much effort, just to do good things? I'm lacking a servant. Angelina would never expect that, and when she heard that, she was stumped. Andromeda constellation third-in-line successor to be my servant. Whoa, that's a good idea. Tang Tian muttered. That idea made him slightly happy, but after thinking about it carefully, he also thought it was a must. His brain worked extremely fast. Angelina had a successor identity, and if manipulated properly, that could produce good benefits. Regarding Ta Dun's army, Tang Tian had already thought of their way out. Orion constellation had a large surrounding border zone, which was sufficient to provide for an army. And that position could be used to bury a nail. It was perfect. Orion constellation was one of the 10 equatorial palace halls, and other than a few desolated constellations, most of them could definitely not stand out after the Heavens Road War. With the strength of the 12 ecliptic palaces, in the long stretch, the equatorial palace halls would most definitely be the main battlefield. At that time, with the nail, who knows when he could use it. Turn around. Tang Tian ordered. Angelina stood there in a daze, her mind a blank. After going through everything alone, her heart was panicking. Tang Tian's strength and intellect made her feel extremely safe. But she also knew, this mysterious person was not a good person. Shwa! The back of her clothes was once again cut into two, and her body was once again exposed to the air. The cold sword tip left a black cross imprint on her left but near to her waist. She almost screamed out in fright, and subconsciously went to touch the back. Her butt was still as smooth and glossy, without any scars. Wear this. Tang Tian threw her another set of clothes. Angelina's mind was in a mess. She saw the imprint, her heart feeling in extreme humiliation. In her home, she was the pearl in the palm, blessed multiple folds, while in the fairy palace, she was the third-in-line successor, a position revered. This asshole actually left a mark on me. She lost her state of mind, and tears started dropping from her eyes. Tang Tian did not care about what Angelina thought. The idea of a servant made him recall many things. In many aristocratic families, by the young master's side would be servants who frequently held two duties. They had to possess outstanding talent to be able to help their young masters to sort out things. I truly need a servant like that. He had been asleep for too long, and the time awake was too short, and he did not wish to influence the other him. With these limitations, the things he could do was limited. And if he had an outstanding servant, he just needed to prepare a plan beforehand, and when he went into slumber, he could hand over everything to the servant for full authority. This way, he could ensure his plan would not be cut short because of him in slumber. Angelina was still slightly soft and immature, but Tang Tian felt that she could still be groomed. Regarding her loyalty and devotion, the mark previously was there to sort that out. As far as what Angelina thought, he did not care, and did not need to care. The matter about the servant made Tang Tian feel that his harvest this time was sufficiently satisfactory. But this time was truly the optimum time to retrieve the Saint Treasure fairy hoop. The power-shrouding fairy palace had not disappeared. That meant that the fairy hoop was still there, and now, they were still in a tangle with Noelle. As long as they went ahead of them, the chances of them obtaining the fairy hoop was high. You could say, Angelina's identity as the third-in-line successor was the first crucial point, Ta Dun's plateau army was the second crucial point, and the Saint Treasure fairy hoop was the third crucial point. The third crucial point was far more important than the other two added up. And with the three together, it could change Andromeda constellation. Even if Ta Dun was labeled as a traitor, even if he was a true traitor, with them, he could still allow Ta Dun and his army to enter the palace. Enter the palace. Tang Tian did not have any intention to negotiate with Angelina, so he directly ordered her. After crying, Angelina's heart did not feel as bad. Without making a sound, she rushed to the wall of the fairy palace. Fairy palace was built building by buildings, and the old structures had not been demolished, so there were many dead angles. Of course, the power of the fairy hoop that enveloped the entire palace would not leave any dead angle. But for someone like Angelina, a successor in line who had received a part of recognition from the fairy hoop, the power of the fairy hoop would not repel her. All the hidden passageways were places in which the successors would usually slip through to go out to play. And every secret passageway held by every individual was different, unless they were close friends and inseparable. If not, no one would ever share the passageways. Inside the palace, such things were seen with one eye closed. All the little girls were revered, and if they were observed too much, it might offend them, and who knew what would happen. Angelina was familiar with every road and every door, and very quickly reached a sealed corner. She touched a brick on the wall for a while. A small door appeared before the two of them. Angelina appeared hesitant. She was not subjected to the repelling force of the fairy hoop, but the mysterious man would. Unless. Tang Tian did not hesitate. He grabbed Angelina, placed her on his back and tied her legs to his waist. The black flames on him disappeared. The black flames on his face also disappeared, leaving only a thin black membrane. The void dark flames would attract a fierce reaction from the fairy hoop, and a place such as the fairy palace was where the Andromeda constellation's power was most converged. All the other powers would be suppressed and repelled. Tang Tian was not afraid of its suppression, but if it was too huge, then it would attract the enemies over. Tang Tian bent over, carrying Angelina. They slipped into the small door. Angelina kept quiet. She only raised a hand and pointed the direction to go. Very quickly, Angelina's face was exposing a surprised look. It was the first time she was seeing Tang Tian's true speed. Fast. It was exceptionally fast. The speed of their surroundings flashing past them was so fast she could not see anything. She had to focus entirely to make sure she did not lead them to the wrong place. What was even more shocking to her was that he could somehow sense the danger, many a times dodging the guards inside the palace. The guards were anxiously running, and he could tell that the fight over at Noelle's was not over yet. With Angelina's directions, the two of them quickly reached Asda's palace. What was unexpected was that the most vital place had no one guarding. While Angelina was surprised, Tang Tian did not have any suspicions, and directly entered the palace. Upon entering the master's palace, the dense smell of blood flushed into their nose. Angelina covered her mouth, her face extremely shocked, tears dropping down uncontrollably. The interior of the palace was covered in blood. The bloodbath and corpse that was split into 7 was a horrible sight to see. Angelina quickly saw Asda and Atlantis. Atlantis was Asda's most favorite girl. As the first in line for successor, she stayed by the master's side daily. Atlantis' character was the same as the master. She was extremely warm and kind, and was close to Angelina. None of the master's maids escaped. Tang Tian's gaze did not stop at the bodies. Upon entering, his gaze landed on Fairy Hoop, which was beside the throne. Fairy Hoop was covered in a layer of purple mist, the fog of Roland. Tang Tian could not help feeling a tinge of admiration for Qiushan, to be able to use such an extraordinary way to control the Saint Treasure. The fog of Roland was made from the blood of the 100 transformation caterpillar, and it could be transformed into any disguise. Qiushan was extremely smart. He used the mist to mimic Asda's chi, and not her appearance. The fog of Roland that had mimicked Asda's chi had successfully faked the Fairy Hoop. This unimaginable method was worth admiring even to Tang Tian. Seems like Qiushan has a powerful blood meridian specialist. Tang Tan's body flickered, and he appeared before the Fairy Hoop. Grab it! He grabbed Angelina's wrist, and reached for the Fairy Hoop inside the purple mist. Angelina subconsciously grabbed onto the Fairy Hoop. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 364, Poof. Chapter 364. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian, XRCO, and D'Andre R. The fairy hoop that was grabbed by Angelina suddenly exploded out with a light aura, as though it had awakened from its slumber. The fairy hoop was entirely golden, as though it was weaved from a golden cane, 13 leaves stuck onto the hoop. Don't let go, Dot. The cold voice made Angelina come to her senses. She gripped tightly onto the fairy hoop, not daring to let go. Her heart was flustered and scared. God, today is the day where I am actually snatching the Saint treasure, she thought. She had touched the fairy hoop once before, and that was when she was chosen as one of the successors. The most important criteria as a potential successor was not outstanding talent, but to not be repelled by the fairy hoop. At that time, she had touched the fairy hoop for a super short duration, but after that, she had never touched it ever again. And after being chosen as a potential successor, all of them were fighting in the dark, and in one night the fairy hoop became their biggest desire. Although they had dreamt countless times of touching the fairy hoop, but when it truly happened, she was terrified. In her heart, the fairy hoop was a sacred being that could not be offended, but she was actually stealing it. After going through so much, Angelina had matured a lot. Although she was still feeling slightly panicky, but she also knew that currently, she had no place to retreat to. She gathered her courage, continued to use strength to grab onto the fairy hoop, then extending her other hand, she used both hands to hold onto the fairy hoop. A rich gold light halo was released from fairy hoop in Angelina's hands. The dazzling golden light swept through the entire fairy palace. Tian put Angelina down. He took a deep breath. The most dangerous part was coming. Such a huge disturbance, the entire Andromeda constellation would know they were here to snatch the Saint treasure. He turned his face and looked at Angelina. Angelina could sense the fairy hoop's sorrow, it could no longer feel as does she. For some reason, her soft heart was also affected, and tears started to flow non-stop. Tian shook his head in his mind. He was not entirely satisfied with the servant, her heart was still too kind. In his eyes, kindness was a weakness, and such a weakness was always used by the enemy in times of intense war and battles. But thinking about his other self, Tian was slightly helpless, and decided not to think about the problem. Because what awaited him would be a huge battle. He could confirm, the entire fairy palace would be flooded with people, all of them rushing in. There were more people rushing in from Fairy City. And he would need to sustain and fend them off for at least 10 minutes in order for the Saint treasure to recognize a new master. Tian immediately closed all the windows, as his palace windows were very special. It was the last line of defense for Fairy Palace. Upon closing, it could withstand a large degree of attacks, and it could not be opened from the outside. Dot. He fleeted around quickly, sweeping across all the windows, the slender rapier quickly pricking around. In the blink of an eye, all the windows were locked. The palace door was shut tight. The big door was extremely heavy. Tian had tried to use brute force to push it, but it would not budge. But there was a mechanism in which he searched and found which could close the big door. The palace had quickly become an impenetrable fortress. It should be able to hold them at bay for about 10 minutes. Tian looked at Angelina, who was being enveloped in the gold light. It would not end so fast. He began to investigate the palace's interior. Usually, the palace was the last fortress of the Constellation Master, and many of the masters would make them extremely sturdy. Some might even have secret mechanisms. Mechanism were things only rich people could afford, and usually, when you had money, then you could purchase good mechanics. Andromeda Constellation was always flourishing with business, so how could Asda be lacking money? Because of the decline of mechanic techniques, many mechanisms would borrow the power of other things, for example, star treasures. Tian found the mechanisms quickly, all the palaces were roughly the same, and placed them in the same place. They were star treasures. 6 silver star treasures were all scattered randomly around the area of 200 m. Inside the palace, there were 5 lit-up treasures, a painting, a sword, a storage ring, an umbrella, and a wooden case. The 5 silver star treasures, one of them was the controller, but which? While Tian was thinking, bang, the big door suddenly shook. Bring down the door. Let me. It was Bafu. The banging and rumbling sounds became even louder, the big door was shaking, some parts of the ceiling had cracked and was dropping off dust, but the big door still stood there without any intention of opening. Everyone used star treasures, I don't believe it won't open. If Angelina was awake, she would hear that it was the Great Clan Elder. The usually affable Great Clan Elder sounded extremely flustered and exasperated at the moment. The other people started taking out their treasures one after the other, countless light auras being produced and attacking the palace like a downpour. Bang bang bang. The ground kept shaking, the glasses of the palace all started to crash and all the candles on the table all started to drop. Tang Tian was not anxious. They were in the Constellation Master's palace, which was definitely a turtle shell. But he had noticed that there were a few powerful people among the enemies. Tang Tian thought about it, and understood that at such a crucial moment, why would they still dare to hide and wait? Tang Tian looked at Angelina. The dense gold light seemed to be breathing, flickering on and off. Tang Tian, who was calm, could not help but be surprised. Angelina was being recognized by the fairy hoop. Time continued to crawl by slowly. Bang bang bang. The palace door finally had cracks. The silver umbrella and storage ring crumbled at the same time. Tang Tian remained aloof. His gaze was fixated on Angelina. The golden light produced by the fairy hoop was already stabilizing. The speed of it was beyond Tang Tian's calculations. That meant that the fairy hoop was very intimate with Angelina, and it was natural for them to connect. If not, it would not be so fast. Ka ka ka. The sound of the splitting walls that could cause people's heart to palpitate came out. Angelina opened her eyes. Her gold pupils was cold and dazzling. She was releasing a golden light, her golden hair fluttering in the air, her expression cold, like a female war goddess. Zzz, the golden light was like flames that burned at the black cross imprint at Angelina's, but the black cross imprint did not have any injury. Under the golden hair, her stern and beautiful face showed her gaze that was as sharp as a sword, staring intently at Tang Tian. The dense and substance like golden light converged in front of Angelina. Those who offended, kill them without any pardon. Tang Tian spoke emotionlessly with a cold vibe. His rapier had suddenly appeared out of nowhere, the sword tip shone with a deep black aura, and releasing a terrifying chi. Angelina's entire body that was wrapped in the golden aura suddenly froze. The flaming gold light on the black cross started to shed like a tide, her beautiful but being revealed from the golden light, the black cross imprint was imprinted there extremely clearly, following that her beautiful body was revealed. She stared there looking at Tang Tian in a daze, not realizing that all the clothes on her body were already burned to ashes. Her face was full of shock. That was the fairy hoop. Under the threat of him, the fairy hoop actually retreated. In her heart, the fairy hoop was at a position far above her, and the strongest star treasure under the heavens. In front of it, martial artists were all weak and frail, for its power was enough to change the entire Andromeda constellation. But it actually retreated. She actually wanted to use it to teach Tang Tian a lesson. She did not hate him at all. Without Tang Tian, she would have landed in Bafu's hands, and her life would be worse than death. But this man constantly made people angry, so if she could disturb him a bit, she would be extremely happy. Angelina, who had finally attained the recognition of the fairy hoop, felt that her decision would definitely succeed. But her mind was in a state of shock. Suddenly, she felt fear. If the fairy hoop feared his power, what did that mean? Those who offended. Did he mean her? Or the fairy hoop? Bang! The big door crumbled. Tang Tian appeared beside Angelina without any warning, and picked her up. Following that, he appeared at the painting like a demon, for there was a door there unknowingly. Without looking, he flicked his rapier behind him, and the little bit of black sword aura flew straight to the sword floating in the air. There was nothing in the door. Tang Tian hugged Angelina as they fell below. Bang bang bang! The sudden explosion sounded out above their heads. The terrifying energy wave caused people to choke. Tang Tian groaned. It was as if he took a heavy punch. The terrifying chi wave instantly struck them into the hidden river beneath. Even the river's surface was being pressed down to the point where the bed of the river could be seen. It was the first time Tang Tian felt shocked. The explosive power was much bigger than what he expected. Could he have overlooked it by accident? He felt weird. He had just made all the treasures inside the palace explode, and the power of it would definitely be strong, but it definitely would not be so strong to this extent. Fairy hoop on Angelina's wrist let out a wail. The fairy palace was built up by every generation's constellation master, and in every generation, the master's palace was preserved perfectly. All the palace's location were protected and preserved, and no one knew about the importance as much as the constellation masters. With this move, Tang Tian had destroyed the entire fairy palace. Over 100 silver star treasures exploded at the same time, producing an unimaginable explosion. The dazzling light enveloped the entire fairy palace, which could even be seen from afar. After that, the scary light expanded up like a balloon, and with an astonishing speed it scattered silently throughout the entire place, and wherever it touched, the aftermath turned everything into nothing. The explosion swept the entire Andromeda City. The walls of Andromeda City that had never been set aflame were crumbling. The extravagant and refined restaurant pavilions all crumbled down like paper paste. With the fairy palace as the center, everything within a 20-li radius was a complete black pit. No one escaped from the fairy palace. Mingyu, who was still enjoying the lake, turned with a shocked look towards the fairy palace just as the dazzling light swept the lake, as half the entire fairy lake had suddenly disappeared. When the stunning might of the ripple reached her side, she instinctively activated her light body techniques and retreated. But it was a step too late. She felt as if she was heavily smashed on a metal wall, her throat was instantly gushed with blood as she spat them out. In the face of danger, she relaxed her body, following the energy, she was struck out over 20 li like a dried leaf, landing on a small hill. She looked towards Fairy City with a pale face. Chapter 364 Poof. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 365 Meeting Again. Chapter 365 Meeting Again. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian, XRCO, and D'Andre R. Xiao Shan's mood was extremely good. He had completed his work at Andromeda Constellation. Although he had some desire for the fairy hoop, but compared to the worth of the entire Andromeda Constellation, it was still lacking. Without Atlantis and Angelina, Kylie would be the right and proper new constellation master. Kylie, great clan elder, and Bafu, he had assembled them with utmost care, and no one could go against the power of the three of them combined in Andromeda Constellation. Or you could say without restraint, as long as there was no accident, the three of them could completely control Andromeda Constellation politics for at least 10 years. The three of them collaborating was the key in his confidence in controlling Andromeda Constellation. Bafu was greedy and lustful, the great clan elder was committed to power, Kylie was already in his pocket and had become one of his women. They all had a weakness, but if they worked together, they could correlate well. The reason why he had spent so much effort was because he saw the value of Andromeda Constellation. It was always underrated, but it could help Xiao Shan in many ways, in which money was one of them. Andromeda Constellation was prosperous and affluent, and could become his money bag. Regardless of time, money was forever the strongest force. And then he had received news that Leo Constellation and Honorable Marshall Group had started a war. That was the reason why he had to rush to leave. His heart was full of anticipation. Once the curtains was drawn, Andromeda Constellation's worth would skyrocket, and his position in the Marshall Group would therefore develop according to the situation. This must not be disclosed. He suddenly instructed Zhou Ning and the rest. They all had their suspicions, but immediately agreed. Xiao Shan had deep foresight and schemed well. There was no doubt for the importance of Andromeda Constellation, but it was not the right time to uncover the secret. The war had just started, and many of the elders in the group despised Leo Constellation greatly, and had clearly prepared well for the difficult battles ahead. To reveal it at this time, not only would it not be able to garner a high level of value, and would easily leak out. Only when the fight was in a stalemate, could the importance of his secret pawn piece appear. Xiao Shan believed that the day was approaching. Honorable Marshall Group had been the overlord of Heaven's Road for far too long, and the higher-ups always had an air of underestimating the enemy. In their eyes, the recently constructed Leo Constellation only had a superficial foundation. The expansion rate of Leo Constellation was far too low, they did not even hold up for a long campaign, while Honorable Marshall Group's properties were deep and profound, and no one else in Heaven's Road could compare. As long as the war reached a stalemate, Leo Constellation would very quickly find themselves in a desperate state. This was something no one could refute. Xiao Shan also could not refute it, but he believed it was not that easy. Because the opponent was Lion King Liang. Lion King Liang was the current generation's mighty master worthy of the name strongest. Anyone who researched on Liang will know how terrifying the Lion King was. And he was different from the declining Aries constellation. He was an unwavering man, with his own power, he created the all-powerful Lion King army. Although he inherited the ancient Leo constellation's legacy, but he did not follow the ancient Leo constellation, and walked a much more difficult route. He led the Lion King army, without any resupply, he rushed into a nameless constellation that had disarrayed energy, and forcefully created the current Leo constellation. No one had ever achieved such an accomplishment. When the Lionheart Palace was just completed, he was out on a campaign. For 14 years, he went out on a campaign to challenge planet after planet, and established the current Leo constellation. The Lionheart Palace was created after 14 years, and welcomed its master for the first time. The 12 ecliptic palaces had experienced defeat and glory, but all of them were built on and continued from their predecessors. Only Leo constellation had completely gone against this tradition, where Liang actually willingly established a brand new constellation. Such a heroic move received reverence and respect from all the martial artists under the heavens. Countless martial artists all flooded in from all corners of Heaven's Road, and vowed loyalty and devotion to this hero. The Lion King army continued to strengthen, and became the current Leo constellation's 6 big armies. Every army's commander was a saint. Leo constellation held the most famous military general institute, and continued to supply them with military generals. The Leo constellation's establishment was in its early stages, and the foundation was shallow, but it was because of this reason that from top down, everyone was thriving with ambitions, and filled with the desire to expand. But for Honorable Marshal Group, they had been the overlord of Heaven's Road for so long, and they had the reputation of going through many combats, but compared to Leo constellation, which was birthed from a sea of blood, the disparity was huge. On such a big-scale matter, Zhou Shan did not have much authority, and thus could only keep quiet. He could only watch the situation change. Thinking about Leo constellation, Zhou Shan's heart was heavy. But considering that Andromeda constellation was in his hands, he considered himself to have a good card to play. And there was Mingyu, an accidental surprise. He did not conceal anything in front of Mingyu. She was an ambitious woman, and knew much more of schemes and shrewdness than other people in this generation, and possessed the qualities to be qualified to sit at an important position. He could see the admiration of him in Mingyu's eyes, and yet he did not restrain her. Mingyu was the kind of lady that only knew of romance, and restraining her would not make her fall deeper for him. Only strong men could subdue her. Sixth brother Yu was all brawn and no brains, how could he catch her attention? Zhou Shan smiled somewhat proudly. Suddenly, a dazzling light aura appeared behind him. The blazing bright light covered the entire pure white ground, to the point that nothing could be seen. Zhou Shan's face froze on his face. When the light dissipated, all the people on the carriage turned back, all of their faces exposing surprise and fear. That was Fairy City. Not good. Zhou Shan's face changed, his mood darkened, and immediately ordered, "Go back." Everyone seemed to be awakened from a nightmare, and hurriedly turned the carriage, and rushed back towards Fairy City at full speed. After flying out for a short while, Zhou Shan suddenly shouted, "Be careful." The terrifying ripple in the air quickly became larger in everyone's eyes. The sudden wave was like a hurricane, sweeping everything away. Bang! The carriage flew out as though it was hit by the strong wind, flying like a dried leaf. Everyone on the carriage only felt the world spinning. They did not dare leave the carriage, and could only activate their true power with all their might and hold on to the carriage. Whew! After half a minute, the carriage gradually slowed down, but no one knew how far they flew out. Everyone looked at each other inside the carriage, all of them expressing shock. The shockwave was so terrifying, so how powerful was the explosion? They were unable to comprehend what kind of explosion would cause such a terrifying and powerful shockwave. Why are all of you standing there? Go back! Zhou Shan roared to everyone, causing them to wake up and go back to start up the carriage. Zhou Shan's face was green, the thing he did not want to see actually happened. Who did it? The water of the river was bone-chilling. Tang Tian spat out the blood from his mouth. Angelina, who was in his embrace, had fainted. The power of the explosion was too strong, causing Tang Tian to feel as if he was struck by a berserkin wild beast. All the bones in his body seemed to have broke. Angelina had the protection of the fairy hoop, but her power was far too weak, and she was struck by the shockwave and fainted. Tang Tian did not expect that he would cause such a shocking explosion. Thinking about the people outside of the door, they had most likely exploded into dust. No one could be able to survive that explosion. Tang Tian immediately felt that it might not be true. Maybe there were people who survived, but definitely not them. Only people in the Saint Domain could survive such an explosion. After getting injured, his thoughts were not as coherent. Tang Tian was extremely happy with the results. The explosion had wiped out almost all the higher-ups of Andromeda constellation. Andromeda constellation's strength would be extremely weak for a long period of time. But to Angelina, it was an opportunity. That meant the resistance she would face would be lessened greatly. Zhou Shan's opposition was not scary. If Zhou Shan openly went against Angelina, that would aggravate reactions from the citizens of Andromeda constellation, and would instead give her more power. Only the clan elder, Kyle, Bafu, these type of people who held power in the constellation, could go against her and would cause more infighting and possibly a civil war in Andromeda constellation. Tang Tian relaxed his state of mind. The injuries were greatly implicating his thoughts. Feeling the softness, Tang Tian could not help but squeeze subconsciously. Tang Tian, who was hugging Angelina, seemed to have grabbed Angelina's buttocks perfectly. Whoa, the feeling was good. That fellow liked Shangguan Qianhui, but he did not like her, such a strong and intelligent lady. Alright, he did not understand the feelings of childhood sweethearts. He did not have many thoughts about love, like the person in his embrace was beautiful to him, and if it was at a correct time, he would enjoy her well. But currently, he did not have the mood to. He continued to fiddle with her buttocks recklessly, but his brain calmly thinking. The explosion required him to change his plans. He had to make Ta Dun's plateau army become the strongest force in Andromeda constellation. Adding the fact that the fairy hoop was in Angelina's hands, regardless of name or power, they were sufficient to strongly support the master. The only problem now was Ta Dun. Other than him being Angelina's father, and being the commander of the plateau army, he did not know anything else of Ta Dun. The beautiful woman in his embrace had already woken up, and Tang Tian knew she was doing her best to continue acting that she had fainted. But he did not care, his mind was thinking about the plan that was forming. His pupils flashed a cold light aura, that might be even colder and bone-chilling than the river water. Tang Tian licked his lips, 15 days of time was truly too little. The leeway he could personally handle was far too small. The rapid flow of the river was strong, so Tang Tian relaxed his body and let the water bring them forward. Suddenly it became brighter in front of him. Tang Tian's train of thoughts was cut short, he stopped playing with his hands, raised his hand, his cold pupils cutting through the sky. They had already reached outside. He squinted his eyes, and slowly floated up while hugging Angelina. In the darkness, outside the chaotic and noisy fairy city, a black figure gradually rose from Fairy Lake. Suddenly, Tang Tian felt a gaze. He turned his head and a cold intent swept past his eyes. On the riverbank, a pure white beautiful woman looked over. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 366, Exchanging Hands. Chapter 366, Exchanging Hands. Translated by Barrybuns. Edited by Tian, XRCO, and DeAndre. Mingyu's gaze slowly moved up to the figure. A man covered in the darkness, with a beauty in his embrace, this charming and gentle image was actually brimming with a grim and sharp taste. Seeing her, he placed the beauty in his embrace down without regards for others, then took out some clothes and placed it over her. Mingyu watched with interest, the shyness and panic of the girl, and the cool and steady man had a strong contrast. The cold and sharp black and white image in front of her suddenly had some color, making the scene more vivid. Behind the two of them was the raging fire of Fairy City. Mingyu's gaze landed on Angelina's wrist, a cold aura flashed past her eyes, her expression turned solemn. The two of you really are clever, obtaining the Saint Treasure. But to kill so openly, you will inevitably fall. Saint Treasure, Fairy Hoop. Without question, the person who had caused the devastating explosion were the two people in front. No, it was the man. Thinking about the rumors that were circulated while being with Qiu Shan, the naked lady's name immediately surfaced in her mind, Angelina, Andromeda Constellation third-in-line successor. Tang Tian ignored her and placed Angelina, who had clothes draped over her shoulders, on his back, took out a rope and tied her up well. From start to end, he did not look at Mingyu at all, and did not ask Angelina anything. Angelina was sprawled all over Tang Tian's back, both of their bodies were wet. Tang Tian's back was not thick and broad, but his muscles were very hard, like rocks, and stuck close to her body. Her face was flushed red, as though she was going to bleed from her skin. She did not expect that there would be other people around. Especially that the other person was much prettier than her, cold and calm, clear as ice and clean like jade, while Angelina wished to bury herself inside a hole. Until when she heard Mingyu, she immediately woke up. She was not stupid, just that she was pampered and spoiled since young, and with Atlantis around, the level of competition between the other potential successors were always maintained at a low point. She could only feel helpless facing such an unforeseen event. Although she did her utmost to make herself stronger, but the road of growth was never so short. Angelina's gaze turned cold. That woman had ill intent. She had never seen Mingyu before, but from the start, she felt that Mingyu was very powerful. Angelina calmed down, her heart suddenly beating, secretly watching Tang Tian's reaction. In her heart, this mysterious master of hers was so far the strongest and most cold person. He was definitely qualified to become her idol. For a long time, this cool and strong man will always shroud her life. It was impossible for her to break free from his influence in such a short time, and if he failed, her situation would be far worse. But there will be a day she will be able to struggle free from his evil clutches. Angelina promised herself. Observing closely, she realized many things. Her master was not influenced by the opponent's chi at all, and thinking about how panicked and ashamed she was, Angelina was embarrassed. No matter when, I cannot panic, be cool, I have to be cool. That was the first thing Angelina learned. Her master had tied her tightly on his back, and after the 2 days, it allowed Angelina to somewhat determine her mysterious master's temper, and knew he was not someone who did things without reasons. He had spent a long time tying her onto his back, to the point she could not breathe properly. It was obvious that he felt that the battle coming up would be extremely intense, therefore tying her so tightly. Angelina knew that this love her master was showing was because she was of use to him. If she was useless to him, he would not hesitate to throw her away. As long as she was of use, she would not get thrown away. Being tightly tied up to a steel-like back, Angelina's face changed, her thoughts unknown. You borrowed my carriage to enter the city the last time, and did not say anything, so today we need to have a nice chat. Mingyu's gaze was like the stars, intense fighting intent, caused the pure white-robed girl to become as sharp as a sword. Nothing could be as beautiful as her, even her eyebrows were on point. Just at that moment, Tian raised his head. His face was covered by a black mist, causing him to look blurry, but the eyes behind the black mist looked like two deep and unfathomable black pool. The scene in front of her blurred, and the figure opposite her suddenly appeared right in front of her like a demon. Mingyu's expression froze, the long sword in her hand suddenly slashing horizontally. Ding, dot. The sharp slender rapier struck the blade of Mingyu's sword, causing her palm to heat up, both her legs submerging deeper into the ground. Mingyu was surprised, he had immense power. Ding ding ding. The rapier in Tang Tian's hands was like a torrential black rainstorm. If Ling Su was here, he would definitely be dumbstruck. Tang Tian's release of his sword was actually much more terrifying than his pointed sea spears. The scarier thing was, even with the burst of attacks, all of them were clustered and directed towards Mingyu's narrow sword blade. Mingyu's expression was stern, her left palm shot out a finger that knocked onto the sword blade. Clang! The sound was like a clock chiming, melodiously ringing out. The sword blade vibrated, the astonishingly fine barrage of swords was actually swept away forcibly. Suddenly, the sword in Mingyu's hand was bounded by a black steel rope, which was actually Tang Tian's rapier. Tang Tian took advantage of that, his entire being became like a black shadow and entered Mingyu's bosom. Mingyu did not panic. The wind that Tang Tian brought along with him caused her hair to fly out, her flawless and beautiful face flashed a luster as though she was taking a photo. Her jade fingers closed up together, her left palm formed the shape of a sword, looking sharply at Tang Tian. At the same time, a cold sword aura quietly slashed towards Tang Tian's waist. Tang Tian was unable to dodge, for if he did, Angelina would be the one to get cut. Without thinking, Tang Tian swapped his sword over to his left hand, his right hand fingers waved out as though he was playing a pipa, and 5 extremely sharp sword auras shot out towards Mingyu's palm sword. At the same time, without moving his upper body, his left leg swung backwards like a pendulum, and a sharp sword aura flew out from his left leg, accurately striking Mingyu's sword aura produced by her legs. The two of them swayed, and separated out like springs. The expression on Mingyu's face became weird, she stared intently at Tang Tian. 15 Pipa Sword. 15 Pipa Sword was created 200 years ago by Pipa Sword Saint Shangwan Ting, originating from Pipa martial techniques. Shangwan Ting crafted it out from a song, with the essence of the Pipa, and with an expert teaching her sword techniques, she became a saint at age 47. Tian, Pipa Sword is literally a pipa, a Chinese guitar-like instrument, and a sword. There was a reason on why Mingyu's expression was weird. 15 Pipa Sword was not saying that it had 15 styles, but it was because Shangwan Ting started practicing the pipa at 15 years old. The sword technique created by a sword saint was naturally powerful, but this sword technique was more suited for females to practice. Although she could not see Tang Tian's face, but she could confirm he was a man. If not for her personally witnessing it, she would have never imagined that a man would actually practice a female sword technique. What made her even more surprised was that the female sword technique in his hands was not the least feminine, but became gentle but fierce. A trace of admiration flashed past her eyes. To be able to cultivate the 15 Pipa swords to that extent meant that the opponent's talent on the sword was astronomical. Sword domain, sword body. Tang Tian slowly said those words. Mingyu's face finally changed to the extreme. In such a short exchange, the opponent was actually able to reveal her background in a sentence. Her mind was completely shaken. A blur black aura suddenly enlarged in front of her. Taking the chance that she was shaken, Tang Tian suddenly unleashed a sneak attack. Mingyu's heart suddenly sensed an intense feeling of danger, and in that instant, her beautiful pupils became frosty, her left palm stretched across her face. Her pure white slender jade fingers could make people's heart palpitate. Ding! Tang Tian's extremely sharp rapier pierced the jade palm, releasing a sharp and crisp sound, but was unable to inch forward. For Tang Tian, who had powerful penetrating power, the rapier immediately bent to an extreme angle, as though it could break any moment. Mingyu could feel that, inside the layer of fuzzy black mist, there were a pair of eyes looking at her. Not good. She suddenly sensed that something was not right. The bent rapier blade suddenly rebounded back. Tang Tian, who had rushed in front of her, suddenly vanished. In the next moment, he had appeared above the lake. Mingyu then realized she was tricked. The opponent's attack was not a sneak attack at all, but was to borrow the force. She did not give chase, but quietly watched Tang Tian go down towards the lake, admiration and appreciation in her eyes. This was the first time someone had made her feel lost. His background was worth thinking over. The sword domain was extremely mysterious and very few people knew about it. Even when their disciples came out to travel, their identities would not be revealed. Only for disciples from powerful aristocratic families like Qiu Shan would know about it. But he actually revealed it in an instant. She quietly stood at the lakeside, her mind playing back the fight. Suddenly the sound of something cutting through the air broke her train of thoughts. It was actually Qiu Shan and his men who returned. His face was ashen, obviously his mood was terrible, and seeing his expression, adding Fairy Palace's explosion, Mingyu's heart was sharp. "Brother Qiu," she calmly greeted. "Sister Ming, who were you exchanging hands with just now?" Qiu Shan anxiously asked. He had heard the sound from Mingyu's finger, and rushed over following the sound. No one in Andromeda constellation had the qualifications to make Mingyu take action, only the mysterious swordsman. Yes, a mysterious swordsman, and Angelina is with him. Mingyu did not hide anything and spoke truthfully. Qiu Shan's face changed, a sinister look appeared in his eyes, faintly expressing the anger, but he controlled himself. Where did they run off to? Mingyu replied, Fairy Lake. For some reason, the current Qiu Shan made her feel somewhat different. Thank you, Sister Ming. Finished, Qiu Shan and his men all soared up. The guard beside Qiu Shan suddenly had his eyes become red, his red eyes sweeping the entire lake. It was a type of eye martial technique, and was obviously not of a low grade. A group of people went around the lake once, but did not find anything. The meandering secret river of the fairy lake was extremely complicated underwater. Qiu Shan's anger finally reached his threshold, and he shouted, "Seal all the starry doors of Andromeda constellation. Find them. Even if it means digging 3 feet down." He had not even left Andromeda constellation and his cooking duck flew away. "If I find you, I will definitely grind your bones to dust." Qiu Shan's face was twisted. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 367, He's Finished. Chapter 367, He's Finished. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian, XRCO, and D'Andre R. Rose Manor. The window curtains were drawn closed very tightly, causing the room to be very dark. Tang Tian sat in the corner cross-legged, his eyes closed, somewhat immersed. Not far from him, Angelina had her arms supporting her chin, staring intently at Tang Tian, somewhat in a daze. Thinking about everything that happened the past few days, her mind was in a blank. She could no longer gather courage to fight him. His methods were truly too scary. Witnessing it for the past few days, how he was able to flip his hand and change the situation, and by flipping his hand again, another reaction would occur. The entire Fairy City was completely toyed with by him. Fairy City was currently in turmoil and chaos, with the lack of prestigious people coming out to lead the situation. On that day, the great clan elder who had premeditated and wanted to charge Ta Dun for the crimes, had brought practically all of the higher-ups of Fairy City together, and in the explosion, none of them survived. They had rushed to the Fairy Palace, and did not have time to send the message out. The entire Fairy City, no, all the higher-ups of the Fairy City, all of them were completely erased, and everything that had happened, was also erased. The law and order in the city became chaotic. All the rich and influential people were scared, as they did not know what had happened. What made them the most terrified was that their family elders and the clan elders had all disappeared. All of the families could only close their doors, tighten their security, and send people out to find their elders and the clan elders. If they were alive, they wanted to meet them. If they were dead, they wanted to see the bodies. Chaos like never seen before. The chaos and disorder caused Qiu Shan and his men much more difficulty in searching. He had limited manpower, and facing such disorder, his little manpower could not look for anything. Even worse, the situation had gone to a point where they did not even expect. Qiu Shan's face was ashen. In front of him, Zhou Ning carefully reported. Now the market is saying, the explosion was caused by us. They said they have witnesses, saying that because of Asda's rejection to form the alliance with us, we became angry and ashamed. Zhou Ning could feel that his master was releasing a massive killing intent, and knew that his master was thoroughly enraged. But the matter was too serious and he did not dare hide it, so he had to harden his skin and continue. They said, it was not an ordinary explosion, the might was so powerful, and only honorable martial group could achieve that. Also, the timing of the explosion was so perfect, it was just when we left. The faces of the people around Qiu Shan all changed, they could not refute those words. Such rumors were truly powerful, and also extremely convincing. If not them personally doing it, they might not have believed such rumors. Their performance was too real, and just as they left, Fairy Palace exploded, and not just a normal explosion, but the power of the explosion was so terrifying. They all looked at each other and smiled bitterly. This was like yellow mud on their trousers, even though it was not urine, but to the others, it was urine. Qiu Shan took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. There was no point in being angry, and he said, "Did you find out who spread those messages?" Zhou Ning hesitated for a while, then decided to speak the truth. "We were solely in contact with the great clan elder, Kylie and Bafu only. Now we do not have any local allies, so we do not have eyes or ears." Someone suggested, "Then are we able to rope in a few of the local businesses? I noticed that their attitude to us were rather intimate that day." Zhou Ning glanced at him and replied, "At this time, who would dare to risk condemnation and contact us? No one will trust us." And, almost all the elders of the big commerces in the city had all died in the explosion. "The fairy hoop is in Angelina's hands," Xiao Shan said solemnly. Zhou Ning understood his master's meaning, and shook his head while laughing bitterly. "They said, because Atlantis and Kylie were killed by master, for the sake of protecting Angelina, the great clan elder and Asda staged getting injured. That means, Asda knew of the inevitable harm, and gave the fairy hoop to Angelina and allowed her to escape. There are a few variations of this rumor." Xiao Shan was so angry he laughed instead. "Bullshit. The citizens are willing to believe, so the families are also willing to believe." Zhou Ning said solemnly, "They need someone to lead them, and Angelina has the fairy hoop, so it is fair for her to be the one. More importantly, no one will believe that Angelina was the one who caused the explosion. There is someone behind Angelina." Xiao Shan had calmed down. "He is a mysterious swordsman, and Angelina will have definitely returned to the Rose Manor, if not there would not be such rumors. So we only have one route to go, and that is to kill Angelina and seize the fairy hoop back. Since it is already so chaotic, we will make it even worse." A trace of ferocity flashed past Xiao Shan's eyes. "Let us go to the Rose Manor." "Yes." Everyone replied in unison. They had already investigated Angelina, and knew her family grounds very clearly. They did not have many people, but at the same time, their target was small, and by breaking their goal up into mini milestones to complete was easier. Quietly, they made their way to the Rose Manor. The Rose Manor's defenses were extremely tight, with guard posts every 10 steps and sentries every 5, even birds would have difficulty entering. Everyone was extremely aroused. The scene only confirmed Xiao Shan's speculations. The more crucial thing was, there were only people going in the manor and no one going out, which was an unusual scene. The other families had also tightened their defense, but would always have many people going in and out. Because they were looking for their kins lost from the explosion, but for the Rose Manor, there was no one coming out. All the other manors were brightly lit up, awaiting for news all day and night. Only the Rose Manor was in a state of darkness, all of their guards prowling the area with tense faces. Everything was but normal. Xiao Shan squinted his eyes, seeing the tight defense of the manor. Without question, the rumors were all spread by Angelina secretly. And the mastermind behind the scenes was most likely the mysterious swordsman. But every plot, in the face of absolute power, would always crumble. The men he had brought were all elites of honorable martial group, and the defense in front of them were only good for ordinary martial artists, and to the likes of them, it was futile. A group of men quietly slipped into the manor. Very quickly, they found the location of Angelina. It was a small house completely covered with rose, in which all the people in the manor called it the Rose House. Their efforts were not gone to waste, the flowers were extremely beautiful. The curtains of the Rose House were all closed. This situation made everyone excited. Without question, the probability of Angelina hiding inside was extremely high. Xiao Shan made a gesture to Zhou Ning. Zhou Ning understood. He was about to make his move, when a strange scene happened. A pure white light shot out towards his face. Zhou Ning's pupils contracted. The light was shot out from the Rose House that was about 400 m away. In that same moment, one after another lights all shot out towards every direction, the projections incoming, causing all their hairs to stand. Not good, it was an ambush. Xiao Shan's heart darkened, but he did not panic, since they were caught, then attack. He roared, "Kill!" The sword in his hand released a bright light, almost as bright as the sun. The sword slashed down on the Rose House, with its surprising sword aura. All the other light auras all aimed straight towards the Rose House. Bang! The Rose House immediately transformed into fine powder. Xiao Shan's eyes contracted. There was nobody. Good. An old angry voice sounded out from the sky. Above where the house was, an old man stood there with tears flowing down, sorrowfully saying, "Master, you who are in heaven, wish to tell us who harmed you." He was the 10th elder, someone who did not meddle in day-to-day matters, and loved peace, so he escaped everything. But he had been an elder the longest, and had seen Asda grow up, and had a deep relation with Asda, so his heart was pained beyond grief. Another squared-faced middle-aged man had fire of hate spewing out of his eyes, angrily shouting, "Xiao Shan! What enmity does our Andromeda constellation have with honorable martial group? You dare to be so cruel. You are so vicious. He was the young master of Fairy City's biggest commerce. His father had been missing till now, and the loss of his father was so painful it leaked into his bones. An old general dressed in armor had hair as white as snow. He did not let anger take over him. He was Plateau Army's former commander, and he said, "Although my Andromeda constellation is small, but it will not be stepped over. From today on, my Andromeda constellation will cut all ties with Honorable Marshal Group. Kill! Kill!" From afar, roars of anger filled the sky, all their shouts coming closer. Xiaoshan's face turned pale, his entire body seemed to fall like an ice statue. He was duped. Every step of his was calculated by the opponent. The opponent had purposely spread rumors, and purposely left out a clue, everything a trap for the next move. Suddenly, Xiaoshan seemed to have awakened. This trap seemed extremely familiar with the one he laid for Ta Dun. Was this karma? He had already shown his guilt for killing Asda, and shown his guilt for creating the big explosion. No matter how hard he tried to refute, no one would believe him. He suddenly opened his eyes wide, all his confidence had disappeared in that moment. From that day on, Andromeda Constellation had become Honorable Marshal Group's enemy and became Leo Constellation's firm ally. Everything that he had done spread over the entire northern sky's 19 continents like the wind, making enemies out of all the other constellations, and would be used by Leo Constellation without restraint, using the information to smear Honorable Marshal Group's name. Screwed up. In that subtle moment, he knew he had erred fatally. He knew he was finished. For the sake of changing the situation, the Honorable Marshal Group would definitely sacrifice him, and condemn him to a terrible punishment. Finished, he was finished. He raised his head up, his eyes seemed to be full of blood, like a wild beast on the verge of death. The shouts poured in like tides. For the sake of not scaring them, the guards were situated over 200 m away. About 3 kilometers away from the Rose House, in an ordinary home where servants slept, a window that had its curtains drawn was slightly opened. Tang Tian coldly watched the entire scene. "He's finished," he said without turning back. Personally planning everything step by step, personally witnessing the entire scene, Angelina was dumbstruck. After a long time, she regained her senses and turned her pale face. A chill spread through her heart. That blurred face, that deep and hoarse voice, that figure that was covered in the darkness, at that moment, was extremely demonic, extremely terrifying. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 368, Declaration of War. Chapter 368, Declaration of War. Translated by Buns. Edited by XRCO and DeAndre. Xiaoshan had surrendered. This caused Tang Tian to be surprised. He thought that Xiaoshan would fight to the death, and did not expect him to surrender. What made people ponder was the last sentence he said before being tied up. "You guys have no evidence to prove that I did it." Tang Tian somewhat admired him. That sentence was very powerful. If Xiaoshan had fought to the death instead, under the stirred emotions and died in the course of battle, no one could say anything. But now that he had said that, everyone would have to consider it. Xiaoshan was right. There were no concrete evidence to prove that the death of Asda and the explosion were all created by Xiaoshan. Even though Xiaoshan had snuck into the Rose Manor, causing everyone on scene to believe that it was Xiaoshan who did it. But, a guess would forever be a guess. They had no proof of Xiaoshan doing it. Although Xiaoshan was the first one to fall headfirst due to the problem, but his family was deep-rooted within the Honorable Marshal Group. As long as there were no definite evidence, they could completely pull him out slowly. Zhou Ning had a taunting look as he allowed the guards to tie him up. Xiaoshan's words caused his men to have some sort of decision. Xiaoshan's second sentence made them relax even more. "I have already sent out a message to the Honorable Marshal Group, and they will immediately send people here." Xiaoshan's expression was steady, his gaze gold. "No one can do harm to my Honorable Marshal Group even if they want to." Zhou Ning said coldly, "How you guys are tying up my young master? My young master will make you guys untie him." All of them showed their anger, but no one did anything, feeling the pain from his words. If Xiaoshan was truly framed, and by apprehending him without evidence, they could not do anything to him. He was slightly clever. Tang Tian, who was in the darkness, was somewhat interested. His eyes had a layer of frost, but sadly, he did not wish to leave an enemy behind for himself. He softly whispered a few words to Angelina, causing her face to immediately turning white. She took a deep breath, puffed up her chest and walked forward. "We do not need any evidence." Just when everyone was feeling awkward, a strong figure walked out from the darkness. It was Angelina. A few of the masters immediately bowed in respect. Although they too did not know why the fairy hoop was with Angelina, but she was the third-in-line successor, and they knew her personally, so they were very clear who she was. No matter what had happened, no one knew anything. But out of everything, the result to Andromeda constellation was considered a fortune amidst the misfortune. Angelina had the power to become one of the candidates of successorship for the fairy hoop, and her father Tadun had the plateau army, and that was the most important factor. To Andromeda constellation, which was currently in a state of turmoil, being stable was the most important. Only with stability could everyone benefit. Don't need evidence? Then you all want to kill Honorable Marshal Group's core disciple? Zhou Ning laughed out loud, as though he heard the biggest joke of the year. Such a matter has never happened before, and will never ever happen. Seeing Zhou Ning, hatred flashed past Angelina's eyes. The incident that happened that day came out in her mind. She raised her head and walked towards Zhou Ning. Zhou Ning spoke out, "What? Unless you want to." Xie. Before Zhou Ning could complete his sentence, his expression and body froze, as he stared at Angelina in disbelief. Angelina released a dagger in her hand, then taking out a white handkerchief to clean the blood stain. For some reason, she did not even feel the least bit like a murderer. It seemed that she had seen him for far too long and was disgusted, so her heart had become mentally dark. She laughed at herself in her heart. Everyone stared at Angelina in shock. The Angelina in front of them were extremely unfamiliar. Bitch! Xiaoshan roared in a towering rage. He struggled with all his might, but his meridians were all sealed by true power, and could no longer instigate any power. He stared straight at her. "I will definitely trample Andromeda constellation." "Definitely. You will not have the chance to." Angelina slowly walked to Xiaoshan, although his handsome face made her feel disgusted. Her carefree life was broken by him, and in a few days, it seemed to be a lifetime away. Every night she would be awakened by nightmares, all thanks to him. If he did not exist, she would still be living her carefree life. Sister Atlantis would become the constellation master, and everyone would be in the garden at the back of the fairy palace drinking tea and chatting. But there was no if. Fairy palace was gone, Atlantis was gone, and many others were gone. Tears flowed down from Angelina's eyes, but she held everything back. After the past few days, she had come to know that tears were useless. Although she was not able to be as cool and emotionless as him, but she had improvements as well. She stared at Xiaoshan, her mind strangely calm. From today on, Andromeda constellation declares war with Honorable Marshal Group. Xiaoshan looked at Angelina in shock. "You're crazy. You're definitely crazy. Do you know what you're doing? Do you want to ruin Andromeda constellation? You ants, do you dare to declare war with the Honorable Marshal Group?" Angelina did not look at him. She turned her body and faced all the other people who were still in a state of shock. Our Andromeda constellation is gentle and peace-loving, and have never fought with any other constellations before. Our Andromeda constellation treats people peacefully and harmoniously, and even with such arrogant people, we still treat them hospitably with all our hearts. Evidence? Do we really need evidence? Where is this? This is Andromeda constellation. Our home, a place where our ancestors lived in and built. This is our home ground, and it requires us to defend it with all our life. Our dignity is being stepped over on. Our leaders were assassinated, our elders, not one of them alive. Do we still need evidence? Can the evidence bring the dead back to life? Can evidence make the fairy palace reappear? Can evidence bring back our old lives? No. Nothing. We can never go back. We are already forced to our door, and the entire place is scattered with blood, while behind us are our families, our kins. Retreat? Where can we retreat to? We have nowhere to retreat. We cannot retreat. Angelina could no longer hold back her tears. Her voice boomed out, resonating out into the skies, and even the clouds in the sky seemed to shake to her voice. Every single Andromeda constellation citizen who was on scene all started to shed tears. Andromeda constellation had never seen the flames of war. Everyone's fighting ability is limited to a very low standard. No one has ever experienced the pain and sufferings of war. Especially people who had lost their kins, they all starting sobbing painfully. Xiaoshan's expression turned pale. This woman was crazy. She was already crazy. Angelina wiped her tears. She removed fairy hoop from her wrist and raised it high above her head. The fairy hoop lit up with a dazzling light aura as though it was the sun. Fairy City became extremely bright. The power of Andromeda constellation was slowly urged. The power of rippled out throughout every corner of Andromeda constellation. Angelina's body became blurred inside the light. Only her firm and unwavering voice continued to resonate through Andromeda constellation. If our dignity needs to be retrieved back with blood, then we will use blood to retrieve it back. If we need to protect our home with our life, then we will sacrifice our lives to do so. Our hatred, our blood debt will be repaid with blood. I, Angelina, Master of Andromeda Constellation, in the name of vengeance, declares war with Honorable Marshal Group. Angelina's dazzling eyes caused everyone on scene to rage in unison. War. XRCO, Hori Sheet. War. The loud clamors swept Andromeda constellation like a tornado. Xiao Shan seemed to have lost his soul, his expression panicky. Kill him. Angelina shouted sternly. Chi chi chi. Countless of weapons pierced through Xiao Shan. Tang Tian and Ming Yus confronted each other. The moment Angelina came out after talking to Tang Tian, he could feel an expert concealed and spying on everything, and he did not expect it would be the Swords Domain lady. Good performance. Splendid methods. Hearing Angelina's words, Mingyu could not help but be moved. Angelina's actions and words made Mingyu feel admiration for her. Although it seemed like an impulsive decision to declare war, but there was not much danger to it. Because there was Leo constellation, and they would definitely not sit idly by. An enemy of my enemy is my friend, that simple logic, Lion King would definitely know. That was not a performance. Tang Tian suddenly said, he could hear the pain in Angelina's heart. Declaring war was his idea, but the words and emotions of Angelina was real. Xiao Shan should not die here. Mingyu said, but upon saying it, she knew she had said the wrong thing. As expected, Tang Tian's voice filled with ridicule spoke out, but he did. Who exactly are you? Mingyu looked at Tang Tian, saying, Shang Ting did not have any disciples, but... What about Sword Domain? Tang Tian said coldly, the rules for the disciples of the Sword Domain does not permit them to leave the place unless they are saints. Mingyu's eyes was suddenly bright, you truly are familiar with Sword Domain. Which palace are you from? Whose disciple are you? Tang Tian ignored her, everyone from Sword Domain were lunatics, the men were maniacs, the women were crazy. Although they had some fate, although her tone was rather polite, but the hint of arrogance made Tang Tian dislike her. If you're not saying, then I will find out myself. Mingyu snorted, her figure as fast as lightning, her white sword unsheathing. The killing intent in Tang Tian's sword, although he was worried about her background, but for her to keep on coming, made him feel like killing her. He only felt that he had enough of trouble, and did not want to aggravate more, and not because he harbored any fear for Sword Domain. And Tang Tian suspected that Mingyu would find trouble for him through Angelina. He had found a suitable servant after much difficult, and he did not wish for her to die so quickly. It'll be better if I just killed her. The moment killing intent soared out from Tang Tian's heart, Mingyu felt it, and her heart trembled. But what was even more scary was that, he knew that she was a disciple from Sword Domain, but he could still harbor killing intent, that also meant that he was not afraid of Sword Domain. Who exactly was he? Mingyu suddenly turned in the sky, becoming like a big white bird, flying into the sky. We will meet again. Mingyu's cold voice sounded out in the sky. Tang Tian suddenly felt some headache, she knew of the relationship between Angelina and him, and that would definitely be a danger. Facing the direction where Mingyu disappeared to, his expression was congealed for a while, then he kept all emotions and once again merged with the darkness. It was the 7th day. The leftover time was not much, he still had a few things left to prepare, and he had no time to waste it on a weird lady. Angelina's choice of immediately declaring war surprised him, but thinking about it, and the reason for it, was not far off from his plans. 15 days of time was truly too short. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 369, Returning Back. Chapter 369, Returning Back. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by XRCO and DeAndre. The war between the Honorable Marshall Group and Leo Constellation had started, filling the entire Heaven's Road with the war atmosphere, but the changes of Andromeda Constellation attracted the eyes of Heaven's Road. And the public announcement from the new constellation Master Angelina of declaring war with Honorable Marshall Group shook the entire Heaven's Road. Honorable Marshall Group was enraged, and directly pointed straight at Andromeda Constellation for framing the group. And for Xiao Shan's family, they released word saying they want to trample on Andromeda Constellation. The experts of the Qiu family had all started to travel through days and nights towards Andromeda Constellation, wanting to take revenge for Xiao Shan. But when the inside story of the event was revealed, Heaven's Road went into an uproar. Xiao Shan had gone to Andromeda Constellation on a diplomatic mission, Asda had rejected the alliance with Honorable Marshall Group, Xiao Shan left in a rage, following that the explosion of the fairy palace occurred, Asda was killed, the higher-ups were practically gone, Xiao Shan had snuck into Angelina's Rose Manor to assassinate her. In the entire matter, Xiao Shan's hand was always faintly discernible. Although some people suspected Angelina, but majority of the people felt that Honorable Marshall Group were behind the plot that had happened. Honorable Marshall Group stuck to their retort that Andromeda Constellation did not have any evidence, but their dispute was useless. Andromeda was in the end just a constellation of the northern sky 19 continents, their power was not considered powerful, and with their current higher-ups all gone, they were even weaker. But they had a long history, and their ties with the other constellations were peaceful. All the constellation masters in history were all kind, and had farmed countless of good karma. Andromeda constellation's misfortune had gained the sympathy of other constellations, and they joined in opposition to Honorable Marshall Group. To any constellation, people like Xiao Shan who used underhand methods to try and topple and destroy other constellations were extremely hateful. For a moment, everyone felt a sense of danger, especially all the smaller constellations, all remained at a respectful distance towards Honorable Marshall Group. Honorable Marshall Group who were trying to rope in allies in an extensive range hit a wall. Facing the overbearing Honorable Marshall Group, the Constellation Masters only dared to be angry but not say anything, and maintain silence over Honorable Marshall Group's request for alliance, was their way of protesting. Just as everyone was feeling worried for Andromeda Constellation, Orion Constellation of the 10 Equatorial Palaces suddenly sent out word, if Honorable Marshall Group were to attack Andromeda Constellation, then Orion Constellation would support Andromeda Constellation in declaring war against the Honorable Marshall Group. This news caused all the Constellation Masters to be surprised. Orion Constellation was one of the overlords of the 10 Equatorial Palaces, and Honorable Marshall Group did not dare underestimate its power. Honorable Marshall Group did not expect Orion Constellation to interfere at such a crucial moment, but if the war had just begun, then it would cause everyone to stand passive again. Honorable Marshall Group, Zhou family. Zhou family was a large family in Honorable Marshall Group, and was more illustrious than Yi Zhaoji's Yi family. Xiao Yuing, the current patriarch of the Zhou family, was the 13th Honorable Elder in the Honorable Marshall Group. The identities of the Honorable Elders were extremely respected, but Xiao Yuing did not lose his heart, and had been traveling across Heaven's Road alone, and had not returned for a very long time. The current patriarch instead of him for the Zhou family was his disciple, Xiao Yuntai. Xiao Yuntai was an earnest man. Out of the 3 brothers in the Zhou family, he was the weakest, but in terms of relationship and family matters, he was very outstanding, and he was the one who handled the affairs of the Zhou family. That Orion constellation wants to die. Xiao Meng's stature was big, his skin tanned, whole body was as tough as steel. His voice was thunderous with an enraged face, his looks scary. Many of the Qiu family disciples were handsome young men and beautiful ladies, and Xiao Meng who was ugly and straightforward was relatively rare. He was always bullied when young, his personality violent and perverse, and the only one who could control him was Xiao Yuing. Xiao Yuntai's face was also ashen. Xiao Shan was the most outstanding disciple of the Zhou family's younger generation, and had high hopes placed on him. Never did they expect him to meet with misfortune upon going to Andromeda Constellation. They did not care what happened to Andromeda Constellation, as even 10 of it was not comparable to Xiao Shan. How will I account for it when Big Brother comes back? Xiao Yuntai sighed, his heart was extremely bitter. Xiao Meng replied anxiously, second brother, even at this time, you're still thinking about that? This shit Andromeda Constellation dares to declare war with us, this dog's hit Orion Constellation dares to criticize us, if we do not counterattack, our face would be gone entirely. Xiao Yuntai's face did not change, counterattack, do we need to? Xiao Meng wanted to reply, but Xiao Yuntai spoke indifferently, it will still be okay if Orion Constellation does not speak out, because once they do, then we cannot retreat anymore. The war has just begun. If the group continues to suffer defeat, then we would not even need to fight at the back. Not only can the higher-ups fight, they can even win beautifully, but... Xiao Meng might look crude, but he was witty, and after hearing that he thought, then what about us? We just watch and not do anything? Of course we will just watch. Xiao Yuntai said, in other people's eyes, Andromeda Constellation is the victim. But in the group, our Qiu family are the victims. No matter how Andromeda Constellation is, Shaner is gone, and no one else has this loss. Shaner was helping the group, and since the higher-ups want to fight, that means Shaner was right, and they will definitely compensate our family. But we still do not have the chance to take revenge by ourselves. Xiao Meng mumbled. Xiao Yuntai's gaze looked out wide, what are you anxious for? The war has just begun. In the Rose Manor, Tang, Tian and Angelina were also talking. The war has just begun. The cold voice sounded out in the room, while Angelina sat there listening with all focus. She knew that no matter how skillful she was or how deeply she understood the situation, she could never compare to him. Tang Tian's mysterious and ghostly methods had already completely convinced her. To her, Xiao Shan was already unfathomable, but he was still killed by Tang Tian as easy as blowing dust off. And Xiao Shan had not even seen his face. She knew he had to leave for a period of time, and it would be quite long. That made her somewhat anxious, but his words had no doubt in them, so she did not speak. Inside the period that he was gone, she had to single-handedly face Honorable Marshall Group's counterattack. That terrifying pressure was like colliding straight on with a mountain. She listened very attentively, doing her best to keep every single one of his words into her mind. His gaze and his understanding of the current situation was not something she could hold a candle to. The Honorable Marshall Group will not let this go, because they want to show off their strength. Their people are already on the way, and you are their target. Orion and Leo constellation's martial artists are also on the way, they will risk their lives to protect you. Andromeda constellation will become their battlefield, and you must take charge of the situation. How do I take charge? They will not send many people, and their strength will not be too strong. What you need to do is contact all the powers you can to help defend against them. This will be an extremely arduous process, and Andromeda constellation will be beaten to a pulp, but you must hold on no matter what. How do I hold on? Hearing his words, Angelina's entire body was cold. Even he said it would be arduous, then how arduous would it be? For how to hold on, you will have to figure it out yourself. I am not familiar with Andromeda constellation, but the essence of war is to use your strongest points and attack the enemy's weakest spots. If you really die, then oh well. Tang Tian spoke with extreme vagueness, causing Angelina's heart to tense again. I'm going. After he was finished, Tang Tian disappeared without leaving a trace. He originally wanted to meet Ta Dun first and see how the plateau army was, but he did not have enough time. Although Angelina was the constellation master, but Fairy City was still in a mess. The aristocratic families, the businesses were all like dragons without heads, and to Tang Tian, that was an exceptionally good opportunity. If the aristocratic families and businesses could form together, they would definitely be a powerful force. This idea would usually be impossible to achieve, but under certain circumstances, when the stable powers have all been beaten, it would become a possibility. Everyone needs to gather together to be warm, if not, they would not be able to survive through the winter. Tang Tian spent a week of time helping Angelina in the dark, and built the Fairy Commerce Alliance. He practically captured all of the powerful businesses. Despite his wisdom, he still found it difficult to manage. Tang Tian sighed, as time passed very quickly. He quietly returned back to the Season Fields waterway. Ling Su and Crane were still in the same place, but their chi had calmed down. Tang Tian sat down and watched the two of them, suddenly feeling envious. He never had friends, and never knew what friends were. But upon looking at the idiot having such good friends, he became even more unsure about what friends were. He shook his head, and his mind calmed down. The darkness and being alone belonged to him. Time slowly crawled by. Tang Tian, idiot Tang, opened his eyes in a daze, feeling that his entire body was extremely tired, without much strength left in his body. As though he had just completed some sort of powerful training, he also felt some aches. DeAndre R., when Tang Tian's personalities switch like this I will let you know. Idiot Tang of course is the original one, while I'll call the second personality Loner Tang. You're finally awake. Crane's joyous voice came out from his ear. Ah. Tang Tian was confused. Chi chi chi. The sound of air being ripped through came out nearby. Tang Tian consciously turned to look. A figure was completely surrounded by spear images. Tang Tian reacted after a while, his eyes become wide and bulging. He jumped up. Wah! Little Su Su, you became stronger. The sky full of spear images disappeared in a moment, exposing Ling Su's figure. The joy on Ling Su's face could hardly be covered up. I'm at the 8th level. Me too. Crane's face exposed a self-confident laugh. 8th level, Tang Tian was in a blur, then finally realized, oh yeah. I just remembered, we swallowed the crane crystal pellet. Idiot. Ling Su rolled his eyes. Crane had a face of helplessness. Why was his reply always so painful? He then reminded, quickly see how much have you grown? Tang Tian immediately checked the true power inside his body. After a while, his expression became weird. Crane immediately became anxious. What's wrong? He was the one who created the crane crystal pellet. If there were any problems, he would be extremely guilty. Don't tell me you're already at the 9th level. Ling Su's face was doubtful, but he was quickly afraid of his own guess. Crane's expression calmed down. True, how could I forget that this crazy young man is a weird freak? His training speed and progress is always so perverse. Wait a minute, are you truly at the 9th level? The both of them looked in fright at Tang Tian. Tang Tian shook his head. I'm still at the 7th level. Impossible. Crane was shocked. Liar. Ling Su scolded him. Really, I am still at the 7th level. Tang Tian shook his head, his face in doubt, but my 7th level became different from what it was previously. Became different? Crane and Ling Su were startled. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 370, The Comprehension Amidst the Resistance. Chapter 370, The Comprehension Amidst the Resistance. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by XRCO and DeAndre R. It truly was different. The dantian and meridians in his body had changed beyond recognition, causing Tang Tian to be dumbstruck. He thought about it, then thought about when he was going to explode, and somewhat remembered it. He took a breath, and threw a punch out. The trace of true power in his dantian that was hibernating suddenly disappeared, and at the same time, it appeared in the meridians of Tang Tian's hand. Bang! The extremely loud and clear sound suddenly exploded out in front of Tang Tian's fist. Tang Tian could clearly feel that spiraling energy fist aura and bore through the air like an artillery shell. Let me test it out. Ling Su, who had long wanted to try, thrust his spear towards Tang Tian. Tang Tian faced the sky full of spears, suddenly threw his fist and collided right on point with the spear tips. The high-speed rotating sharp energy accurately struck the spear tips, causing the sky of spears to disappear. Ling Su only felt as he was facing the mouth of a tiger, the silver spear almost flew out. His heart shook, such a big force. Although he was not sufficiently prepared, but that casual might already contain that much power, causing Ling Su to be surprised. Tang Tian looked thoughtfully. Without thinking, he stepped out and punched again. Ling Su was eager to win, he calmed himself. Making things simple for himself, he thrust it out. The fist and spear tip clashed again. Pa! Ling Su retreated 3 steps, while Tang Tian's body only swayed. Ling Su's true power had drilled into his meridians, but his meridians were too wide, and did not cause much harm to him. The threads of true power in his body was like a school of fish, quickly attacking the foreign true power, destroying it in a blink of an eye. His attack was once again thwarted, causing him to become angry. His mouth released a sound, and Tang Tian was suddenly facing the pointed sea spears. The sharp and intense shrill hissed forward like an owl, the devilish sound mind-piercing. Tang Tian's focus swayed, but very quickly recovered. His 5 fingers formed claws, the light aura of fire scythe ghost claws blossoming out. The countless of sonic booms mixed with the clashing of attacks filled the sky, both parties could hardly be seen. The limitless true power allowed Tang Tian to be able to use fire scythe ghost claw even more freely, and even the sparks blossoming on his fingertips were all freely controlled by him. Flashing around like lightning, ding ding ding, each claw struck accurately against the spear tip. Both of them got faster and faster. Tang Tian was extremely excited. He could feel the threads of true power in his body were extremely obedient and could freely use the true power threads at will. His mind was suddenly stirred, maybe he could transform even further? Ling Su, who was intoxicated with the adrenaline of fighting, clashing head to head was his favorite style of fighting. He had never lost in terms of speed before. Just at that moment, Tang Tian's fire scythe ghost claw suddenly had new transformations. Sometimes light, sometimes heavy, sometimes fast, sometimes slow, the unpredictability caused Ling Su to be in a mess as he could not defend properly. Tang Tian's eyes was lit with excitement. The surge of true power in his body caused him to feel that he was brimming with energy. What was even more incomprehensible was, every layer of dantian pool had become extremely active. He could clearly feel the difference between the flow of true power upon every layer. He suddenly had a brazen idea, causing him to become even more excited. 5 true power threads returned to the dantian pools. Going down level after level, they reached the lowest level dantian pool. After that, the 5 threads of true power surged up layer after layer. At every layer, their speed increased exponentially, and when they reached the highest level dantian pool, the speed was so fast that Tang Tian had difficulty controlling it. If not for him being so excited, and his control greatly increasing, he would have lost control of the 5 true power threads. So fast. Tang Tian did not have time to regret. His right shoulder jolted, the 5 true power threads split up and shot out through his 5 fingertips. So fast. Tang Tian only had time to raise his palm. Bang! An oppressive sound came out, followed by 5 sparks that shot out of Tang Tian's fingers. Ling Su was frightened. What sort of weird technique was that? He did not dare to slacken. The long spear style in his hand suddenly changed, from offensive to defensive, the dense pointed sea spears blocking his front. The sparks were as fast as lightning, and appeared in front of him in a blink of an eye. Pa! The 5 clear strikes sounded as one. Ling Su's pupils contracted, his body trembled violently like a sieve, the rocks beneath his feet were all turned to dust. The 5 straight sparks that shot out were actually revolving at high speeds inside. The accumulated energy broke through Ling Su's defense. Tang Tian was also surprised by his own attack that he thought of, but after that, he became even more excited, as though he found a new toy. Are there any more styles to try? There definitely is. Then let's test it out. The pitiful Ling Su became Tang Tian's test subject. Layers upon layers of weird techniques made Ling Su extremely weary. Crane stood by the side watching with interest and pleasure, and would occasionally sound out warnings and sighs. Little Su, careful of your left side. Right side, your right side has an opening. This is a beautiful move. Ling Su, who was originally in a disarray, was pissed off by Crane's constant sighs and warnings, and jumped out of the ring, staring at Crane. Your turn. Crane, who was watching at the side, was long excited to participate, and did not reject hearing him. Okay, that. Ling Su then relaxed and gasped for breath. Suddenly he froze. Wait a minute, why am I gasping for breath? Ling Su opened his eyes wide, disbelief written all over his face. He only fought for so long, but why is my body feeling so tired that I have to gasp for breath? He turned his head and stared at Tang Tian, who was shouting about, his heart trembling. Regardless of who was going up against him, Tang Tian was still happy. The changes of the dantian and meridians in his body made him feel as though he had discovered a vast new sky and was soaring around, discovering new things. Tang Tian, who was extremely excited, his six senses were extremely sharp. The mysterious ways of using the spiraling energy were all being slowly uncovered by him. If he wanted destruction, then the speed of the attack of the true power threads and the speed of the rotation had to be fast. But it could not be too fast, if not it would shoot out again like previously. There was another result due to the vortex, and that was the absorbing capability. If he wanted to attain such a result, he had to use more than 20 of the true power threads, and the speed of rotation could not be too fast. Such a type of martial technique that was similar to succeeding loop technique that made him unleash consecutive and continuous attacks, which made Tang Tian even more excited. To a close-quarters combat expert, being consecutive and continuous was a type of useful technique, because it could always decrease the distance between the opponent and him. To a close-quarters combat expert, the shortening of the distance meant victory. Tang Tian, who was basking in his excitement, his thoughts were more active than usual. He thought of the recordings bought by Bell, the close-quarters combat expert who could borrow and use the opponent's attack. He decided to test it out. The pressure on Crane was increasing. Tang Tian's fists were like 2 drills, and the 10 fingers were like smaller drillers. He got used to Tang Tian's consecutive attacks. In a blink of an eye, he released his sword auras, and as though they were hit by a high-speed rotating tray, they flew everywhere. He watched in shock, as the few sword auras were being ricocheted towards himself instead, causing him to become flustered. It was such a good opportunity, naturally Ling Su would not let it go. Left side, right side, right side. Be careful of your legs, that move is scary. Perverse young lad and his perverse methods, little Crane, it's very exciting, right? Crane jumped out of the ring gasping, and immediately sat down to recover. Tang Tian, who wished to continue, looked at Ling Su. Ling Su coughed lightly. Let's stop here, we have more pressing matters. Without waiting for Tang Tian to argue, he also sat down to recover. Hey, you guys, Tang Tian shouted out unhappily, but upon seeing that the two of them were not planning to move, he had no choice but to stop. His mind was all about the spiraling energy. The change in his spiraling energy made him intoxicated. For example, the sticking tactic and the shooting tactic produced 2 different types of results, but the difference on true power was extremely minute. One was the rotating speed difference, the other was the amount of true power threads. The drilling result, let's call it drilling tactic. Drill, sticky, shoot, 3 different types of results, allowed him to have plenty different types of attacking. The might of the fire scythe ghost claw had also increased greatly. But for the 5 fingers shooting out the firelight technique, its usage was not too good. Although the speed and trajectory of the projectiles were extremely fast, but the might was weaker. Suddenly, Tang Tian thought of Demon King Blazing Firefly. These 2 techniques were somewhat similar, what if I merged them? Thinking about that, Tang Tian started to test it out. Bang bang bang. Light regiments after another shot out of Tang Tian's fingers. Upon landing on the ground, they all exploded out big pits after pits. The 2 of them who were feigning recovery had cold sweat on their foreheads. The 2 of them had the same thoughts. Lucky we did not continue with him, he actually still has new weird techniques. The perverse young lad was truly a pervert. After destroying the place for half a day, Tang Tian finally had a breakthrough. His fingertip had a spark that appeared. As it leisurely dropped to the ground, a ZZ sound would be produced upon impact. In a blink of an eye, a deep hole will be bored out in the ground. Bang! The fingernail-sized spark drilled into the ground and would suddenly explode. The might of the explosion was even more intense than all of its predecessors. The ground shook, causing rocks to fall from the ceiling of the passage. The 2 persons who were feigning recovery were like cats that had their tail stepped on, suddenly jumping up at the same time. Idiot, Thrash, do you want to bury us alive? Ling Su scolded. Please forbid yourself from doing such dangerous acts. Crane chided. Tang Tian was also shocked by the explosion. He raised his head in shock and looked at the other 2. Success. What should I call it? Drilling mouse? Nah, it isn't nice, Demon King Drilling Mouse. Let's just call it Demon King Firefly. That last thought made him satisfied. Suddenly, his body lost energy and fell. Ling Su and Crane were shocked, and both of them rushed to Tang Tian at the same time. Even before the two of them reached him, Tang Tian's snoring sounds could be heard. He had fallen asleep. After consecutively fighting the two of them, his body had exhausted quite a lot of energy, but because of his excitement, he did not feel anything. The moment he exited his state of excitement, fatigue gushed in like a tidal wave, and pulled him into a deep sleep. The two of their faces changed extremely. This asshole. Pa, two legs kicked Tang Tian's face at both sides at the same time. Seriously, you're the biggest asshole of all asshole. I'll step on you, step on you, step on you. Ling Su broke out in anger. That's right, you're truly irresponsible, and you must definitely be punished. Crane's face was also angry, and fiercely stepped down. How can his true power be at the 7th level? Ling Su mumbled while stepping. He must have definitely calculated the number of Dantian pools wrongly. Crane's face was calm, but his feet did not lessen his strength. That's right, his math is so bad, he definitely did not use his fingers to count. That's right, he did not have his fingers at that time because of his techniques, Ling Su considered seriously. Crane did not know what to say. After venting out their anger, they were both satisfied. They looked at each other with mutual understanding. Without hesitating, they turned at the same time and walked in their own directions, once again sitting down to recover. Pitiful Tang Tian, his face was full of shoe prints. He did not feel anything, being in deep sleep. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 371, Tang Chao's Suggestion. Chapter 371, Tang Chao's Suggestion. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by XRCO and DeAndre. Tang Tian supported his swollen face full of shoe prints with his hands. With a face full of shock, it was an unspeakably comical sight. By his side, Ling Su and Crane's expressions were congealed, their face full of precaution. Who did this? Ling Su could not help but ask, his gaze sweeping past all the carcasses of the dead spirit beasts, and only feel the cold air. In front of them, the number of corpses had no end. Crane touched the dried blood on the floor, and said solemnly, they have been dead for around 2 weeks. 2 weeks? Tang Tian raised his fingers, and counted quietly for a while, then said in surprise, hey, that's about the time we went into meditation, no wonder we did not feel anything. If I was awake, I would have captured him. With only you? Ling Su looked at him scornfully. Seeing Tang Tian's pig head, he felt extremely comfortable. Especially when Tang Tian had not noticed a thing, Ling Su almost lost himself and broke out into laughter a few times. Speaking about that, he had to admire Crane, such a gloomy person, without changing his face, acting all carefree. I must be careful of him, he looks dignified, but his stomach is full of dirty water, maybe even his heart is black. Ling Su quietly thought while looking at the other two. That's right. To slip past this godlike young man, that is truly wishful thinking. Tang Tian looked upwards, his face full of self-pride. Ling Su could hold back no longer, running to the side while holding his stomach and erupting into laughter. Crane coughed lightly, shifting Tang Tian's attention discreetly. Hey, you all have missed the point. More importantly, who is the person? When did he come in? What is his motive? As expected of the one who was not afraid of a godlike opponent but afraid of a pig-like ally, I need to reconsider properly next time if I want to do bad things together with Ling Su. The only thing that was considered lucky was that the godlike young man and Ling Su were roughly on the same level. Cough cough cough, that's wrong. At this time, my attention should be on this mysterious expert, and not be influenced by the two dimwits. Crane then started to think properly, but his thoughts were cut off by Tang Tian's shouts. Wah wah wah! So many spirit nuclei! There's one here. Here too. They are all 8th level spirit nucleus, they are worth a lot. DeAndre, that's more like the Tang Tian we all know. Spirit nuclei? Crane was startled, and started to consider. That person did not take any spirit nuclei, which means he does not care about money. He did not injure us, meaning he does not have any enmity with us. His thoughts were meticulous, judging from the way the bodies fell, he could tell that the person also entered from Lupus constellation. 8th level star spirit beasts were relatively intellectual. Upon meeting enemies that were much stronger, they would definitely scatter and retreat. Scanning the endless waterway, not a single live beast could be seen. Witnessing the scene, there were only 2 possibilities. First possibility, the person's strength was too strong, killing 8th or 9th level star spirit beasts was the same as blowing dust. Second possibility, the person's character was ruthless and fierce, once he started killing, he would have to clear all of them. Crane's expression congealed, regardless of which possibility it was, both were terrifying. Killing 8th or 9th level star spirit beasts as though he was cutting grass, that was simply too strong, and the three of them combined would not be able to match him. And if he was ruthless and cruel, that kind of lunatic, no one would want to provoke him. But the good thing was that he did not have any hostility to them, if not they would long be dead. Crane's mind calmed down. Suddenly, Tang Tian spoke very seriously, "No, we cannot waste it." The other two looked at him at the same time, not knowing what he meant. Spirit nuclei can be sold for a lot of money, the bodies of the star spirit beasts are all treasures, and there are so many corpses, I wonder how much money two can get? Tang Tian said. Crane was slightly ashamed, then what do we do? Tang Tian made an action that resembled scooping everything into his embrace. We take them all. Take them all? Crane looked at the countless bodies that spread through the entire passage, perspiration coming down from his forehead. There are so many, how do we take them all? I have many silver Aquarius cabinets. Tang Tian took out many silver Aquarius cabinets from his bosom. All of them were his spoils of war, and it truly was outstanding. He took them all out, forming a small hill. Crane and Ling Su could not help but laugh. 10 days later. When they walked out of the waterway, their faces were pale, seemingly on the verge of collapse. Each one of them were carrying many silver Aquarius cabinets, all of them shining silver. It was extremely dazzling. The silver Aquarius cabinets could hold many things, and could alleviate a substantial amount of weight, but did not amount to much weight itself. All the silver Aquarius cabinets were stuffed full, adding all of them up together, it was still very heavy. Ling Su and Crane were close to collapse due to exhaustion, both of them did not have any more body strength. Crane trained in high-class sword techniques, and had never done manual labor before. Ling Su's spear techniques were fearsome, but he relied on the strength of his fingers. Each silver Aquarius cabinet had over 100 star spirit beasts' corpses. All the silver Aquarius cabinets Tang Tian had were of the best quality, and with it, the weights were 1/10 of the original. Every silver Aquarius cabinet held the weight of about 10 plus star spirit beasts. Crane carried 11 silver Aquarius cabinets while Ling Su carried 13. For them to carry the 100 plus over star spirit beasts' corpses for over 10 days, how could they not be exhausted? But the two of them were too embarrassed to say that they were tired or say it was bitter, because Tang Tian himself was carrying 32 silver Aquarius cabinets, more than the two of them combined. The two of them were extremely prideful, so how could they admit defeat? They could only bit their tongues, and suffer Tang Tian's berates of them crawling like turtles, and saying if only Iamoli was around that would be better, he could carry everything himself. A warrior can be killed but not ashamed. The both of them drew out all of their strength and lasted until the end. When the two of them saw the light coming in front the entrance, they were ecstatic. Season Field's waterway had been sealed for over 100 years, and the mass breeding of the star spirit beasts had all been collected by them, not one missing. Upon leaving the entrance, Ling Su and Crane could no longer tolerate it. They threw down all the silver Aquarius cabinets on the ground and fell down as well, quickly entering the dreamland. Even Crane, who always paid attention to his own bearing, could not care about the gracefulness and whatnot. Tang Tian was also extremely tired. 32 silver Aquarius cabinets was like 300 star spirit beast corpses, piling onto a meat mountain. Even for his naturally gifted strength, it had taken a toll on him. But he did not sleep. It was a foreign area and they needed someone to stand guard. He sat cross-legged and slowly activated his true power. After 2 hours, he opened his eyes, joy showing in them. 10 days of manual labor was not for nothing, his flesh were tempered even more, the void dark flames and ice blue heart which were cold and hot, aided in the tempering, causing his muscles to become even more resilient, like tough and durable steel ropes. His power had increased slightly. He did not think that the void dark flames and ice blue heart would have such usage. Tang Tian was happy, a tyrannical body was the best weapon. Onyx soul experts had their bodies tempered to the maximum, where even blades and swords could not injure them. They did not need light body techniques and were already extremely fast, and that was due to their terrifying explosive strength of their flesh and muscles. Tang Tian did not have that expectation to have such tyrannical body, but a strong body, to a close quarters combat expert, was extremely beneficial. The sky darkened, seeing the other two sleeping in peace, a warm feeling rose in Tang Tian's eyes. No matter where he was, everyone was there with him. I wonder how Uncle Bing and the rest are doing. The main topic of this class is to talk about how the development of martial techniques influenced the battlefield. Firstly, I need to declare that I am more proficient in ancient old wars and battles, so I am not very knowledgeable in the studies and research on the current era's fighting style. If there are any mistakes, please feel free to correct me. So let us see, at what phase does the development of martial techniques affect the specialty of every phase of martial techniques, and what influence they can bring about in terms of war. On the stage, Tang Cho methodically arranged the classes, and the students below would listen attentively. They did not feel the least bit of contempt because their teacher was a spirit military leader. After a few classes, they highly respected the patient spirit military leader teacher. Bing was outside, quietly watching, his heart feeling emotional. Tangzhou and Fengzhou were extremely different, but there was one noticeable trait that both of them exhibited, proving that they came from the same origin, and it was their seriousness. The classes were not arranged by Bing, but by Tangzhou, and his reason was valid. The peace in the current generation had been held for far too long, and the students might have suitable strengths, but their understanding in terms of the battlefield were a blank. To an army, that was extremely terrifying. Bing agreed with Tang Chao's suggestion, and decided it would be the embryonic form of a small military general institute. If it was in the past, the idea of an officer rank taking the role of a teacher was unthinkable. But Bing felt that Tang Chou was doing well. Tang Chao's personality was patient and not slow, but conducted in the interests of his students, was serious, and much smarter than Tang Yi. Very quickly, the class was over, the students all left the class. They still had large number of training subjects. Upon seeing Bing, Tang Chou immediately greeted, "Master." Bing retracted his gaze from the students who were brimming with vitality, and returned the greeting, "How's the results?" "Currently, it is looking well. But to actually test the results, we need to test them through proper battles." Tang Chou was very prudent. Bing was quiet for a moment, then replied, "They are not the core army, you don't have to do so much." Tang Chou became quiet for a while too, then replied, "Your subordinate knows. Their future positions is something Master will think about. What this subordinate needs to consider is whether I am doing my job well." Bing nodded his head, then changed the subject. "How long do you think these troops require?" "About half a year for them to fully complete the fundamental fighting shape," Tang Chou estimated conservatively. This time Bing thought for even longer, but he did not reject, but threw out a question: "If you have to choose a target for the Mo family, what constellation would you choose?" Tang Chou replied, "Fornax constellation." "Fornax constellation?" Bing was surprised. "Yes, Master." A surprising light aura flashed in Tang Chou's eyes. "There is a robust foundation of forging there, and with so many martial spirit pieces, it is extremely suitable for our mechanic spirit weapons. If we are able to occupy a place there, we can quickly expand. And their local power is not too strong." The gaze in Bing's eyes flickered, and he said, "Go and make a plan." "Yes." Tang Chou respectfully answered. "If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 372, Entering the City. Chapter 372, Entering the City. Translated by Barrybuns. Edited by XRCO and DeAndre. As long as we continue going forward, there will definitely be people. Shut up, idiot. We have walked for over 7 hours, and not even a strand of human hair can be found. What is human hair? Is that head hair? You're killing me. Crane looked on helplessly as the two of them continued quarreling. Wiping his perspiration, he took a glance at Ling Su with sympathy. The other person was a beast, easily carrying 32 bottles of the silver Aquarius cabinets, and still able to have so much energy to quarrel. But you're so tired like a dog, and even spending your precious energy scolding, for what? But it seems like I myself am nothing much better. Not only is my body being ruined, but my mind is also continuously being ruined by the two of you. Life is so tough, Crane's heart was crying. Look ahead. Look ahead. Quickly, quickly. Tang Tian shouted excitedly, causing Crane, who was feeling sorrowful in his heart, to raise his head, becoming startled. Ling Su, who was at the side, laughed like a maniac. Ha ha ha. We are saved. In the distance, a city had appeared in front of them. This city seems to have been blown up. Tang Tian pointed to the black part of the city. Look there? Such a pity. Crane spoke without meaning it, then immediately saying, let's hurry and enter the city. Ling Su nodded his head continuously like a chicken eating from the ground. Tang Tian asked in confusion, are you guys not curious? Why are they like that? Not curious. Crane coldly replied, wiping his perspiration, his footsteps becoming heavier. Why? Such a huge pit, it must have been a huge explosion. To become like that truly is surprising. Tang Tian said with a look of shock. Crane acted like he did not listen, he wanted to conserve his energy. Ling Su managed to react, but did not utter a word. Are there anything interesting in your lives? Not curious or interested in this world? I understand, no wonder you guys cannot become godlike young men, you guys are not curious at all about the world. Tang Tian continued to jabber on and on. Crane. Ling Su. Upon stepping into the city gates, Crane and Ling Su seemed to have tears running down their cheeks. Crane stopped a passerby and asked politely, "Excuse me, where is the biggest commerce here?" "Biggest commerce?" The passerby replied without hesitation, "That is obviously the Fairy Commerce Alliance. Just follow this road and walk until you reach the inn, then take a left turn. The first shop is the one." "Thank you." Crane immediately thanked him. "I'm hungry, let's eat first," Tian said while salivating. "No." Crane and Ling Su, who wanted to get rid of the bodies, retorted at the same time, their determination is tough as steel. When the three of them reached Fairy Commerce Alliance, they realized the entrance was extremely packed. There was intense fighting sounds inside, bang bang bang. In the next moment, a few people were flung out of the shop, their face covered with blood. Su Fan's expression was ashen, the opponent's one palm had landed on his chest, the life inside his body rapidly disappearing. But the pain and hatred in his heart was extremely strong. He pointed to the opponent, his voice shaking. "Third brother Gue, I never expected that you two would become the lapdog of Honorable Marshal Group." Honorable Marshal Group, everyone's face immediately changed, all of them expressing anger. But Gue Xiang's display of power caused everyone to not dare to speak out. Gue Xiang replied expressionlessly, "Second brother Su, can't you see the situation as of now? Andromeda constellation is quickly dying, Angelina has gone crazy and wants to pull the entire constellation down with her. I am giving you one chance, if you pay allegiance to Master." "Bullshit." Su Fan's heart ached, and he said while trembling, "Third brother Gue, Old Master treated you so well. When you wanted to go Draco Constellation, Old Master did not stop you, and even paid for your travel expenses. He is currently old and frail, and you actually bring the enemy here. I am truly blind." Gue Xiang's eyes flashed a tinge of shame, but his expression immediately became gloomy and replied indifferently, "If Old Master is here, why would he let you guys follow some blind young girl who does not recognize the difference between heaven and earth? Second brother Su, you truly are blind. Having them are useless, I might as well help you take them out." With that, his figure suddenly disappeared. Two fingers flashed as quick as lightning, aiming towards Su Fan's eyes. Su Fan's true power was in a mess, he was dying, and had no strength to defend. Ding, dot. The sound of metal against metal sounded out. Su Fan jolted, immediately opening his eyes, a sword image had flashed past his eyes. Gue Xiang did not expect someone would suddenly come out, borrowing the momentum, he flipped in mid-air and returned to his original position. "Who are you?" Gue Xiang's heart was trembling, the opponent's sword was extremely nimble, the person was experienced. "Expert." Su Fan was surprised, and became joyous. Could it be an expert that had rushed from Orion Constellation or Leo Constellation? Seeing clearly, Su Fan's heart was even more certain, such a young yet powerful martial artist, he must definitely be groomed from either Orion Constellation or Leo Constellation. All the experts of Andromeda Constellation were practically wiped out. Angelina had combined the 7 big commerces into the Fairy Commerce Alliance, and had entered a situation where there were no experts overseeing. In the past, Su Fan was not a true strong martial artist in Andromeda Constellation, but he was currently the chief of the Fairy Commerce Alliance, showing how much of a predicament they were in. Luckily, he is from Honorable Marshal Group. Crane acted like he did not hear Gue Xiang's words, and turned to inform Tang, Tian and Ling Su. Gue Xiang remained calm and collected, somewhat pleased with himself. The higher-ups have already promised, if the task was completed beautifully, they would all be able to enter the Honorable Marshal Group, and help fight for the group. The war between Honorable Marshal Group and Leo Constellation had already begun, so there would be countless of chances for him to join the Honorable Marshal Group, accumulate some merits, and achieve something in days to come. The material benefits of Honorable Marshal Group was number 1 in Heaven's Road, but the criteria to enter was strict. Compared to Honorable Marshal Group, Leo Constellation was like a poor beggar with nothing. To Gue Xiang, it was a pointless war, for Honorable Marshal Group would definitely win. He had spent countless of thoughts trying to find this path, and the other person had heard that he was familiar with Andromeda Constellation, and has given him the opportunity. As for the powerful experts, Gue Xiang laughed in his heart. Naturally there would be more powerful people to handle them. Kill him, Tang Tian said as though it was the right thing to do. Honorable Marshal Group was the enemy of everyone. Xian Hui had said it before, treat enemies the same as how the autumn gale sweeps away the dried fallen leaves, mercilessly. Do you want me to do it? Ling Su stepped in, eager to do it. Kill me? Gue Xiang's expression darkened, his heart continuing to laugh. Such arrogant words, all bravado. And, amongst the crowd, my companions are with me. With just the 3 of you, you want to kill me? Stop dreaming. Suddenly, a cold light flashed before him. See? Not good. Gue Xiang's expression changed, he was not in time to react, and only felt his neck becoming cold, following that blood spurting out, covering his vision. He finally reacted, and only managed to come out with a sound, no. His speech was cut short, his head was lifted by the blood pillar formed from his neck, his head dropping to the side, his body falling down hard to the ground like a wooden pillar. No one saw the sword. Lu Rong, who was in the crowd, felt his entire body turning cold, as though he had entered an icehouse. He did not even see how the person released his sword. In such a situation, there was only one possibility: the person's strength far exceeded his. How is that possible? Weren't all the experts of Andromeda constellation wiped out? Are they people from Leo constellation? Lu Rong's entire body trembled, his companion's eyes looked towards him, the eyes filled with fear. He forced himself to remain calm and shook his head. The situation had changed, the opponent's strength far exceeded what he could handle. Andromeda constellation was a strong influence in the northern sky 19 continents, and the person specifically picked by Honorable Marshal Group to guard northern sky was Lu Rong. But, he was just a marginal character and had no background. He originally wanted to depend on Xiao Shan, but his power was average, and Xiao Shan did not accept him. The following events caused him to be shocked, but he also saw the opportunity in it. He had stayed in the group for a long period of time, and knew how the group handled things. Face. To Honorable Marshal Group, to handle such matters, they must definitely exhibit the aura of the number one tyrannical overlord. Lu Rong began to plan and prepare. His own strength was only average, his subordinates were not capable people. Their only idea was to get outside martial artists, and Gue Xiang was one of them. Gue Xiang's strength was extremely outstanding and he had an ambitious heart. As expected, with the gain as bait, Gue Xiang immediately took the bait. Lu Rong was a cautious person, so he brought his people to the Alliance headquarters to investigate. He did not expect himself to meet such powerful martial artists. Were they from Leo constellation? They had arrived too quickly. Lu Rong was so scared he dare not budge. On a tall building not far, two people were discussing about what had just happened. Such a fast sword. A young man with golden hair exclaimed. He was handsome, his dazzling golden hair was extremely eye-catching. His figure was strong and robust, his jawline was defined, with a high nose bridge, he was brimming with self-confidence and had an oppressive aura. There seems to be some concept of wind. The middle-aged man by his side glanced, his expression calm. The control was too shallow, but for his age, it is hard to come by. I still thought that coming here would be boring, but I didn't expect fun to be here. The golden-haired young man laughed. If the other two boys are equally strong, then that would be interesting. They seem familiar, as though we have seen them before. The middle-aged man frowned, trying to recall something. The golden-haired young man was surprised. Are they people we know? HH thought carefully for a moment, then smacked his own head. I remember now, they are the three guys from Lupus constellation. No wonder I found them familiar. How did they appear here? Didn't the Yi family seal Lupus constellation? Unless there is a star door connecting here? The middle-aged man's eyes lit up. The two of them looked at each other, excitement in both their eyes. Any star door was worth an extraordinary amount of money, and for a new star door that no one knew of was worth even more. Especially with the state of war, a new star door that the opponent did not know could change the victory of the war. Although Lupus constellation was sealed, but to Leo constellation it was not a problem. Sadly, we have not seen Angelina. The golden-haired young man was somewhat regretful. I really want to see this woman, and how she would handle this situation. We will eventually see it. The middle-aged man said indifferently. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 373, Energy Beast. Chapter 373. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by XRCO and DeAndre. Such a pity, we have no way to grab the chance. Sima Zhao's face was full of regret as he stuffed tidbits into his mouth, not caring about the food residue on his body. Speaking vaguely he said, do you understand my pain? All these people have started the war, and fought happily, but I am still here with these group of old young masters wasting time. God, why is it so difficult to want to do something? Xiao Jun ignored him, and just spoke. The first house and second house have all agreed to give up their authority. A few elders also think that with the current situation, the Sima family needs an even more outstanding patriarch to handle the currently tangled and complicated situation. Sima Xiao laughed happily, feeling extremely satisfied. He stood up and clapped his hands. At least we heard good news. The unruly and joking smile suddenly became extremely sharp, even the corners of his mouth became as sharp as a knife. Then let us start implementing the plans. Xiao Jun did not say anything. There were times he thought that his junior apprentice brother was a devil. And he was the bloodied scythe in Sima Xiao's hands. Xiao Jun laughed at himself in his heart, nodding his head. A good time. Then let it dip in blood. Angelina did not have much of a choice. The support from Leo and Orion constellation had not arrived, and Andromeda constellation was without defense. Her father's plateau army had also met with trouble, and had just experienced a rebellion. All the traitors had already confessed, and the person who planned it was someone from Honorable Marshal Group. The rebellion had caused a huge loss to the army, and the army had no choice but to stop and stabilize themselves. Angelina suddenly missed the mysterious master of hers. If he was here, she would basically have no worries for safety. Not only safety, she would not need to worry about anything, and just listen to him and do what he said. Was there anyone stronger than him? Angelina felt that there was no one stronger than him. But now, she knew she had to hold on, regardless of whatever method she had to use. Upon entering, she saw 3 men. Angelina immediately curtsied without hesitation. "Thank you, all 3 of you, for helping out. I, Angelina, am beyond grateful." Crane bowed in respect. "You're welcome." In such a situation, he naturally took the initiative to lead. Angelina then earnestly sized the 3 of them, her eyes shining brightly. The 3 guys had different auras, and had their own specialties. Crane was dressed in full black, cultured, and refined, giving off an aura that he was refined in manner and making people feel that he was very amiable. Ling Su was dressed in a pure white gown, his gaze extremely stern, having a heroic spirit and a pressing aura. Out of the 3 of them, Tang Tian's looks was the most ordinary, and seemed to be the most ordinary. He kept looking around, seemingly curious. If it was just that, then the 3 of them would definitely be praised to the heavens. But the 3 of them had silver Aquarius cabinet bottles hung all over them, making them look extremely strange. Angelina shook her head. "Without the 3 of you, my Commerce Alliance would have to close their doors today." "Did you offend Honorable Marshal Group?" Tang Tian asked curiously. "Yes, we have already declared war against Honorable Material Group." Angelina did not hide anything, and told them about the recent events. Tang Tian greatly resented them. "This Honorable Marshal Group really is mean. Pierce through them," Ling Su said coldly. Crane declined to comment. His brain was much more powerful than the other 2, and did not assess anything, but smiled. "We also did not expect to meet upon such a thing. The reason why we have come here is to remove some things." Angelina immediately replied, "No problem." She turned her body and gave some orders. After a moment, a waiter with a silver tray and an elder came in front of them. "This insignificant one greets you, but do not have worthy tributes. I hope the 3 noble guests will not reject these." The tray opened, and a pile of crystal star rocks appeared in front of them. The dense energy ripple immediately filled the entire hall. 8th level star rocks. The 3 of them gasped. Normal commerces did not have any price for 8th level star rocks, for they were truly too expensive. One 7th level star rock was 500,000 star coins, and for an 8th level star rock, its price could rise up to 2 million per star rock. The tray had exactly 38th level star rocks, which totaled up to 60 million star coins. "We acknowledge your kind intentions, but these 8th level star rocks is truly too expensive. It was a slight effort, please do not be concerned about it." Crane's tone was warm, but in it held a layer of determination, causing Angelina to be very surprised. Angelina thought for a while, then replied sincerely, 38th level star rocks is not considered much to me. The 3 of you have helped me resolve a dangerous incident, and helped me prevent losses, far more than 60 million star coins. I do not know how to repay the 3 of you. If I fail this time, all this wealth also would not belong to me. If I am successful, what is 60 million? Please accept these." Angelina stood up, her expression sincere as she bowed to the 3 of them. Seeing Angelina explain like that, Crane could not insist further, and Ling Su completely did not care. "Then let's take it." Tang Tian smiled as he took the 8th level star rocks into his bosom. Crane took out a Star Spirit Beast Corpse. "We wanted to see if you do purchases for these type of Star Spirit Beast Corpse." Upon seeing the Star Spirit Beast Corpse in Crane's hands, the old man who had just came over blurted out, "Energy Beast." "Energy Beast?" Tang Tian and Ling Su was surprised by the unfamiliar name. Crane's face was stunned. "This is an energy beast? Quick! Take a freezer here. How can you all be so abusive to the energy beast?" While ordering his men to bring the freezer, the old man raged. Tang Tian and Ling Su turned to look at each other, then turned to look at Crane. Crane explained, "I only read about them in books. Energy beasts are a special type of star spirit beasts. They thrive and breed in extremely dense energy places. Their bodies have extremely pure energy, and have an extensive range of usages. That's all I know about them." After a while, an old woman dressed in a brown apron rushed out. Before even reaching, the old woman's sharp voice could be heard. "Who captured the energy beast? Where is it? Where is it?" Upon entering, the old woman was attracted to the energy beast corpse inside the freezer. She rushed forward, extremely excited. Energy beast. It really is an energy beast. Haha, old woman, you're here too. The old man laughed. Of course. The old woman glanced at him. Why would I not come to see an energy beast? Come, let me take a look. Good, extremely good, it is sufficiently mature. This skin can be completely used to make flexible armor, and even boots. She caressed the glossy fur of the energy beast satisfyingly. The faint energy ripple made her feel extremely comfortable. Madame Yu, how is it? A voice cut her thoughts. Madame Fu raised her head up in annoyance. Upon seeing who it was that spoke to her, she became frightened. Master, please forgive me. Master? Crane's eyes flashed a strange look. In any constellation, only one person could have that term, and that was the constellation master. Don't worry about it. Angelina smiled. Seeing that all of you are so engrossed in it, I think you are all happy. Madame Yu's mind was aroused. Master, this energy beast's fur can be completely made into an armor. The remaining scraps can be used to make boots. No problem. Angelina's face became happy, as well as everyone on scene. She turned her head and asked Tang, Tian and the other two, can I ask, how much is the price of this energy beast? Tang, Tian and Ling Su kept quietly tactfully. Crane replied, we do not know anything about them, please go ahead and name us a price. I believe your noble one will not fraud us. Angelina looked at the old man, and he reacted instantly. This energy beast quality is extremely outstanding. The market price for it will be around 15 million star coins. Master Li was the master in charge of the money aspects of the commerce, and was extremely clear of market prices. 15 million star coins, dot. The three of them were stunned. Even Crane, who was calm, could not control gaping. Ling Su, who was half dead from fatigue, suddenly jolted awake, all the fatigue disappearing to somewhere else. One silver Aquarius cabinet had over 100 of them. One is 15 million star coins. I myself have 13 silver Aquarius cabinet bottle. Help. Even my fingers are not enough to count. Angelina immediately replied, this is something we urgently need. We are willing to pay 30 million star coins. Crane quickly reacted, waving his hands. 15 million is enough. He knew Angelina was using this as a way to thank them, but he did not like to take advantage of people. Seeing Angelina was about to speak again, he asked, how many do you need? Upon saying that, Angelina, who was prepared to speak, immediately became dumbstruck, not making a sound. Master Li and Madame Yu stared at them in shock. How many do you have? Only Master Li reacted. He felt his throat becoming dry. Many. Crane's heart was pounding. He did not think that they would be worth so much. Thinking about all the silver Aquarius cabinets on their bodies, even Crane, who saw money as dirty, could not help but feel impatient. 10. Master Li licked his lips. We do. The three of them, who were in one row, all nodded their heads at the same time, their actions in unison. Angelina and the rest could not contain their ecstasy. Oh my, why is my heart beating so fast? Master Li's throat was dry. He carefully extended out 2 fingers, and asked with difficulty, 20? Yes. The three of them nodded. Don't tell me you have 50 of them? Master Li's voice trembled. Madame Yu unconsciously gripped her skirt tightly. Angelina's hands wrapped around below her voluptuous chest. We do. The three of them nodded their heads. See. Inside the great hall, everyone all sucked in cold air. Don't tell me you have 100 of them? Master Li started to tremble. We do, dot. Madame Yu immediately fainted. Angelina was slightly better. She desperately held down on her chest, as though her heart was going to jump out. Crane took a deep breath. We have far more energy beasts than what everyone thinks. But, can I first ask a question? Please ask. Master Li calmed himself down. Angelina's gaze turned to Crane. Crane pointed to the energy beasts and asked, why are they worth 15 million star coins? Chapter 373, Energy Beast. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 374, Fairy Textiles. Chapter 374, Fairy Textiles. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by XRCO and DeAndre. Crane's question made Tang, Tian and Ling Su suspicious. Even Tang, Tian, who suggested bringing them, was surprised with its price. 15 million star coins could buy good silver star treasures, even one Southern Cross-grade silver weapon. Angelina and the rest could not help but laugh, and explained, fellow guests must definitely be in Andromeda constellation for the first time. Andromeda constellation's trade and commerce is prosperous, but in terms of geographical location, it is not at all advantageous. The reason why the businesses all converge here is because of our very own fairy weaving technique. Hearing that, the three of them became curious. Our fairy weaving technique points mainly to us being able to weave various materials containing energy together, perfectly forming textiles in which the process is complicated. Andromeda Constellation's inheritance does not have much advantages in terms of battle, but its elaborate true power control, along with the numerous females, produced the fairy weaving technique. The fairy textiles are renowned in Heaven's Road, and every outstanding fairy textile can fight with star treasures, like the experts forgers of Fornax Constellation. The three of them were enlightened. Angelina did not hide anything and continued, in all the materials, energy beasts are considered top class. They only reproduce in pure energy places, and the quality of the textiles created from them far exceeds outstanding. But the true reason that makes them worth 15 million is because using the textiles created from them, after going through the nurturing of the constellation power, they can become Andromeda star treasures, and even of weapon ranks. Tang Tian gasped, "Isn't that creating star treasures?" "That's right." Angelina replied respectfully, "The time it takes for a constellation to birth a new treasure is extremely slow, but the power of the constellation is extremely rich, so to have this method of forming a star treasure, it is very special. And it also has another advantage: if the quality of textile is very similar, then the star treasure that is formed is also of similar quality." Tang Tian, who was in a daze, quivered. He could pinpoint the crucial point about it. The reason for why Bing was never interested in star treasures was very simple. Star treasures' quality are always uneven, and the effect would all differ, so for a star treasure of the same constellation, there are rarely few that are alike. To a large-scale population, this was a fatal weakness. And for mechanic spirit weapons, they are much more balanced, thus more suitable for an army. So according to her, the star treasures that are birthed from textiles, wouldn't they be the same as mechanic spirit weapons? Star treasure army? Tang Tian, who was not confused, quickly became confused. He decided to ask, "For these textile treasures, how long does it take for one to be formed?" Angelina was not sure either. Madame Yu, who was at the side, immediately replied, "The entire process takes about 3 months. The process that takes up more time is the growth and nurturing at the end. The starting textiles part only requires around 2 weeks." Crane knew Tang Tian well, and upon hearing Tang Tian's way of questioning, he knew that Tang Tian had some idea already. "No matter how many energy beasts you have, we are willing to take them all," Angelina said without hesitation. Upon hearing it, the three of them had a large number of energy beasts. It was an extremely rare opportunity, and she would definitely not miss it. "Let us sell a 100 first then," Tang Tian thought and said. Madame Yu and Master Li exposed their joyous face. The number of energy beasts in his hands was not limited to 100. Angelina was surprised. That number far exceeded her expectation. Energy beasts are not just cabbages that could be obtained wherever and whenever. Her mind thought quickly. She knew that the most important thing was to hold the three of them back. 100 energy beasts meant 1.5 billion star coins. They were in the Commerce Alliance headquarters, and even though 1.5 billion star coins was not a small amount, but they had it. Angelina immediately called for the accounts, and immediately pulled out 1.5 billion star coins, while Master Li checked all the 100 energy beasts' corpses, where each and every corpse's quality was outstanding. To receive 1.5 billion, the three of them could not cover up their joy. "Can I ask, what hotel are the three of you staying in?" Angelina asked eagerly. "We have not found a place to stay." Crane laughed and shook his head. Angelina was overjoyed. She immediately stood up and politely said, "You three are our honored guests, and to receive good guests is my association's duty, so please leave it to me to get it all arranged. I hope that you can give us the chance." Crane knew the rules. He looked at Tang Tian and Ling Su. Seeing that they did not have any objections, he replied, "Then we will have to trouble you." Angelina bowed. "You're welcome." Angelina arranged for the three of them to an exclusive manor near the lake where the scenery was beautiful. It was one of her residences, it's just that she rarely stayed there. The facilities inside were extremely sophisticated. Angelina also specially arranged 20 servants, and swept the entire manor once. Even the floorboards were so clean that reflections could be seen. After settling the three of them down, she hurriedly left. 100 energy beasts was like throwing 100 heavyweight bombs into Fairy City, causing all the commerces to go crazy. The first reaction by the people upon hearing the news was that it was fake. Energy beasts were rare toys. How could 100 just run out like that? Who in Fairy City did not know the value of the energy beasts? But when the news reached the supervisors of the commerces, they all ran to the Commerce Alliance headquarters. Seeing the neatly placed energy beasts inside the freezers, they were all bombarded. Angelina rushed back to the Commerce Alliance headquarters. Upon entering the courtyard, she could already hear the intense quarrelings. "No matter how much the price is, we need to take the energy beasts from them. My Li family is willing to pay 2 billion. Bullshit. So what if your Li family is willing to give 2 billion? Why can't you share it? Who doesn't have 2 billion? That's right, that's right. Although the Han family have met with some downs, but we are still able to fork out 2 billion as well. Who doesn't have star coins? Do you all have weavers? Without weavers, the energy beasts will remain inside the freezers and become a pile of meat. Whoever has more weavers should get more energy beasts. That is more reasonable. What kind of reasoning is that? The people were quarreling to the point that their necks were red. A few of the more violent characters immediately shook their sleeves. At the door, Angelina stopped moving and listened quietly. Her face did not have any signs of annoyance, but instead exposed a smile. To her, all the energy beasts were an extremely good opportunity. After hearing about everything, she strode into the big hall. When Angelina appeared, all the quarreling quickly calmed down. What is everyone doing? Having energy beasts are a good thing. Why are all of you in here quarreling instead? Angelina smiled and said. Many of them were embarrassed. Angelina walked past everyone and went to the most front seat and seated down, chuckling. This time I have got everyone here, is to discuss about the energy beasts. Whatever thoughts you all have, spill them out, do not worry. This time no one spoke. Seeing the reserved looks on their faces, Angelina could not help but feel even more respect to her master's judgment. They have lost their leader. In the East, that is called a group of dragons without heads. Before a new leader appears, there will be a transition period. There will usually be a person who is the second best person to hold the temporary position as leader. Do you know what is special about this second best person? Compared to decision-making, they are more used to negotiation and assistance. Their nature to comply is greater than their nature to make independent decisions. Inside their subconscious mind, they need a leader. And you, to become their leader, do not give them the power to hesitate. Order them, feed them well, and they will be used to serving you. That deep and cold voice was extremely clear in Angelina's mind, like an imprint. He was exactly right. Angelina suddenly laughed, but her gaze became colder and colder. She was unconsciously emulating him, the cold gaze that always made her lose the will to resist. The Plateau Army will return to Fairy City in 2 weeks, That sentence seemed to be irrelevant, but everyone on scene immediately trembled in their hearts. Angelina's face might be smiling, but her cold eyes did not have a shred of joy. The originally quiet hall became even quieter, that even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Angelina was satisfied with the result. She could clearly feel their reverence, causing her to be pleasantly joyful. 100 energy beasts will be worked on by the gathering of all the weavers under our alliance, and the last part of grooming the star treasure will be distributed according to everyone's contributions. No one made a sound. They were not happy about Angelina's proposition, but they were not unhappy either. Angelina's snow-white wrist was placed under her chin, as though she was thinking, like she was talking to herself. The remaining energy beasts with our guests, our commerce alliance will proceed to purchase them. Any commerce that tries to engage them selfishly will be severely punished. The Commerce Alliance's benefits is everyone's benefits. Harming the Alliance's benefits is harming everyone's benefits. Everyone's quota will be according to their investments. Elder, what do you say? Angelina turned and looked at Eldershire. Eldershire nodded. Master's way is good. Eldershire was quite gratified, although Angelina used to be the third-in-line successor, but her recent performance had made Eldershire have a newfound respect for her. He knew Angelina's intention, but to him, it was right. Angelina said gently, then I will have to trouble Elder to discuss with the respective presidents for a proposal later. Eldershire laughed. Everyone, please don't make things difficult for me. This made everyone laugh slightly, lightening the mood. Angelina knew, after beating them down, she also needed to give them some incentives, and said, that reminds me. Speaking about energy beasts, all the previous constellation masters only helped the textiles made from the energy beasts grow. This is understandable, since the power of the constellation is limited, and we cannot waste it. But currently, the constellation power of my Andromeda constellation is weakened, and we are still in a predicament, so to expand to survive is the right thing to do. I have decided from this month on, we will take a portion of the constellation power and bestow it to the Alliance to use. This caused an uproar in the quiet big hall. The constellation power was extremely precious. It represented the life force of the constellation itself, and only the constellation master could use it in all history. Only people who had special contributions were able to enjoy the power of the constellation. The fairy weaving technique was already originally Andromeda constellation's martial technique, and was directly linked to the power of the constellation. With the constellation's power being granted to them, the level of the weavers would directly advance a level, and with their improvements, they would be even faster. The quality of the products made will be even more outstanding, and the rate of quality would improve substantially as well. To them, that was an unending flow of star coins. Of course, the constellation's power is limited, some may use more, some may use less, that requires rules for us to abide as well. Elder, please discuss that later as well. Angelina said indifferently. Yes. Eldershire's heart was filled with admiration, then he said, everyone please follow me. The noisy hall quickly became empty. The tranquility after the bustling let Angelina have a flash of fatigue in her eyes. I really envy his resilient mental state. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 375, The Meeting. Chapter 375, The Meeting. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by XRCO and DeAndre. What idea do you have in your head again? Crane asked coldly. Aha, as expected of Crane to be able to see through it so fast. Tian laughed. Bullshit, you had it written all over your face. Crane said in his mind. We have so many energy beasts, if they are all made into textiles and become treasures, then we can completely equip an army. Tian had a I have a well thought and deep plan look on his. Crane had a cold sweat. It isn't enough for you to torment the army in Lupus constellation? Crane could be considered to be born from a prestigious family, but his thoughts were still pure, and an army was still unfamiliar to him. To him, people who liked building up armies were all ambitious people. The phrase to contend for the heavens and earth was not something that could be fixed to the crazy young man. You don't think this idea is good? Tian was stunned. This isn't a question on whether it is good or not, right? Crane did not know whether to cry or laugh. Ling Su, who was already having a headache by the two of them, dropped his head and said straightforwardly before leaving, goodbye. An army with star treasures. Hey, no one else has made one before. If we are able to make one, that would be very powerful. Tian's eyes lit up. Crane did not know what to say, but did you ever think, how expensive is the cost of maintaining an army? Tian said confidently, I have money. Crane just remembered Tian was wealthy and generous. I'm so stupid, to actually talk about costs to a nouveau riche. Crane felt like he was struck by an arrow to his chest. He was speechless, so he also dropped his head and left after saying, fine, bye. Hey, I'm not finished yet. Tian's unsatisfied shouts came out from behind. Tian returned to Three Spirits City and told Bing about his plan. Bing was cautious with it. I understand very little about star treasures. Whether or not your plan can be implemented, I cannot give a definite opinion. But if the standard is all equal, then in theory it is possible. I also do not know what Leo Constellation's army is like. If not, we can consult them. You can form a small guards group to test it out. The numbers of them should not be big, around 10 should be fine. Tian stroked his chin, that's reasonable. Bing did not think too positively about the Star Treasure Army, because to him, it was on unfamiliar grounds. He changed the subject. Bell has consolidated information regarding Andromeda Constellation, and their situation is not doing well. Andromeda Constellation is our only exit, and we cannot let it fall into Honorable Marshal Group's hands, and it would also be best if they did not fall into Leo Constellation's hands. But why? Isn't Leo Constellation an enemy of Honorable Marshal Group? Tian did not understand. Because Leo Constellation is much stronger than us, the moment Andromeda Constellation falls into their hands, other than forming an alliance with them, we have no other choice. Such an alliance will be dead, as we will only become cannon fodder. Bing explained. That's right. Tian realized. There is an expert behind Andromeda Constellation. A light flashed across Bing's eyes. Angelina will definitely not be willing to be controlled by Leo Constellation. I have already allowed Tang Yi to lead the Lupus army to hold ground at the entrance of Seasons Field Waterway. Suddenly, Bing thought about something, and asked slyly, you're not someone who seems interested in armies, why the sudden interest? The smile on Tian's face disappeared, and he spoke in a serious tone, this war between Leo Constellation and Honorable Marshal Group will spread throughout the entire Heavens Road. I have already checked, the road from Andromeda Constellation to Southern Cross Constellation requires us to go through the battle zone, so we will probably have to fight our way through it. The smile on Bing's face also disappeared. Southern Cross Constellation. Since we cannot run from it, we can only fight. Tian's expression was serious, his tone in a rarely seen calmness, regardless who, no one can stop me. Seeing Tian's earnest and solemn face that did not have his usual joking manner, he looked robust and strong, as though he was molded from molten steel. Since you put it that way, you made me look forward to cross with those famous generals. Bing laughed. Tian laughed foolishly. Angelina read the report in her hands meticulously, a strange glint in her eyes appearing. Lupus Constellation, the three of them actually came from Lupus Constellation. Immediately go and investigate the place where they first appeared. Her underlings replied and immediately left. Angelina was excited. Lupus constellation was already sealed, and for Tang, Tian and gang to actually enter Andromeda constellation, that meant there was a star door in between the two. And the surprising number of energy beasts most likely had something to do with the starry door. There were no energy beasts heard of in Lupus constellation, and all the energy beasts in Andromeda constellation were already captured. What made her more happy was, Lupus constellation also had enmity with Honorable Marshall Group, which meant Lupus constellation and Andromeda constellation were naturally allies. Andre looked at the barracks not far from him, and around THM were traces of clearing. It was obvious that the barracks were recently constructed. How is it? Yuan Ji asked gently. His task currently was in charge of 6th Prince's safety. He had followed the 6th Prince for over 5 years, and other than being in charge of his safety, he was in charge of training the 6th Prince, and giving advice on his martial techniques. The two of them were the ones who watched Crane kill Gue Xiang in one move, and recognized Tang Tian and guessed that there was a star door. After secretly investigating, they quickly figured out the location, but what they did not expect was that there was actually a barracks there. Andre's dazzling and eye-catching golden hair handled matters firmly, in the same manner as his father Liang, and was one who was loved greatly by Liang. From young, he demonstrated extraordinary talent, and what made people like him even more was his talent in the aspects of a military general was outstanding. When he was in the Lion King Military General Institute, he was the most dazzling genius inside. His grades were unbeatable in military chess inference classes. He graduated in 2 years, and proceeded to enter the army for real training. Andre's face congealed slightly, and said, such strict procedures. The battle in Lupus constellation had been broadcasted everywhere, and as the most recent army battle recording, practically all the military generals would research it in-depthly. Andre was not an exception, but the Lupus army that was in front of him had obvious improvements as compared to the recordings. Andre was secretly shocked by their speed of improvement. How long has it been? The Lupus army soldiers' strength were nothing compared to him. In Leo constellation, martial artists like them had no qualifications to enter the army. So much that even they were not even accepted to do manual labor. But this was a feeble strength army, but it was displaying astonishing discipline and coordination abilities. Such a pity. The spirit military leader in Tang Tian's hands was truly powerful, and when he was alive, he must have definitely been a powerful figure. Andre was slightly envious. Very few famous generals in history left behind spirit military leaders. All these famous generals shook the world in their generation and held extreme power. Why would they allow their own martial spirit to be used by others? Tang Tian's luck was truly special. No one knew where he got his military leaders from. Yuan Ji was surprised at Andre's judgment. His expression suddenly changed, and he said softly, "There's someone coming." The two of them quickly realized that a few martial artists were cautiously heading towards them. Angelina's reaction is very fast. Andre laughed. "Let's go, there's nothing much to see here, we still need to go see the new master of Andromeda constellation." The two figures disappeared into the forest. There's an army barrack. Angelina's face changed, somewhat serious. She then thought about it. Although Lupus constellation was just a southern sky constellation, but compared to Andromeda constellation now, it was much stronger. To be able to injure Yi Zhaogu, such an achievement was worth bragging about anywhere. Suddenly, a servant from outside rushed in. "Master, Leo constellation's 6th Prince Andre requests an audience." Angelina was shocked. Leo constellation has finally arrived? She stood up and headed out. "Let me go welcome them in." When Angelina saw Andre, she could not help but show a brilliant smile. "It hot that Leo constellation would send people here, but never did I expect for them to personally have the 6th Prince. We truly are favored on." Andre stood there with his hands behind his back and laughed when he heard her. "What are you saying, Your Majesty? It is Andre's honor to come. If every constellation master was as nice as Your Majesty, the world would definitely be at peace." Angelina laughed. "6th Prince truly is humorous. Hurry, let's go in. Andromeda constellation is a rural place, please forgive me, young prince." Andre smiled. "Talking about rural place, my Leo constellation is the true rural place. 20 years ago, that place was 100% barren land." Angelina's eyes moved around. If Leo constellation is considered a rural place, I wonder where should Andromeda constellation hide? Upon seating, waiters started to serve tea and tidbits. "Royal father has told me about what happened to Asda, and before I set out, he kept reminding me to take care of Andromeda constellation." Andre, who was seated down, had a serious expression. "Royal father also said, Andromeda constellation is Leo constellation's friend. How Honorable Marshall Group had savagely treated our friend. Everyone in Leo constellation will not allow it." His tone was sonorous and powerful. Without the least bit of sloppiness, he was very tyrannical. Angelina sat up straight. She knew Andre was the representative of Lion King Leon. Her expression also solemn. Thank you, Lion King Leon. Andromeda Constellation is in a dire situation, and we know that, to the entire Heavens Road, to defeat the Overlord Organization Honorable Marshal Group, only Lion King Leon has the strength, power, and leadership to be successful. Andre was satisfied with Angelina's position, and at the same time, Angelina was also very satisfied with Andre's position. But they both knew it was just the beginning. Andre's body leaned forward, expressing gratitude to Angelina. Thank you, Your Majesty, for the trust. Andromeda Constellation's history have gone through many ages, and since the start, have always been the cornerstone of Northern Sky's 19 continents. Andromeda Constellation has sufficient capabilities to take more responsibilities, and display even bigger functions. Angelina's face showed an attractive smile. Andromeda Constellation is still a small constellation, and our views are limited and require Leo Constellation to guide us. Andre was slightly taken aback. He had heard that Angelina was just the third-in-line successor. To be chosen by the fairy hoop was completely an accident. But Angelina's performance in front of him was completely rigorous, and did not seem like an inexperienced person. Andre's face expressed a smile as bright as the sun. The textiles of Andromeda Constellation have always been unique to Heaven Road, especially the textiles made from energy beasts, which can be groomed into star treasures. I heard that Andromeda Constellation has recently obtained 100 energy beasts. I wonder if Your Majesty can provide 100 sets. I believe with these 100 star treasures, Andromeda Constellation will become as solid as gold. Angelina's rage surfaced up. That was obviously undisguised robbing. Suddenly, his words surfaced in her mind. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 376, Ambush at the Jump Bridge. Chapter 376, Ambush at the Jump Bridge. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by XRCO and De R. If Leo Constellations tries to demand anything, firmly reject him. Why? They need you. But we need them too. The difference is, you cannot take a step back, but they can. Why can't we? Because you're too weak. Angelina still did not understand the reason behind that, but she took a deep breath, and said, I have to disappoint you. Andromeda Constellation has 1,000 things to do. All these treasures are for reviving Andromeda Constellation, and is extremely important. Andromeda Constellation is powerless to support in that aspect. Andre was taken aback. He squinted his eyes. Angelina's will and determination far exceeded his anticipation. Where did Angelina get this confidence to reject us? Unless, she still has some cards to play? There were no clues on Angelina's face. Andre suddenly smiled. That's true. Then I wonder if I can meet the 3 guests from Lupus Constellation, and purchase a few energy beasts? Angelina's heart trembled. By saying Lupus Constellation, it meant that Andre had already investigated on Tang Tian. She took a deep breath and smiled. Then I will send for the 3 guests. Andre was constantly surprised by Angelina's straightforwardness. In his mind, Angelina would definitely not be willing for him to interact with Tang Tian. But he regained himself very quickly. The energy beasts were definitely good materials for Andromeda Constellation, but for other constellations, they were of not much use. The group of elders from Leo Constellation had a profession of killing people and wreaking havoc, and for them to touch embroidery and needles would purely be making things difficult for them. Andre leisurely sipped on his tea, and waited for Tang Tian and the other 2. After a while, a chamberlain flew in a rush, and reported, not good. Not good. The 3 masters were attacked while on the way to the mills. Andre abruptly stood up, his eyes flashed. At where? Yuan Ji, who was half asleep, also opened his eyes, a cold glint appearing. At the jump bridge. Andre immediately straightened his body, but Yuan Ji suddenly opened his mouth. Your Highness should stay with Her Majesty, leave the 3 of them to the subordinate. Andre calmed down. Their first task was to ensure Angelina's safety. From the looks of it, Andromeda Constellations was much more important than Lupus Constellation. Also, he was absolutely confident in Yuan Ji's strength. Then I will have to burden Uncle Yuan. Andre sat down again, and smiled at Angelina. Your Majesty, please be relaxed. Yuan Ji's power is rarely matched even in Leo Constellation. Angelina smiled. With your words, Angelina can be relieved from her worries. Jump bridge. Tang Tian was caught up in his most difficult and bitter battle. Angelina's servant overpanicked. The 3 people whom he was talking about actually only had Tang Tian alone. Ling Su did not wish to waste his training time on other matters, and Crane was worried about the pile of silver Aquarius cabinet bottles. That was a huge sum of money that was sufficient to buy Heavenly Crane, Grus, Constellation. Tang Tian went to the weaving mills as he wanted to see how the fairy textiles were made. Although Bing was cautious, but that did not sway Tang Tian's thoughts. When the energy beasts are completely sold, that would be a huge sum of money. Even more so, Tang Tian was currently not lacking funds, although the money could cause people to be jealous, but Tang Tian gradually understood. There were many times where money could not do anything. He also realized he had walked into an error, and completely did not need to create a new army. Because the soldiers of Lupus' army had very few treasures. Awakening the blood meridians and adding the star treasures, that kind of army, would definitely be very powerful. But he did not expect that he would meet with an ambush just as he reached the jump bridge. The guards sent by Angelina were not strong enough, as the opponents had killed all of them in a blink of an eye. Seeing that the situation was bad, Tang Tian directly rushed into a store at the side of the road. They had 3 people, all of them who were extremely powerful. Honorable Martial Group. Tang Tian did not even need to think to know who they were, he was extremely familiar with the martial techniques of Honorable Martial Group. The opponents did not think that Tang Tian would react so quickly, and did not even think that Tang Tian would be so straightforward in escaping. Chase! A martial artist wielding a sword shouted, and with another martial artist, they soared into the air and shot towards the roof of the store. They wanted to stop Tang Tian's exit. The other Fist Dao martial artist ran straight through the front of the store. Who? A fist emerged in his face. The Fist Dao martial artist was taken for a shock, but he immediately became joyous. Tang Tian had no way to escape. He bellowed, and welcomed Tang Tian's fist without hesitation, his fist emerging out. The dense white light aura enveloped his entire arm, as though he was hauling a white flame. Honorable Martial Group's famous martial technique, Great Honorable Fist. This fist technique was created by a senior from Honorable Martial Group, and was a martial technique that qualified to become a unique martial technique. All the middle-ranking martial artists in Honorable Martial Group all practiced it. The dense fist aura was like an enraged wave, suddenly rising. A bright light shone in Tang Tian's eyes, halfway through his fist had changed into claws, the dazzling sparks lighting up without any signs. The anticipated intense explosion did not happen. The Honorable Martial Group Fist Dao martial artist only felt as though his fist had entered a swamp, the opponent's claw had stuck onto his fist. Tang Tian's recently enlightened sticking tactics. The light aura on the martial artist's fist released a dense killing intent, like a waterspout emerging out of the wave, rushing straight to Tang Tian's face. Tang Tian did not show any signs of fear, but excitement instead, success. This was his first time utilizing the sticking tactics of the spiraling energy in a real battle. If the situation was bad, he would not risk anything, but at that moment, he could not care about anything else. With one move, Tang Tian became even more excited, his intuition became increasingly sharp. Before the opponent could react, he had slipped into his opponent's bosom by using his fist as the fulcrum. The true power energy pierced through his back, the shooting tactic suddenly being released. The Fist Dao martial artist only felt his eyes blinded momentarily. Tang Tian slipped into his bosom like a demon, he panicked, and was not in time to react, his chest trembled, he had lost all control of true power. Bang bang! The ceiling suddenly shattered, from the broken parts and dust, 2 figures flew down from the sky. Tang Tian's movements were very quick, he had already applied strength onto the opponent's waist and left hand, and like a windmill, he swung the Fist Dao martial artist like a windmill and flung him towards the other 2. The Fist Dao martial artist's true power was stuck, he could not speak, and could only watch himself being flung towards his companions, his face overwhelmed with shock. Be careful, dot. The 2 men who had not landed heard the whistling sound coming towards them, got afraid, and the martial artist wielding the sword dodged to the side, while the martial artist wielding a blade reacted slightly slower, roared and used his blade to slash forward. The blade aura was pure white, slicing the thing flying towards him in 2. Only at that moment did the blade martial artist saw clearly, his heart jolted, third brother. In his shock, he did not notice that a ghostly figure had already arrived at his side, a palm quietly slicing at him, without any aura. Be careful! The sword martial artist shouted. The blade martial artist awoke from his stupor. In that crucial moment he revealed his shrewdness, completely disregarding Tang Tian's slash, his long blade slashing backwards instead. But he did not expect that the strike towards his back suddenly changed into a claw, he only felt his throat tighten, and a huge force transmitting forward, and his blade aura disappeared. Tang Tian borrowed the force to jump, while the blade aura that lost control swept past his bottom, and landed into the building. A cold aura suddenly appeared from within the dust. It was the sword martial artist that came forward, but Tang Tian had already felt him coming, he somersaulted in midair, flinging the blade martial artist towards the incoming sword tip. The sword martial artist was surprised, his hand shuddered, the sword tip dangerously slanted away. Tang Tian was extremely excited, his intuition was substantially sharper. He only felt that his body was very obedient, all the difficult movements he usually could not do, were currently easily achievable. This feeling of transformation was addictive. The blade martial artist's body was limp and numb from the neck grab, completely losing his control over true power. All the skills that his body could actually do could not be released. The blade martial artist's face was extremely red. He only felt ashamed. He had mistakenly killed his companion, and still had to suffer further humiliation. A cold aura flashed past his eyes, and he suddenly released the blade in his hand. The blade that he released suddenly flew in the sky before dropping to the ground, releasing a dazzling light aura. At the same time, his both palms fiercely grabbed onto his own neck with his steel-like fingers. The sword martial artist was crying, "No retreating!" The danger sense in his heart suddenly rang. Without thinking, Tang Tian released strength from his palms. Ka-cha! The blade martial artist had no more breath in him. But the dazzling light aura released by the blade had already enveloped the entire room. The extremely dangerous feeling caused all the hair on Tang Tian's body to stand. Not good. In a life-and-death situation, Tang Tian's potential suddenly broke out. Inside the dazzling silver light, his wind concealment steps was brazenly unleashed. Bang! A force as powerful as a mountain pressed down on him from his back. Tang Tian felt as if a raging bull had crashed into his back. His throat suddenly turned warm and sweet, and he spat out a mouth of blood, his entire being shooting forward with an even faster speed. Go and die! An enraged voice sounded out. The sword martial artist's hair was messy, dense sword aura flowing from his sword blade, enveloping his entire body. With a shrill sound, his being and sword had become one, transforming into a blade light. He thrusted straight towards Tang Tian. Tang Tian, who had just narrowly escaped danger, felt impending danger once again. The opponent's sword caused Tang Tian to feel as though he could not dodge. Tang Tian's heart surged a feeling of comprehension. The opponent's chi was fixed onto him. No matter where he ran, he would be unable to escape the sword. Then come! A fierce look appeared on Tang Tian's face. Since when was godlike young man afraid of meeting force with force? His 10 fingers were like hooks, dazzling sparks spewing out from every single one of them. 10 regiments of light that resembled fireflies slowly flew towards the cold sword aura. The true power in Tang Tian's body became empty. His body that was in midair lost power, free falling downwards, but his heart was extremely calm. Was this the calmness before death? He did his best to raise his face, staring intently at the 10 beautiful fireflies. Blossom, Demon King Firefly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 377, Golden Ranked Martial Artist. Chapter 377, Golden Ranked Martial Artist. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by XRCO and DeAndre. The shimmering blade slashed down onto the first Demon King Firefly. The strong rotation of the force distorted the shadowy figure of the sword wielder. This unnatural show of strength shocked him. Boom! The blinding force of the explosion engulfed the sword martial artist. The remaining Demon King Fireflies were swallowed into the great inferno. Boom, boom, boom. The inferno grew exponentially, radiating blinding rays like the sun. Tang Tian calmly looked up at the inferno as he descended gradually. The sword chi in the inferno had dissipated. It was impossible to fight off the explosion from 10 Demon King Fireflies. This was a win. He was now beaming with confidence. No matter what, I am not going to give up. As a godlike young man, the dangers that laid ahead of the journey would not stop me in my tracks. I have already prepared myself. Victory is a must. Once he reached the ground, he did a somersault and landed gently onto the street. He knew that the sword martial artist had been reduced to ashes in the inferno. A sword landed not far from him. He exhausted his strength but was slowly recovering from the fight. He started dashed towards the manor. Ling Su and Crane must definitely be in imminent danger. Tang Tian sliced through the crowd in the streets. Suddenly, Tang Tian stopped in his tracks. Pa pa pa. Applause rang through the streets 200 m from him. A lady donning a silky, golden robe was applauding while walking towards the middle of the streets. As expected of the one who inflicted great injuries on Yi Zhaogu. All along I knew that the silver rank martial artist was no match to you. But I had to see it to believe it. Tang Tian's pupil shrank. What a strong aura. The lady was like the burning sun, emitting strong pulses of energy across all sides. What grabbed Tang Tian's attention was the robe she had on her. Waves of energy could be seen rippling across its surface. She had a flawless oval face with a long string of hair flowing down to her shoulders. There was no expression within her eyes. This is the first time we've met. My name is Ji Xiaoya. Tang Tian took a deep breath. A golden rank martial artist? Sharp eyes you got there. Xiaoya has always seen Mr. Tang Tian as a talented man. I was tasked by my branch's master to convey this message that the misunderstandings between Mr. Tang Tian and the Yi family can be resolved. If Mr. Tang Tian is willing to join our 13th Gold Branch, the branch master is willing to help you to mediate the misunderstandings between you and the Yi family. Ji Xiaoya said. She was sweet-sounding, but you could hear the persuasion within her tone. Tang Tian shook her head. Thank you for your kindness, but I am not interested in joining the Honorable Marshal Group. Mr. Tang Tian, why would you want to let your emotions affect your objective decision? No matter what, life is still precious. Ji Xiaoya replied. Tang Tian licked his lips and stated, You are right, but I have always been in control of my life. No one else can control me. Ji Xiaoya replied, Mr. Tang Tian, you are being very selfish here. You have to try it before you know. Tang Tian spit out his statement. He activated his wind concealment steps and charged towards Ji Xiaoya. Courage without intelligence breeds stupidity. Ji Xiaoya raised her hand, with all 5 fingers pointing towards Tang Tian. Tang Tian was alerted by the impending attack. Without hesitation, he increased the intensity of his wind concealment steps and disappeared into one of the shophouses that was beside the street to dodge the oncoming offense. Boom! Countless blade attacks flooded the street like a torrential flood. Tang Tian gasped a cold breath. The high-speed torrential of sword attacks brought about waves of energy that cut into his back. So this was what a golden-ranked martial artist was able to do. He did not hesitate even though he was now engulfed by danger. He did not feel fear. Instead, he was stimulated by the impending danger. He bent his knees and propelled himself towards the wall. Pff. The walls crumbled into dust. Like a nimble cat, Tang Tian dashed into another shop just beside it. Tang Tian penetrated through several shops. He then burst through the walls. Boom! The blade attack shrouded the shop that Tang Tian was previously at. The shop crumbled like pieces of paper, dissipating into small pieces of rubble. Tang Tian stepped down hard on his left foot, propelling him high up into the air. Within seconds, he suddenly appeared right in front of Ji Xiaoya. Clenching his fingers like hooks, he charged towards her. Ji Xiaoya was surprised. The consecutive attacks she launched were both dodged by Tang Tian. It had been a long time since someone had done that. Tang Tian seemed to have predicted her attacks and could dodge them in time. She was also taken aback by Tang Tian's speed, which was lightning fast. It was a unique footwork that she had never seen before. That was interesting. Ji Xiaoya's eyes started to shimmer, with pulses of energy emitting from it. She faced towards Tang Tian's oncoming claw attack. Boom! A golden palm suddenly appeared to block Tang Tian's fire scythe ghost claw. Ji Xiaoya took 2 swift steps back. Tang Tian could feel that his claw attack seemed to have faced a steel wall-like defense. He felt pain in his 5 fingers from that impact. He then felt an aura of strength that pulsated throughout him. Tang Tian swiftly retreated, bashing through one of the shops along the street. Ji Xiaoya raised her right palm and charged towards the retreating Tang Tian. Thousands of blade attacks appeared from within her palm. Bang bang bang! The blades poured down like a torrential flood, shrouding the shop and decimating the establishment. Ji Xiaoya was surprised at Tang Tian's strength. To have a powerful intuition was normal. Many martial artists naturally had gifted intuition, and she had met such martial artists before. It was because of the combination of his battle intuition, strong martial techniques and coupled with the unique footwork and unique claw skills that made Tang Tian so impressive. Ji Xiaoya, who also practiced unique martial technique, could quickly decipher Tang Tian's abilities. Her previous attack had once again missed him. Ji Xiaoya scanned the street. The entire alley was already empty. Pff. Ji Xiaoya could hear a faint sound from a corner. Without hesitation, she fired her attack towards the source of the sound. Boom! The torrential blade attacks decimated another rows of walls. Wrong. Ji Xiaoya was now alerted. She retracted her raised hand as she prepared for any sudden attacks. Boom! All of a sudden, thousands of blade attacks were unleashed from her body and unleashed across all directions. Kill! A thunderous boom echoed from behind her. Ji Xiaoya was taken aback. How was he able to appear behind her? Tang Tian then unleashed his attack from his 5 fingers, inflicting directly at the circular formation of blade attacks that was surrounding Ji Xiaoya. Spiraling energy emitted from the tips of Tang Tian's fingers like needles, piercing through the circular formation of blade attacks. Ji Xiaoya was somehow able to sense the impending attack from behind. She concentrated tens of blades attacks just behind her to create a protective shield against Tang Tian's fire scythe ghost claw. The protective shield Ji Xiaoya used disappeared into a beam of light. She then disappeared from Tang Tian's view. The next moment, she appeared few feet away from Tang Tian to escape his claw attacks. She reached for the back of her head and could feel a severed part of her hair due to Tang Tian's claw attack. It had been a long time since she had endured such an attack on her. The Yi family has underestimated your true capabilities. Ji Xiaoya spoke as she was floating midair, right in front of Tang Tian. Having practiced 2 unique martial techniques and possessing the battle intuition of a beast, you can now be considered a golden-ranked martial artist. Tang Tian sighed. Those consecutive attacks that he unleashed at maximum force only managed to sever off a few strands of hair from his enemy. This woman's strength surely surpassed that of Yi Zhaogu. Is this a golden-ranked martial artist? Another term for the golden-ranked martial artist was the Golden 3000. The top 3,000 ranked martial artists in the Heaven Roads list are considered the golden-ranked martial artists. Hence, those that were within these 3,000 were considered as the golden threshold. Tang Tian was shocked by the abilities of a golden-ranked martial artist. Those fighters that were once seen as out of reach were now Tang Tian's direct opponents. After so long, he had unconsciously reached his goal. Mom, do you see this? Qian Hui, can you see this? Ghost Claw, do you see this? I, Tang Tian, am about to challenge a golden-ranked martial artist. Tang Tian's heart was filled with passion. But, you only meet the most basic requirements only. Even among unique martial techniques, there are different strength and power to them. Ji Xiaoya exclaimed, now, I will show you what a real unique martial technique is. The cold statement from her rang deep within Tang Tian. Tang Tian was indifferent. His heart was overwhelmed with satisfaction from his achievements. Hey, do you guys see this? Do you all see this? Tang Tian was now burning with anger. His eyes was bloodshot, just like a vampire beast. Staring at Ji Xiaoya, who was still floating in mid-air, he let out a soft smile. Ji Xiaoya saw the deadly stare from Tang Tian. She felt anxious after looking at him. Tang Tian's eyes were absent of fear. It was filled with the motivation to fight. It was as if they had an unresolved vengeance that had engulfed Tang Tian. She could not understand why Tang Tian did not feel the difference in power between the both of them. Doesn't he know that his powers are not as strong as hers? Suddenly, Ji Xiaoya thought to herself. Could it be that this guy right here actually thought that he had a chance to defeat her? If that was the case, it would be laughable. Ji Xiaoya recollected her calmness. The power residing within her was now activated, radiating through her golden robes through ripples of pulses. A bright light radiated from the surface of the robe. The speed of the pulsating light was swift as it gathered at the palm of her hand. Despite having sensed the danger posed by Ji Xiaoya, Tang Tian was indifferent. Once I defeat her, I will be a golden-ranked martial artist. Golden-ranked martial artist. The once distant and ambitious goal that he had was now within his grasp. The oath he laid down while he was just a teen was now fueling his courage and determination to defeat her. A deep confidence and self-esteem was building up within him. Just like the oath I made, I was finally here. I had fought hard to reach where I am today. I had no fear. Never had I thought about giving up. Success was the only option. Here, today. Once I defeat you, I will be a golden-ranked martial artist. The fighting intent within Tang Tian suddenly exploded into a passionate fire. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 378, Fierce Battle. Chapter 378, Fierce Battle. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by XRCO and DeAndre. Tang Tian's body suddenly disappeared into thin air. The light blade that Ji Xiaoya was wielding had barely solidified to a half. Her pupils shrunk, it was fast. Suddenly, a shadowy figure appeared at her left side. A bright flare from her low left side blinded her view. It was a claw attack. She used her left palm to defend against that attack. The force of it caused her entire left shoulder to feel numb from defending it. Hard physical attacks that were close-ranged were her weakness. The attack pushed her back a couple of meters. But, Ji Xiaoya was a golden-ranked martial artist after all. She had plenty of battle experience. As her palm defense went against the claw attack, she managed to spread the force away from her even though she was vulnerable to such attack. She managed to dodge the attack. It was as if Tang Tian foresaw her movement as he disappeared once again to launch another offense. Suddenly, she could hear a strong breeze blowing from behind. Ji Xiaoya did not drop her guard. She made her light blade transform into a rear shield. Moments later, she could feel a strong force impact her from behind. There was a loud bang as sparks flew. The force pushed her 7 meters forward. While still trying to regain her balance, a hissing sound could be heard from over the top of her head. Ji Xiaoya reached out with her left palm to defend the aerial attack. Bang! A force stronger than the previous 2 attacks hit her. Her arms grew weak as the attack forced her knees to the ground. She landed heavily on the floor. Pfff. Dust and sand engulfed the battlefield. Such a scary show of force put her even more on guard for impending attacks from any sides. The rage within her had already culminated to its peak. She could not believe she was being pinned down by a weak fellow. It had been too long since she had experienced such a difficult situation. Golden-ranked martial artists in the Honorable Martial Group were all respected. The 13th gold branch within was their core strength. Each of the branches were filled with countless of great martial artists. The strength of a golden-ranked martial artist was much greater than any elder. These fighters were well regarded and seen as powerful warriors. Ji Xiaoya, a golden-ranked martial artist herself, was now forced into a corner by lowly Tang Tian. Her initial arrogance had long been crushed by the unexpected strength of Tang Tian, despite him using only a few similar moves continuously. She remembered that the elder's assignment for her was cordially invite Tang Tian into their clan. Now, the only thought in her mind was to kill Tang Tian to avenge her tattered pride. The light blade had now transformed into a hole in the palm of her hand. A breeze came from her right side. Then, a flash of bright light blinded her. She swung her sword in that direction, in offense as well as defense. Pang! A spine-tingling noise of metals clashing pierced through the air. A ray of sparks flew through the air. As she swung her sword, a small house that was not far away was sliced into 2 by the force of the attack. Crumble! From below Ji Xiaoya, a radius of 300 m of circular district of the town was entirely destroyed. The whole area was engulfed in a smoke of dust and debris. The strength of the sword technique shocked onlookers who were looking at the fight. What was shocking was that this area was the business district and commercial shops were concentrated around this region. To prevent theft, these shops were reinforced with strong materials. Average martial artists would not have the strength to be able to even leave a dent on these walls. But, with just a swing of her sword, these shop houses were all reduced to rubble. Those onlookers immediately rushed for safety. Initially, they thought that the distance they were at was safe enough to view the battle. But after witnessing the power of Ji Xiaoya's sword technique, all of them were now scared that they would be caught in the line of fire. However, not all of the onlookers were afraid. 2 fierce-looking, enigmatic men could be seen conversing in the background. The bald man laughed. Ji Xiaoya's attack, known as the Ray Shark Sword, is a strong unique martial technique. It is better than Tang Tian's Fire Scythe Ghost Claw. She is currently wearing the Volens Fin's armor, which comes from the Volens constellation. I heard that she used her martial spirit to refine and augment the power of this armor for over 10 years, without ever changing it. Its might now, compared to Volens constellation Saint Treasure, is on par. It is just slightly behind a golden-ranked armor. The scrawny man replied in a cool tone, I heard that she is a talented warrior with a strong fortitude and is also very knowledgeable. Even though a Volens Fin's armor is low in rank, but it is able to augment her specific unique martial technique to its fullest power. If the Volens constellation knew about this, they would throw themselves to Leo constellation. Ha, that's right. The bald man replied with a laugh, if Ji Xiaoya was really able to refine and improve the Volens Fin's armor into a gold-ranked weapon, the Honorable Martial Group would definitely want to conquer the Volens constellation for its own, making the armor as a Saint Treasure of the Volens constellation. The scrawny guy replied, they wouldn't dare do it because it would make the group an enemy to all other constellations in Heaven's Road. For the Honorable Martial Group to become as big as it is today was similar to a sonic soul, because it did not try to claim to be the master of the universe. If they broke this rule, the group would certainly face the wrath of the other constellations. You are right on that. The bald man nodded. I am surprised by Tang Tian's potential. Even in the face of Ji Xiaoya, he has not yet fallen to any attacks from her. Many people have tried to master the unique martial technique, wind concealment steps. But few have succeeded. However, Tang Tian was able to master it in such a short time. Even his Fire Scythe Ghost Claw had been mastered by him into a unique martial technique. I really want to know how his mind works in absorbing and mastering all these techniques so swiftly. The scrawny guy was speechless. He too was surprised by Tang Tian's prowess. Crane and Ling Su were gasping deeply, but neither of them dared to take their eyes off the battle. Drops of sweat rolled down their cheeks. They did not even dare to blink. In front of them, a tall and sturdy martial artist appeared. He was a towering and majestic figure. Lu Hai, belonging to the 13th Gold Branch of the Honorable Martial Group. His muffled voice seemed to draw fear from his enemies. At 4 m in height and with an enormous build, he looked like a giant from the ancient times. His upper body was bared, exposing chunks of chiseled muscles that folded upon each other like waves. His shoulders, which were broader than his upper thighs, were covered in golden demonic tattoos. He had an austere look. Every step he took made the ground tremble. Either you surrender or die. The deep voice drew closer. Ling Su suddenly stood up and cracked his neck. He then said, "Hey, little Crane, go to the back." Crane stood up as he wiped the sweat off his forehead. He slowly pulled out a bottle of water and then exclaimed, "I need to hydrate myself more often. I have been sweating too much." Ling Su was not pleased. "Hey, sissy, just make sure you do not interfere when I kill this stupid fellow with one single blow." Crane reminded politely, "As a witness, I also have a share in this. Having it all for yourself is not a very good way to treat a friend." Ah! A soft laugh came out from Ling Su's mouth. His heroic face and orange flare within his pupil had long dissipated. It had now turned into a sea of fire. A golden-ranked martial artist? He licked his lips with his red tongue while he turned his eyes from side to side as he gazed down on his next prey, preparing to pounce at it any time. A silver spear appeared in his hand as he slowly caressed it like a beast grinding its razor-sharp tooth at the sight of a prey. Below him, Flamingo was exceptionally silent. It was now ready. Crane slowly gulped down his water. He briefly shut his eyes as he savored the freshness of his drink. His black battle robe rustled in the wind. All of a sudden, his warm smile had now turned into a soft frown. Crane's handsome face that could make countless of ladies blush, actually had a strange sharp aura to it. He stood still in silence. His lanky figure, with his unfathomable smile on his face, slowly became indifferent. What? Lu Hai stopped in his tracks. His normally half-closed eyes were now wide open. This was interesting. However, to a G-Golden-ranked martial artist, such a technique was nothing of surprise that would spark his attention. Kill! Ling Su let out a battle cry as he unleashed his flamingo, which was dragging its long fiery tail like a lightning blaze. Ling Su's field of vision started to get hazy as the gust created by the flamingo made it hard for him to see. It felt like he was engulfed in flame as the heat from the flamingo's aura radiated across the plains. The figure within his field of vision grew bigger and clearer as it approached from the distance. Golden-ranked martial artist. That was a real golden-ranked martial artist. Ling Su gave a fierce and vicious stare. He laid low and held his silver spear horizontally. His fingers grasping on the spear slowly loosened their grip. Lu Hai was taken aback as this was his first time witnessing a cavalry who was riding on a mechanical beast. It was rare to see cavalry in the form of mechanical beasts in high-standard battles. Normally, star spirit beasts were used instead. The mechanical beast was very fast and had a strong charging power, which surprised Lu Hai. The aura of the cavalry and its rider seemed to have fused cohesively as one. The strength was formidable. Lu Hai was disappointed. If such a person had joined their golden branch, he could have been trained to become a golden-ranked martial artist. It was no wonder that the branch chief repeatedly wanted to recruit him. However, it was not easy to handle these two people. Lu Hai was not surprised. Geniuses often had a tinge of haughtiness. But it was something that he enjoyed. He suddenly took on a battle stance and raised his arms to his shoulder level. Then, the golden tattoos that were carved into his arms came alive. His already massive right arm had increased in size. Now, it was as large as his chest. He unleashed a loud explosion as he slowly clenched his right fist. He fixated his gaze at the oncoming Ling Su. Ling Su unleashed his spear like a dragon waiting to strike. The power of Ling Su and the flamingo was concentrated in the spear. The powerful aura residing at the tip of the spear surprised Lu Hai. What good timing! The energy within Lu Hai's eyes had risen dramatically. He then unleashed his charged right punch. Suddenly, he turned his gaze. A blurred and lanky figure suddenly appeared above his head. It was accompanied by a sword image that swayed in the distance like the wind. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 379, Ray Shark Killing Technique. Chapter 379, Ray Shark Killing Technique. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by XRCO and DeAndre. Lu Hai knew that he was in danger. He raised his right palm and bellowed. His palm, like a palm leaf, acted to protect from the top attack. Ding! The sharp white-colored sword tip failed to pierce through Lu Hai's palm. But the steel sword that he was wielding did not manage to handle the force from the attack, causing it to break into pieces. Crane acted fast as he let go of the sword's hilt while using his palm to push the broken sword fragments towards his enemy. The shards shot through the air, pelting towards Lu Hai's direction. Ding ding ding! Sparks flew everywhere. Lu Hai's palm acted like a copper shield as it deflected the attacks. Ling Su's silver spear suddenly appeared and was charging towards Lu Hai. The fearsome attack from Ling Su, filled with vigor and battle desire, managed to achieve an unprecedented peak in terms of the force unleashed. An explosion erupted as Ling Su's spear and Lu Hai's astonishing fist technique collided. Bang! The spear pierced onto the steel shield. A ferocious force rippled through the spear. Ling Su did not have the time to react as he was propelled backwards from the impact. He was left dazed from the collision. Lu Hai was indifferent. Instead, he now looked much more malevolent than he was previously. His fist had started bleeding as the spear managed to cut through his skin. Ling Su and Flamingo fell hard onto the floor. The impact awoke Ling Su from his daze. He let out a sinister smile. He realized how stupid he was. The tip of its spear had a drop of coagulated silver liquid that came from his body. That liquid was very destructive. Till now, Ling Su had not discovered how to defend it yet. Now, he had around 5 drops of silver liquid residing within his body. He still had not understood the true nature of this silver fluid. However, at every interval, this fluid would congeal on its own. Once it reached its maximum, the fluid will stop congealing. The silver liquid had started to erode into his flesh and muscles. Lu Hai shouted, "Mountain!" A resounding noise echoed from his arm. The golden tattoos engraved on it started to come alive. The arm started to be encrusted by rock-like materials, creating a solid gauntlet as it covered his fist. It was the Mensa's heavy gloves, derived from the southern sky's Mensa constellation. After being refined by the Honorable Marshal Group for over 12 years, its quality had already reached the gold rank. Feeling a breeze from above, Lu Hai released his left palm upwards. Crane could feel a massive force coming at his direction. He did not have enough time to escape it as he was blown through the air like an arrow, pushing him back by more than 30 m. What a strong force! Crane was unfazed by the immense power. He grasped his crane sword tightly. He could feel the energy rippling through his palms. The steel sword just now was unable to handle the force from his sword attack. Before the sword managed to hit Lu Hai, it had already break under the pressure of the force. Ling Su stood back up and went onto his flamingo. He spit out the dirt that had entered his mouth after his fall. He was not afraid. In fact, he was more determined than ever. No wonder he was a gold-ranked martial artist. He went back to his battle posture to prepare for the next onslaught again. Andre glanced Yuan Ji, who was in the intense battle, from afar. He recollected his attention and his gaze turned back at the lady that was in front of him. He smiled. "I did not expect you to send out 3 gold-ranked martial artists. It seems like the pressure we have given you is still not enough." The lady was tall and her legs were wrapped tightly in black leather jeans. Her clothes were covered in gold speckle, with patterns like those of a giraffe. Most people would think that this was just a normal apparel. But Andre knew that it was something much more special. It was the panther stripe, a silver treasure from the Camelopardalis constellation that resided in the northern sky's 19 continents. The gold speckles showed that it had been refined before. It was gradually transforming into a gold treasure. The lady replied, "Your Highness, I am Ji Meiyu from the Honorable Marshal Group's 7th Gold Branch." "Your Highness has guessed wrong. There are not just 3 gold-ranked martial artists, but 5 of them." 5? Andre was taken aback by the sheer number. "Kind to think of it, Tang Tian and his 3 friends are your prime targets. But based on their strength, 2 gold-ranked martial artists should be enough to take them down. Yuan Ji is another one, and the remaining 2 should be prepared for me, right?" "You are right, Your Highness. If Your Highness is defeated over here, it will be a great victory for us too." Ji Meiyu replied with her smile. Her looks were much more outstanding compared to Angelina. Her lanky hourglass figure exuded charm. Andre spoke calmly. "Who is the other guy then? There's no point hiding there. Since Your Highness have summoned, it would have been rude if I did not turn up." A low voice echoed from Andre's back. A black figure appeared like a thick fog. He was draped in a black cape, with his shoulders filled with ravens that were standing on guard. The ravens were fully black except for their eyes, which had speckles of gold. "So you have the Corvus constellation's treasure, the 9 Corvus cape." Andre nodded. "No wonder the Corvus constellation has been lagging behind for so long. It was you who was in the shadow draining the star power of the constellation. You have great analytical skill, Your Highness. I did not expect you to recognize such a treasure that has been neglected for some time." Si Han replied. Tian, Sihan is the assassin Tang Tian met when at Corvus Constellation. Your noble group have really put in a lot of capital to send out 5 gold-ranked martial artists. Andre laughed. However, why would you guys think that I would disregard my life so easily? This is the style of the honorable martial group. They always think that others are not as smart as them. A cheeky statement rang out. A red-hair guy walked out laughing. Sihan and Ji Mei Yu were shocked. They did not realize there was someone hiding behind them in the shadows. Chen Xian is here to pay his respect to your majesty. The red-hair guy directed his greeting to Angelina. Onyx Soul. Ji Mei Yu exclaimed. Haha, I have been recognized. That's scary, Chen Xian replied. If the honorable martial group were to lose 5 gold-ranked martial artists at one go, it will be a pain, isn't it? No, I shouldn't be belittling the honorable martial group like that. Having so many resources at hand, a mere 5 gold-ranked martial artists should be nothing for them. Ha ha ha. Chen Xian laughed hysterically in the hall. A dark figure suddenly descended from above the hall. He was a masked man that looked similar to a bat and donned a black robe. Sihan stated, "It's the Bat Assassin." The Bat Assassin acted as if he did not hear anything. Andre, Chen Xian and the Bat Assassin surrounded the two men in a triangle formation. In just a blink of an eye, the circumstance had changed drastically. Angelina watched in a daze. Tang Tian and Ji Xiaoya were still fighting, reducing the entire street into a chaotic rubble. Every time Ji Xiaoya wielded her light blade, she would create a wave of blade attacks that could travel hundreds of meters. However, Tang Tian, who was still obsessed with killing a gold-ranked martial artist, was like a savage beast that had an innate killer instinct. His movements were much faster than his thinking speed, making him much more deadly. Ray Shark Sword, ranked 17355 on the board of unique skills. Tang Tian's Fire Scythe Ghost Claw was ranked 19921 while the Wind Concealment Steps was ranked 19832. The Immortal Martial has a special ranking system for the unique skills. It has ranks from 1 to 10 stars. Every star had roughly 2,000 different unique skills. The Ray Shark Sword was at 2 stars. Compared to both of Tang Tian's skills, it was higher than them by 1 rank. But when it comes to battle, the ranking doesn't guarantee its superiority over another lesser-ranked unique skill. Ji Xiaoya's light body technique was almost on par as Tang Tian's. But her Flying Fin's armor could not just augment the power of her Ray Shark Sword, but also made her movements nimbler. With the help of the Flying Fin's armor, Ji Xiaoya's light body technique was greatly augmented. The Ray Shark Sword was ranked much higher than the Fire Scythe Ghost Claw. Tang Tian tried to attack straight on with his technique against Ji Xiaoya's, but was beaten by the Ray Shark Sword's sheer prowess. The difference between a 1-star and a 2-star was much greater than Tang Tian thought. But Tang Tian was not discouraged. His amazing analytical skills had allowed him to successfully evade all of Ji Xiaoya's attacks. The motivated Tang Tian had keenly analyzed the fighting movements during each battle round with Ji Xiaoya. He had not discovered Ji Xiaoya's weakness. The Ray Shark Sword sure was powerful, but Ji Xiaoya only knew how to unleash the power of the sword and failed to understand the subtle movements of the sword that could allow her to augment the overall power of the weapon. Compared to Crane and Yi Zhaoge, Ji Xiaoya's sword movement was below their standards. Tang Tian swiftly tried to control the battle to his advantage while hurriedly evading each of Ji Xiaoya's sword attacks, due to her inability to wield the sword movements properly. Initially, it seemed like Tang Tian was losing as he was constantly dodging the onslaught of attacks from Ji Xiaoya. In reality, Tang Tian was waiting for his chance to make a counter-attack against her. Tang Tian is controlling the tempo now. The bald man residing within the shadows was shocked at the battle. Tang Tian's strength was way weaker than that of Ji Xiaoya, but the battle was being controlled perfectly by Tang Tian. Tang Tian was using his ability to evade the attacks as a way to control Ji Xiaoya's offensive movement. The scrawny man nodded. Yes, he is trying to exhaust all of Ji Xiaoya's strength. It seems like Ji Xiaoya might have realized Tang Tian's tactics against her. The two guys stopped talking as they fixated their attention on the ongoing intense battle. Ji Xiaoya did indeed take notice of Tang Tian's tactic against her. She felt her energy slowly being used up. Tang Tian's advantage was his dexterity as Ji Xiaoya's Ray Shark Sword didn't even manage to touch onto his clothes. If this continued, she could be defeated. As she slowly absorbed the possibility of defeat, she was dazed. The word defeat was something that could not be accepted. What was happening? How could she have let the battle develop into such a state? She was clearly much more powerful than Tang Tian's. This battle should have already been won by her. Ji Xiaoya took a deep breath. She regained her consciousness and directed her attention to the battle. Based on her fighting experience, she knew that her mentality had already been disrupted, and this was a clear sign of danger. Let's end this right now. Ji Xiaoya suddenly stopped and stared at Tang Tian, who was in a distance. She raised up her hand that was holding onto the ray shark sword. The flying fin's armor suddenly started to radiate rays of piercing lights. Bang! The flying fin's armor crumbled and transformed into countless of shards, each the size of a fingernail. They started to revolve around Ji Xiaoya. Since he was so good at evading, then I shall make him have nowhere to hide. Ji Xiaoya, who was raising her light blade, suddenly brought it downwards and stuck the weapon deep into the ground. Time to turn you into fragments. Shark Whirlpool Technique. The cool voice of Ji Xiaoya could be heard across the entire Andromeda city. The light blade slowly moved into the ground until it disappeared. Ji Xiaoya was now empty-handed. With Ji Xiaoya as the center of gravity, a bright halo of roughly 2,000 meters suddenly appeared on the ground. Billions of sparks, each the size of fingernails, burst out from the ground and started swirling frantically around the battlefield. Tang Tian had now descended into a precarious situation. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 380, I am now a gold-ranked martial artist. Chapter 380. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by XRCO and DeAndre. Lu Hai could hear the soft cry from Ji Xiaoya and his heart shivered. Ji Xiaoya was going to execute her killing technique. But right now, he was too distracted. His legs were staked into the ground as he prepared to defend against the charging Ling Su. He was angry that his fist had been injured by Ling Su's spear. But his anger for the damaged Mensa heavy punch exceeded his anger for his bleeding wounds. The time he had spent to refine it to transform it into a gold rank weapon was innumerable. To just recover the weapon's damage inflicted upon it today would cost him numerous days. That damn bastard. Lu Hai, who was enraged, did not reserve any of his strength, as his heavy fists were unleashed to its maximum power. In terms of strength, Lu Hai had the advantage. He had never met another fighter that was stronger than him in terms of strength before. He had even once killed a martial artist only with a single punch. His talent was average, as had practiced only the normal heavy punch technique. Even so, he was able to become a gold-ranked martial artist due to his creation of a special training method. Honorable Martial Group was the best in refining treasures and weapons. However, Lu Hai was never good at refining his treasures. He managed to discover something new instead. He utilized some of Onyx Soul's methods, which was to directly inject the Mensa heavy punch technique into both of his arms. Once his flesh and the treasure started to fuse together, his strength increased exponentially. And the refining speed for the Mensa heavy punch also increased. He was unconcerned by the incompatibility or inability to harmonize properly between his body and the treasure. Lu Hai was also determined to become a gold-ranked martial artist, and was willing to go to any extent to realize the dream. He had now managed to reach unprecedented heights. Even though Ling Su's spear techniques were not bad, his strength was incomparable to Lu Hai's. Lu Hai would push him miles away with just one punch. Lu Hai did not know why he would always make his way back up again after enduring the attack. And it was 3 consecutive attacks on him. Even if it was a steel man, these 3 punches should have already shattered him. But even with his face dipping in blood, Ling Su was still crazily charging towards him. This guy was mentally crazy. Lu Hai's rage was now accompanied by his fretfulness as he was battling an unreasonable Ling Su who would not stop until he was dead. Kill him. This punch must end his life. Lu Hai was prepared. He postured himself and lifted his fist, preparing to strike the oncoming Ling Su. Hiss. The hissing sound of the sword rang beside his ear, causing Lu Hai to feel jittery. If Ling Su was considered a pest cockroach that could never die, then Crane could be considered a pesky housefly that was constantly giving Lu Hai trouble. The weak blade attacks were perceived by Lu Hai as child's play that was not threatening at all. With a clap of his hands, Lu Hai was able to dissipate the attacks. Crane was like a big black crane, with his hands extended out, nimble floating around. However, Lu Hai did not spot that crane, which was in mid-air, had light radiating from its eyes. Ling Su, while riding on his flamingo, charged towards the vision of Crane. Was it time? A burst of bright light radiated out of Crane's eyes. He grasped his sword hilt tightly and charged through the clouds. Lu Hai heard the cries from Crane over the top of his head as he looked atop him. Moments later, his expression changed drastically. 13 similar-looking black figures formed a spherical formation, each one of them holding a sword pointed into the center of the circle. The 13 swords were pointed at each other as they twirled mid-air like a black rose, creating gusts of wind that blew up dirt and dust across the battlefield. The shadows cast by them shrouded Lu Hai's vision. The lingering hissing sound abruptly came to a stop. The 13 shadows started to wave the long swords within their hands. Buzz, dot. Lu Hai could feel an electric current flowing across the surface of his skin as beads of sweat rolled down his body. The 13 scarily-looking mechanical weapons seemed to be descending towards him like 13 sharp stakes. This is... Within his vision, Lu Hai could see the black petals-like formation suddenly dissipated. The 13 shadowy figures descended rapidly towards him. Lu Hai's expression changed. He quickly raised both of his palms to make a shield above him. Boom! As Lu Hai unleashed his palm technique, his palms swelled up in size, forming an impenetrable wall as he pushed his palms up towards the oncoming black figures. Feeling the sense of danger, Lu Hai utilized his maximum strength. With such a close proximity, it would bound to destroy them. Ding ding ding! Sparks flew everywhere. The 13 figures took turns to throw themselves onto the palm shield while using different sword techniques to attack, causing the defender to be confused by the offensive movement. Lu Hai couldn't believe what he saw. All 13 figures were real. All 13 figures struck his palm shield, each time creating a blinding spark. This was definitely not an illusion. How was this possible? Thump! No matter how powerful his palm technique was, the continuous onslaught of the 13 figures would disintegrate his defense. Not good. Lu Hai changed his tactics as he used one palm to defend the aerial attack while using another to attack the 13 figures. Ho! These shadowy figures were blown off higher into the sky like feathers. Lu Hai did not dare to stop. He directed punch after punch skywards as the shadowy figures flew higher and higher into the sky. But Lu Hai failed to notice that all the 13 figures were together perched on a vertical line. All 13 cranes suddenly opened their eyes at once. The crane that was at the highest height suddenly spread open his arms and descended rapidly onto the top of the second crane's head. Without decreasing in speed, the two of them clashed, and the weirdest scene happened. The two cranes started to fuse together. Clang clang! A loud cry from the sword emerged. The many cranes started to pile up onto each other, fusing together as one. Clang clang clang! The uninterrupted cries pierced through the air as it grew even louder. 13 were combined into a whole. A black warrior emerged as his long black hair fluttered in the wind. The tip of the crane sword had a shimmering radiance. This was a phenomenon when the swords were combined in a high level for it to happen. A ray of black light started to descend from the heavens. Boom! Lu Hai's rock fist disintegrated into millions of pieces of debris. His entire right arm was blasted into bits. I am going to kill you. Lu Hai descended into insanity. Stupid. A taunting voice rang throughout the battlefield. Ling Su could see the hole that opened in the street. His face was covered in blood, but it revealed a soft smile. He used his fingers to control his silver spear. The spear suddenly disappeared. The sky was left with only specks of twinkling stars. Lu Hai's throat suddenly exploded wide open, revealing a hole the size of a fist. His rage was expressed on his face as he gaped his eyes wide. How could this happen? Boom, he landed on the ground like a wooden stake. Crane descended from the air and landed softly on the ground. He nearly kneeled down as he had exhausted most of his energy. Suddenly, Ling Su turned his bloody face. Hey, sissy, what was the technique you just used? Crane wiped off the blood on his lips and replied, rotating swords of the dancing crane. Tang Tian was in danger. Those small little sparks were dangerous and deadly. They could pierce through buildings effortlessly like knife through butter. Bang! A region populated by small houses crumbled into bits from the sparks' bombardment. The sparks turned the rocks into dust as they passed through. This was the first time Tang Tian witnessed such a deadly martial technique. The only thing he could do was to evade all the attacks. But the number of sparks were limitless and were almost impossible to dodge them entirely. PFFF. Blood spewed out everywhere as Tang Tian suffered several wounds within seconds. Even though the wounds were not deep, the blood had stained his clothes dark red, making the scene look horrific. The blood made Tang Tian raged. He was like a wounded beast, filled with rage and anger. Yes, I know I cannot dodge it, but why should I dodge? A dazzling radiance blossomed around his palms as he took big strides to charge towards Ji Xiaoya. He frantically activated his fire scythe ghost claw to fight off his surrounding sparks. Soft explosions could be heard as the claw technique hit onto the sparks, creating a light rays that disintegrate the sparks. Ji Xiaoya was looking on from a distance. This was the first time she had witnessed someone successfully deflecting her shark whirlpool technique. It was supposed to be hard to defend against, just like a pack of sharks. Even after you have killed 10 sharks, you will not be any safer as it would attract even more sharks. All the struggles and defense would have been worthless. Ji Xiaoya looked on as Tang Tian using his claw technique to deflect the sparks even as the attacks become more concentrated. A fiercely looking cloud of sparks were now directed straight towards Tang Tian. Tang Tian battle's cries pierced through the concentrated sparks. Ji Xiaoya took joy in hearing his cries of pain. Struggle, struggle more. The more you struggle, the faster you would die. Suddenly, a blood-curdling moan of pain echoed from a distant. Ji Xiaoya's expression changed drastically. It was from Lu Hai. Could something have happened to him? No way, she knew that she had to end the battle quickly. The once confident Ji Xiaoya now realized that something was amiss. Tang Tian had survived and struggled for more than 10 minutes. His battle cries could still be heard from within the sparks. He was not dead yet. How was that possible? No one had ever remained in the circular radiance for more than 3 minutes and still survive. Ji Xiaoya glanced towards Tang Tian's direction. The once concentrated sparks were now slowly dissipating, revealing the outline of Tang Tian's body, who was slowly marching towards her. The radiance started to fade. Pang pang pang. Tang Tian was covered in blood, creating a blood trail behind him as he marched forward. He continued on his offensive, attacking all the sparks with his claw technique. He only knew of one solution. It was a very simple solution. Smash them to pieces. Smash all of them to pieces. No matter how many sparks there were, in the hundreds or even thousands, they would all be disintegrated. As long as he was able to hit all of them with his claw technique, he would not have to evade any of them. He frantically attacked the oncoming sparks to defend himself against the attack. However, he had lost a significant amount of blood from the wounds and had started to feel dizzy and weak. Victory is mine, nobody could take that away from me. Once I defeat her, I will be a gold-ranked martial artist. Tang Tian, you need to hold on and persevere. You said that before? As more blood started to drip from Tang Tian, the number of sparks had slowly died down. The last wave of sparks were finally destroyed to pieces. A bloodied figure stood right in front of a dazed Ji Xiaoya. He gritted his teeth and licked the blood of his lips. He was now overwhelmed with confidence. Hey, I am a gold-ranked martial artist now. Chapter 380, I am now a gold-ranked martial artist. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 381, 7th Onyx Hall Master 2 Zishan. Chapter 381, 7th Onyx Hall Master 2 Zishan. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by XRCO and DeAndre. The fire scythe ghost claw pierced through her chest. Even at the brink of death, Ji Xiaoya still did not understand how a crazy individual, with blood drenched across his face and clothes, was still able to smile hysterically. She slowly sunk into the mud as the light drained out from her eyes. Tang Tian gathered all the energy he had left and dashed to where Ling Su and Crane was. When he appeared in front of them drenched in fresh blood, Ling Su and Crane were taken aback. All three of them locked eyes. I am now a golden rank martial artist. Tang Tian shouted in excitement as blood continued rolling down his cheeks. I told you I will kill him with one move. Ling Su replied as he cringed in pain from the open wounds inflicted during the battle. Plump, plump. The two of them slowly fade into unconsciousness and fell onto the floor from the exhaustion. Crane. Suddenly, Crane was alert. Who is that? Two men appeared from the corner of Crane's sight. We mean no harm. A bald buff man raised both his hands high up. We are from Onyx Soul. I know that we used to have a misunderstanding. But it is now over and we do not have any animosity against you all. The scrawny man gave out a soft gasp as he fixated his gaze the unconscious Ling Su and Tang Tian. Crane did not drop his defense, but his face portrayed calmness. That's right. We do not have any animosity between us. The bald man let out a soft smile. I will get straight to the point. I want to invite the three of you to the Onyx Soul. I am Tu Zishan, Hall Master of the 7th Onyx Hall of Onyx Soul. Onyx Hall. Crane made his surprise known. Onyx Hall was similar to the gold branch of the Honorable Marshal Group. The only difference was that there were 13 gold branches while there were 9 Onyx Hall. The structures of both the Honorable Marshal Group and the Onyx Soul were similar. The biggest and strongest authoritative figures were the Hall Masters groups who possessed the largest power over the organization. Honorable Marshal Group had 13 Hall Masters that comprised the Hall Masters panel while the Onyx Soul had 7 Onyx Hall Masters that comprised the Onyx Soul's panel. The gold branches were part of the Hall Masters panel while the Onyx Halls were part of the Onyx Souls panel. Both the gold branches and Onyx Halls held absolute power, and were answerable only to their respective panels and no one else. All decision-making and strategic planning resided in masters of the branch or halls. Even though the gold branches and onyx hall had immense authority, they couldn't go about executing orders without first having the permissions or orders from the hall master who was in charge of the task. The benefits and rewards were divided equally across the groups. As Crane was born from a prestigious family, he had all this knowledge and knew much more than both Tang Tian and Ling Su. He did not expect the bald muscular man to be one of the master from the onyx hall. Tu Zishan let out a soft smile and stated, "So how is it? The atmosphere in the 7th Onyx Hall is very positive and absent of politics. Our hall possesses more than 100 unique skills and there are bound to be a few that are suitable for your training. Even if there isn't a skill that fits you, you can change to another Onyx Hall instead. Do not fret about this. I am very sorry but I cannot make the decision," Crane said politely. Tu Zishan only reacted after a while. He patted his bald head and replied, "Yes, I understand where you are coming from." The scrawny man was void of expression but was surprised by the reaction. It was rare for the hall master to look up to anyone in respect. These 3 men were definitely good, but for hall master to be amazed and respect them, it was quite a sight. Crane turned his attention to the doorway where a line of men appeared in his sight. The leader, a teen who had a gold hair, was dazzling. The line of men looked like they were battle-hardened, with scars across their bodies and face. Angelina was also inside the crowd. The red-haired Tian Xian blurted out, "We have wasted our trip. Hall Master 2 is here." The scrawny man's face turned cold. Killer instinct was building up within him. Tian Xian was a member of the 5th Onyx Hall. As a mere member, how dare he address the Hall Master in such a condescending tone, but Tian Xian was taken aback and immediately waved his hand. Hey, Hall Master, the 5th and 7th Onyx Hall are great allied halls, okay? Tu Zishan signaled to the scrawny man to calm down. It was Tian Xian's nature to be like that. It was not worth it to get into a fight due to such a trivial matter. He turned towards Angelina to greet her. Tu Zishan prostrates himself before your majesty. Angelina was also taken aback by Tu Zishan's presence. An Onyx Soul's Hall Master was similar to the rank of commander in the Leo's constellation. Angelina was very respectful to be able to have the presence of an Hall Master. "I am honored to be able to meet you, Hall Master." Tu Zishan smiled. "Your majesty employed a good strategy. The Honorable Martial Group has suffered a great loss this time. A casualty of 5 gold-ranked martial artists will be painful for them. DeAndre R., only 4 are said to have died. I think the 5th escaped. The author really didn't make what happened to the 5th one clear." Angelina replied, "Without the help of Hall Master I do not think there would have been such a favorable result." Once he came in, he immediately saw Lu Hai who laid motionless on the floor. Tu Zishan let out a laugh. "Your majesty guessed wrong. I was not the one who did this." Everyone else was taken aback. Tu Zishan was enjoying the surprise that was written on everyone's face. He looked down at Lu Hai and pointed at him. "When I was here, he was already dead. Ji Xiaoya was killed solely by Tang Tian. But he ran away from the battlefield after killing her without first reaping the reward from his enemy. Hence, I helped him retrieve the reward and was planning to pass it to his brother, Crane." He tossed a silver Aquarius cabinet towards Crane. The cabinet was still sealed. Tu Zishan did not open up to see the contents within after picking it up. Crane was in awe and his respect for the Hall Master increased. He offered his thanks. "On behalf of Tang Tian, I would like to thank you, Hall Master Tuesday." "It was nothing much," Tu Zishan replied indifferently. The rest still had not comprehended the situation. They were also in awe by Crane, Tang Tian, and Ling Su for being able to pull off such a feat. Tian Xian, who was naturally frivolous, was also in awe after hearing Tu Zishan's explanation of what had transpired. But how was it possible for a golden-ranked martial artist to be defeated so easily? A golden-ranked martial artist was not that weak. Based on their intelligence, even with the combination of Tang Tian and his group, it would still have been impossible to kill one golden-ranked martial artist. Yi Xiaogo might be famous, but he was still young and possessed deep potential. But his strength could not be comparable to a golden-ranked martial artist. Even if Yi Xiaogo was famous and renowned, in Tian Xian's eyes, he was just a rookie. In either the Gold Branch or the Onyx Hall, discipline was strict and secrets were well kept. If any of the members were to be recruited into the clan, they would have to sign a martial spirit contract, relieving themselves of their relationships from their family blood ties. The training received was also much more rigorous than the average training. Andre, Chen Xian, and Bat Assassin worked together to kill 2 gold-rank martial artists. Since Tang Tian and his other 2 friends were able to also kill 2 gold-rank martial artists, didn't that mean that the 2 groups had almost similar capabilities and power? This was impossible. No matter how much improvement Tang Tian and his group had made during the training, it was still impossible for them to have been able to kill the two golden-ranked martial artists. It was even more unbelievable that Tang Tian was able to kill a golden fighter on his own. It was ridiculous. But the event was narrated by Tu Zishan and no one dared to doubt what he said. The Hall Master had never spoken a single word of lie and he never will. This is too shocking. Andre was trying to comprehend all of this. Angelina was feeling joyful inside her. Andre's strength was too powerful, to that extent that it caused Angelina to feel stifled. If Andre had any demands from Angelina with his victory, she knew that she had no way of rejecting them. But since Tang Tian and his group were able to kill two gold-rank martial artists, then their power should be able to match Andre's. If there was only one buyer, then they could eat everything up. But now there were two buyers, and her circumstance had now changed. And she was thinking, even though Qian Xian and Hall Master 2 were both an Onyx Soul, they seemed to have differing views, and seemed to be of different groups. All these details made Angelina excited. Okay, they have suffered multiple injuries and are exhausted. We should give them time to rest. Tu Zishan exclaimed. Andre could hear the deep respect the Hall Master had for the three guys from his tone. It was not a good time to offend Tu Zishan. I am glad everyone is safe. It is time for every to have a good rest. Before he left, Tu Zishan turned to Crane. Please come to the Fairy Tavern to stay for this time being. Once you all have discussed, you all can tell me your decisions. Even if you all do not join us, do not worry. It was fate that brought us together and I am glad to have met you all. Crane did not expect the Onyx Soul to have such a wise and magnanimous person. He replied, all right. Tu Zishan's words were still ringing in everyone's ears. Qian Xian was still doubtful while Andre let out a reluctant smile. Since Tu Zishan had wanted to recruit the three of them, it would be unwise to go against Tang Tian and his friends. If not, Tu Zishan would be made an enemy, and that would be suicidal. Andre was wondering if Tu Zishan was trying to give them a warning through his words. Once everyone left, Andre and Qian Xian walked away together. Andre asked, could there be an agreement between Hall Master 2 and Tang Tian's group? Qian Xian replied, I have not heard of such an agreement so far. He was a very smart person. After hearing Andre, he replied, Your Highness, you might have not known but the 9 Onyx Halls of the Onyx Soul do not always have an amicable relationship with each other. We have good relationship with the 7th Onyx Hall. If it was the 2nd Onyx Hall, a battle would have broken out, with blood flowing like river. Blood flowing like river. Andre was flabbergasted. He never expected the relationships within the Onyx Soul to be so complicated and disastrous. Only moments later did he regain his sense, it shouldn't be that bad, isn't it? Qian Xian replied, the history between us and the 2nd Onyx Hall goes back a long time and that was the source of our vengeance. But of course, the 7th Onyx Hall also had their fair share of enemies, one of which was the 3rd Onyx Hall. The 3rd Onyx Hall had 2 Hall Masters who both died to Tu Zishan. There were many people from the 7th Hall that had died under the 3rd Hall's hands. Don't your higher-ups at the top care about all this? Andre was surprised at the dysfunctional structure of the Onyx Soul. Care? Qian Xian smiled sarcastically, the higher-ups cannot be bothered. Battle might break out and many fighters would die but that separates the good from the average. Not just us, even the Honorable Martial Group is like that. The 13 gold branches have killed each other and suffered much more than the 12 ecliptic palaces. We are not the same as you all, as well if you didn't realize. Andre understood the meaning of that statement. When Qian Xian stated you all, he was referring to the constellations. It was not the same. But, what was different then? Andre seemed to have caught on to something. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 382, Unique Cards. Chapter 382, Unique Cards. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. Immortal Martial. Chen Zilin stared down at the unique flagstone which seemed mystical. Within a short few months, there have already been 73 unique martial techniques that have been discovered. He had been guarding the flagstone for so many years but this is the first time he was witnessing this. Was the world in chaos? His heart mumbled, from the records and historical tales of immortal martial, every time the world encountered a chaos period, the unique flagstone would light up or that the number of unique martial techniques appearing would multiply exponentially. It was the iron law of the unique flagstone. There were 73 unique martial techniques that were discovered. 3 evaluated to be 3 stars, 15 were 2 stars and 55 were 1 star. Chen Zilin was very familiar with the numbers collected. It was considered normal. But within these number, the one that attracted his attention was not the 3 unique martial techniques that were ranked 3-star, but 2 unique martial techniques that were ranked 2 stars. They were the crane rotating sword and the pointed dragon spear. Chen Zilin expertise in unique techniques was deeply profound. In his eyes, behind all the names of these unique martial techniques was an era that would unfold with a magnificent scale, and had the brilliance of martial artists in that generation. Crane rotating sword, 2-star, number 17226. Pointed dragon spear, 2-star, number 16894. No matter how you look at it, the information from these 2 unique techniques would not catch anyone's attention. But for Chen Zilin, he knew that the 2 unique techniques were not normal. Out of the 20,000 types of unique martial techniques, most of them are independent to each other. But there were some unique techniques that were closely related to each other due to their origin. The crane rotating sword had its origin from the death sword dance, which was a 4-star unique technique and was very deadly. While the pointed dragon spear had its origin from the obscure earth spear, which was another 4-star unique martial technique which was equally deadly. The discovery of these 2 unique martial techniques made Chen Zilin filled with excitement. When he was bored, he would create a ranking system on his own of all the unique martial techniques out there. These 2 martial techniques were the top 10 strongest among all the 4-star unique martial techniques. Chen Zilin felt that the other techniques were more average compared to the 2. Maybe only the Li Wen concealment steps could rival the prowess of the 2 4-star techniques. Chen Zilin also spent time in researching the key differences between unique and non-unique martial techniques. He also spent time to research on techniques that were qualified as unique martial techniques, and the Wen concealment steps was one of them. In fact, new martial techniques that have just entered the ranking system were often much harder to be discovered than those martial techniques that had been around for centuries. It was mainly because the predecessor from the past only aimed to create the skill while the other fighters aimed to pass on these martial techniques down through the generation. Chen Zilin had grown numb by the sheer number of unique martial techniques emerging lately. Even the immortal martials were also not shocked by the increasing discovery of such martial techniques. Furthermore, as many more regions descended into chaos, the intelligence system set up by the immortal martials was also affected, causing the quality of their information gathering to falter. Even though the chaos would make information gathering a tougher task, it would also make the intelligence gathered more valuable as it enabled fighters to make sense of the situation within the chaos. Among the immortal martials, morale was up high. However, this did not bother Chen Zilin since he was only a guardian of the unique flagstone. During mealtimes, whenever the conversation topic was on Chen Zilin, it was always about him being the person who would be the eternal guardian of the unique flagstone, which was somewhat condescending. He did not care. The war had just started. Fairy City was not back in peace. Even though battles were intense, the citizens residing in the city were so accustomed to such explosions and chaos that those battles did not seem to affect them one bit. But everyone was celebrating in joy when they heard that the Honorable Martial Group lost 4 gold-ranked martial artists. The fights within the Fairy Palace were seen by only a few people. Even the battle between Crane, Ling Su and Lu Hai was witnessed by only a handful of people. But the battle between Tang Tian and Ji Xiaoya, which took place at the heart of the business district, was witnessed by almost the entire city's population. No one will ever forget the battles cries Tang Tian unleashed during his entire fight duration with Ji Xiaoya. Join the Onyx Soul? Tang Tian shook his head, I don't want to. His entire body was bandaged up like a living mummy. It was Ling Su who helped bandage his wounds. Ling Su was the best in terms of providing medical aids. Tang Tian was not gravely injured and his wounds were not deep. It was just the sheer number of cuts that shocked people. I too do not want to. Ling Su exclaimed in defiance. It looks like everyone has reached a consensus. Crane already knew that was going to be their responses. I shall go and tell Tu Zishan. By the way, this was your spoils of war. Before Crane left the room, he pointed at the silver Aquarius cabinet that was beside Tang Tian. Spoils. Tang Tian gaped his eyes wide open as he crawled out of his bed. Ling Su was unconcerned by all these types of things. He left the room. I will go back to training. Do not disturb me if it isn't important. To have 2 buddies that do not see money as something important was not entirely a good thing. They did not even have the last bit of excitement, nor were they enthusiastic about the bounty rewards they can reap from each fight. Soon, the room was filled with his excited applause. Wow! It is a pair of gold-ranked gloves. Wow! It is a unique spirit card. The quality of the spoils of war exceeded Tang Tian's expectation, especially the item that was retrieved from Lu Hai. Lu Hai only had 2 types of items, one was the different variety of gloves he had and a piece of a spirit card. The one that captured Tang Tian's attention was the gold-ranked gloves and the piece of a unique spirit card. The Monoceros Gauntlet was from the Monoceros constellation that resided in the 10 equatorial palace halls. It was made entirely out of gold and dazzled under the light. The gloves were wrapped in fish scales and had Monoceros horns sticking out of it while exuding a fearsome aura that shrouded the room. This was the first time Tang Tian had seen a gold treasure and he was in awe by it. Tang Tian cleaned the drool off his face from the excitement, his eyes becoming clear again, his face cooling down. Gold treasures had intellectual spirits. To control it, one must first learn how to subdue it. With Tang Tian's current strength, he was unable to control it. The Monoceros Gauntlet should have been prepared by Lu Hai for use in future battles. After cautiously placing the gloves back into the silver Aquarius cabinet, Tang Tian turned his attention to the unique spirit card. Thousand Cleave Demonic Hand, 2-star. This was a very special form of Sanshou. Sanshou came in different forms and it could utilize either the fingers or the palms depending on how the fighter wanted to use it. The Thousand Cleave Demonic Hand emphasized on cleaving, which could either be a soft or hard style of attack and comes in a variety of attacking forms. However, Lu Hai was never fond of the Thousand Cleave Demonic Hand. Tang Tian realized that this spirit card was not suitable for Lu Hai as he was a fist technique martial artist. The reason he kept it for so long was to see if he could trade it for something else that could be valuable to him. However, this unique martial technique was suitable for Tang Tian. His Fire Scythe Ghost Claw was a hard style of attack and did not possess a variety of fighting styles. Tang Tian could use the spirit card to augment the claw technique's flexibility to increase its varieties. For a moment, Tang Tian lost interest in the other treasures that were found on Lu Hai. The treasures from Ji Xiaoya were much less significant than Lu Hai except for the Thunder Radiance Hammer, which was a unique spirit card that caught Tang Tian's attention. It was worth it for the amount of effort Tang Tian put in killing the 2 gold-ranked martial artists. These 3 items made Tang Tian excited as they could not be bought by mere star coins. The only regret was that there was not one that could teach him how to use hammer-style attacks. Hence the Thunder Radiance Hammer had to be kept aside for now. Tang Tian kept all the other treasures. He brought the unique spirit cards through the door. TSK, such an infrequent visitor. Bing exclaimed at Tang Tian gloomily, his poker face did not look kind. Tang Tian thought about it. It was true that it had been a long time since he had been back. He was quite ashamed about it and replied, "Haha, Uncle Bing, let me tell you something awesome. I managed to kill off a gold-ranked martial artist, A gold-ranked martial artist?" Bing replied indifferently. Yes. Tang Tian was elated. His face expressed his arrogance from killing off a gold-ranked martial artist. Then were you beaten into a pulp by the same gold-ranked martial artist? Bing let out a huge laughter. Why the excitement just by killing a gold-ranked martial artist? I thought that you had killed a saint rank instead, that you were so elated. Though it was just playful bantering with Tang Tian, Bing could sense the aura exuding from Tang Tian and was shocked by it. In such a short time, Tang Tian had become so strong. What a guy. Tang Tian was already used to Uncle Bing's bantering and indifference. He was not angry about it as he laughed at his statement. Uncle, I also managed to retrieve 2 unique spirit cards. There is one that suits me a lot, known as the Thousand Cleave Demonic Hand. Doesn't the name sound powerful already? Yes, it sure is. Bing nodded. It is suitable for demolishing buildings only. Tang Tian. Number 07 Army Barracks. Tang Tian followed behind Bing while his eyes wandered around, glancing at the interior of the barracks. Wah, Uncle, this place has changed so much. Did you do a spring cleaning while I was gone? Spring cleaning? Bing cringed his face. You idiot. We have done restoration to the area. Restorations are difficult and challenging initiatives that requires a lot of actions. Oh, it sure is impressive. Tang Tian agreed. Number 07 Army Barracks was now as good as new. Last time, it looked like it was in ruins. No, actually, it was ruins. Even though the interior still looked like a bronze jungle, all the buildings within were now clean and free of dust. Those rusted coppers that had been around for millennials were also removed. The austere and dull barracks seemed to have been given a new lease on life after the restoration. One could imagine the amount of effort Bing had invested in sprucing up the place. Uncle is very passionate about this place. Tang Tian exclaimed. Bing suddenly stopped in his tract. It was as if he did not hear what Tang Tian had said, and replied, "You are lucky. Even though many parts of the barracks are not restored yet, but those areas that facilitate your training have already been completed. But sadly, the suicidal room is still badly damaged from the last time you used it. If not, you could go ahead and try it once more." Tang Tian choked after reminiscing the previous time he used the suicidal room. Bing spotted Tang Tian's change of expression and tried to cheer him up. Think of it, the suicidal room might be scary, especially when you look at the number of martial artists who have died trying to use it. But if you talk about the pain inflicted by the suicidal room, the pain means nothing. Your training phases will soon teach you that as your pain reached a certain peak, you would become indifferent and unconcerned about death. Tang Tian was shivering within. He suddenly had a bad feeling about what was about to come. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 383, Indigo Mirror Ocean. Chapter 383, Indigo Mirror Ocean. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. If you want to train on the unique martial techniques, there is no other place better than this. Behind Bing was a square door. As Bing pushed open the door, Tang Tian let out a soft gasp. Behind the door was an open ocean. The sapphire-colored ocean was calm with no waves in sight. It looked like a gigantic mirror that spreads endlessly without any boundaries. In the horizon, clouds were floating above the calm seas. So beautiful. Tang Tian exclaimed, his eyes filled with the oceanic blues. How could a big ocean like this fit into a small doorway? This is called the Indigo Mirror Room. Each of the rooms is a doorway to this large ocean. Bing was in a daze, as it brought back a few memories. Do you still remember the place you found me? Yes, it was a large ocean similar to this. Tang Tian recalled, I remembered you saying that it was called the Ocean of Exile. Yes. Bing looked into the horizon, admiring the beauty of this vast ocean. The army has 4 oceans, the Ocean of Exile, the Indigo Mirror Ocean, the Prairie Fire Ocean and the Ocean of Peace. The Ocean of Exile. The Ocean of Endless Shackles, a place where sinners are trapped. The Indigo Mirror Ocean. The ocean that divides fantasy and reality, a place to reflect. The Prairie Fire Ocean. The Ocean of Energy, where tens of thousands of souls flourish. The Ocean of Peace. The ocean where we all return to, where the spirits rest forever. This sea is the Indigo Mirror Ocean. Bing's voice echoed through vast ocean. Tang Tian fiddled with his jaw. It seemed to have trembled by the deep voice of Bing. He then looked down at the ocean and pointed, Uncle, can we drink the water from this ocean? Bing, who was reminiscing the past years and reliving the glory days that he once had, was taken aback by this statement. It looks so clean. I feel like drinking from it. Tang Tian licked his lips. Bing cringed. It was needless to reply to Tang Tian, which would have seemed foolish anyway. He ignored Tang Tian's comments and continued with his statements. Would it be very salty? Tang Tian wondered to himself and he dipped his finger in to get a taste of it. Bing had enough of it and shouted, Get out now. Bing could not stand Tang Tian's nonsense and slowly walked away in a fit of rage. Hey uncle, you haven't explained to me how the Indigo Mirror Ocean can be used to help me train the unique martial techniques. Tang Tian's voice echoed from the back of Bing. Bing let out a cheeky grin and replied, You just have to throw the unique spirit card into the ocean. That should do the trick. Want to play with me? You had no chance. I would teach you a lesson, making sure that you remember to respect your elders, especially your mentors. Have fun enjoying your time there then. I would want to see what happens next to you. Bing closed the door behind him. Tang Tian was surprised as the door disappeared behind him. He was now surrounded by a vast ocean. Wow, that was magical. Just throwing in the unique spirit card will do. Tang Tian's excitement slowly built up as he threw the card into the ocean. As the card slowly descended into the bottom of the sea, the ocean remained still. Suddenly, the card burst out in radiance, with light rays piercing out through the ocean's surface. The figure within the card slowly drifted out from it. The grayish figure suddenly grew brighter, radiating out a variety of other colors. The flat figure gradually increased in size, coming into life. Crash! A man emerged from the ocean. The man donned a gray military robe and looked about 40 years of age. His nails were as white as snow. The ocean surface turned back to a smooth indigo mirror. The man stood silently on the surface, with his gray eyes staring down at Tang Tian. Who are you? The man asked. Tang Tian was taken aback. He did not know what to say. Moments later, he just replied, I am Tang Tian. Once he finished, he thought about it. Shouldn't he be the one asking the same question to the guy instead? He quickly blurted out, Hey, who are you? I am Zhou Yu, the thousand-hand demon monarch. The man replied coolly, Let me see your strength. Once silence enveloped the area, Tang Tian lost track of where Zhou Yu went. Hey, wasn't this my line that you stole? Out of the blue, Tang Tian could feel a gray shadow charging towards his vision. Tang Tian was shocked, so fast. He knew that he was in danger. Without hesitating, Tang Tian activated his fire scythe ghost claw. Suddenly, countless hands could be seen unleashed towards him. It pushed him out of his rhythm. He could feel his fingertips touching his enemy's palms. But before he could unleash his full power, his enemy had disappeared once again. Tang Tian was surprised. It was the first time he encountered such a swift evasion of his attack. Normally, the power of his fire scythe ghost claw should be unleashed once his fingertips gently touched his opponent's. But at that point in time, Tang Tian was very sure that his fingertips did touch his enemy's palm. What was weird was that his attack power was not unleashed. His inability to unleash his attack power made him feel distraught. How was that possible? At this moment, he saw that the shadow of his enemy's palm was within the striking range of his claw attack. He was anticipating his strike. It seemed like there was no escape for him. Tang Tian unleashed his full force, crunching his fingers to expose his sharp claws as he charged towards his enemy's palm. Sparks shrouded Tang Tian's vision. The white palm of his enemy seemed to possess magical capabilities. With a fast striking rhythm, the enemy used his fingers and stroked out at Tang Tian's claw technique like torrential waves. Bang bang bang! The noise of the clash between their two attacks enveloped the vast ocean and sparks flew everything. Slowly, the speed of attacks from both parties started to die down. Every time Zhou Yu managed to strike Tang Tian's finger, part of the energy from Tang Tian's finger would dissipate. He could feel the power of his claw technique gradually eaten away. How could this be happening? Tang Tian was stunned. The nimble arms of Zhou Yu, like two intertwined snakes, struck out at Tang Tian. Bang! Tang Tian was hit as he flew backwards. At the corner of his eyes, he could see Zhou Yu was pursuing him as he was forced back by his attack. Way! The shadows of hands were again unleashed by Zhou Yun, blurring Tang Tian's vision. Aba, Tang Tian felt like he was struck by countless shadow attacks and his body shuddered under the torrent of attacks. Boom, Tang Tian plunged into the ocean as waves rippled across all sides. How sweet that was. Outside of the doorway, Bing was there as he lit a cigarette he got from somewhere. As he took a deep puff from it, coughing in agony by the pungent smoke that traveled down his windpipe. He was just starting to get used to the taste of it. He just leaned on the door, slowly puffing his cigarette away. He wondered what previous generals would do as they smoked their cigarettes. As his mind wandered, the smoke engulfed his face. But one could see a soft grin carved out on his lips. He discovered the cigarette while he was cleaning up the barracks. It might have been Akai who had left it there. Only that addict could have thought of building a room to keep his cigarettes at the cost of significant star coins. He remembered Akai stated that this room would keep his cigarettes safe even after thousands of years. After people starting to know about this room, they all laughed at Akai's initiative. Everyone knew that Akai was a bootlicker. Every cigarette smoked by the general was created solely by him. Bing remembered a lot of people and a lot of other things as he smoked his cigarette away. He was starting to get used to the loneliness as all his comrades were long gone, gotten used to the emptiness of the barracks, gotten used to the picking up of memories through the ruins. Fortunately, there was the fool, Tang Tian, to keep him company. If the general was still here, he would have been fond of the fool, Bing thought. As he snuffed out his cigarette, he recollected his attention. Time for work. He stood up and started walking out. With a unique spirit card, it would definitely help in achieving his plan. Using the Barak Spirit Hall, there was a good chance that they could obtain a strong spirit military leader with that card. Tang Chao's tactics on invading Fornax constellation had already been handed up to Bing days before. Bing could not deny that the plan was well formulated. The chance of success were very high. Even though there was no direct passage to the Fornax constellation from Emo City, but they could pass through Eridanus constellation first and make their way to Fornax constellation from there. If their speed was fast enough and had the element of surprise with them, there was a high chance they could invade the constellation within a short period of time. Bing had different perspectives compared to Tang Tian. Tang Tian might not know where his future would take him, but Bing was confident with him. Every day, Tang Tian would shout that the answer can be found by finding Qian Hui, who was residing in the Southern Cross constellation. But what Bing saw was an extremely strong and formidable martial artist in him. This guy would not take failure as an option, was brave and courageous. Most importantly, he was willing to work hard for it. Bing could see Tang Tian fulfilling the role as a general of the army. Bing was without a doubt. In the future, Tang Tian would be much better than he could ever be. Tang Tian was destined to become one of the ultimate martial artists in the universe one day. Compared to Tang Tian's ambition, Bing's was much smaller, to rebuild the Southern Cross Army. Even though in the current generation, martial artists were the ones who possessed the greatest power, he was very determined to rebuild his mechanical army. In his opinion, a Southern Cross Army was not worthy of its name if it was not made up of a mechanical army. To ensure the continuance of an army, it was not about the strength of its fighters nor was it about the number of mechanic engineers it possessed. Instead, it was mere conviction. Why was he the only one who had lived till this day? He had been musing about this for so long. It was only recently that he managed to find an answer. It must be the general who believed that he was the right person to ensure the continuance and survival of the Southern Cross Army. It must be it. He couldn't find another reason for it. He did not hurriedly place the unique spirit card into the spirit hall. He knew that to build a formidable army, it was much more important to have the capable men than to have strong martial spirits. Tang Chao's lessons on the establishment of the army had a great impact on Bing. He often complained of the lack of capable men assisting him. If that was the case, then why not develop them at the start to mold them to what he wanted them to become? Even though this process might be very slow, but it would benefit surely in the future. Furthermore, he had a sealed experimental project in the form of the Lupus constellation. No matter what he did for the project, he knew that there would not be anyone who would stop him from experimenting with something that was out of this world. The Lupus constellation just had its first military general institute. Under the closed environment away from the chaos of the world, the Sky Wolf Martial Academy would initiate the enrollment of new students in the entire constellation. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 384, Sky Wolf Martial Academy. Chapter 384, Sky Wolf Martial Academy. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. The establishment of the Sky Wolf Martial Academy in the Lupus constellation created a huge buzz. Lupus constellation was the poorest constellation among the entire universe due to its infertile land and desolation. Strong foreign martial artists were not interested in conquering the place. Only battle-hardened citizens of the Lupus constellation were able to survive in such harsh environment. To measure a constellation to see if it was either fertile or infertile, it was based on the metric to evaluate the concentration of its power. Constellations with high concentrations of power often attracted martial artists in large droves. Since the concentration of a constellation's power determined the speed of training for a martial artist, the Sexton's constellation, which resided in the 10 equatorial palace halls, was the most popular destination for martial artists. The Sexton's constellation was the smallest among the 10 equatorial palace halls. Even when compared to the southern sky or northern sky, it was still a relatively small constellation. But it had a strong concentration of power which allowed it to become one of the 10 equatorial palace halls. The Sexton's constellation did not have any domestic production, it had to import all its tools from external constellations. But this did not diminish its reputation as flocks of martial artists still gathered in the Sexton's constellation. It had become a public training ground with a variety of training facilities available for the martial artists. It was perfect for them. The energy concentration was weak in the Lupus constellation. In its history, there was never a strong martial artist that graced the constellation. Poor, desolate, and undeveloped were terms that were often related to the Lupus constellation. Tang Tian did not foresee what could happen to his investment, which was up to billions of star coins, in the manufacturing the awakening medicine. In truth, he had even forgot about it because to him, it was never really something big. But, he also did not know the true poverty of the Lupus constellation. To its citizens, this awakening medicine could significantly transform their lives for the better. No one had ever done these kind of things for them before. Hence, Tang Tian's reputation was renowned within the Lupus constellation. Those tribes residing in the constellation, who were initially afraid of Tang Tian's powers, were now convinced by his ability to help them. Hence, when the Sky Wolf Martial Academy was established, the people went crazy over it. Ah Luan! Ah Luan! A waves of shouts traversed from the doorway at the yard. Ah Luan stopped reluctantly. When will Depang ever be able to control his temper properly? This fella definitely would not knock on the door. Bang, the door was pushed wide open, knocking straight to the sidewalls. Fortunately, Aluan had reinforced the doors after the previous incident. If not, the doors would have been damaged again. Depang charged in like the wind. Aluan, Aluan. Aluan was frustrated by the constant nagging. What is it that made you so excited and fiery? Aluan was pissed. He stood up and patted off the talcum powder from his clothes. Even though he was only 12 years old, but his figure was much taller and sturdier than most other teens his age. His bulging muscles made him look like a bodybuilder. In front of him were many rock bricks. His job was to smoothen and gloss them up. Rock bricks were the only exports of Green Cliff Village. The villagers were dependent on them for survival. The demand for rock bricks was average. They could only scrape by with what they could sell, which was meager. In other constellations, kids this age would have entered an academy to study. But in the Lupus constellation, most of the teens would be working at this age. The entire Lupus constellation only had 3 academies. The astronomical fees were a hindrance for the poor citizens, forcing them to work instead of studying. The Sky Wolf Martial Academy is now open. De Peng was elated. Sky Wolf Martial Academy? Luan swallowed his saliva. Stop spouting nonsense. There is no Sky Wolf Martial Academy on the Lupus constellation. We did not have it last time. But this time, there is. De Peng shouted. The Lupus King had just established it. It only enrolls 12 to 14 years old and there are no tuition fees. The monthly stipends were 150 star coins. 150 star coins is enough to pay for a family. Lupus King built it? Luan replied as he placed his bowl of tea down. His respect for the king grew. Luan was a beneficiary from the plan for the awakening pill. In the past, he had never thought that his blood meridians would ever awaken. The blood meridians needed the awakened blood spring, which was under the control of powerful men. They used the spring to accumulate large wealth from people using it and prevented poor people from using it. When the plan for the awakening pill was announced, Luan was in disbelief. Only when the awakening pills were sent to his house did he believe the presence of such a plan. Once his blood meridians were awakened, he felt his strength rise exponentially. He had always been waiting for the Lupus King's order for a draft. His tough life had made him learn that you take what you give. There was always a balance. For the awakening pill, he was willing to submit himself into the draft. The lives of the citizens of Lupus Constellation were like grass blades. They were willing to risk their lives for anything, including a bag of dried food. For the awakening pill, they were willing to sacrifice even more. There was never a Lupus King that was so magnanimous. To work and sacrifice for such king, I do not mind to bestow my life to him. Luan was determined. If the Lupus King was going to start a draft, he would enter. However, there was no draft. There was only the enrollment of students, not soldiers. Training Academy. Luan was overwhelmed with excitement. He knew only the affluent would enter a training academy and that there were many grand masters who would teach martial techniques. In his mind, he felt that the training academy would be similar to a heaven that he yearned to go. Luan, faster. Don't be late. De Peng woke him up. I have already signed up. Luan dashed out immediately to submit his name. The overwhelming response to the registration made Bing, who was there at the booth, shocked. The citizens of Lupus Constellation were simple and honest. To them, they felt that Tang Tian was a truly generous person and it was right for them to serve Tang Tian. Within a short week, more than 600,000 people had signed up. In the second week, this number had risen to 1,700,000. Bing's experience in dealing with the registration of new enrollments was valuable. He swiftly formulated a few low-level entry-type examination to help sieve out those that were suitable for the academy. Even though Bing had set a strict age requirement for the registration, which was at 12 to 14 years old, there were already 3 million teenagers that have signed up. That meant that almost 90% of the entire Lupus constellation within that age band had signed up. Bing was excited. This was the first time he had experienced such a fervent response. These were quite horrifying statistics and Bing understood the difficulties that he faced in front of him. The low-entry examination had eliminated close to 90% of the participants. Now there were only 300,000 people left. But this figure was still too much for Bing to manage. In the second round of test, they were only left with 30,000 people. In the last round, there were only left with 3,000 people. Bing was elated. Even though the 3,000 people left had relatively weak strength, but he did not mind. Choosing 3,000 out of the 300,000 people, with all of these people who were spread across the constellation, all these young children talents were more outstanding compared to people their age. The reason why their strength was low was because they had never gone through a systemic form of training before and also because of the low concentration of energy in the Lupus constellation. With careful nurture and training, their strength was bound to improve tremendously. And there were already a few smart individuals that could in the future become military leaders. Bing could foresee their potentials. Bing was affected by all that had happened. In the past, he used to disparage the plan to distribute the awakening pill. He did not expect the plan to facilitate the recruitment of students in such a positive way. With Tang Tian's young mind that time, how was he able to think of such a plan? Initially, Bing couldn't comprehend the benefits of this plan, but he continued to push this plan ahead. Even though the manufacturing cost of the awakening pills was low, he knew that for the people of Lupus Constellation, they were a thing that could change their lives forever. For Bing, who always measured the benefits and cost of plans and strategies, he was glad that this plan was executed so perfectly. The training academy, which was able to handle almost 3,000 students, was not big in size. It was built on the foundation of an underground training facility. The main aim of the facility is to train the strength of the students. Because the Lupus Constellation had low concentration of energy, it was much harder to improve the strength of an individual. In order to speed up the training, external energy had to be transferred in. The creation of an energy robe was too expensive, while an energy room required a large number of students, which would have been hard to manage. Bing and Sai Lei discussed this issue for a long time before deciding to establish the energy hall. This hall had a capacity of 3,000 people. The energy concentration within the hall was 30 times what it was outside, reaching the concentration found on the constellations residing in the 10 equatorial palace halls/celestial equator. The energy concentration was low in the Lupus concentration, and it was the lowest among the southern sky's 42 constellations. The concentration was only at 1%, while the southern sky's 42 constellations had concentrations that reached 5%. The concentration on northern sky constellation was around 5 to 10%. The 5 polar domains had concentration from 10 to 20%. The 10 equatorial palace halls/celestial equator had concentration of around 20 to 40%. Similar to the Sextans constellation, the concentration could reach up to a stunning 33%. The concentration on the ecliptic constellation reached 50%. The Leo constellation had reached an even higher concentration of 72%, which was an extremely terrifying number. Even if the concentration differs by only 1%, the impact on the training process could be affected greatly. Since training was a long and arduous process, the small difference, in 10, 20 or even 50 years, would be significant. The reason why constellations couldn't secure strong martial artists was mainly due to their lack of energy concentration. For ambitious martial artists, they would prefer constellations with high concentrations of energy. The teenagers of Lupus constellation had never experienced such a large concentration of energy. Due to their experience with poverty and the yearn to succeed, they would often put in their utmost effort in training. Bing didn't even need to supervise their training to ensure they are putting in the effort. Bing was excited. He was glad that the teenagers were very hardworking. Though hard work doesn't guarantee that you become a strong martial artist, at least you will definitely turn out to be a good martial artist. The only worrying thing was that their consumption of star rocks was rapid. The cost of operating the energy hall cost around 5 million star coins daily. A month would cost 150 million star coins. A year would cost 2 billion star coins. This cost was only from the energy hall. For daily training, strength training was just one of the many components. There were still training costs for training with spirit cards and mechanical martial weapons. With rough estimation, Bing discovered that if the academy continues the training at such a magnitude and at this intensity, every year would cost around 100 billion star coins. Bing was shocked. Bing found out that he was now left with a large hole in his pocket yet again. It seemed like every one of his grand plan was off and out of budget and was hard to manage. Bing only pondered on that for a mere 3 seconds and decided to cast the problem to the side. Let the fool handle the mess instead. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 385, A Grindstone. Chapter 385, A Grindstone. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. Hey, what business do you have? Seventh brother did not blink his eyes as he stared down at the book in his hands. He couldn't bear to part with it. Zhang Ming, he replied, so scary, so scary, so scary. Did you know that Tang Tian killed off Ji Xiaoya? Ji Xiaoya? Who is she? Seventh brother raised his head and looked at him. She is a gold-ranked martial artist from the 13th gold branch. Zhang Ming, he replied enthusiastically, gold-ranked martial artist, she was a gold-ranked martial artist. Perverse. That's too perverse. Oh. Seventh brother nodded in agreement as he gazed back at his book. Zhang Ming, he was surprised that seventh brother was indifferent about it. Hey, weren't you surprised by the news? It is a gold-ranked martial artist. A gold-ranked martial artist. Yes, yes, yes. Seventh brother replied repeatedly while still placing his attention on the book. Zhang Ming, he dashed towards him like an arrow and grabbed him by the neck. How dare you still look at the book? Seventh brother face swelled red as his eyes gaped wide. He lifted his hands to gesture to Zhang Minghe to release his hands. Zhang Minghe could see that seventh brother was suffocating. Then he slowly released his grip. If you do not tell me about it clearly, I will not let you go. It took some time before seventh brother regained his consciousness. He stared angrily at Zhang Minghe. Zhang Minghe suddenly forced out a smile on his face. Seventh brother, my dear brother. Whenever I caught wind of any news, I would immediately share it with you. Seventh brother knew that it was not worth it to quarrel with him, and replied, aren't you able to defeat a gold-ranked martial artist? Zhang Minghe stated, well, it depends. If it was just a normal sparring session, then I might still be able to win. But if it was a battle to the end, where lives are at stake, then I will lose. Those martial artists are battle crazy. What about sixth brother Yi? Should be the same as me. That is the reason why you are surprised, right? Seventh brother asked, because you have never seen Tang Tian as an equal. Even though Tang Tian managed to harm sixth brother Yi last time, you still look down on his capabilities. You have never felt that you guys might have the same level of power. Zhang Minghe was not happy by that comment. I admit that Tang Tian has an exceptional potential. But I do not believe that his strength is on par with mine. Even if it was on par, he shouldn't be able to defeat a gold-ranked martial artist. Seventh brother gave him a quick glance. I will go look at the video that you gave to me the other time. I will analyze it and tell you my conclusion. Zhang Minghe knew that seventh brother was going to criticize him. He quickly covered his ears in anticipation of it. Seventh brother told him, he is a martial artist born to fight. A martial artist that is born to battle? Zhang Minghe was shocked. He thought he heard it wrongly. Isn't that a very positive praise? Even Tang Tian wouldn't have gotten that from him. If you ever meet Tang Tian in the future, be careful. Seventh brother cautioned him, his desire for victory is intense. I have never seen something like that in other martial artists before. Is he better than sixth brother Yi? Zhang Minghe asked in a low tone as his smile disappeared. They are different. Seventh brother replied, sixth brother does not yearn for victory. He yearns, instead, for the thrill that separates one from life and death. It is similar to a drug. If you have ever seen sixth brother Ye's expression from getting injured, you can see that he very much enjoys it. Zhang Minghe nodded in agreement. The assessment of sixth brother by seventh brother was very detailed and accurate. But Tang Tian is different. He only chases for victory. No matter what is the situation, defeat is never an option for him. Even though he might not possess immense strength, he has the innate talent when it comes to combat. This surprising talent for battle allowed him to have intuition like a beast and the calmness of a devil. I always thought that these two traits could never merge. But Tang Tian has proved me wrong. Zhang Minghe shook his head. Even if that is the case, it was still impossible for him to eradicate a gold-ranked martial artist. Seventh brother laughed. This is a trait that people often ignore. What trait is that? Zhang Minghe asked. His speed of improvement will always exceed people's expectation. Zhang Minghe was stunned by that. Seventh brother continued after seeing the shocked expression from him. There is something I have always wanted to say. Today is the right opportunity. Zhang Minghe recollected his attention and said, Seventh brother, do we still need to hide something from each other? It isn't that he is too fast, but you are too slow. Seventh brother looked dead straight at Zhang Minghe's eyes. You might have a strong innate talent, but you lack the determination. You often put your energy and time on fighting and scheming against your enemies. Now, Tang Tian has managed to kill off a gold-ranked martial artist. Based on your current speed, you might need another 2 years before you can propel yourself into the top 3,000 ranked martial artists. Zhang Minghe's mouth was now gaping wide. But he was silent. But how did other people manage to do it? Seventh brother asked. This might seem unreasonable, but since others have managed to do it, you will lose if you do not catch up to them. Seventh brother continued, it is similar to the contest among all of you. The winner might not be the best in fighting, nor is his family the strongest. But it is based on whose sword is stronger and who is able to last till the end. If you have the strongest sword that can rival anyone, then there is no need for you to be scheming against them to win. I know you all always look down on sixth brother, but at least he still has a chance. Xiao Shan is already dead. If sixth brother is unable to make you learn, then Tang Tian will. Your blade is already blunt. Now it is the moment to put in the time to sharpen it again. Zhang Minghe was ashamed by what he said. It was true that he had been putting his time on other external issues instead of his personal training. The Honorable Martial Group has stood on the Universe Summit for far too long and had ignored the developments of our rivals. On the second day, seventh brother's words had traversed through the higher echelons of the Honorable Marshal Group, causing a great buzz. Many of the elders on the panel were praising what seventh brother had said. Many of the big branches within the group now planned to direct their resources and training to the younger generations. And with seventh brother's statement, Tang Tian's name was also renowned among the higher echelons of the Honorable Marshal Group. Tang Tian was thus given a new nickname, Grindstone. At this point in time, Mr. Grindstone was not happy at all because he was currently being tormented by other people. Tang Tian eyes gaped wide open and stared down at the Thousand Hands Devil Lord who was standing in front of him. He was raging within him. He had already killed a gold-ranked martial artist, yet he was still beaten so badly by an old hag. It was as if the Thousand Hands Devil Lord did not even look at Tang Tian completely. He stepped onto the surface of the sparkling and translucent ocean surface as he mused about something intently. What was he praying about? Seeing that it might be an opportunity to strike, Tang Tian suddenly dashed at him. Bang! He was thrown back at a much higher speed as he plunged into the ocean. Thousand Hands Devil Lord took a quick glance at the struggling Tang Tian. He was annoyed by the pesky Tang Tian. Even though Tang Tian's strength was weak, he wouldn't stop trying. Tang Tian struggled out of the water. He took a deep breath and scanned his surrounding. What a beautiful ocean. Hey, what is this place? Thousand Hands Devil Lord voice rang out from atop the struggling Tang Tian. Tang Tian replied, this is the Indigo Mirror Ocean. Indigo Mirror Ocean? That is not bad a name. Thousand Hands Devil Lord. Tang Tian calmed himself down as he bobbled around in the water. Thousand Hands Devil Lord was curious as his surroundings. The Lord's strength was the strongest he had ever encountered out of all spirit generals. His martial techniques were also formidable. He couldn't even dodge or block any of his attacks. It sucked away the confidence that he gained from beating Ji Xiaoya. He had never even heard of the name Thousand Hands Devil Lord, but it was so powerful. This world truly had tons of stuff left to explore. Tang Tian was not disheartened. He was encouraging himself quietly. I must be better than him. Tang Tian placed the Lord as his bullseye. He was not angry at all as he sat down quietly on the ocean's surface. Tell me about what is happening in the world right now. The Lord asked. Tang Tian sympathized with him. Having been summoned after so long, the Lord's friends and families must have left the world a long time ago. Tang Tian then thought of Uncle Bing and Ghost Claw Nong. Sure. Tang Tian replied. Thousand Hands Devil Lord was surprised as he raised his head. He could see the sincerity in Tang Tian's eyes. He walked towards Tang Tian and sat down beside him. Tang Tian then started his story. It was both confusing and lacked chronological order. Let me tell you, at that time, Xian Hui was very powerful, then I discovered that I was a genius in martial techniques. Xian Hui sure had an eye for talents, ha! Mosquito Cow was also formidable himself. Once he had mastered the Wild Earth Blade, then we shall battle again. Little Su was enjoyable to be with, so is Crane. But Crane is more scheming. Ha, I have long seen through them, The Onyx Soul is very powerful, so is the Honorable Martial Group. Did they exist during your time? They did. Wow, they were actually so powerful. The Lord listened intently as his expressions changed during the entire conversation with Tang Tian. His looks towards Tang Tian had become much warmer and friendlier than before. Especially when Tang Tian boasted about himself proudly as the godlike young lad, the Thousand Hands Devil Lord let out a soft smile at the edge of his lips. He was rejoiced to have met such a teenager in a desolate and eerie place in the middle of the ocean. After talking for so long, Tang Tian felt that he had explained the entire history well to the Lord. He stopped and glanced at the Thousand Hands Devil Lord. Hey, do you really understand what I had said? Yes, I do. The Lord nodded his head. In the horizon, rays of light pierced through the calm seas. Was the sun rising? Would I dissipate? What a scary ocean. I knew that you understood. Tang Tian was elated. Thousand Hands Devil Lord replied, Tang Tian, do you want to learn the Thousand Cleave Demonic Hand? Of course I do. Tang Tian replied without hesitating, can you teach me? The Lord smiled and pointed out to the sea, it will teach you. Seeing Tang Tian's blank expression, he continued without explaining, Tang Tian, are you willing to help me with something? Sure, anything. Tang Tian replied blankly. He felt that the Lord was a reasonable and friendly person after talking. If you ever go to the Sexton's constellation, make your way to Pagoda City. There is a family with the last name of Feng, and they have an ancestor called Feng Yan Er. If you are able to find this family, could you pass this martial technique down to them? The Lord asked Tang Tian. He knew that his request was slightly too demanding considering the difficulty of achieving it. Okay. Tang Tian nodded. If I ever go to the Sexton's constellations, I will definitely be going to Merlin City. But if I do not get the chance to go there, I cannot promise you that I can help you with that. Thank you for your help. Thousand Hands Devil Lord brightened up. The sky grew even brighter as the sun slowly rose across the horizon. The blinding lights forced Tang Tian to squint his eyes. He could hear the Lord shouting at him from a distance, Tang Tian, you must remember. When mastering the thousand-cleaved demonic hand, do not let your eyes fool you. Once the voice faded, the Lord suddenly disappeared from Tang Tian's eyes. The mesmerizing and beautiful illusion of the indigo mirror ocean suddenly changed right in front of Tang Tian. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 386, Ta Dun Returns. Chapter 386, Ta Dun Returns. Translated by Buns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. Andre and Yuan Ji stared intently at the recording. The battle between Tang Tian and Ji Xiaoya was watched by many. There were a few bystanders who managed to record down videos of the fight scenes. Andre and Yuan Ji had spent money to try and purchase all of them. I don't know what to say. Andre let out a bitter smile. I can't comprehend the situation and why Tang Tian was able to win. He should not even have the slightest chance of winning. Yuan Ji had more experience than Andre. His expression changed as he spoke in a more serious tone. No. Look at the details again. Initially, it looked like Tang Tian was in a disadvantage, but he was never injured. He is very analytical when it comes to assessing the possible dangers posed by his enemies. This is very rare for martial artists. Andre rewatched the tapes, carefully noticing the details that he had missed out. Then he nodded in agreement. Yes, you are right. It seems like he has the ability to predict impending danger before it could happen. He has a very strong intuition. That's right. To be able to withstand and dodge all of Ji Xiaoya attacks, he must have exceptional judgment on the battlefield. Few martial artists possess this level of intuition. Yuan Ji said, this is the reason why Tu Zishan looked up to him. If his clan has such a member, the power of the clan will greatly increase. Yes, you are right. Andre replied. But Your Highness, you do not need to look up to Tang Tian as much as Tu Zishan. His final technique to defeat Ji Xiaoya was pure strength. No strategies were involved. If any one of Ji Xiaoya's attacks had hit him, Tang Tian would have been dead. Yuan Ji explained, Ji Xiaoya had underestimated him too much. If it was another martial artist, Ji Xiaoya might not have made the same mistake. Ji Xiaoya had truly underestimated him. Andre agreed. There can be unexpected winning moves, but it is definitely not the right path. Your Highness, do not be moved by Tang Tian's victory. Your Highness has reliable resources and people. What you need is people who can fight with strength and discipline. Victories such as Tang Tian's have no meaning. Yuan Ji explained solemnly and with a hint of admonishment. Andre replied, what Master Yuan has said, I will always remember in my heart. Yuan Ji smiled. Even though Andre was young, but every aspect of his skills and strength were all outstanding. Yuan Ji asked, Your Highness, what do you have planned for the Andromeda constellation? Andre smiled, with the battle that just took place, we have to explain it to Andromeda constellation. Angelina seems to have other intentions in mind. She does not seem to want to side with us. Why don't we go back? Go back? Yuan Ji was surprised. Moments later, he let out a soft smile after realizing what he was planning. That is a clever strategy by Your Highness. Angelina was caught unprepared by the sudden retreat of Andre. She knew what Andre was planning. It was a way to advance by retreating. The Andromeda constellation now lacked of top-tier martial artists as they were all eradicated. Hence, it was currently lacking in defensive measures. It had also lost the protection offered from the Leo constellation. Once the honorable martial group attacked, there was no way Andromeda constellation could defend itself. Angelina was bitter. She fully understood Andre's plan, but could do nothing about it. Wait a minute. Angelina suddenly thought of Tang Tian and his group. Currently, the Lupus constellation and the Andromeda constellation, one was thriving while the other was in tatters. Tang Tian and his people would never allow the Andromeda constellation to fall into the hands of the honorable martial group. But, there were hidden dangers behind this strategy. The strength of Tang Tian's people was still far lacking as compared to Leo constellation. If there were little enemies, then it would be manageable. But if they arrived en masse, Tang Tian was no match for them. Then Angelina thought. If the enemy did came in droves, there was no way to stop the destruction of Andromeda constellation anyway. When she managed to find the residence of Tang Tian and his people, she found out from Crane that Tang Tian was currently in closed-doors cultivation. She could only walk away reluctantly, hoping that she would have better luck next time. While she was returning, she then discovered something strange. Among the three men, Tang Tian was their leader. In her view, she felt that Crane would have been the leader due to his prowess and his calmness during battle. She felt comfortable because her father's army had finally arrived in the Andromeda city. The return of the Plateau army brought roars and cheers from the city folks. It significantly boosted the morale of the troops that were left protecting the city. It can't be right. Why are we suddenly welcome in this area? In the past, it seemed that we weren't welcome at all. Listening to his soldiers' discussion, Ta Dun remained indifferent. He glanced at the rubble and chaos of the city. It made him even more gloomy. The city had endured attacks for the past 2 months. It was more than any other generation had endured. Ta Dun galloped into the city. His skin was charcoal black. The breeze hit his face as his luscious hair trailed behind. His gaze was as sharp as a knife. His presence was intimidating. When he saw Angelina, who was waiting for him at the gate, his cold gaze turned warm and friendly. "Father!" Angelina dashed towards the Ta Dun, with beads of tears rolling profusely down her cheeks. Ta Dun's rough and battered hands patted Angelina on the back and he spoke to her in a soft tone. "What's done is done, Angelina. No matter what happens, Father will never let you suffer like this anymore." Angelina cried even more. No soldier in the contingent dared to laugh. They have heard about the attacks endured by the city. Now, Angelina was not just the daughter of Ta Dun. She was the master of the entire Andromeda constellation. After pouring out her pent-up emotions, Angelina stopped crying as she glanced at the crowd before her. She was ashamed for crying out in public. She quickly grabbed her father by the hand and dragged him back to the palace. Once they reached home and finished their dinner, Angelina brought his father to the library and explained to him the details of what had transpired during this tumultuous period. As Ta Dun heard the stories, he clenched his fist in anger. But after hearing that his daughter had a part in the explosions of the Andromeda Palace, he was silent about it. After hearing the mysterious person who had killed Xiao Shan, his heart grew cold. The events that had transpired was something Angelina had not experienced before. They were traumatizing. Ta Dun seemed indifferent to it. But once he heard about the 100+ energy beasts, his eyes shined. "Did you give these beasts to anyone?" "No, I did not," Angelina replied swiftly. Ta Dun was elated. 100 energy beasts would give us about 100 pieces of Andromeda treasures. If I can equip them to my troops, then even if we were to meet gold-ranked martial artists, we would not be afraid of them. Really? Angelina was surprised but elated. The gold-ranked martial artists from the Honorable Martial Group had made her restless. Just a few gold-ranked martial artists were needed to destroy the entire Andromeda constellation. Yes. Ta Dun nodded fervently. If they were just normal treasures, they wouldn't have such an effect. But treasures made with the energy beasts are suitable for military equipment. Thought the army is currently equipped with such treasures, and they are nonetheless good treasure, but they are not as strong as those made from energy beasts. Even with these current treasures we have, the Plateau army is already the strongest army in the Northern Sky's 19 continents. With the energy beasts' treasures, our power would be increased several hundreds times. Angelina was excited by it. They still have a lot of energy beasts. They only sold 100 of them. Ta Dun was much more experienced than Angelina. He nodded. Looks like we are on the same page. We are not sure what they would want to sell them, or are they planning to equip their army with them? If they are going to sell, then we shall buy all of them. We will need to negotiate with them. What else can we do then? Angelina asked. We will need to faster refine these beasts into the treasures to equip our army. Ta Dun replied, we need them for our own protection. I shall go then. Angelina stood up and dashed out of the yard. Ta Dun followed closely behind. He brought a platoon of troops and charged into the jungle. Sir, where are we going? The platoon commander, Xiao Siyun, asked. He was the Ta Dun's loyal right-hand man. Siyun was glad that they could help in putting down the rebellion that was about to take place. We shall go and take a look at the Lupus army. Ta Dun replied. Xiao Siyun was shocked. The Lupus army was considered by many to be one of the strongest in the entire universe. Most would agree that the power of the Lupus army had surpassed those of the other armies in the Northern Sky. That is good to hear. Xiao Xiyun replied, "We are all fired up. We shall not let them underestimate us. Should any one of us drop the ball, I will personally punish them." But after hearing his words, every soldier became more alert. Their morale was significantly boosted. There were many martial artists who were not convinced that the Lupus army was as good as the reputation that was ascribed to it. In their eyes, the rookies who filled the Lupus army were unworthy to be called an army at all. In the Plateau army, each of the soldier had at least served for 5 years. None of them looked up to the soldiers of the Lupus army. Furthermore, the Lupus constellation was poor and desolate. It was an abandoned place that had no use to anyone. They entered into the jungle swiftly. Suddenly, Xiao Xiyun whispered to Ta Dun, "There's a faint whistle nearby." Ta Dun nodded. He wasn't surprised. If there weren't any whistle of warning to the Lupus army of their incoming army, then he would have viewed the Lupus army as unprepared and not combat ready. He turned towards Xiao Xiyun, reply to their whistle. "We do not want any misunderstanding." Xiao Xiyun shouted towards the sound of the whistle, "Commander of the Plateau army, Ta Dun, would like to visit the Lupus army commander. Please send him our regards." A scout from the Lupus army jumped out of a thick bush. "Please come with me. The commander is expecting you." He dashed ahead, leading the way for Ta Dun. Following closely behind, they soon reached the encampment of the Lupus army. Ta Dun and Xiao Xiyun exchanged glances. Even though the encampment looked unprepared, as if it was set up the day before, the strict regimentation and the professionalism of the troops could be observed. Most of the troops were currently training, shouting out battle cries with each successive strike to the air. They glanced around at the training troops around them. The strength of these troops was average. They would not have been able to even enter the Plateau army at this standard. The soldiers of the Plateau army expressed their condescending attitude outwardly on their face. Suddenly, Ta Dun's attention turned to a call that was directed at him from behind. He turned over to the direction. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 387, Ta Dun's Visit. Chapter 387, Ta Dun's Visit. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. A bunch of cavalry who was training in an empty field in the distance caught Ta Dun's attention. This group of 18 cavalry started to charge towards a target that was 600 m away. As they reached 200 m from the target, they had reached their maximum speed while exuding an intimidating war cry. Even though they had charged for a distance, their formation remained neat and orderly. The formation was perfect. Ta Dun took a deep breath. The Star Spirit horses had reached their maximum speed. To be able to keep them within the orderly formation at such a high speed was extremely challenging. The cavalry charged straight ahead like a fearsome spear. If the enemy was right in front of the charge, he could have only seen the front fighter who was leading the charge. The other cavalry would have been obscured by him. What surprised Ta Dun as well was that these Star Spirit horses were galloping in rhythmic steps. He was musing, if he was encounter such an attack, what could he do to counter it? Such orderly and formidable strength. It was intimidating. Suddenly, an explosion like the sound of thunder pierced through the air. "Kill them!" Ta Dun was taken aback. He could only see the numerous rays emitted from the blade attacks. Each attack was accompanied by a loud war cry. A long blade would cut through the air, creating a thunderous swoosh. Their attacks landed accurately at the center of their targets. Bang! The targets crumbled into smithereens. Ta Dun's expression changed. After completing their offensive charge, the cavalry slowed down their pace. Without dispersing or disrupting their formation, they trotted down the path in a neat line. Sergeant Tang Yi's face turned black. The cavalry stopped right in front of him. They kept quiet out of fear of Tang Yi. What was wrong with it? Tang Yi asked coolly. The soldier who led the charge replied courageously, "The final combination of blade attacks was not executed perfectly in coordination. If the final combination of attack was executed perfectly, the blade attack would greatly increase in the concentration of the force, making it much deadlier. The target would have been sliced neatly into two and not into smithereens." Even though the look of the target crumbling into many bits did look terrifying, but it was evident that the force exerted by the cavalry was not concentrated and in sync. "Give me another 50 charges." Tang Yi replied calmly. The 10 men did not hesitate nor grumble. "Yes." Tang Yi turned around to face another group of cavalry and ignored the one he had just assessed. Next, Ta Dun witnessed the entire training process of the cavalry. Even his men were in awe. Their initial condescending look on the Lupus army had now faded. Ta Dun regained his composure and looked at Xiao Siyun. How was it? Xiao Siyun replied, 1-on-1, we will win. If it is any number higher than 10 against 10, they will win. After his analysis of the charge and the attacks, he derived this conclusion in his heart. Ta Dun was mused silently. He was not surprised by Xiao Siyun's assessment. They are our allies. The more powerful we are, they will benefit from it as well. Ta Dun replied. That's right. With the troubles that were plaguing the Andromeda constellation, the stronger the allies of the different forces, the safer everyone would be as a group. After finishing training, Tang turned his attention towards Ta Dun and his men. What can I do for you all? Xiao Siyun was displeased by Tang's actions as he felt that Tang had disrespected them. They were the guests after all. They did not even offer their greetings and welcome them for drinks within the confines. Ta Dun was silently assessing Tang. That was the first time he had seen a spirit military leader leading an army. It was an uncommon sight. Many people felt that a spirit general was summoned to be a servant of an army, not a leader. Most of the fighters were filled with pride. Who would have allowed a servant to command them? They would not even sacrifice their lives for a commander if it was a spirit general. But Ta Dun could see that the Lupus army treated Tang with respect. He asked, General Tang, what do you call the offensive charge you were training just now? Please don't call me general. My army rank is of the warrant officer. Tang corrected Ta Dun and continued, we are currently training on a charge called the Heavy Lance Charge. Heavy Lance Charge was a specialized military tactic that was conceived just for the Lupus army. Since the blood meridian within each of the citizens of Lupus constellation was awakened, they were able to communicate with each other through telepathy. But they were only able to do this in pairs. Hence the Heavy Lance Charge was a suitable offensive strategy for them. Even though the Lupus army was considered a cannon fodder army in Bing's eyes, but Tang's dedication and passion in training the troops had not gone unseen by Bing. Bing had high standards for his troops. It was him who formulated this battle tactic that suited the Lupus army in battle. Ta Dun nodded his head. The Heavy Lance Charge sure was an eye-opener. But Ta Dun was more concerned by what Tang had said about him being a warrant officer. There were many constellations in the universe with a variety of management hierarchy in the military. But in any of the constellation, a warrant officer within an army was considered a relatively low position, and was definitely not able to lead an army. But from this perspective as well as their ranking system, it might seem that their army might be much bigger and stronger than expected if a person of Tang's caliber was a mere military officer. Ta Dun and Xiao Siyun exchanged glance. The witty Xiao Siyun had also thought of this point. Both were stunned by this possibility. I am here to ask, why have your forces decided to invade and occupy the Andromeda constellation? Ta Dun was unwavered by the previous show of force during their training. This is the Andromeda constellation. You did not even ask me for my permission to enter and have established an encampment without my orders. Tang took a quick glance at him. What you have spoken is not within my authority. I am under the orders of Tang Tian. If you have any grievance, you should approach him instead. I have military errands to run. Please forgive me. After finishing his last word, Tang left. Ta Dun was enraged. He stomped out of the encampment. I have looked down on them before, and am guilty of the taboo of underestimating the enemy. Xiao Siyun was ashamed by his mistake. Ta Dun shook his head. It was not just you. We have collectively suffered the same mistake. Let me know what you have analyzed. Xiao Siyun gave a strict expression. This is an elite fighting force. Their quality might not be good, but they have a strict regimentation and command of the troops is strong, which is the first time I have ever seen in my life. Their heavy lance charge is formidable, and an average army like us is unable to defend against such an attack. Since the strength of their soldiers is weak, we should choose a more complicated and difficult terrain to fight with them, such as the city's alley. This would increase our advantage over them. Their equipment is also subpar compared to ours, making their chance of survival in battle relatively low. To sum it up, this army has a very extreme form of tactic. Their attack is formidable, but their chance of survival in a prolonged battle is low. That is a very detailed analytical conclusion. Ta Dun nodded. What if they were equipped with our equipment? Their survival rate will be greatly increased. Xiao Siyun replied without hesitating. What if they were equipped with the treasures? Ta Dun asked directly. Xiao Siyun wondered. Are you telling me they might have energy beasts with them? Ta Dun replied. We will be the one supplying the energy beasts. Xiao Siyun was stunned. He let out a bitter smile. Then this army will be formidable and terrifying. Ta Dun remained silent for a while before replying. Our neighbor is much stronger than we expected. Their success might translate to either good or bad news for us. Only time will tell. Xiao Xiyun exclaimed, fortunately their individual soldiers are not strong. The Lupus constellation is weak. Yes. Ta Dun replied. Within the encampment, Tang Yi heard his scout report, they have left. Tang Yi waved his hand, be prepared for a battle. He turned around and stormed into the midst of the encampment. He passed a training ground. This area was near the entrance of the Season Fields waterway. A gigantic structure, in the form of a bronze establishment, was currently being built. Tang Yi managed to find the mechanic engineer responsible for the project. How much longer do you need to complete the structure? Sir, I will need at least 3 more days. He was the local engineer of the Lupus constellation. He did not possess strong engineering skills, but he was good enough to complete the project. The construction of the Sky Wolf Martial Academy was under his management. Once Tang Yi heard about the Sky Wolf Martial Academy, he dashed off without hesitation to find Bing. He requested that a smaller energy hall to be built. The biggest problem facing the Lupus army right now was that its individual fighters were weak in strength. The energy halls were the solution to this problem. Bing could not say no to this request. But he told Tang Yi that for the additional expenditure, he had to go and ask Tang Tian himself. Tang Yi agreed. The components and cost for a smaller energy hall was considered small as compared to the other structures in the Three Spirits City. The city had become a metropolis for mechanical martial artists, attracting fighters from all over the universe. Sai Lei had long dreamed of having her own army like Old Man Fei. Without consulting anyone, she had recruited new staff, and created an equally big group of mechanical engineers. Ever since the mechanical army of Yong'an City was established, mechanic spirit weapons had gained a strong reputation across the universe. People knew that the best mechanical spirit weapons were best purchased from the Mo family. If they wanted even stronger weapons, they had to come to the Three Spirits City. Three Spirits City became prosperous because of that. That bronze establishment had become the landmark of the city. With the increasing number of soldiers that had been recruited, the large establishment had become crowded. Hence, Bing and Sai Lei had discussed constructing a new one. All the while, Bing planned to acquire the entire Three Spirits City if it was not for the possible fiery repercussions he might face. The largest family in the city, the Lin family, had already passed away. Now, the city does not have any more families. No one dared to go against the construction of the bronze structure. The new bronze structure took up almost 3/4 of the entire Three Spirits City area. The entrance to the martial spirit chamber and the military weapon warehouse were all housed within it. The financial power of the Three Spirits City had stunned many outsiders. But the prosperity had not only attracted mechanical engineers or mechanical martial artists to the Three Spirits City. In many people's eyes, it was the target for invasion. Danger was approaching. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 388, The Queer Dream State. Chapter 388, The Queer Dream State. Translated by Barry Buns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. Tang Tian recovered his senses. He remembered the indigo flare that ignited in the horizon in the indigo mirror ocean. How could the sea flare up like that? Where did the flame come from? Suddenly, a voice echoed from above him. You useless garbage. You failed to even answer the first 100 questions. How could you ever master the 1,000-cleave demonic hand? Out of all my disciples, you are the slowest. Aren't you ashamed of yourself? Tang Tian quickly opened his eyes and gazed at his surroundings. There was an elder with a white mane and a face full of rage. This is... Tang Tian opened his mouth, but nothing came out. You are not young anymore. Continue to waste time and you will be a useless bum. The old man still had rage within him, but he had relaxed his tone. You are smart but lazy and not willing to put in the hard work for your goals. You might not have any responsibility in terms of managing the academy or have any roles in family matters. But if there was something that required you, what else can you do besides feel remorse? The old man left in disappointment. Tang Tian was stunned by the senseless scolding, struck by that statement as he regained his consciousness. His state of mind was still in a mess as he continued to look around at his surroundings. The room was decorated luxuriously, with expensive furniture placed around it. Tang Tian spotted a thick book underneath the table. He walked towards it and flipped it open. It was a book called The Key to Hand Movements. He suddenly thought of the words spoken by the old man. His passion was riled up. When the old man said that he couldn't answer the 100 questions, was he referring to this? He browsed through the page he turned to. On it was written as Question 91. When he flipped to the last page, he gasped. 1024 questions. Tang Tian was suspicious. Where was here? Who were these people? He walked to the front of the room, wanting to push open the door to see what was outside. No matter how much strength he used, he could not push it open. Devil's Gate. Tang Tian was stunned. He knew he had formidable strength. With the strength he exerted just now, the door should have been blasted wide open. But it didn't even budge. As he tried picking or moving the items around the room, he discovered that only the book could be moved. The others remained stationary. Could it be an illusion? After wandering for half a day, he was starting to feel bored. He sat down and turned through the key to hand movements. He was mesmerized by the book. It talked about the different methods to defeat a variety of attack styles. It was extremely mysterious. Since Tang Tian specialized in close combat, this book could augment his power significantly. Tang Tian had experienced a lot of the attack moves explained in the book before. He discovered that his counterattack for these attacks were not much different from other fighters. If he could utilize these methods explained in the book, he would have a great advantage on the battlefield. Since he was unable to get out, he devoted himself to devouring the contents of the book. Soon, Tang Tian was overwhelmed by the amount of knowledge. It was easy to read, but to solve the questions, Tang Tian found it very challenging. Worse still, he couldn't understand the context and contents of the questions. This book was more suitable for Crane, Tang Tian wondered. Bang bang bang. Someone was banging at the door. The doors then blew open. A teenager with a square face and big ears dashed into the room. "You, I have been waiting for you for half of the day already, why haven't you started moving? Move faster and bring the problems, let's go." After finishing, the teenager turned around and dashed towards the door. Tang Tian took down the question and followed the teen out. He then found out that he was not in control of his body. Hey, what was this all about? Tang Tian discovered nothing came out of his mouth. Tang Tian was not intimidated by the weird nature of the circumstances. Simple, this must be a dream. What an interesting dream. This was the first time he was experiencing such a dream. Tang Tian calmed himself down and followed closely behind the teen. But who was you? You, we will now go to the Thousand Spirit Cave for your training. You are so smart. You will definitely master the Thousand Cleave Demonic Hand. The teen exclaimed. Tang Tian felt gratified inside. Finally someone commended that he was smart. With this statement, he felt that the dream was all worth it. Thousand Cleave Demonic Hand, this name sounded familiar. Wait, isn't that the unique card? The two dashed towards their destination. The teenager in front had a strong light body technique. They soon arrived at a cave just behind the mountain. It was guarded by two martial artists. The cave had the name 10,000 meters Thousand Spirits engraved on top of the opening. Tang Tian was alert. The two guardians had strong auras around them, which were extremely cold. The guardians recognized them and let them pass through. Once inside the cave, the team gave Tang Tian words of encouragement. You can do it. This time, you must pass 200 levels at one go. I will support you. The teenagers disappeared into the depth of the cave's darkness. Tang Tian felt a sudden warmth embracing him. He remembered his time in the Caramel Academy where he and Mosquito Cow often encouraged each other during training. Sadly, he couldn't mutter a word. He followed the teen. Once deep inside, Tang Tian felt that his vision was deteriorating. It was now blurred. As he walked down the straight passage, he could see a large block of stone every 10 m. Beside each stone stood a spirit general. Down the passage, he could see tons of spirit generals lining up. Don't tell me that the 1,000 meters Thousand Spirits had 1,000 spirit generals. Tang Tian's mouth gaped open. He was stunned by the number of generals. It was beyond his imagination. After he regained his composure, he walked towards the first spirit general. Once he was within 3 meters, the eyes of the general lit up. He unleashed a punch straight at Tang Tian. The nimble Tang Tian dodged the attack and countered it with his blade, hitting the general's left rib. Bang! The spirit general dissipated into a beam of bright light and was gone. Tang Tian took a deep breath. The first attack from the spirit general was actually the first question from the Key to Hand Movements book. Could it be? Tang Tian, without hesitating, charged towards the second spirit general who was nearby. His movement was swift. With one swoop, he turned the second general into a ball of light. After defeating several spirit generals, Tang Tian confirmed that these spirit generals were the characters within the Key to Hand Movements book. Though it was difficult to decipher the meaning of the book, but his success against the spirit generals so far had boosted his confidence. He now understood that the dream was to allow him to master the thousand-cleave demonic hand. The elated Tang Tian started to advance without fear. His progress wasn't swift. Even though he had the answers to the questions, he did not entirely follow the answers according to the book. He was figuring out on his own how to defeat these spirit generals. Every time he defeated a spirit general, he would stop and compare the book's answer to the question with his own formulated method of countering the attack. The book's answers were much more meticulous and powerful than his own ways of countering. Tang Tian was not familiar with hand movement techniques. In the past, he had never thought that techniques could be countered and disassembled by an opponent. He felt fresh after learning this. It was like being exposed to a brand new world. When it came to learning new techniques, Tang Tian would always devote himself fully to it. After defeating tens of spirit generals, he soon discovered that the hand movement techniques as counterattacks were very interesting. Now, he looked at each spirit general with a fiery stare down. The 1,000 offerings that I would pulverize for my training. If I could charge through all these, this would prove how powerful I am. Tang Tian unleashed his pent-up fire and charged forward. Once the godlike young man is present, be prepared to be defeated. Furthermore, he did not feel hungry or tired in this dream. This was the perfect situation to train himself. Tang Tian was not smart. If he had to learn all these techniques by heart, it would take him a long time. But he chose the best and most efficient way to do it, which was to battle. In the midst of battle, Tang Tian did not have time to appreciate the intricacies of the techniques he was learning. He was concentrating on the attacks and opening of his opponents. When placed in a difficult situation, the best of people would emerge. The attacks from the spirit generals were getting more sophisticated. It was an eye-opener for Tang Tian. He had to be very focused and motivate himself in order to keep himself prepared for the subsequent attacks. He didn't know that he had such an innate talent for this. Of course, Tang Tian did face many failures during his training. It was normal for him to be stuck at a level with a spirit general for almost half a day. Whenever he was faced with this, he would do what he always did best: to pester his enemy to no end. He would continue non-stop until he eventually won. He utilized this strategy to slowly advance across the levels. The darkness of the passage was littered with countless spirit generals. His lonely figure advanced among the darkness, defeating each of his enemies one at a time. On the 11th floor of the Heaven Flower Hotel, two people stood at the balcony, overlooking the bronze structure in the horizon. Following the growing prosperity of the three-spirit city, the foremost beneficiary was the hotel. The large influx of foreigners had swarmed the hotel. The city now had almost 60 hotels and were growing by the day. The Heaven Flower Hotel was the oldest of them all due to its good service and ambience. "This is luxurious," said a tall, middle-aged man who was standing up with the assistance of his stick. Beside him was a bald man that looked to be of 30 years old. He exuded a fearsome aura. He smiled. "This should be enough for us." The middle-aged man asked, "Have you managed to find that out?" "I have." The bald man exclaimed, "They do not have strong martial artists. They are just a bunch martial artists in the Heavenly Roads list. They are nothing more than just a group of soft soldiers. Even with the mechanical martial artist, what can they do to us? This will be an easy kill for us." The middle-aged man did not hesitate and replied, "We will execute it tonight. Resolve it swiftly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 389, Pi Pause Theory. Chapter 389, Pi Pause Theory. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. Bing analyzed the new mechanical spirit weapon in front of him. It was deep blue in color, similar to those of the sky. It looked somewhat like Sky Tiger, but the lines were much more intricately carved in, the joints were much more developed, every single one of them seemed to be forged with the utmost care of an artist, making them extremely beautiful. It looked like a tiger, with a dignified and stern aura. The sparkling blue feathers stacked onto each other, forming 6 magnificent wings that were as straight as swords. "This is your newest mechanic spirit weapon. Last time, your battle destroyed much of Sky Tiger, especially the martial spirit. I used the remaining aura of the martial spirit to merge with a new martial spirit to create this weapon." Sai Lei was apologetic as knew how much the Sky Tiger meant to Bing. "Thank you." Bing shook his head, "You have done your best." "That's right." Sai Lei agreed, "This is the strongest mechanic spirit weapon I have ever created up to date. If you ever meet Yi Chao Gu, you must try this weapon on him. See if he could still destroy it like last time. For this mechanical spirit weapon, I had conducted tons of experiments to perfect it, even making use of the people under Tang. She was still brooding over the destruction of Sky Tiger. Women sure remember vengeance well. Bing changed the topic with perspiration. Introduce me to your creation then. It looks splendid. Sai Lei was elated. Not only does it look good, but you will know its powerful utility when you try it. I have researched on your battle style, and honestly, I have found out that your personal strength is not as powerful as your strength as a military leader. Hence, I tweaked the weapon such that it would increase your strength to the levels of the generals. This is the first weapon I have ever created just for a military leader. Designed for a military leader. Bing was excited. He dashed towards Sai Lei. How did you manage to do it? Specialized mechanical spirit weapons that were used only by military leaders had been the focus of research by the army for years. But they have never managed to conceive such a weapon before. Sai Lei managed to create it. He couldn't believe what he heard. Sai Lei was taken aback by Bing's excitement. This problem was also solved with Pai Pa's help. She then shouted, Pai Pa, Pai Pa. Coming. Pai Pa shouted back from across the other room. It wasn't the first time she was summoned by Sai Lei to do odd jobs. Once she saw Bing, she quickly bowed down. Master Bing. Sai Lei waved his hand. Come, explain to General Bing what happened that day. Explain what? Pai Pa asked. Though she was still ill, she looked much better than before. Old Man Fei had not stopped researching on her illness. After putting in immense effort, progress could be seen from the slight recovery for Pai Pa. Sai Lei replied impatiently, the one regarding the army, the military leader and the martial artists. Oh my, thinking about it made my head hurt. Better for you to say it. Oh, I understand now. Pai Pa replied, what I say might not be accurate though. It is okay. Just tell me what you know. Bing explained, trying to sound as warm and gentle as he could. I read it in the book. The era of the three great armies, the armies and military leaders were being pushed to obscurity. Pai Pa then regained her composure. She gradually picked up her confidence. I think this was due to the development of the martial techniques. After the three great armies, a variety of martial techniques and strong martial artists had emerged. The development of martial techniques soon surpassed its previous peak, conceiving even stronger spirit techniques. Even the strength of individuals had reached new heights. Under these circumstances, the advantage of having great numbers of martial artists had been superseded by the strength of these top martial artists. Hence, the Heavenly Road was controlled by the top martial artists. It was during this time when the Onyx Soul and the Honorable Martial Group emerged. If the Three Great Armies era was considered the generation of armies, then after that, it would be the martial artist era. Bing was surprised. But he agreed. Pai Pa was accurate in her description. Since the start of the martial artist era, there has also been a multitude of developments. The research on martial spirits had led to untold developments. Training techniques have also become easier. Now, almost anyone can learn a technique or two. Techniques are becoming more ubiquitous as new technique systems had reached its peak 200 years ago. The strength between martial artists has also become closer matched. The advantage of having greater number of martial artists has now become relevant again. It was Leong who first discovered this phenomenon. Pai Pa was beaming with confidence as she finished the last word, speaking at a right speed, without being too overbearing or compromising. Lion King Leong? Bing was shocked. Yes. Pai Pa nodded. Lion King Leong started building his own army. After the Lion King's army was established, it has never endured a defeat. Since then, people have witnessed the prowess of armies and the importance of military leaders has become an interest for many. The army has now regained its popularity. You are saying the generation of armies is going to rise once again? Bing asked. He did not dare to underestimate the knowledge that this little girl possessed. No, it will be the generation of chaos instead. Pai Pa shook her head. Generation of chaos? Bing was surprised. Yes, because there is now no clear advantage between armies and top martial artists. They are both closely matched. Hence, it will be the generation of chaos. Pai Pa mused and replied, in the generation of chaos, the important playmakers would be Leong and the mechanical spirit weapons created by Sister Sai Lei. Sai Lei was elated, her face looking very proud. My sister has brought me into comparison with the Lion King Leong. You sure look up to your sister. Bing wondered what Pai Pa had said. He stared at her and asked, why did you say that? Because the spirit is the most crucial element. Pai Pa replied, the mechanical weapons and the mechanical spirit weapons are not weapons of just one era. The mechanical spirit weapon is like a secret treasure that can grow in strength over time. It will overtake the treasures as it can be mass-produced. I do not have much information on Liang's army, but I can guess that their battle tactics utilize the martial spirit in combat. Bing was speechless as he tried to digest whatever Pai Pa had told him. After finishing, Pai Pa's initial confidence had now disappeared. She now looked fearful and anxious. Hey, poker face. The little lady has finished. Say something. Sai Lei exclaimed impatiently. Bing came back to his sense and looked at Pai Pa apologetically. I was too enthralled by it. But I feel that what you said made sense. How did you think of that? I read it from a book. Pai Pa replied humbly. Bing praised her fervently. You are a genius. Pai Pa was shy by the praises. It was just my imagination. I did not know if they are correct. Your words have impacted me significantly. Bing exclaimed, we can only wait and see if what you said was accurate. If Master is here, everything will be fine, Pai Pa said gently. In her eyes, she still felt Tang Tian was the most powerful. Sai Lei also frowned. Hey, where did that brat go? It has been days since I last saw him. What kind of boss is he? This base is also under his management, how can he not care about this base at all? Next time, I should call him to fork out more money out from his own pocket. Bing also frowned. He thought out loud, his training this time seems to be taking too long. Based on Tang Tian's strength, the Indigo Mirror Ocean should be manageable for him. It had been 2 months already yet there was still no sign of him. But once the Indigo Mirror Ocean was initiated, there was no way to open it up from the outside. Furthermore, the barracks was running well even without the presence of Tang Tian. Bing took comfort in that. Sai Lei's interest dissipated after that interruption, he can do whatever he wants. I couldn't care more about him. Suddenly, a loud siren pierced through the air. Bing had the face filled with killer instinct. Great, now you can go and try it out. Sai Lei exclaimed. Bing replied, I will go and take a look. Close the door. After finishing, he donned his new mechanical spirit weapon and left in a hurry. When the siren sounded initially, the bronze structure was in deep silence for a while. Within seconds, it became a ruckus. All the lights were lit, brightening up the entire encampment. First team assemble. Your goal is the training camp. Go there fast. Mozu shouted. He was excited as he dashed towards the military weapon warehouse. They had not finished their training, hence their daily mechanical spirit weapons were stored in the warehouse. Second team. Follow up. Mo Wu Wei shouted coolly at them. Countless shadows followed the two leaders. Some were topless, others were only in short shorts. Everyone knew that time was precious. Tang Cho was already at the scene. His ugly face was steady and unwavering. My first battle is about to come. He couldn't comprehend the fire that was burning within him. He was yearning for battle. The noise of swords and shields clashing filled the air. He could see numerous shadows in the distance climbing the external walls. The enemies numbered by the hundreds with formidable strength. They were around the standards of level 6. There were a few who had much stronger strength who managed to escape the traps set up at the defensive walls. With the leadership of these skilled martial artists, the enemies managed to slip through the defenses and traps. Tang Cho calmly examined the circumstances. The enemy was a large group of bandits. They had strong leaders who were guiding them. Suddenly, a hoarse arrow sound rang out in the darkness, gripping the fears of men. It transformed into a sorrowful tune, implicating the moods of the people. Blind Cord Old Man attacked. There were countless shadow figures that were scaling the walls. Some of those were martial artists with lower strength. One could see their fear in battle. In the darkness, the middle-aged man's expression changed. He had formidable strength. Once they heard the sound of his string, they knew that the Blind Cord Old Man's strength was stronger than they expected. With this kind of strength, he was definitely not at the tail end of the Heaven's Road list. The man suddenly turned around and shouted. Ah Ming! If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 390, Magic Flute's Fourth Tune. Chapter 390, Magic Flute's Fourth Tune. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. Ah Ming was a teenager that was 18 years of age. He was scrawny and tanned with nimble movements. There was a scar that was carved across his face, making look fearsome for someone so young. He nodded while keeping his mouth shut. He took the bone whistle hanging around his neck and blew into it. The sharp shrill echoed across the entire encampment. The formless sound ripple sped out at an astonishing fast rate, spreading out in all directions. Bang bang bang. Many traps were triggered. Explosions lit the night sky. Young Master Flute raised his head in astonishment, bone-chilling whistle. Blind Court Old Man expression congealed. The bone-chilling whistle gave a loud shrill and its force was destructive. As he trained under Magic Flute, he was able to understand the tuning of the sound of the whistle. His body trembled under the shockwave from the whistle and the wheelchair underneath him shattered into pieces. But he was unharmed as he stood still. He slowly pulled the bow strings from the airhu, creating a sharp shrill that rippled down his weapon. The two noises clashed in the air, creating an incessant ruckus. Ah Ming's eyes were bloodshot. He built up his power and blew into his bone whistle in 3 short puffs. At the same time, the blind court old man pulled his string again, letting out a shrill into the air. Bang! The bone whistle exploded in Ah Ming's mouth. His face was covered in blood as he fell back onto the floor. Clang clang clang, the blind court old man's air who had all its strings broken as he fell back, quickly held by his mute servant by the hand to prevent himself from falling onto the ground. Ah Ming, dot. The middle-aged man cried out as he dashed towards Ah Ming. Gue Xiaoming. It is Gue Xiaoming. They are the Flowing Wind Group. Flowing Wind Group. A commotion of fear and dread gradually grew louder. The Flowing Wind Group was the most notorious bandit clan. They had formidable strength and traversed across the Heavens Road. Except for the 12 ecliptic palaces, they had attacked every other constellation, including the Serpents constellation residing in the 10 equatorial palace halls. They were despicable and cruel. The group had 6 bandits who possessed formidable strength, and one of them was the Gue Xiaoming, who was ranked 6th in the group. The middle-aged man suddenly appeared at Ah Ming's side. His hand reached out to Ah Ming to sense his pulse. He was alive but unconscious. He was solemn as he choked on his words, "Leave no one alive." The blind court old man, the most famous martial artist in the region as well as the strongest. Ah Ming was seriously injured while the blind court old man had his era damaged and most likely had also suffered injuries. There was no one that could stop them now. At this time, the sound of a flute playing drifted into the middle-aged man's ear. The middle-aged man's body froze and looked up. On the roof of the highest building was a prince that was donning a satin white cloth. The yellowish aura exuded by the copper flute dazzled in the night. The sound of the flute drifted gently across the night sky. Young Master Magic Flute. The middle-aged man recalled hearing this name and was surprised. He let out a cold laugh. "A mere spirit general can't stop me in my Flowing Wind Group." Once finished, he ordered 2 men, who dashed straight at Magic Flute. One had a figure like a bird, who was the 5th brother, Zhun Peng, the other drifted like a shadowy mist, who was the 4th brother, Wu Feng. Magic Flute saw the incoming attack. He stared down at them as he prepared to defend. The first tune is Thousand Floating Sky. The second tune is Thousand Blade Twist. The third tune is Flute Soundwave. Gentlemen, please listen to my 4th tune, Falling Years. The warm voice traversed across the battlefield like a soft summer breeze. The middle-aged man squinted his eyes and blurted out, "One tune 7 deaths." Magic Flute smiled. He placed his flute to his lips as he blew into it. A dash of green light flashed into the sky. The light caused a small sapling to grow in front of him. The sapling grew bigger and bigger until it became a peach tree. Within seconds, the tree was blossoming with flowers. In the midst of the soothing sound from the flute, a fog drifted into the battlefield. The fog was shaped like a little lady, which started dancing into life. The peaches started to burn into a splendid inferno. A breeze blew the peach flowers down onto the floor. When the pink petals floated onto the floor, everyone in the vicinity then realized the impending danger as they fled for cover. Before the petals flew close to them, they disappeared into thin air. Everyone was stunned by the sudden disappearance of the oncoming attack. The left side of Zhang Peng's body was free of injuries, but his right side withered and dried up. It seemed like there was no chance of recovering from this injury. The entire left arm of Wu Feng disappeared as blood flowed out from the open wound. Half of his body was stained red. His face grew pale as he stared intently at Magic Flute. Magic Flute was surprised and nodded. "I got to give it to you for being able to escape from my 4th tune. It is rare for people to evade this attack." Just like a dancer at the end of the show, Magic Flute bowed to show his respect. It was a shame that he had not recovered fully. He could only utilize the 4th tune. Magic Flute could feel his energy had almost dissipated completely. As he raised his head, he let out a warm smile. "I have completed my performance. Everyone please do as you wish. The crowd was silent. They were mesmerized by the force of the falling years. In the middle of the night, magic flutes suddenly faded away into the darkness. In another corner of the three-spirit city, several pairs of eyes were focusing on another crucial battle. I was in awe by the nature of young Master Magic Flute's attack, as expected it was worthwhile. A man in long robes exclaimed, "I have heard praises for the powers of the 127 Deaths. To be able to witness it today was an honor." "No worries. Once we capture the magic flute, we will learn the secret behind the 127 Deaths." Another young man said calmly. If Tang Tian was here, he would have recognized that the young teen was the rich prince that he once robbed. He was disappointed. He expected the Flowing Wind Group to finish this mission with ease. But it was tougher than expected. He shouted, "The Flowing Wind Group is a useless bunch." The man in long robes smiled, "Why? Can't wait?" But come to think of it, you had the patience to wait until today to execute the plan, which was also formulated by you. We respect you for that. The rich prince was unhappy with his brother, who was the man in long robes. His brother was stronger than him in terms of strength and was more well-liked by their father. Talking about the plan made him feel gratified. This is good after all. The more casualties the clan suffers, the easier it will be for us. We have agreed on this. Everything here is mine. Ha ha. His brother smiled, "Relax, it is the first you have done something serious. I will not interfere." The little brother was feeling happy inside. He was afraid that his brother knew the true value of this establishment, which would have made him want the area for himself as well. Ever since the robbery by Tang Tian, he had set his sights on the Three-Spirit City. The more he studied it, the better he realized the true value of the bronze establishment. If he could get hold of it, his strength would be improved much faster. But his identity required him to execute this plan discreetly. If it was known publicly of what he had done, it would stir conflict from external parties, which might mean more unnecessary trouble for him. He thought of his plan, which involved telling the Flowing Wind Group about the prosperity and the mechanical spirit weapons of the Three-Spirit City. He knew the group leader was ambitious and had long yearned to establish the same army that the Yong'an city had by invading it. However, the chief of the city was an elder from the Onyx Soul, which made it difficult for them to attack the city. He was planning to use the reason that he was pursuing and planned to attack the Flowing Wind Group as a disguise to enter the Three-Spirit City. As he was afraid his power was not strong enough to accomplish this, he sought the help of his brother. Once the intelligence on the Three-Spirit City reached the Flowing Wind Group leader, he was mesmerized by the prowess of Sai Lei. He was determined to capture her to create his own army. He didn't know that the resistance from the Three-Spirit City would be this great. "Brother, if you are able to properly manage this area, it will benefit you greatly," the teen in long robe explained. The rich prince glanced at his brother and replied, "I will manage this place well." The long-robed teen smiled, "I suddenly have a premonition." "What premonition?" his brother asked. "I foresee that the attack by the Flowing Wind Group could end up as a failure." The long-robed teen laughed. The rich prince laughed as well. "You might be wrong sometimes. There are no strong martial artists residing in this rundown establishment that could defend against the Flowing Wind Group. What you have said was hilarious." "No worries. We shall wait and see then," the long-robed teen replied calmly. Tang Cho stood in the middle of the formation. His mechanical spirit weapons looked ordinary and lacked sophistication. No one would expect that the ordinary and ugly-looking mechanical spirit weapon would actually be the commander leading such a formation. The magic flute had helped them by precious time. This was an opportunity for them to test out the military for an unexpected and surprised attack. The mechanical spirit weapons lined up in neat rows. The bronze light aura were the brave and solemn soldiers, silently standing in files as they prepared for orders. Tang Cho grew calmer. The passionate fire was burning within him, embedding into his flesh. His eyes shone a light that could scare people. Even though he was just a staff officer-type military general, no one else could rival his fiery eagerness to battle. The stage was set as the curtains drew open. Now, it was time for the heroes to perform. Through their vision, they could see shadowy figures descending from the wall as they charged towards them like a torrential wave. Tang Cho placed his orders, "Attack!" Mozu and Mo Wu Wei let out their battle cries just like they always do during training. "First team prepare. Second team prepare." Ka-ka-ka, the twisting and cracking of the bronze joints flooded the area. Soon, the commotion died down as silence descended. Every mechanical spirit weapon was in position and was prepared to strike like a wild beast. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 391, First Battle Plan. Chapter 391, First Battle Plan. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. He thought that victory of the battle was within his grasp, but did not expect that his side's offense was constantly counteracted by the enemy's. Blind Cord was much more powerful than he thought, and was able to inflict damage onto Aming. Halfway into the journey, he was intercepted by young Master Magic Flute. Even though he was already a spirit general, his strength was well intact, causing the death of Lao Si and injuring Lao Wu. Guanzhou was glad that young Master Magic Flute was a spirit general and not a living being. This guy must have been very powerful when he was alive. But Guanzhou was still very angry. It has been so long since he had encountered such a difficult situation. Fortunately, the obstacle was finally removed. In front of him stood a troop of pretentious-looking soldiers who looked relatively weaker in strength than he expected. Guanzhou unleashed his pent-up killer instinct and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Kill!" Yong'an City had created a mechanical army. But Guanzhou personally went to investigate it, and in his eyes, the army that was now standing right in front of him was a joke. Guanzhou let out a condescending grin. However, the mechanical spirit weapons captured his interest. Having observed in detail, he discovered that if he managed to capture these mechanical spirit weapon, the power of his flowing wind group would be doubled. The current mechanical spirit weapon was now at its budding phase. If he could take possession of it ahead of others, he could cast away his life as a bandit and become a true Heaven's Road tyrant. The martial artists of Flowing Wind Group charged towards the group of mechanical spirit weapons like torrential waves bursting onto cliffs. There was not one who was not overwhelmed by a blood-curdling instinct to kill. There was no weak link in the Flowing Wind Group. Their war cries fell incessantly onto the battlefield. Mozu tried to restrain his anxiety. Having trained here for so long, this was his first time in a battlefield. Equipped with a mechanic weapon spirit that had a rank 6 star rock as well as 3 spirit cards, they were more than prepared for a fight of their lives. Team A, prepare to execute the first battle plan. Mozu shouted at the top of his lungs till his voice grew sore. He, as well as the other students, was excited. First battle plan is a strategy that they had practiced the most together and they were also most familiar with its execution. Kill! Mozu bellowed, initiating the group's virgin battle. The first 3 rows of mechanical spirit weapon assembled into a formation and strode forward. A gigantic bronze arm shimmered in the dust. More than 30 pieces of 3 meters long cutlass flew straight at the group like a curtain of blades. Rank 6 martial technique, greatest hand blade. The charging group of martial artists were surprised by the immensity of the attack and were shocked by the offense's coordination. Could it be that these 30 people are trained in the same martial technique? The blinding gold rays radiating from the 30 blades blinded their view. The rattling of the cutlass was deafening. Fortunately, they were experienced in such a fight. Those possessing the light body technique deftly avoided the attacks. Those that did not possess it were well prepared to block the oncoming blow. An assortment of defensive martial techniques were used while others resorted to depend on their star treasure. Boom! Boom! The prowess of the greatest hand blade was formidable. No groans of pain were heard by martial artists who absorbed the blow. A martial artist who managed to dodge the blows possessed formidable light body technique, allowing him to move deftly. He dodged 2 blows, but the force was so strong that he could feel the air current carving into his side cheeks. Pfff. He felt a sharp pain on his chest. A stream of blood oozed out from the fist-size hole gaping from his chest. Who? He looked bewildered. 10 or more strokes of gray rays, like a school of barracuda, seeped out from in between the tips of the cutlasses. Like silent predators, they slowly culled the lives out of those who were hit by them. Those that managed to dodge this surprise attack were caught completely off guard. The gray rays seeping from the tightly knitted cutlasses proved to be unavoidable. Pfff, blood was spilled everywhere. An unfortunate martial artist who tried to frantically dodge the incessant attacks was hit on the head by one of the cutlass, splitting him in half. This horrific scene was caused by the rank 6 martial technique, floating finger. Survivors of the onslaught were those who possessed formidable defensive martial techniques. They stood still, rooted on the ground, looking at their fallen brothers plagued with a multitude of holes in the bodies, blood oozing out of them. Some of them were injured, but none of the injuries were fatal. Suddenly, their pupils shrank after seeing what was in front of them. Still clueless of how it happened, tens of mechanical spirit weapons leaped high into the air. Each had a ray spear clenched tightly in their hands. There were 30 bronze mechanical spirit weapon, each 3 meters high, charging down from the heavens towards the martial artists. the scene was breathtaking. It was a rainfall of ray spears. The remaining survivors of the Flowing Wind group had multiple spears pierced through their body. Rank 6 Martial Technique, Ardent Ray Spear. Bang! All 30 bronze mechanic bronze weapon landed simultaneously, engulfing the battlefield in a cloud of dust. Mozu could not comprehend what he saw ahead of him. He glanced at those fallen, all lying lifelessly and sprawled across the bloodied field. Every mechanical spirit weapon of Team A had 3 rank 6 cards inserted in them: Greatest Handblade, Ray Spear, and Ardent Ray Spear. The first battle plan was actually the combination of the 3 different martial technique and executed simultaneously in coordination. Tang knew that he was not good using the control aura. Hence he invested most of his time at mastering the battle strategy and practicing his swordsmanship. Every piece of strategy the team formulated, Tang put in his heart and soul in mastering it. Not every type of spirit cards could be accumulated to 100 pieces, and each of these cards had to possess quality that are very like each other. In fact, Tang had the ability to create much more formidable battle strategies, but he was limited to his ability to obtain enough of the spirit cards of the same quality. Even though it was only 3 types of spirit cards, it took them a lot of effort to accumulate that many. While Tang was formulating these battle strategies, he often had questions from his students since no one had ever achieved such a feat before. The cards were normally used to improve the mechanical weapon spirits. Even though the mechanical spirit weapons had the spirit cards inserted into them, it was difficult for them to emit similar strength and power as compared to those who had wielded and practiced with these cards since young. What surprised the students even more was that the cards were going to be used as the main offensive attack. Both Mozu and Mo Wu did not understand how an army truly executes its offense but followed Tang Chou's plan nonetheless. Tang Chou had high standards when it came to the coordination of the strategy execution. How to execute the greatest handblade, when to use the floating finger and how many times must it be used, the timing of the leap by the rear guards and the height at which they should jump. From this perspective, it could be seen that Tang Chou had high standards on the coordination. But on the other hand, he did not emphasize on practicing the 3 main offensive moves. He even spent time on telling them stories about the history of the war. Everyone was dumbfounded. They trained every day. As long as there was a flaw or an opening in their attack, they had to start from the top. Soon, none of them could keep track on the number of times they had repeated the same offensive movement. Privately, some students discussed discreetly about the strategies of Tang Chou, saying that his tactics drew similarity to his name. It was dull and ugly. But Mozu and the students of Team A stood in awe at the carnage inflicted by Tang Chou's offense, bodies littered on the bloodstained field. None of them could believe what they saw. Such a dull and simple battle strategy. How could it be possible to inflict such immense power and devastation? The battlefield descended into silence. Guanzhou also stood in awe. The Flowing Wind group was of his creation and had stood by him through countless of arduous wars. Reminiscing the wave of attack he had just witnessed still gave him chills down his spine. Army. This is, surprisingly, the typical fashion in which an army fights. He had fought countless wars, conquered multiple cities and planets. But through all these, he suffered only 2 losses, and both were inflicted by an army. Every single time, he had stronger soldiers under him. Every single time, his formation was always more formidable than the previous fight. But he still ended up losing the battle to the army. In the face of this powerful offense, the army had garnered admiration for their strength and tactics. It was their entire potential unleashed. What lies in memories and what is currently reality seemed so similar to each other. He was duped. Guanzhou was a powerful martial artist and could sense that something was amiss. Without hesitation, he shouted, "Retreat!" The entire Flowing Wind group retreated like waves on a beach. The rich young master, who was observing the battle from afar, was shocked by their movements. Why have they retreated? His elder brother had already sat up, the surprised look on his face had disappeared, stood up and muttered, "Their enemy is an army, the first ever real mechanical weapon army." Army? Mechanical weapon army? Young master replied, then smiled. He then pointed towards the bronze weapons at the distant. "Brother, were you referring to those troops of dolls?" His brother's face portrayed a stern look. Young master's smile slowly faded away. "Brother, you are not playing with me, right?" "I am not." Elder brother replied sternly, "I need to convey this loss to father faster." Young master exclaimed, "Brother, is this situation so serious that it requires father's acknowledgement? No matter what, during this period, do not issue any sudden movement." Elder brother said, "The consequence of this battle was definitely out of our expectation." Young master was left distraught. Long-robed Tian turned around and said to the gold-haired martial artist who was seated beside young master, "Look after young master." The gold-haired martial artist knew that elder young master was informing him to watch the young master. Yes, I will. With a swish of his hands, the long-robed Tian vanished and left the scene. The news of the battle with the mechanical weapon army was valuable and the long-robed Tian was excited to get hold of it. Bing was focused on the movement of the troops, both his and his enemies, and was analyzing the course of the battle. He had always been prepared to enter to fight but was taken aback by the prowess of Tang Chao's army. He was surprised by Tang Chao's performance. It was not something he would have ever expected. He had never realized the impact Tang Chou had on the army's establishment and training. And Tang Chou had sure enough given him a big surprise after that showing. Pai Pa's words and Tang Chou's battle tactics seemed to open a doorway for him in the field of martial technique. He had just witnessed a whole new generation. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 392, Tang Chao's Plot. Chapter 392, Tang Chao's Plot. Translated by Barry Buns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. Tell me your views. Bing sat in front of Tang Chou like a strict proctor. Yes. Tang Chou was calm. After yesterday's victory did not seem to have invoked any tinge of excitement in him, this subordinate's initial thought was to formulate an appropriate and suitable battle strategy. My powers are not up to par and hence limited in my combat skills. That is why I hope to formulate a type of battle strategy that could utilize those with weaker strength in battle. Just like the first battle plan? Yes. Tang Chou continued, I have been musing about why is the army so reliant on the military leaders when it comes to battle. Then I discovered that each soldier in the army was training different martial techniques at their own pace in the absence of proper coordination. Different martial techniques, hence different powers. Only an exceptional military leader has the ability to combine these elements seamlessly into an efficient battle strategy. From what I have observed of the army, it is not possible to allow each soldier to practice its own martial technique. Hence, mechanical spirit weapons is the solution to this problem of ours. The cards used by the mechanic spirit weapons? Bing asked. Yes. Tang Chou replied, the card holders of each mechanic spirit weapon can hold 3 types of spirit cards. And with the help of the martial spirit residing in each of the weapon, it would take a shorter time for a mechanic martial artist to master them. Even though the prowess might be diminished, the army can reduce the number of skilled martial artists it needs. Could it be possible that these mechanical martial artists stop practicing their individual martial techniques but instead focus on training their true power instead? Bing wondered. He knew that such a transformation could possibly revolutionize the modern warfare as they know it. This is how my battle tactic works. Tang Chou assured Bing, in my tactic, the requirement of the army for skilled martial artists will decline greatly, allowing us to boost our reserve. But if you were to meet with an enemy who is elite in its fighting abilities, you are bound to lose terribly. Bing could foresee the weakness of this tactic. The 3 forms of martial abilities that Tang Chou would focus on is not the specialty of the individual soldiers in the army, and without the presence of a military leader, it would be difficult to control the movement and coordination of the troops. With these problems compounded with the encounter of a formidable opposition, a loss would be inevitable. Sir, we are the cannon fodder army. Tang Chou replied, furthermore, our aim is not to guarantee victory, but is the ability to endure inflicted offenses by the opposition. Are you referring to a tactic utilizing a sea of people? Bing asked. Yes, master. Tang Chou exclaimed, the Lupus constellation is suited for such a tactic because it possesses an abundance of troops. We have the ability to draw on our huge reserve to replace our causalities, much faster than what our opposition can do. Bing was silent. He knew deep down that Tang Chou's tactic was both brash and simplistic. However, the army did not possess skillful martial artists, but they were swift in their attacks. Complementing this with the sea of people tactic, the might of their offenses would be greatly improved. Bing was reluctant in accepting this tactic since it would involve a significant sacrifice in terms of the rapid depletion of its martial artists. As a passionate military instructor, he valued the life of every soldier. Such a sacrifice is something that is hard for him to bear. Upon glancing at Tang Chou, Bing had mixed feeling about it. What a cold-hearted being. Tang Chou was not about to explain his approach, but he said, this type of tactic is derived from the current circumstances we are facing. If we want to advance a step further, we would need the Fornax constellation. Once we possess the mechanical spirit weapon technique, the population of the Lupus constellation and the resources from Fornax constellation, the Southern Cross Army would then have a strong fighting chance in the Heavenly Road. Bing nodded, no wonder you have been pushing for the Fornax constellation strategy. You had this planned all along. Tang Chou replied, sir, you are right. We need to learn to utilize less powerful soldiers to increase our chance of survival in this current warfare. With that, we can then buy the time to develop our soldiers and create a formidable fighting strength in the future. Bing's impression of Tang Chou had completely changed. He felt that he had been underestimating the abilities of Tang Chou. He did not expect a mere staff officer to be able to offer such a profound insight into military strategies. This was evident that Tang Chou possessed an acute ability to assess the battles of a warfare with an analytical mind. Bing asked again, "What are your views on the Army's higher-level military strength?" "In the near future, I can foresee that you, Master Crane and Master Ling Su would be the Army's higher-level military strength." Tang Chou continued, "However, in the longer horizon, we will need to create a long-term training plan to prepare for the development of our fighting abilities. Only this way will our military strength be augmented." Bing was visibly more calm than he was before. Compared to the previous Sea of People tactic, this plan was much more acceptable to Bing. "But there is one problem." Bing replied, "The Lupus constellation only has a weak energy concentration, hence it would take a much longer time to train them. To keep using the energy hall would be a great expense on us." Tang Chou seemed to have thought through this problem before, the ancient energy room. Though Fornax constellation cannot take up a lot of people, but compared to the Cetus constellation, in which they possess a relatively strong energy concentration, it possesses a concentration of up to 31%. Among the 10 equatorial palace halls, this is considered a good concentration. Furthermore, the Cetus constellation has a direct star door to Lupus constellation. As long as we are able to conquer the Cetus constellation and open up the starry door, we can swiftly achieve the migration of the Lupus clan. Cetus constellation. Bing was shocked and smiled, "This surely is a worthy opponent." It was also a good time for Tang Chou to seek his revenge. After what happened last time at Cetus constellation, Tang Chou would have grasped the slightest opportunity to carry out his revenge. However, the enemy is still one of the 10 equatorial palace halls/celestial equator. Bing asked, "What are the chances for us to emerge victorious from this battle?" "If we have 40 teams, it shouldn't be much of a problem." Tang Chou replied. 40 teams. Bing was shocked. Each team consisted of 100 men, which meant that he would require 4,000 men for the battle. This is not a small amount. Besides the time required in training them, it would be a challenging task to fit each of them with a mechanical spirit weapon. And to find 4,000 of such weapons is definitely not an easy task. Tang Chou could feel Bing's concern. The mechanical spirit weapons that we are currently using is already outdated. The new mechanic spirit weapon, Vanguard, which was designed by Sai Lei, has been finalized. The cost for each weapon is about 30 million star coins. For 4,000 weapons, the total cost would be around 120 billion. Each mechanic spirit weapon would require 3 rank 7 spirit cards. If they are silver grade spirit cards, it would cost about 2 million each, so one weapon will need 6 million, which will total about 24 billion. With the current strength that the army possessed, the training schedule could be compressed to about 6 months and the cost for training would be around 32 billion. Including supplies, the total cost of this war would cost around 200 billion. 200 billion, Bing was dumbfounded. Bing suddenly felt guilty. In his entire life, he had always been thrifty. Spending just 1 billion would have already made him feel miserable. Now, there was this guy who dared to ask for 200 billion straight up without hesitation. "We do not have to pay it all at one go." Tang Chou explained, "Recruiting martial artists is a long-drawn process. The cost for mechanic spirit weapons and training fees are all expenses that are consumed consistently. In fact, only 20 billion is required to initiate the war. To be able to conquer one of the equatorial palace halls at the cost of 200 billion is also considered cheap." Bing was left speechless as he looked on at Tang Chou. Tang Chou did not mutter a word and looked back at Bing. Both were in a daze. After a moment, Bing replied, "Very well, Second Lieutenant. Your plan is excellent. But I can tell you honestly that the estimated cost of it is beyond what I have expected. Our main aim is still Fornax constellation. If we proceed to attack Fornax constellation, how many men do you think we will need?" 6 teams. Tang Chou replied with hesitation, "Fornax constellation has a total of 4 star doors and each door requires a team to control. The remaining 2 teams would be the main offensive into the Fornax fort." Bing shook his head, "You only have 4 teams. Tang Chou did not try to haggle. "If that's the case, then we will only try to control the flow of the star door to the Cetus constellation. The other 3 teams will combine their attack onto Fornax fort." "How long do you need?" Bing asked. "There is no problem in regards to the number of men." Tang Chou replied, "Our barracks now has the strength of about 1,000 people. We will just need to select 200 out of them. We can then shorten the training period from there. The news of Three Spirit City possessing formidable mechanical martial artists had already been spreading like wildfire. Many martial artists had been drawn here by its reputation, causing the number of men in the barracks to swell significantly. However, the barracks have only provided these outsiders with some battle guidance, not much different from the martial artists of Mo family and Lupus constellation. Since these martial artists already possessed a foundation in martial arts, their training period would be greatly reduced. If it was an attack on Cetus constellation, these outsiders might be overwhelmed by fear due to the ferocity of their enemies, hence it would be hard to rely on them. However, the attack on Fornax constellation should not be difficult for these martial artists. Bing replied, "Very well, Second Lieutenant. You can now start on your preparation." Tang Cho replied sullenly, "Yes, sir." As he watched Tang Cho leave, Bing breathed deeply. There were a lot of other events that also supported this battle, such as the partnership with Mo family and their assistance in the preparation. Bing went to find Sai Lei and asked her, "Sai Lei, what do you think of Fornax constellation?" Sai Lei was surprised by what Bing had asked her. She replied, "You are trying to conquer the Fornax constellation?" "That's right." Bing nodded. "What other place is more suitable for us other than it? That's very good to hear." Sai Lei was excited. "I had always wanted the army to conquer the Fornax constellation. Those residing in Fornax constellation are good for nothing. Only when it is under me, Grandmaster Sai Lei, could it finally unleash its full potential." Bing let out a wide smile. Having Sai Lei's support was a relief. "When are you all moving out?" Sai Lei asked. "What do you require me to do?" "Mechanical spirit weapons, and we need a lot of them," Bing told her. "No problem," Sai Lei said excitedly. "As long as I have the supplies on hand, creating mechanical spirit weapon will not be a problem." "That's good to hear." Bing nodded. Sai Lei suddenly thought of something. "If you got the time, you should take a trip down to visit Old Man Fei. It seems that he might have discovered a very powerful item." The old man was unstable and his face was bright red. "He was constantly finding me to see if you were back." "Old Man Fei?" Bing wondered. "If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 393, Wu Xia. Chapter 393, Wu Xia. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. Andromeda Constellation. Angelina hurriedly peered at the star power pool in front of her. The richness of the star power beamed down from the sky, shrouding the pool. The star power within the pool was dense, like a thick fog rummaging on the surface. In the distance, battle robes could be seen floating within the pool. Suddenly, Angelina shouted, "Success!" Ta Dun, who was at her side, also let out a shade of anxiety. The rays of star power had become fainter and quickly disappeared. Within the pool, hundreds of silver battle robes could be seen floating near its surface. Ta Dun could not resist. He stepped into the pool and brought up one of the silver battle robes that was floating nearby. Angelina rushed to his side. "What happened?" "Father!" One could not see the traces of fur clothing of an energy beast on the silver battle robe. The robe seemed like it was constructed from a sheet of silver tin foil without a speck of flaw on it. The rich star power emanating from the robe made it unique. Ta Dun wore the silver robe without hesitating. Once he put it on, the robe immediately shrank to fit the contours of his body. Then the shiny silver rays radiating from the robe immediately dissipated. It now looked as if it was a normal robe. Suddenly, Ta Dun disappeared. Angelina's eyes gaped wide. She nearly let out a loud cry after that incident. Moments later, Ta Dun suddenly appeared right in front of Angelina, his face filled with excitement. "Good. Very good." As a military general, he knew how valuable it is to have the ability to become invisible. Suddenly, there was clamoring outside. A guard hurriedly rushed in and reported, "Master. General. There are a lot of Commerce Branch Masters outside waiting for you. They are protesting that they also have a part of the treasures. And they wanted to see the creation of it." Angelina turned pale while Ta Dun squinted his eyes. Angelina quickly regained her calm and replied, "Let them in then." The guard nodded and sped out to receive the crowd. Moments later, a large group of people barged in. "Master! Master! We provided money for the energy beast. We should be entitled to at least parts of the items that have been created from it." "That's right. You should at least let us take a peek." They suddenly spotted Ta Dun standing beside Angelina. The noises died down. Fear carved into each of the men's faces. Angelina turned to face the crowd and gave it a quick glance. She could recognize several of the Commerce Branch Masters from within. She knew that there was an individual working behind the shadows, who had powerful abilities that managed to arouse more than half of the Commerce Committee. If her father was not back in Andromeda City, she would have been in trouble. But now, she was not worried and said indifferently, "You all know that I am the master. Yet you all still barged in to create a ruckus." Her tone, however, was amiable, as if she was saying it as a joke. One of the Commerce Branch Master tried to explain the situation. "We just wanted to." Angelina did not let him finish his sentence, and interjected immediately, "Which one of you started this? Show yourself." This loud cry from Angelina shocked the crowd. Most of their faces changed. Now, they realized that even though the master was young, but she was inherently hot-tempered. She even dared to declare war on the Honorable Marshal Group if need be. All of them kept quiet out of fear. Several of the people looked at each other. They could see the fear building up in their eyes. Initially, they thought that with the large number of people present, Angelina might give in to their demands. They did not expect Angelina to be so straightforward to them, without giving them a chance to achieve a compromise. Some knew that there were no other way out of this mess. A middle-aged man stood out from the crowd and replied, "Master, if you need to give out punishments, I am willing to take responsibility for this situation." Another person, plumper in size, stumbled out, "Punish me as well." The third person who stood out was skinny in size. His triangle eyes held a sense of dangerous aura, and said, "Master, even though we are all overly excited, we are not unreasonable people. All of us have suffered great casualties. Our keen interest in the energy beast arises from our need to boost our morale and recover what we have lost in our spirits. Master has said that we would be rewarded for what we have sacrificed, and I do agree with that. So it is fair that we ask to take a look at what you have, am I right, everyone?" Angelina took a deep breath. She knew that she was in deep trouble. These three men standing right in front of her are no small merchants. They are all one of the top 5 branch masters in the Commerce Committee. The speech by the skinny one galvanized the crowd, causing them to express their displeasure. Suddenly, Tian, who was constantly squinting, opened his mouth. "I haven't been in Andromeda City for so many years." His statement garnered the attention of the crowd. "I did not expect that within Andromeda City, there were no rules left." Tian shouted, "You guys spoke about punishment just now, and you are right. You all should be punished." Tian's statement brought out the fear hidden within everyone in the crowd. The three men who stood out immediately turned pale. "General Tian, what do you mean by this?" The skinny one protested. Tian stared at him. "Take him away." Several guards swarmed towards the three men. They were surprised by the sudden orders of Tian. They did not expect that he would dare to lay his hands on them. Suddenly a shadow appeared, surrounding the three men. A faint laughter and a burst of rays radiating from a blade. The guards tumbled back. As the rays dissipated, a red-haired, tan-skinned man appeared. "Where did you all get the audacity?" Tian shouted, "The smiling assassin, Lu Zhangjia, one of the great 7 assassins under the command of Wu Xia." The crowd, who were initially overwhelmed by resentment, now stood dazed. They might not have heard of Lu Zhangjia before, but they sure knew who Wu Xia was. The Andromeda constellation, which was situated just beside the Ursa Major constellation, was one of the 5 polar domains. Items produced in Andromeda were mainly exported to the Ursa Major constellation and the Orion constellation. Wu Xia martial artists, also known as Ursa warriors, were famous residents in the Ursa Major constellation. These martial artists were influential officials and had huge clout within Ursa Major constellation, even though they did not possess military ranks themselves. Whenever political officials had situations which were inconvenient for them to manage, they would pass them to Lu Zhangjia for resolution. The elders among the Commerce Committee were all petrified. They had not expected they would be involved in such a huge storm with the involvement of Lu Zhangjia. Lu Zhangjia glanced at the crowd and addressed them with respect. "I did not expect General Tian to recognize an insignificant mortal like me. I am honored. These 3 branch masters are good friends of yours, General. My responsibility is to ensure their safety. I hope I did not offend you, General." Tian shook his head. "Since you have retaliated, it is clear that you have thought this through." Lu Zhangjia remained unfazed. "General Tian, my family master." Swarms of martial artists engulfed the hall, surrounding them from all sides. Lu Zhangjia's expression changed. The movement of the fighters were well coordinated, their formation tightly knitted. He did not manage to find a single loophole in their formation. They were all silent and somber, well prepared to give a good battle with Lu Zhangjia. They were well trained. Lu Zhangjia could feel the immense pressure on him. The 3 branch masters by his side were all petrified. None of them expected Ta Dun, even in the presence of Lu Zhangjie, dared to initiate such a move. Wasn't he afraid of agitating the Ursa Major constellation? General Ta Dun, have you grown insensitive to the life or death of the people of Andromeda constellation? Lu Zhangjie exclaimed, an act of a final struggle. Ta Dun replied coolly, dignity triumphs over life and death. All the fighters were ready to strike. Once Ta Dun gave them the signal, they would have attacked. Bang bang bang. Suddenly, a man burst through from among the crowd of the Commerce Committee. He looked the age of 30 and donned purple robes. His stature drew the attention of the crowd. General Ta Dun, your name is well known throughout the universe. For what we have done, we admit that we deserve some forms of punishment. He said. Everyone was shocked. The man standing in front of them was the great Wu Xia of Ursa Major constellation. All of the branch masters dreamed of following the footsteps of Wu Xia, but none of them were able to succeed. In the Ursa Major constellation, if one was able to garner the companionship of Wu Xia himself, nothing was impossible to achieve. It was least expected to have such a magnificent person who had been one amongst them. Furthermore, he even apologized to General Ta Dun. It was unimaginable. Even though the Ursa Major constellation was one of the 5 polar domains, its people possessed formidable strength, even stronger than some of the constellations from the 10 equatorial palace halls. Wu Xia was respected and well known in the Ursa Major constellation. It was thus a surprise that he would apologize to Ta Dun. Ta Dun squinted his eyes, his heart trembled. Wu Xia was a holistic fighter, renowned for his prowess. It was no wonder that his name commanded great respect. Ta Dun wanted to take this opportunity to eradicate Lu Zhangjie and the 3 branch masters since he had a valid reason to carry out the execution. He wasn't afraid of the Ursa Major constellation. But since Wu Xia himself apologized, there was no way for Ta Dun to carry on with his plan. It would have been okay to kill Lu Zhangjie since the Ursa Major constellation would not retaliate. But if Wu Xia was killed, it would incite the furor of the constellation, which might even involve its great army. Ta Dun mused at the killing of such a powerful figure. He might achieve his goal of seeking revenge, but he would surely regret inciting a formidable opponent to the Andromeda constellation, in which he could not afford to do. Ta Dun intentionally expressed his surprise and quickly helped Wu Xia up to his feet. I did not expect that the great man Wu Xia would come all the way to the Andromeda constellation. Do pardon for my disrespect. Please take a seat. Wu Xia turned towards Lu Zhangjie. Lu Zhangjie faster apologized to General Ta Dun. If only you suppress your impulsiveness more next time, I would be much more at ease. Lu Zhangjie seized the opportunity and expressed his respect to Ta Dun. Lu Zhangjie was impulsive and I apologize for that. Don't worry. It is only a misunderstanding. Ta Dun smiled, hiding his expressions from before. He then waved his hand as if wielding an invisible sword. Lu Zhangjie, your swordsmanship just now was certainly impressive. Wu Xia smiled. General Ta Dun is very generous. He would not pick a fight with a petty person like you. The general was just scaring you just now. This will teach you not to be that impulsive and reckless next time. Wu Xia put on a good mood and addressed the crowd. Everyone has been talking about the energy beast for so long. The Andromeda textiles could potentially become a treasure of sorts. I have not witnessed it before. I was wondering if I would be granted the privilege to take a peek. The hall slowly died down into silence. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 394, Ta Dun Skills. Chapter 394, Ta Dun Skills. Translated by Buns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. I am very sorry, but all these treasures will be transferred to Mr. Tang Tian. Ta Dun replied solemnly, unaffected by what had happened. Wu Xia was surprised by that. He had not expected such a reply from Ta Dun. The skinny branch master expressed his displeasure. General Ta Dun, didn't we agree with master that all these treasures will be split equally among us? How can you pass these treasures to another person without our approval? Furthermore, these treasures are all so valuable. Why should we give them to outsiders? All the other chiefs expressed their agreement in succession. But now, no one dared to mutter a word. Angelina understood his father's plan and interjected, Branch Master Zhu, you are in such a hurry to judge. This is an intention by us to trade these treasures with Mr. Tang Tian for even more energy beasts. With more of these beasts, we will have even more treasures. We are the only ones able to transform these beasts into treasures. All of you are entrepreneurial and should understand the current arrangement that we have. Many of the branch masters nodded in agreement after listening to Angelina. It would have been unacceptable to have sold these treasures to outsiders. But to use it to obtain even more energy beasts, the calculative branch masters would certainly agree with them. As long as there were more energy beasts, there would definitely be more treasures. This drawn-out process expenses significant among of star power. Angelina would be the one to lose out the most. And none of the branch masters were required to put in any of their resources into it. They did not care when they would receive these treasures. What mattered the most was that if they were able to garner more treasures, time was not an issue to them. Furthermore, the 3 branch masters who stood out of the crowd to protest Angelina would most likely be kicked out of the Commerce Committee. The remaining branch masters would then be able to get a bigger share of the treasure. Master is a genius. That was such an exquisite idea. Master was thoughtful in conceiving this plan. Everyone muttered in excitement, pouring out praise for the master. Those who opened their mouth first were those who did not fawn on Wuxia. Since these branch masters knew that they did not have the power to rival those of Wuxia, all they wanted was to have a larger share of the treasure. Angelina turned to Wuxia and told him apologetically, "Sir Wuxia, please forgive us. We, the Commerce Committee, are focused on doing business. We need to be responsible to our clients. It is me who was hasty." Wuxia quickly apologized, but Master has also stated that it was only an intention, hence no deal should have been made. If that's the case, may I be allowed to provide a price for these treasures then? Yes, of course. Angelina smiled, as long as Sir Wuxia has the energy beasts, I am greatly honored to be able to do business with you. Wuxia was left speechless by Angelina's rebuttal. His expression turned gloomy and gazed at Angelina. Angelina did not try to avoid Wuxia's gaze. She maintained a warm smile while remaining unfazed by him. Wuxia suddenly let out a huge laugh, maintaining his cold gaze, "Then please help me liaise with Mr. Tang Tian on my behalf. I have always admired Mr. Tang Tian's well-known reputation." Angelina smiled, "Once I manage to meet up with Mr. Tang Tian, I will let him know of your request." "Thank you for your help." Wuxia replied respectfully, "I shall not trouble you further." After finishing his sentence, a troop of men followed him out. The 3 branch masters, who were ashamed of the defeat they faced just now, followed Wuxia closely behind. After what had happened, they now hoped that Wuxia would not cast them away from the group. Angelina then addressed the crowd somberly, "It looks like the management of the Commerce Committee is in a mess. There needs to be changes around here." The mood of the crowd changed after Angelina's statement, but no one muttered a word. They had regretted following the lead of the 3 branch masters in inciting this ruckus. They were also intimidated by the resolution of General Ta Dun. If it wasn't for Wuxia, Lu Zhangjia would have lost his life. There were some who had planned to ask for forgiveness from Angelina. They feared that their future would be bleak should Angelina seek vengeance. Angelina was not in the mood for such fawning and flattering from the crowd. She immediately dispersed them. The crowd slowly dispersed and the halls emptied. Angelina unleashed her pent-up rage. "These Scrooges, they are simply vultures. Once they smell blood, they will pounce on it." Ta Dun was instead calmer than her since he had experienced similar situations before. He explained, "Andromeda constellation is a small constellation. Compromising to others' wishes is inescapable." "I know." Angelina replied in reluctance. She suddenly thought of Tang Tian. If he faced this situation, what would he have done instead? She could not figure it out. But she knew that he would have given them a tough time. After a moment, Angelina asked curiously, "Would Tang Tian and his companions agree with what we did?" "Yes, they would." Ta Dun agreed. Angelina was curious, why would they? "Because they possess a strong army." Ta Dun replied, "No army would ever reject 100 pieces of treasure." Once she thought of Tang Tian, Angelina felt at peace. If we are unable to obtain it, we would also not let others obtain it easily. It was similar to what she had said, to use the treasure to obtain more energy beasts. It was not a bad idea after all. She had conversed with Tang Tian numerous times and she knew that Tang Tian had a bad temper. Tang Tian would not even have given any leeway to Angelina. Had Wuxia faced up with Tang Tian, Wuxia would have encountered a huge obstacle. Wuxia was definitely in dilemma. His victory over the gold-ranked martial artists has already made him one of the top martial artists in the Heavenly Road. Though it might seem like his victory was a stroke of luck, the strength and power that he possessed could rival other top fighters. The one who said that was the wise Guru Ah. Among the 7 assassins, he was ranked 3rd among them. He had worldly wisdom, allowing him to gain the trust of Wuxia. Guru Ah added, "He has been in isolation for close to 2 months and must have made significant improvements. But second brother and big brother should still be able to take him down." But the trouble is that he has a very bad temper and is extremely stubborn. Even Angelina and Onyx Soul's Hall Master Tu Zishan were unable to buy him. We would also need to pay attention to the crane that is constantly following him. Crane and the Sagittarius Empress seem to have a good relationship with each other. Everyone was in a dilemma, including Gu Ruo himself, which could be sensed from his tone. What is more troubling is that he has an army under his command. He would definitely want to get his hand on these treasures. Gu Ruo said. In addition, they suddenly appeared on the Andromeda constellation. They have already found a passageway on the Lupus constellation that would lead straight to Andromeda constellation. This passageway is a famous historic path known as the Season Fields Waterway. His army has already secured the entrance of the passageway. What a lucky guy he is to have control of the Season Fields Waterway. Gu Ruo glanced at the crowd and smiled. This is a thorny problem we are facing. Compared to the other enemies we have eradicated so far, this is no trivial guy. We must be on our guard, just a little bit. Everyone laughed, dissipating the tense atmosphere that lingered. Gu Ruo added on, we need to first make contact with him. Compared to the Andromeda constellation, our constellation, the Ursa Major constellation, is much more powerful. We need to express our sincerity much better than the Leo constellation towards Mr. Tang Tian. But if he decides to court his own death, then we will need to grant his wish swiftly, leaving no trace or evidence. Gu Ruo's statement galvanized the crowd even more. Mo Bao, who was ranked 4 among them, replied, he better be more tactful. If not, I will pummel him into a pulp. I shall say first, I will be the first to attack. Don't any of you dare to strike him down before me. After hearing Gu Ruo said that only their big brother and second brother could beat Tang Tian together, he was filled with rage. Gu Ruo was ranked 3 only because of his vast wisdom and knowledge. In terms of battle strength, out of the 7 people, only their big brother and second brother were stronger than Mo Bao. Gu Ruo and Wu Xia exchanged glance. Both of them purposely meant to incite Mo Bao. Because of unspoken reason, their big brother and second brother could only arrive at a later date. Wu Xia added fuel to Mo Bao fire. This mission was entrusted by General Tu Qing and is of utmost importance, as His Majesty had personally granted it and advised repeatedly. His Majesty has said that whoever contributes the most to the success of this mission will be rewarded handsomely by His Majesty personally. This caught the attention of several people. Their master's goal was to become the greatest, most powerful ruler of his time. With the Ursa Major constellation in his hands, he yearned to conquer the 10 equatorial palace halls. And the Ursa Major constellation's strongest army, the renowned Grizzly Bear Army, which had General Tu Qing, who was an exceptional martial artist as well as the commander-in-chief. Whoever was able to complete the mission entrusted by the 2 most influential people of the Ursa Major constellation would. Eyes bulged wide open among the crowd as they listened intently to the lavish rewards that they could possibly get their hands on. They have been with Master Wu Xia for a prolonged duration but have never once been tasked with such an important mission. This was an opportunity of a lifetime for them. These types of mission are rare. Wu Xia explained, I expect everyone here to think through and be prepared of what needs to be completed to ensure the success of this mission. The crowd nodded their heads fervently. Mo Bao replied excitedly, Master, don't look down on us, all our opponents are weak, that's why we cannot show off our true powers. Ha, Bao, you only know how to sprout arrogance. That is because big brother and second brother are not present, right? Lu Zhengjie laughed. He wants only to reap the spoils solely for himself without leader in rank 2. Fifth brother laughed as well. Sixth brother added on, Bao, I will support you, as long as you share the spoils of the success equally with me. After getting laughed at by those 3, Mo Bao was flushed. Wu Xia smiled, I just got news. We have another opponent. Silence descended upon them. The crowd was bursting with morale. Their killer instinct raged within, intent on killing anyone who dared to stand in their way. Orion constellation. Wu Xia had a cold glint in his eyes, their messenger had arrived. They have the same plan as us. Who was the one who came? Gu Ruo asked in a mellowed tone. Hunter, Adrian. Wu Xia replied. All of their expression changed. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 395, Adrian. Chapter 395, Adrian. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. A tall figure dressed in a black coat silently guarded the gate which overlooked the Andromeda city. He gazed down upon the valley, musing of something that was bothering his mind. He was the hunter, Adrian. Such a massive explosion would require at least 20 silver treasures to be able to produce such an effect. Adrian proclaimed. Lu Zhongguang replied in shock, Xiaoshan is simply too crazy. Adrian let out a smile. Zhong Guang was an honest man. Adrian turned his head towards another teenager. Xiao, what do you make of this? The young man being questioned was only 17 years of age, with a clean-shaven and pale expression. He was Adrian's right-hand man and was also known as Flower of Orion, Ru Xiao. He shook his head side to side. I can't decipher much from it. But based on the intelligence obtained, it seems like Angelina has a master working behind the scenes to provide guidance. Lu Zhongguang nodded. Xiao, are you referring to Ta Dun? General Ta Dun is a very powerful man. Xiao shook his head. I was not referring to General Ta Dun. Ta Dun is experienced in calm and battle, making him a magnificent warrior. But his behavior is typical of those military warriors. He is very straightforward and predictable, and not so sly. Who could it be then? Lu Zhongguan did not question Xiao's judgment. He was confident of his analysis, which made him even more curious to the master behind Angelina. Xiao did not reply, and continued with his explanation. Wu Xia from Ursa has called on reinforcements. I have however heard that they had experienced some disagreements with Angelina and Ta Dun. Angelina wanted to give those treasures to Tang Tian in exchange for more energy beasts. What a smart woman. Adrian replied, it looks like our main target now is Tang Tian. Difficult. Xiao interjected, based on the intelligence we have gathered thus far, the possibility that Tang Tian would give up this pile of treasure is very low. He has a very unique nickname for himself. What is he called then? Adrian probed curiously. A godlike young man. Interesting, isn't it? Xiao replied sarcastically. I heard that it is common for him to use that name to introduce himself. Lu Zhongguang could not bear his laughter, so he is an ignorant guy. It is not that easy. Do you know what the Honorable Marshal Group termed him as? He is called the Grindstone. The group believes that only through Tang Tian's help could their geniuses be grinded and forced to train to display their true powers. This is the first judgment I have ever heard from the group. Xiao shook his head. I have perused the information on Tang Tian and deduced that he is an intelligent and profound individual. Lu Zhongguang was taken aback. Are you being serious? To be termed as a godlike young man is just his facade. Xiao explained, his style is similar to his nickname, both are equally ignorant and look foolish. But upon further research, I discovered that though some of his actions do look impulsive at times, I do not believe that if I was in his shoe, I would not be able to do any better than what he has done. I can even say that, everything that he has done, was all considered very difficult. Lu Zhongguang was in disbelief. I do not refute that he is smart. But to say that even you are not able to do it, that I do not believe. Xiao, stop being so modest. I believe that with your intelligence and strength, you stand shoulder to shoulder with the other intellects out there. Adrian smiled. Lu Zhongguang also added, precisely. Xiao, even if that person is an actual godlike young man or a real god, I trust that Xiao can also defeat him. Xiao took in the compliments but was somewhat embarrassed as he had not received such praise before. I might not know much, but there is one point, I am sure of it. Xiao, you are definitely able to beat Tang Tian. Zhongguang smiled. Xiao was curious, what is that? Your looks. Zhongguang laughed hysterically, Xiao has such good looks, even the ladies yearn to have them. Ha ha ha. Adrian joined in the laughter. Zhongguang, don't bully Xiao. But Xiao, I do however agree with this point, ha. The carriage landed and was received by a troupe of martial artists who was already waiting for their arrival. Ta Dun was leading the entire troupe. Mr. Adrian. Ta Dun received him with open arms. Angelina heard that you would like to tour the Andromeda city and she was so anticipative for your arrival that she could not sleep properly last night. And she wanted me to personally receive and welcome you to our lovely city. Adrian bowed in respect. Thank you so much for your reception, General Ta Dun. I am humbled. You are too courteous. These are the horses for your journey through our city. Ta Dun replied. Several Star Spirit horses were pulled across the troop and towards Adrian and his escorts. Adrian climbed onto the horse as the entourage advanced forward into the city. Adrian looked towards Ta Dun. I have long heard of General Ta Dun's formidable military management. After today, I have witnessed your reputation in person. Having traveled across different constellations, I have seen many military formations. But from what I have seen today from your troops, it is a rarity. Adrian was charming and had a brimming expression to go with his persuasiveness. Xiao Xiyun, who was just behind Ta Dun, went red. Ever since the time he was at the Lupus Army encampment, from that experience, he was more determined to train harder than before. His skills had improved tremendously, but after hearing Adrian's praise, he did not feel anything. Instead, he seemed to be dissatisfied. He knew very well that though the Plateau army had improved considerably, its skills were still far from that of the Lupus army. Fortunately, this bunch of people were not enemies of the Andromeda constellation. Tian was somewhat glad but felt guilty of such wishful thinking. The smile disappeared from Ta Dun's face. In the past, I was very proud of my army's abilities. But now I realized I was rather ignorant and narrow-minded to overestimate our abilities. Adrian was slightly taken aback. I wonder which other military general could make General Ta Dun feel that way. Ta Dun replied, maybe Mr. Adrian. You yourself might meet the guy someday, Dot. Adrian smiled. Oh, General Ta Dun sure has aroused my curiosity. The two men exchanged views and smiled. Adrian's arrival made the Andromeda city bustling again. Andre was revered due to his honorable status and his limitless influence. But for Adrian, even though he lacked both power and influence, he was still respected by the people. Adrian was one of the respected masters in the Orion constellation. He graduated at the young age of 21 and became the principal of his former school, Nebula Academy. Within a decade, Nebula School became the most celebrated school in Orion constellation due to the talents it produced. Due to his hectic lifestyle from the management of Nebula, he did not hone his skills for the entire decade. Hence, at the age of 31, he decided to retire as the school's principal and started to journey across the constellations. No one knew about anything that he had gone through during the 12 years of travel. When he was 43, he returned to Nebula School. He brought with him an enigmatic aura. That time, the sword saint of the Orion constellation Uxian so met him, and he praised that Adrian had the aura of a saint domain. Due to his previous stint in the school, Adrian took joy in advising and teaching teens. This garnered him popularity among the constellation. Even though he was not an official, he had the rights to access the palace. High officials, noble people, and even the ordinary citizens respected highly of Adrian's achievements. Adrian's arrival in the Andromeda city made the younger martial artists eager to meet him. They believed that Adrian's guidance and advice would benefit them in the future. While those young martial artists who believed they possessed innate gifts in martial arts, they hoped to capture the attention of Adrian. Those that are commended by Adrian himself often see their own social status rise significantly. The accommodation Adrian was going to reside in was overwhelmed by teenagers daily. Tang Tian stood calmly on the shoreline with sadness carved out on his face. The peacefulness of the sea was a stark contrast from the recent happenings that seemed to be a nightmare. In that nightmare, he experienced the life of the Thousand Hands Devil Monarch. When he was young, he was lazy and floated around aimlessly. Now, he suddenly realized that he did not have the power to turn the time back to when he was young. His life was filled with remorse and regrets. Even if he were to meet the girl that he liked, he might not be able to slow down his journey that was destined to reach his goal of vengeance. Initially, Tang Tian felt that he was just an onlooker, but as the dream manifested, he unconsciously felt affected by its developments. Battle, assassination, vengeance. In the last battle, he was forced to the end of the life. His thousand-cleaved demonic hand was not able to defeat his enemies. On the verge of defeat, Tang Tian suddenly recalled the words spoken by Thousand Hands Devil Lord. Do not let your eyes fool you. Suddenly, the power of Tang Tian's thousand-cleaved devil hand increased, allowing him to defeat his enemy, releasing him from the nightmare. But Tang Tian had already realized that in reality, the Thousand Hands Devil Lord and his enemy were both destined for mutual destruction. The only person who could force Tang Tian to commit himself and transform him into a spirit card was Lady Foam. The woman kept appearing in his dreams. He must be yearning to return and look at her one more time. He must have a lot of unspoken thoughts that he wanted to convey to her. To tell her that he had successfully avenged himself. To tell her not to wait for him. To tell her. Tang Tian was overwhelmed with sorrow, but he kept feeling that he was only feeling sad over the long-departed person. The soul of the Thousand Hands Devil Monarch had long dissipated. Lady Foam had already departed hundreds of years ago, even though she might have descendants. Senior Thousand Hands Devil Monarch, you must understand that vengeance should never come before those that are still alive. Standing silently and looking across the vast ocean, Tang Tian mumbled, Thousand Hands Devil Monarch, this is not bad after all. Even though you yearn to become her martial spirit, to protect her, but if that happened, she would be suffering. This form of guardianship is also somewhat a burden. That is why, this arrangement right now, is appropriate. The calm sea was now ravaged by a large gust of wind. Tang Tian felt so much better after the short introspection. A smile slowly appeared on his face. He shouted across the ocean, Thousand Hands Devil Monarch, you have the same thoughts, don't you? A door slowly appeared from beneath the ocean. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 396, Tang Tian opens the door. Chapter 396, Tang Tian opens the door. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. In the darkness, Lu Zhongguang slowly counted the number of cheese hiding. 1, 2, 3, 19. His simple and honest face expressed surprise, his heart secretly mumbling. Wow, that's something. Around the small manor, there were actually 19 people in hiding, including himself, it was 20. Lu Zhongguang was speechless but excited, he had not met such a scene in a long time. He was a student accepted by Adrian when he was traveling, a straightforward and honest person, he did cleaning most of the time in Adrian's peaceful life. Following his teacher for so long, his power was also no small matter. His talent was not good, but with Adrian's patience, he had learned everything. Like hiding in the dark, finding those seemingly faint chi, he stayed there for 2 whole hours. In the 2 hours, 6 people left, and another 7 joined in. Out of the 19 people, 5 of them were around the same level as him. Out of the number of names Xiao and him spoke of, he could hold his own against 3 of them. Murderer with the nickname of Wolf, Tang, ranked 3112 on the Heaven's Road list. Replicating Swordsman. Real name unknown, ranked 3109 on the Heaven's Road list. Black Puppet, real name unknown, ranked 3106 on the Heaven's Road list. Wow, it was basically a gathering of Heaven Roads ranked 3,100 martial artists. Lu Zhongguang was surprised, he was ranked 3,098, and he felt that it was interesting. But, he was even more cautious. Even though he had the highest rank, but in such a situation, if he met with any of the other 3, he would most likely die very terribly. He was good in a head-to-head confrontation, but for places that the hands and fingers could not be seen, he would be at a disadvantage. He judged and compared in his heart, estimating out of the 3, Black Puppet had the highest success rate, followed by Replicating Swordsman, then Tang was third. He could not comment for the chi that he was not able to judge, so he did not say anything. He was unoccupied and carefree, so he could join in, and that was because he did not need to take action. He was hiding there just to shadow. Ever since General Ta Dun sent the treasures to the manor, many eyes came out to spy on them. He had maintained the dry and dull job for a few days. But he could feel a slight difference in the atmosphere tonight. Even though he felt that it was boring, the other people's patience was also around the same limit. From the start, everyone was cautious, and did not wish to make the first move. But as time went back, people started to get restless. Lu Zhongguang was harboring the hopes of a good show. To them, if someone was able to steal the treasures away, it would be the best. Tang Tian had the Lupus constellation behind him, Angelina and Ta Dun represented Andromeda constellation, where they were not good to go against. If the treasures landed in the robbers' hands, then they need not care about the consequences. But Lu Zhongguang felt that it would not be so easy, even Xiao did not believe that the people in hiding were able to take the treasures away. Xiao had high judgments on Tang Tian, causing Lu Zhongguang to become extremely curious. He had followed him for a very long time, and sincerely respected Xiao's capabilities with all of his heart. Suddenly, a few hard-to-catch shadows quietly moved towards the manor. Lu Zhongguang's mind was startled, it was Replicating Swordsman. He finally could not hold it back anymore and had to make your move, but. For the Replicating Swordsman to take action, it was like a fuse, it immediately made all the other martial artists hiding in the darkness to simultaneously make their moves. In the next moment, the sound of the ripping of air could be heard. Lu Zhongguang was filled with anticipation, he had heard that Ling Su and Crane were very powerful. In the next moment, 10 figures flew out. Everyone was extremely guarded against one another, and had all maintained a safe equidistance from each other. From Lu Zhongguang's position, it seemed that the surrounding wall of the manor had plenty of people standing over them all. Although General Ta Dun did not create a big fanfare that day, but the location of the treasures did not escape anyone's eyes. Bang! The big door was smashed into pieces, amongst the wood shavings, a sky full of small cold auras appeared like stars. In the blink of an eye, all these cold auras exploded open, as countless amounts of cold aura fell like rain, engulfing the incoming people. The few martial artists who were not in time to defend all screamed out, one of their chests had a hole blown in it, another person had his stomach blown wide out. But many more of the martial artists who had prepared earlier all released their techniques to block. Ding ding ding! The continuous attacks and deflections came like rain, continuing to reverberate inside their ears. In the other direction, a few martial artists were locked down by Crane. Crane's movement technique was free and easy, flying everywhere like a black crane dancing in the sky. His sword techniques changed rapidly, 1 against 3 but in a stalemate. Lu Zhongguang's eyes grew wide, although he had long heard about their outstanding strength, but everything that he was personally witnessing, he was still blown into shock by Ling Su and Crane. Ling Su's spear auras were like raging tides, countless cold auras flickering, causing people to birth a feeling of being unable to escape. Replicating swordsman was struggling inside the sea of spears, and was placed in a difficult situation. But replicating swordsman's strength was also considerably strong, and after experiencing the bad start, he quickly stabilized. Replicating swordsman's sword technique was extremely unique. Every sword of his would produce a replica, whether it was real or fake, it was difficult to tell. Two shouts came out from the sky. It was two other martial artists who died under Crane's sword. The last martial artist obviously was much more powerful than the other two. Lu Zhongguang's eyes recognized him. It was the Lone Wolf Tang. Lone Wolf Tang was a famous martial artist. He had always been alone, and never cooperated with anyone, thus his personal strength was extremely strong in all areas. In a short 10 moves, Tang's blade techniques changed into all sort of different martial techniques. A few of them were not high levels, but in Tang's hands, their prowess was increased greatly, and was able to release changes that could cause people to be alarmed. Lu Guangzhong watched in excitement. The exchange of experts was a rare opportunity. Replicating swordsman and Tang's strength were not surprising, but Ling Su and Crane, who were able to fight through 10 moves and not be at a disadvantage, that made Lu Zhongguang truly surprised. Ling Su and Crane's ranking was truly underestimated. Suddenly, Lu Zhongguang felt a few ripples of energy undulations, and only after that did he react and could not help but laugh. That was someone in the darkness using a treasure to record the battle. One had to say, all these recordings sold well at the markets. Lu Zhongguang's attention was quickly attracted by the battles. He glanced onto a black fog and his pupils immediately contracted. Black Puppet. Black Puppet was aiming for the treasures inside the room, his intention extremely clear. Black Puppet's entire body was covered in a black-greenish fog. It was the famous Black Puppet barrier, which was extremely poisonous. No one knew where Black Puppet got his wood element martial technique inheritance, and managed to train in an extremely strange martial technique. The moment someone slightly touches the Black Puppet barrier, it would intrude into the body and there was no cure for it. But, there were so many eyes staring at the treasures, how would it be easy for Black Puppet to obtain them? Someone shouted from the darkness, "Use concealed weapons." Immediately countless concealed weapons shot out and covered the sky, flying towards Black Puppet. All the concealed weapons were covered in various light auras, some flying in a straight line, some flying in a strange arc, but without question, they were all aiming towards Black Puppet. The scene was extremely spectacular. Black Puppet was shocked upon seeing the rain of concealed weapons, and immediately revealed his techniques to block them. Ding ding ding. Sparks flew out randomly. Although there were many concealed weapons, everyone around had roughly the same level of dealing with them. The impetus appeared stronger than its might, something that Black Puppet quickly realized, and he calmed down. Suddenly, a sharp shriek enveloped the entire field. A straight silver light broke through everyone's vision. So fast. Lu Zhongguang's face changed. He could clearly see it was a silver arrow. This was definitely the most intense arrow technique he had ever seen. Black Puppet was also knowledgeable. He roared. The black mist around him retracted and transformed into a black shield. Bang! The silver arrow struck the black shield, instantly shattering it, but the immense power struck Black Puppet, causing him to groan and fly out horizontally. No one had noticed that a black figure had quietly appeared above Black Puppet. Hiss! Black Puppet's eyes contracted. A blood wound appeared on his throat, and in the next moment, blood started spurting out from his throat like a fountain. Lu Zhongguang's face changed. His gaze landed at a distance not far from Black Puppet, where there was a cave entrance the size of a fingernail. A name surfaced up in his head. Misty Shadow Hand, Abai. Never did he expect that someone out of the people whom he was unable to judge was actually hiding a Grandmaster-grade concealed weapon expert. Misty Shadow Hand Abai was a famous concealed weapon martial artist. He had always been alone, and had merged water element true power in concealed weapons, forming a solitary style. Concealed weapons of mist. Concealed weapons of mist were extremely covert in nature, their movements were extremely abrupt and were difficult to detect. This allowed his concealed weapon martial techniques to gain extreme reputation, and was respected and revered by many concealed weapon martial artists, thinking he was the current generation's concealed weapons grandmaster. This move was out of the ordinary. With Black Puppet dead, Abai's achievements were once again improved. Abai's one strike had shaken the field, and in that time, no one dared to move. Everyone's state of mind was tensed for a concealed weapons grandmaster to be hiding in the darkness. That was an extremely dangerous matter. Just at that time, a sudden creaking sound came out. The door to the hidden treasures was opened. The sudden anticlimax caused all the tensed-up people to subconsciously throw out all their concealed weapons. Tang Tian, who had just completed training and was slightly injured, slowly pushed open the door. When the door opened, countless light auras filled his eyes, as the rain of concealed weapons shot towards him. Tang Tian was aroused, his pupils dilated, both of his hands instinctively placed in front of his chest. Without even thinking, he instantly used thousand-cleaved demonic hand that he had trained arduously against the frantic and countless concealed weapons. Tang Tian's 10 fingers on both hands released countless sparks. A scene that caused everyone to become stunned appeared. The densely packed concealed weapons all produced strands of lines, while Tang Tian's hands seemed to be magical, quickly striking the flying arrows and sweeping past them. The most dazzling light came from an intense screaming silver arrow. His 10 fingers very naturally shot out torrents, in a moment shooting out 7 shots at the silver arrow, causing all of its energy to disappear. 3 of the attacks were struck by Tang Tian's shots, and all crumbled and disappeared. In the blink of an eye, the sky full of light aura were all in his hands. The large quantity of concealed weapons all dropped to the ground from Tang Tian's hands like a waterfall, releasing clang sounds. Ding ding ding. The clear and crisp sounds of concealed weapons striking the floor, inside the dead silence, was extremely clear. Tang Tian held up a large quantity of concealed weapons, his expression blank, showing off such a beautiful performance, making everyone feel as if they turned blind. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 397, Ambush. Chapter 397, Ambush. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. Inside the room, the atmosphere was dim. Ta Dun frowned. You think this is good? Angelina's expression was calm. We have already investigated a bit on their strengths. If they are not strong enough to become our allies, then our 100 treasures are our only bargaining chips. Ta Dun was quiet. Angelina was right. The situation was getting messier and messier, with Ursa Major Constellation and Orion Constellation people getting involved. It clearly showed that they were unable to hold on to the 100 treasures, so how they were going to use the treasures became more beneficial for Andromeda Constellation, and it was something they were required to ponder on. Just that, Ta Dun did not like such plans. He preferred to be on the field and fighting. He looked at Angelina. Her face did not have any indecisiveness nor loss anymore, and was even more calm. She had grown up. Ta Dun was deeply moved, but was not in the least bit happy. If it was possible, he preferred the naive and pure girl that would await for her father to bring her gifts. But, the current Angelina was who Andromeda Constellation needed. Around 3 kilometers away from where Tang Tian and his friends were staying, there was an old and dilapidated warehouse which belonged to a small family of traders. Currently, it was being rented by a mysterious guest. Although there had been developments of recovery for the businesses in Fairy City, the market was much more decayed than before, and for the warehouse that had always been empty to be able to be rented out for a big sum of money, the boss was extremely happy. If the warehouse was closer to Master Tang Tian's manor, it would definitely be able to be rented at an even better price. But the current hottest location was the area around Prince Adrian, and following that was Tang Tian's manor. The taverns and homes near these two places were all filled with people. Sadly, his warehouse was too far from Tang Tian, so he was rather satisfied with the rent he had. Entirely different from the darkness outside, the warehouse was brightly lit up inside. If the branch master of the small commerces saw the interior of the warehouse, they would definitely be stunned. Inside the big warehouse, as though they were lined up properly, it was filled with flaming steps, horses and people. Every martial artist was seated beside their horses and resting, while the flaming steps horses were very calm, as though they were sleeping. No one communicated with each other, no one talked. The interior of the warehouse was extremely peaceful. Suddenly, a sound that resembled the buzzing of bees came out. All the martial artists who were resting with their eyes closed all opened their eyes at the same time, their faces revealing an indescribable excitement and enthusiasm. Everyone, get ready! Tang Yi's bellow sounded out in everyone's ears like thunder. Voila! One united sound came out. It was the sound of all the martial artists getting up onto their horses. The troops that initially looked like a messy cavalry, quickly became stern and solemn. Tang Yi was expressionless, but his heart was secretly nodding. After the long period of bitterly training them, finally they had the air of true troops. The warehouse opened quietly, allowing the sound of the bustling and flourishing streets outside to enter their ears. To the citizens of Fairy City who were used to the night lights, it was just the start of the nightlife. Move out! Tang Yi was the first to rush out of the warehouse. The cavalry behind him flowed out like water out of the warehouse. The warehouse was not in the main road, and was in a remote side road. The galloping sounds of horses running surged like torrents through the side roads. By the time Tang Yi rushed to the main road, the pedestrians were all shocked and stuck in their position. Their face looked in shock at the army of cavalry that appeared from nowhere. Upon leaving the small alleyway, Tang Yi's expression was cold. Kicking the Flaming Steps horse, it neighed out loud. The Flaming Steps horse under Tang Yi was a rarely seen 7th level Flaming Steps horse king. its entire body was as red as blood, its spirit was extraordinary. The horse neigh cut through the night air, bringing forth a dense battle intent. Everyone watched in shock as streams of cavalry came out from the small alley. In the blink of an eye, the densely packed troops appeared in front of everybody. Advance! Tang Yi's expressionlessly moved forward, the Flaming Steps Horse King moving forward like a red fiery shadow. The cavalry behind did not have the hint of hesitation and moved onwards as well. 200 Flaming Steps horses moved forward quietly on the main road. The wide road that was made entirely of rocks was best suited for cavalry to charge. The heavy and powerful hooves struck the hard and sturdy stone floors, igniting sparks and thunderous sounds. When the 200 cavalry gathered together, it was like an unstoppable magma flow. Everyone on the street trembled and froze, the pedestrians were all shocked, and all stepped aside to make way. In the darkness, the rolling thunder hoof sounds moved rapidly like they were engaging in war, sounding out far and wide. On the horse, Tang Yi's face was calm like water, he was in deep admiration and respect for Master Crane's plans. As expected of Master Crane, his intellect was second to none. When Ta Dun sent people to send the completed treasures to the manor, Crane and Ling Su had already anticipated the dangers that were to come, so Crane had secretly sent Tang Yi that very night to the barracks to request for support, and formulate such a plan. To prevent people from finding out, Crane had selected a location far away from the manor. Upon entering the city, Tang Yi and his men would act as traders, where Ling Su actually gave a few advice, as he had traveled with traders to the south for a period of time, and knew them inside out. 200 people broke up into groups, and went as different caravans. This process went much more smoothly than they thought, especially since Fairy City was in a period of turmoil. Although Plateau Army was defending Fairy City, but the day-to-day defense was not strong, as the original patrol guards had all suffered serious injuries. Adding the continuous flow of martial artists pouring into the city, the stronger and more formidable martial artists with bad tempers would randomly fight at any time. The patrolling units who were not as strong could not fight against them, and had no choice but to act as if they did not see anything, as they did not dare to provoke trouble. Although the warehouse was slightly far, but the distance of 3 kilometers was not far for the Flaming Steps horses, and they arrived in a jiffy. With Master Crane and Master Ling Su's strength, it was not a problem for them to hold the enemies off. And they only had one task, and that was to give all the enemies a strike as heavy as thunder, to intimidate them. Fighting intense sword in Tang Yi's chest, his tiny pupils shone with a flickering light, the aura around his body quietly converged. As a spirit and a soldier, Tang Yi's transformation immediately affected the 200 cavalry behind him, all their fighting intent soaring. 200 armored cavalry all formed a neat file, suddenly forming one body, crazily rushing forward. The manor was in silence, as everyone was stunned by Tang Tian's display of power. His hand was truly too shocking. Looking at all the concealed weapons in all sizes at Tang Tian's feet, all different types and sorts in numerous numbers, in a glance, anyone could tell that he had caught about 100 of them. The silver arrow and mist attack that Black Puppet had sent was actually also broken. In the darkness, the fingers that produced the sparks and the light that disappeared from the sky was a scene that had been embedded in everyone's memories. This fellow. Before, everyone all could only guess and predict what Tang Tian would be like, but at the moment, only fear was in their hearts. In the midst of the silence, the thunderous sound of galloping horses gradually came closer, causing everyone to awake from their stupor. Everyone did not notice, as the involvement of the Plateau Army was very normal. And they believed that Plateau Army would not take action against them. All of them had a deep and powerful background, where Plateau Army had no way to fight against. So what they could only do was to protect Tang Tian and his friends. Everyone thought that the battle would be over soon. No one thought that the first night would have an outcome of death, as everyone was there more to investigate, and they needed time to digest the outcome of the battle. Everyone realized they needed to re-evaluate Tang Tian's strength. That was what everyone was currently thinking. Many of them had already decided to turn and leave the battlefield. Ding! Just as the last concealed weapon dropped from Tang Tian's hand, he suddenly became awake. Was I attacked? Not right, I was attacked by someone. Godlike young man, only had history of bullying people, since when would a godlike young man get bullied instead? Tang Tian's heart immediately grew in rage, his eyes turned blood red as he bellowed, "You all dared to hit me. You wanna die." Before the die word had dropped, the wall had suddenly exploded. Bang, dot. A loud sound erupted as dust pervaded the air. In the darkness, the mouths of many people twitched. Plateau Army had a small role, and also came to join in the fun. But in the next moment, everyone was stunned. It was not Plateau Army. The unfamiliar armored cavalry rushed in steadily. Their speed was extremely fast. In a moment the surrounding walls crumbled with dust flying everywhere, as though the place was struck by a tornado. Everything disappeared. Tang saw Tang Tian, who was enraged, his originally small eyes suddenly opened wide, killing intent being exposed. The killing intent immediately pervaded the entire field. Kill! Lupus army suddenly scattered, forming 20 small groups like 20 sharp arrows, suddenly rushing towards the people inside the manor. Lupus army! Lu Zhongguang's eyes contracted as the word ambush surfaced in his mind. The time that it took Lupus army to appear from when the attacks started could be considered negligible, but the power displayed by the Lupus army surprised him. Their troops were too synchronized, to the point that he could not believe his own eyes. All the small groups were as straight as a line, to the point that even a ruler could be used side by side them. When they pierced forward, they were like a long sharp lance. This was the first time Lian Zhongguang witnessed such an army. Ignoring the strength of each individual soldier, solely on the unison of the army units, it was not something any army could perform. Although Lu Zhongguang was surprised by Lupus army's military capacity, the following attacks did not have any warnings. 10 people to one small group pierced forward. It could defeat an ordinary martial artist, but for an expert, it was not enough. Such an impressionable army, Tang Tian should want to show off his own strength, right? Lu Zhongguang felt that it was a good choice, perfect to display his strength, and allow them to be in a more advantageous position. As expected of a scheming person, Lu Zhongguang believed Xiu's words. Kill! The 20 small groups shouted in unison as they converged into a powerful current. Lu Zhongguang was stunned, the roar was filled with killing intent, and did not seem to be a bluff. In his vision, all of the Lupus martial artists had uniformly raised the scimitars. Lu Zhongguang was stirred, his pupils dilating. The scimitars were like crescent moons, the light auras as white as snow. 200 scimitars, formed like an invisible thread landing neatly. 10 auras forming one, the blade lights turned into spears. The suddenly blazing light auras reflected Lu Zhongguang's frozen expression. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 398, A Degrading Victory. Chapter 398, A Degrading Victory. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. The light aura that converged into a bright sharp spear entered Lu Zhongguang's vision. The low and hair-standing shriek was like a huge and heavy wild star beast sweeping past. In that moment, Lu Zhongguang's mind went into a blank. The 2 sharp ray spears pierced into the human crowd. No one would have thought that the Lupus army would assault and so firmly and crazily. Many martial artists were not in time to defend, and facing the ray spears, they could only block in a panic. Chi chi chi. The ray spears pierced into their bodies without any hesitation, leaving only terrifying holes filled with blood. The spurting fresh blood dripped onto the ray spears, filled with the beauty of despair. Clang clang. 2 ear-splitting sounds struck each other at the same time. In the first wave of attack, 3 martial artists survived, an old man wielding a cane, a black-robed woman wielding a pair of hoop saws, and the last one was Wu Xiao's subordinate, Mo Bao. The old man's cane techniques was fierce. Facing the ray spears, he did not retreat at all. Bellowing out loud, his hair and beard flew out, and his cane struck out. The ray spear instantly exploded out. He retreated a few steps from the explosion, his robes with some tears. The black-robed lady was quick to react. When the ray spear flew towards her, she had thrown out the hoop saw from her right hand. The green hoop saw swirled and shot out into the sky. Following that, the black-robed lady's figure suddenly appeared at that green hoop saw, dodging the ray spear. Mo Bao did not have the choice to dodge. He had long wanted to test the weight of the attack. He had a horse stance. The ring pommel blade in his hand was not in the least bit fanciful. Slash down. The ray spear immediately exploded. Mo Bao's figure flashed, not retreating a step. But his face was extremely ugly. Lu Zhongguang regained his senses. His pale face had regained some redness. He secretly laughed at his own cowardly habit, which could not be changed, as he got shocked. Lupus army's standard was truly high. The standard was not indicating their individual strength that was outstanding, but their teamwork and coordination was too perfect. The assault previously, for 10 blade auras to merge into one, without any leakage or loss, that perfect synchronization, only armies with an extreme standard could perform such feat. From the merger, such a standard meant that they were already a first-rate military unit in its embryonic form. But the individual strengths of each soldier had slight differences. If it was any one of the 6 armies of Lion King, in the first assault, no one would have survived. That was because every single soldier of the Lion King's 6 big armies was a lot stronger. Lu Zhongguang suddenly felt that his thoughts were a joke. He actually compared the Lupus army to Lion King's 6 armies, a puny army and Heaven Road's strongest army together. That was truly a joke. But in his heart, he had to admit, the army under Tang Tian's subordinates truly had some standard. The old man who blocked the attack just now had his chi become hectic. He shouted in panic, "Wait a moment, this old one hails from Aquila constellation." Tian, I have previously translated Aquila as heavenly eagle, I think. Aquila constellation. Everyone on scene was stunned. Aquila constellation was one of the 10 equatorial palace halls. No one in the current equatorial palace was weak. They were Equuleus constellation, Canis Minor constellation, Aquila constellation, Ophiuchus constellation, Serpens constellation, Sextans constellation, Hydra constellation, Monoceros constellation, Orion constellation, and Cetus constellation. Adrian from Orion constellation had come. Master Wu Xia from Ursa Major constellation also came. Never did they expect Aquila constellation to reach out too. It was truly a messy situation. Aquila constellation, ah! Tang Tian scoffed. The old man relaxed in his mind. He originally thought to take advantage of the situation for his own gain, but he did not expect Tang Tian's strength to far exceed his imaginations. With a tyrannical being such like Aquila constellation as his backing, no matter how powerful Tang Tian was, he did not see Tang Tian as an equal. His heart relaxed, and the arrogance and reserved look on his naturally became more obvious. He waited for Tang Tian to give him a way out. As long as he was not that dumb, he would definitely not offend Aquila constellation at such a time. The Aquila army was one of the famous elites of Heaven's Road, Lupus constellation. What kind of rural location was that? Just because you're from Aquila constellation, you think that you can attack me? The old man was startled. He thought he heard wrong, so he raised his head, only to see Tang Tian's right hand forming a fist, his thumb pointing towards him with his face looking cruel. This. Tang Tian lifted his chin, his expression aggressive, resembling a hoodlum on the streets. Just because you're Aquila constellation, you can run to this young master's territory and cause trouble? A blaze flamed up in his eyes. He sneered at the old man looking helpless. With an extremely cold and noble expression, he spoke out 2 words slowly from behind his clenched teeth: kill him. The old man was dumbstruck. Is he crazy? Does he not know, in front of Aquila constellation, he is just an ant? Tang Tian's words had not disappeared. Tang Yi had already rushed forward. From his both sides, for small groups seemed to have telepathic powers, moving out at the same time. They were like 4 sharp arrowheads, and Tang Yi was the magnet that lured them in. 70 steps. The surprising assault power of the Flaming Steps horse. In a blink of an eye, in that short duration, the 4 small groups by Tang Yi's side had completely formed a perfect attacking angle. With no roars, Tang Yi raised his Zanbato emotionlessly. 4 ray spears flew out from both sides. As Tang Yi slashed his Zanbato down, the 4 ray spears merged into his blade aura, the dazzling light aura sparkling brightly. It was as though Tang Yi was holding an entire sun. The old man seemed to be awakened from a dream. He shouted out in despair, "No, dot." The light aura flashed, and the place where the old man was, only had half of his body left. Tang Yi set his blade horizontally, his eyes sweeping past everyone. His imposing manner of looking at everyone disdainfully enveloped the entire field. He looked as though he just did a simple thing, reined his horse and turned to walk away. Clock clock clock. The slow hoof sounds from the horse were ear-piercing in the silence. Everyone was stunned by Tang Tian's craziness, and stunned by Tang Yi's blade that shined in the darkness. Many more were deeply stimulated by Tang Yi's attack, since when could a spirit general look down on them? But no one made a sound. Even the black-robed lady and Mo Bao who dodged the ray spears had fear in their eyes. They too could not dodge Tang Yi's blade. The assault of the heavy lance before made everyone feel the intense pressure and the disability to dodge. But Tang Yi's own assault was on a completely different level. They did not know Tang Yi had the qualifications to be so arrogant, was because he was a unique spirit general. His assault was unique in the entire world. Everyone all had the intention to leave. But, as though Tang Tian knew what everyone was thinking, his arrogant voice came out. No one moves. Tang Yi, whoever tries to escape, kill them. Everyone who was ready to take action froze, as though they were petrified. No one made a move. Yes. Tang Yi, whose eyes were closed, slowly opened his eyes. The cold gaze caused everyone's heart to freeze. Tang Tian carefreely sat at the doorstep and crossed his legs. His right hand supported his chin. His gaze swept across everyone, as if he was harboring malicious intentions. After thinking for a short while, he felt that his manner was not imposing enough, so he retrieved out a long blade and held on to it. Crane and Ling Su watched as the situation calmed down, then flew back beside Tang Tian. Both of their opponents, facing the Lupa soldiers who were eyeing them covetously, did not dare to make a move. Tang Tian pierced the blade into the ground, causing rocks to fly out. He looked at the people around, as though he was looking at his sheep and pigs. All of those friends hiding, come on out. The one at the lower millstone, the one hanging beneath the roof, the one hiding in the corner. With an indifferent tone, Tang Tian pointed out all the places where the people were hiding. His intuition was scary, and they did not even need to think about hiding from his senses. Same thing, the first to run, dies. Tang Tian repeated that sentence, causing the few people who were initially planning to escape all obediently walked out from their hiding spots. Lu Zhongguang was stunned. He had initially thought that his concealment was top-notch, with his standard, and his teacher Adrian, who had praised Tang Tian the nines, was seen through by Tang Tian. What kind of weird freak is he exactly? Everyone's face looked terrible. At that moment, they all could no longer maintain their calmness. Tang Tian sat like a boss and shouted loudly, "Everyone, let's discuss, how are we going to resolve today's issue?" He patted the blade onto the ground again and again. His face was full of arrogance. Upon speaking, it was filled with the language and demeanor of a street hoodlum. Ling Su did not find it weird, only Crane felt slightly uncomfortable. He then looked down at himself, then Ling Su, then Tang Yi, then Tang Tian. Why does this look like us asking for protection fees from them? And I am a direct underling of the boss. There will definitely be nicknames for us, for example, the 4 King Kongs, or the 13 Delinquents. Tian, Si de Jin Gang, the 4 King Kongs, is actually a Singapore local food. Trivia. I have my own thoughts, my dreams, a disciple with ambition. How did I land into this situation today? Crane wanted to cry, but without tears. Everyone remained silent. It was as if Tang Tian was holding onto an exceptional throwing knife, one hit, one kill. Obviously, he could not kill everyone, but he would definitely kill the first one who moved. The people all had ulterior motives and plans. In such a situation, no one dared to be the head, but wanted someone to move first, and take the chance to escape. Since no one wants to talk, then I will speak. Every one of you will have to leave something behind. Anything is fine, as long as it is worth at least 100 million star coins. Star currency card is accepted too. Tang Tian said carefree, his eyes stern, his face feigning carelessness. Do not dare tell me you do not have anything. Every single one of you are people with stature and positions, so many eyes are watching. To not have a mere 100 million star coins, that sure is embarrassing. Everyone was stunned by Tang Tian's words, but after a while, they reacted. Extortion. They were actually being extorted out in the open. Many people were fuming to the point of trembling. They were not all tyrants, just famous experts. Since when would they be ripped off and extorted from? Of course, if you do not have, then it is fine. Anyway, what is more valuable than life itself? Tang Tian exposed his 2 rows of white teeth, the long blade in his hands, chopped onto the ground, digging so deep it revealed only the hilt of the blade. Everyone was stunned. Crane almost wanted to cover his own face. His heart was feeling a deep sense of humiliation. This fellow truly was ripping them off by extorting from them. God, I am of noble and clean living man, how can I stoop to such actions? This is an extreme betrayal to my ideals. This is degrading, staining my life. Crane, who was deeply reflecting, felt something swaying in front of him. He suddenly raised his head to look. It was a cloth bag. Tang Tian was holding onto the cloth bag in front of Crane. Little Crane, go and collect everything. As though he was struck by lightning, Crane's entire being became petrified. Why must it be me? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 399, A Shio's Prediction. Chapter 399, A Shio's Prediction. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. After experiencing the initial shock, Lu Zhongguang quickly calmed down. He had followed his teacher, traveled extensively, had seen many things, so the quality of his psychological state was still something. After calming down, he could not help but secretly praise. Other than the impulsiveness to kill the Aquila constellation's martial artist, he felt that he could not find a better way to handle the situation. Kill everyone here? Impossible. At their situation, not only do they hold the intimidation and power, they have also given everyone a leeway. A scheme. Definitely a well-thought scheme. Lu Zhongguang had already completely believed in Ashio's prediction. To him, Lupus' army was truly powerful, but it would be impossible to make everyone stay. There were too many martial artists on scene. If it became messy, how many could Lupus' army kill? And if they angered everyone and created enmities, then facing the powers of everyone present, they still had the chance of defeat. Tang Tian's method of shouting was well planned. He had successfully split everyone up, and no one was willing to take the lead. A superb artistic achievement, ability of controlling people's mind. Since it is so, I had better act like I am a hoodlum from nowhere, and create a false image. He truly is so young, and yet so evil. He truly was too powerful. Lu Zhongguang exclaimed in his heart. At that time, an awkward and embarrassed voice came out. Thank you for your patronage. Crane held onto the bag with 2 hands, and appeared in front of Lu Zhongguang. His handsome face had a tinge of shame. Lu Zhongguang then noticed Crane properly and had to secretly praise, what a beautiful young man. Crane was dressed in full black. He was not a normal handsome. His face brought a guy next door feel with a tinge of shame, and Lu Zhongguang could not help but think of Ashio. But his aura was more robust than Ashio. Oh, I still don't get it. Comparing to that scheming Tang Tian, he truly was pure and clean. Lu Zhongguang judged in his heart. His hand movement was not slow as he threw a card inside. But, the phrase "thank you for your patronage" still made Lu Zhongguang feel awkward. In the other person's place, to be called out to fish money out to redeem yourself, that was truly shameful. Crane took the cloth bag and continued moving. The black-robed lady whistled behind her veil to tease, and laughed delicately, "Handsome little brother." Crane stopped in his footsteps. Tang Tian, holding the blade that showed no mercy, had a flower in his heart. 100 million per person, that truly was a gain. Tyrants. They were all tyrants. After being happy for a while, he started regretting. Seeing the way they looked so happy, Tang Tian felt that the sum asked was too little. Damn it, I am too inexperienced. But very quickly, Tang Tian consoled himself, it's not little. There are 13 people, which meant 1.3 billion. He was even considering to rob as a living. The money coming in was truly too fast. Forget it, godlike young man, it is a dream that is too far. Tang Tian muttered in his heart. He suddenly had that thought, and felt that only by firmly cutting the thought of straight away, that way he could calm his anger. The main point was, the star coins. Who could get past star coins? If Crane knew of what Tang Tian was thinking, without saying a word, he would definitely throw the cloth bag into his face. After collecting everything, Tang Tian happily stood up and clapped his hands. Alright, I won't hold you all back, go home and eat, feel free to come back anytime. Feel free to come back anytime. All of them looked at Tang Tian. Tang Tian could clearly see the anger in their eyes, but he did not care at all. But some of their gazes were cold, no joy or anger, causing Tang Tian to feel danger from them. The crowd quickly dispersed, leaving Lupa's army to clean up the place. Rumble, 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 and extensively large cavalry troops came close. Lupa's army immediately stopped and maintained their guard. Ta Dun's plateau army appeared in front of everybody. My apologies, I have come late. Ta Dun spoke, his face with a hard-to-read expression. This subordinate did not expect that these things placed here would invite such trouble. No matter what, Andromeda Constellation will definitely be responsible for this. To express our sincerest apologies, and for the friendship between Andromeda Constellation and Lupa's Constellation to be stronger, Her Majesty have already decided, the area of 50 li around Season Fields Waterway will be given to Lupa's Constellation, and your noble can build a city there. When he said that, Crane became stunned. The rights to a starry door has always been the most beneficial thing in Heaven's Road, and to that, any constellation would not give up easily. If the rights went to Orion Constellation, they would control 2 star doors. That was normal, because Orion Constellation was one of the 10 equatorial palace halls. Compared to Andromeda Constellation of Northern Sky, they were much stronger. The other star doors to the other Northern Sky constellations were all managed by the respective constellations each. For an exit that was occupied by force, according to the law, would not be allowed. If instigated, it could cause a bad reaction of Andromeda Constellation towards Lupa's Constellation. Never did they think that Angelina would submit it to them. In that way, they could truly gain the control of Season Fields Waterway. That also meant, Angelina has already viewed Lupa's Constellation as a constellation stronger than Andromeda Constellation. Although they did not clarify the matter, but if he were to push away such a large gift, Tang Tian would not be Tang Tian anymore. He passionately replied, "Thank you, Your Majesty Angelina. Our Lupa's people will definitely be good friends with Andromeda Constellation." Seeing Tang Tian's salivating face, Crane could not bear to watch any further. "Hey, please watch your image." But Crane was truly surprised at Angelina's decision. She knew that she had made a mistake, and did not hesitate at all to throw in a rich capital to redeem herself. That was not something anyone could do. Even he, who was initially unhappy that she brought so much trouble here, but after apologizing in such a way, the anger was gone. Crane knew, from then on, the waterway would solely belong to Lupa's Constellation. At the same time, Andromeda Constellation no longer needed to defend against Lupa's Constellation. To Lupa's Constellation, who was completely locked up, the importance of the waterway could not be compared to. Even the stupid boy could see that. Crane glanced at the joyous Tang Tian. His heart was moved. Somehow or another, the seemingly unreliable person almost looked like a tyrant already. Vividly recalling the past, although there were a few fights that were extremely shocking, but how they had come so far was still a blur to Crane. It seemed, somehow unknowingly, my memories are all filled with this unreliable brat. Crane self-mocked and laughed at himself. From the corner of his eye he saw Ling Su impatiently going back to train. I envy that simple-minded fellow. He knew, the wave and after-effects of the night's battle would not be so easily dissipated. Lu Zhongguang returned to his current resting area. Even before entering the door, he saw Xiao and his teacher standing by the wall. Xiao's face had a teasing look, while his teacher was smiling. Lu Zhongguang helplessly waved his hand. Go ahead and laugh. He knew long ago, after the rowdy night, his teacher and Xiao would definitely be shocked. Who knows if his teacher and Ah Xiu were hiding in the darkness, ready to save him. After returning, Lu Zhongguang finally relaxed and laughed bitterly. I have thrown my face tonight. Nothing much to be ashamed of. Ah Xiu shook his head, his eyes filled with a sparkling light. Luckily they fought tonight, showing Tang Tian's true strength. If not, if we had clashed with them, we would definitely be at a disadvantage. That's right, it was a good thing. Adrian nodded his head. Tell us about everything that happened. We went there rather late, and did not see much. Lu Zhongguang's expression became solemn, and vividly went through everything that happened. After finishing, he closed his mouth and watched Ah Xiu, for he knew Ah Xiu was thinking hard. His teacher also kept quiet and closed his eyes, as though he was pondering about something. After a while, Ah Xiu raised his head, his shy and graceful face was replaced with self-confidence. There are a few noteworthy points. Lu Zhongguang was roused. He knew Ah Xiu was much more intelligent than himself, and definitely could see more things. Firstly, it was obvious they had planned everything earlier. Tonight was something they had predicted. Secondly, Tang Tian's martial technique that he used, he has never used it before, and from its might, it should be a unique martial technique, and his enlightenments on it are very deep and profound. Thirdly, Lupus army is much stronger than what we anticipated, and we can no longer view them as an ordinary army. Fourthly, Zhongguang spoke about the Lupus army soldiers' strengths. They should be at the 6th level, they had perfect coordination, thus their assault was powerful and harmed a few people. But, Tang Yi's assault, we were there, and that might is not something 46th level martial artists could combine and produce. Lu Zhongguang was startled. He thought for a while, then nodded his head. Xiu is right. Tang Yi's blade was too powerful, to the point that we did not even have the courage to try and block it. We have already found out about the person who was killed. Aquila Constellations expert, Shen Kuei-song, Heaven Road list ranked 4558. Ah Xiu's eyes flickered with a strange light. Tang Yi had appeared in the battle with Yi Zhaogu. At that point in time he led around 200 Lupus martial artists to assault, and was blocked by Yi Zhaoji's attack, and lost his battle strength. But today, he brought only 40 soldiers, and killed Shen Kuei-song. This is a leap in power that is inconceivable. Teacher and I have already discussed about it, although Lupus army is very coordinated, but the true power of the soldiers did not go through too much of a change. That means, the might of their blade auras did not change much either. But the might of Tang Yi's blade far exceeded 46th level blade auras layering, and there is only one possibility. Ah Xiu raised one finger. Lu Zhongguang consciously asked, what possibility? Ah Xiu said slowly, Tang Yi is a unique military leader. You unique military leader. Lu Zhongguang's eyes became wide. He stammered, those words were much more shocking than what happened before. That is the only possibility. Ah Xiu said loudly, feeling his throat was dry, he sat down to drink water. Ah Xiu, he is just a spirit military leader. Lu Zhongguang refuted, shaking his head. So what? Ah Xiu, who was drinking water, stopped. Can't a spirit military leader be a unique military leader? Have you forgotten about the one in Ursa Major constellation? Lu Zhongguang was stunned. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 400, Sai Lei's response. Chapter 400, Sai Lei's response. Translated by Barry Buns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. This is what you think. A low and stern voice came out from inside the room, causing the long-robed teen's heart to shiver. The voice had left an unerasable stigma in his heart from young, and even though he was now grown up, no matter what, whenever he heard the voice, his heart would involuntarily shiver. Yes, father. The long-robed teen said respectfully, I personally witnessed the fight, although they are still immature, but the state of the army has already formed undoubtedly. Behind the desk sat an old man aged about 50 dressed in military uniform, seating straight up on his soft velvet chair, his white hair combed meticulously, his gaze brimming with oppression. Where are they from? The old man's question was equally as oppressive as his gaze. With the reports we have in hand, they have a very intimate relation with the Imo family. The long-robed teen spoke, trying his best to relax, allowing himself to become more calm, but their mechanical spirit weapons obviously have the influence of the Southern Cross Army. Influence of the Southern Cross Army? A light aura that could not be missed flashed past the old man's eyes. He was suddenly attentive by the other sentence. You said something about mechanical spirit weapons? Yes, father. Mechanical spirit weapons is a brand new mechanical weapon created by 3 Spirit City, because they have martial spirits. The long-robed teen explained. You said they have martial spirits. The old man opened his eyes wide. He suddenly erupted out with chi, causing the long-robed teen to become tensed. Yes, father. The long-robed teen did his best to resist the terrifying chi. His heart was full of suspicion. It was the first time witnessing his father losing himself. Was there some non-disclosed information? The old man knew that he had erupted. Regaining his composure, he muttered, Southern Cross Army, mechanical spirit weapons. Don't tell me, they succeeded? They? Who were they? The suspicions in the long-robed teen's heart grew denser. After a moment, the old man raised his head, his face became expressionless again. That's all I need to know, you can go. His father, who was always swift and decisive, actually did not have any orders. The long-robed teen was taken aback. His father was stubborn and old-fashioned, and anyone would be fearful of him. He loathed procrastination and half-hearted actions. Every time he reported to his father, he would receive an accurate order. For the phrase, all I need to know, from his memories, it never came up before. In the huge family, it was under his father's orders to advance quickly. The long-robed teen knew that something was wrong, but he did not express anything, and respectfully replied, Yes, father. The old man remained in deep thoughts in his room, and only awoke when the day turned to night. Looking at the lights gradually come on outside his window, his eyes flashed resolution. He pressed a button on his table. In a moment, a normal-looking man entered the room. The old man said, Go to 3 Spirits City, bring the leader of the bronze camp back here. Are you sure? The man looked at him, This is the last favor I owe you. I am sure. The old man said without hesitating. The man's figure was like a reflection in the water, gradually turning blurry, and then disappearing. The old man's expression turned calm, his face exposed a rarely seen fatigue, and actually fell asleep sitting on his chair. Tang Tian delightfully sent Ta Dun off, and what went with Ta Dun were 300 energy beasts' corpses. Ta Dun was elated. With these 300 energy beasts, he could shut everyone else's mouth. Now in Andromeda constellation, there were both internal strifes and external aggression. It was like an entrance of a volcano. Without any warning, it could erupt. These are Andromeda star treasures? Tang Tian and the other two huddled together, looking confused. Even Crane's face was full of curiosity. He knew of fairy textiles, but it was still his first time seeing treasures created from them. Ling Su was impatient. Take it out and let us see. The 3 of them held one each. Crane inspected the treasure in his hands. It was truly very different from ordinary treasures. There were obvious marks of handworks, but the dense star power proved that it truly was a treasure. It was light to the touch, as though it was weightless, causing Crane to be surprised. It was truly special. It looked like a typical battle gown. Tang Tian and Ling Su, who could not wait any longer, had already put the battle gown on. Eh? Tang Tian exclaimed, his face full of surprise. Upon wearing the battle gown, it would tightly wrap around his body. Tang Tian felt his entire body being wrapped by a dense star power. It was very warm and comfortable. Tang Tian could feel his own martial spirit forming some sort of connection with the battle gown. He tried to communicate it with, and suddenly, he felt a surging star power rushing into his body. Interesting. Tang Tian roared, one fist punching out. A dim fist aura surged out from his fist. Not right. Tang Tian immediately shook his head. The use of the star power was obviously not meant to increase the might of his true power. Suddenly, he had an idea. The star power from the battle gown flowed inside Tang Tian, causing Tang Tian's body to slowly disappear in front of the other two. Invisibility! Crane exclaimed. Tang Yi, who was at the side, could not help but expose joy. As a military war general, how could he not know the value of invisibility? If the Lupus army had the ability of invisibility, their battle power would immediately raise 1 level. With the Flaming Steps horses, their sprinting power is outstanding. If they added invisibility, they would definitely be a cause for enemies to worry about. Ling Su also found the trick to use it, but his face was full of disappointment, and whined, boring. He was a fanatic for battles. He passionately and uprightly fought to win, and disliked those methods to sneak behind enemies to win. Seeing Tang Yi's joyous look, he shook his head and said unhappily, Hey, big guy, you're corrupted. Only by using a spear to pierce the enemy to death, would that truly be called a real battle? Tang Yi acted like he did not hear that. Little Su, as expected, you truly are a real man. Tang Tian praised. Ling Su proudly went to train with his nose held up high. Tang Tian was also slightly disappointed with the Andromeda battle gown. The ability to become invisible was not something he really liked. How can a godlike young man use such a wretched method to win? They're all yours. Tang Tian waved his hand, giving all of them to Tang Yi. Thank you, master. Tang Yi exclaimed in joy. He could not hold back. Master, we need even more of these Andromeda battle gowns. I know. Tang Tian replied casually. He then turned his face and smiled. Little Crane, wasn't it great collecting all that money? Crane's expression froze. Deep breaths, deep breaths. Crane was holding himself back strongly. The impulse of hitting Tang Tian was great. Then he started to earnestly advise him. Tang Tian, that was wrong of you to do that. Although righteousness is very inflexible, but to rob like that, it is like an addiction. It will continuously corrode your willpower. Only with an upright spirit are we able to achieve the cornerstones of our grand ideals. And we are not lacking in money. Wait a minute. Crane looked at Tang Tian and dumbstruck. He was actually leaning on the wall, asleep. Tang Tian was asleep like a baby. Crane was taken aback. Tang Tian looked to be extremely tired, even salivating from the corner of his mouth. What exactly was he doing for the past few days? Three Spirits City. The battle a few days ago brought about an enormous commotion in Three Spirits City. But the population did not drop, but explode exponentially instead. Flowing Wind Group were infamous, but after returning from the assault, they had suffered great losses, and Three Spirits City reputation became more well known. What made people even more excited was that, ever since the generation of the three big armies, it was the first victory gained by a mechanical weapons army. From there, many mechanical martial artists and mechanic engineers from all different constellations all poured into Three Spirits City. The small Three Spirits City quickly exploded in population. The entrance to the Bronze Camp was the most crowded place in Three Spirits City. Countless mechanic martial artists all racked their brains to try to enter the self-proclaimed #1 mechanical training barracks. Mechanical army, it was a direction everyone was heading towards. What made them happy was that the Bronze Camp had started to recruit people, but with levels and levels of crazy and bizarre tests, it made the place even more mysterious. No one had any objections regarding these tests, and instead sent everyone on a wild goose chase. All of the mechanic martial artists thought that was the new method of the Bronze Camp. And everyone who had passed the tests were the hottest topics amongst the mechanical martial artists in Three Spirits City. But on the opposite end of the crowded outside, the Bronze Camp was extremely quiet and solemn. Silei's face was frost white. Seating at the top, she listened to every mechanical engineer as they proposed their plans. These type of mechanics can specially break any illusions, especially the illusions created by water element true power. These type of mechanical weapons have the strongest defense. It can defend against rank 8 martial techniques. The only drawback is the consumption of star rocks is high. These mechanic wolves are extremely nimble, their speed is fast. The might of their attacks are equivalent to rank 7 martial techniques. After adding martial spirits to them, they will become extremely intelligent, and are comparable to the real star spirit wolves. This mechanic spider was created by me. They are the size of a star coin, and are extremely sensitive to the slightest vibrations, excluding the movements of the air. We can mass produce them, cover every single corner of the base. It would be their wishful thinking if anyone plans to sneak into our camp. I have created an umbrella-shaped mechanic weapon. It is called the Umbrella Nest, and it is allocated the number 29 bronze weapon. It can float in the air, and automatically fly in the air. Inside the umbrella is the sticky mucus of the Yalin beast, with mechanic nozzles that can shoot out at high speeds, with a maximum distance of 60 m. Upon touching air, the mucus of the Yalin beast will transform into extremely durable nets, and as long as the enemies are within the range of the umbrella nest, 13 high-speed mechanic nozzles are able to construct airtight spider webs. In the previous battle, Silei had no idea how to help, and she always kept that helplessness with her. Her own home was being intruded by people, without being able to do anything, was the name of Grandmaster Mechanical Engineer for fun, In the same night, she had ordered all the mechanical engineers to give some form of plan with regards to mechanical weapons. She wanted to create an actual bronze fort. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.